this little Bernie Mountain showdown. I can't wait to hear if this crowd can get loud. We'll just have to watch and see. Oh, mamacita!
Was that Martin Natchez? He scored last night. He's got one of the best wrist shots. He's one of the fastest players, Kyle. And I think he came down and just bamboozled one right into the back of the net.
Oh, look at Bernie. He's got it going on. Oh, yeah. I feel it. Come on. Come on. Let's take another look at this goal. That was...
Unfortunately, if you're watching on the Bernie cast or the Rocky Mountain Bernie Showdown, whatever they called it, that was pretty much the only goal you saw from the Avs last night. They did get one late when the game was already in hand for the Wild. A very weird game. I thought they played really well early. And then maybe it's a combination of the back-to-back or whatever, but felt like they just lost a little bit of that, especially in the second period. But a crazy game from the standpoint of how many times are you going to walk off to the box and give the Wild an extra opportunity? I mean, that's where the game kind of got away from you. You get the goal early from Marty Nachos, and that ties the game up 1-1. But consistently taking penalties, and a lot of them like back-to-back, like you just kill off one penalty only to take another. That happened in the first period when Manson went off for a roughing call. You kill that penalty, and then Gabe gets the slash right afterwards. The one that sucks is like Kale gets called for this phantom slash when the guy's stick broke on its own. They get the power play. They capitalize on it. And it just kind of felt that way for most of the second period, where you're just trying to hang on. I mean, when you got a 5-on-3 that ends and nobody can leave the box because they have more time on another 5-on-3, you're going to have a tough time trying to get anything going. Now, you had opportunities yourself that you didn't capitalize on. You were 1 for 3 on the power play the first game from the Olympic break, and this one you're 0 for 3. So percentage-wise, our PPTM, Nelly 1 for 6.
Yikes.
He doesn't have the exact numbers, but you can tell by sounds.
I'll tell you what.
That's going to be.
Honestly, when you guys started this bit, how many times have we come up with bits on this show that just get forgotten in about 2 seconds?
This one isn't going to get forgotten.
So I keep forgetting that you want me to do math. Honestly, what I was doing this morning when I came in is the entire cartoon broadcast is on our server that we use to share highlights around the company. The full record, or as our Canadian friends would say, the full record.
I got it on record.
Is available. So I was just perusing all this stuff and having a blast with our friends in the virtual world. So I don't know. What's 1 out of 6?
Isn't it like 17%? I don't know. Too early for that.
3 repeating.
No, it's like 16.
It's about 16.6666666 repeating percent. Yes.
Look see, my math was pretty good. I said it's like 16.5. I know I've brought this up probably multiple times, but it's just I play darts, and when you play 301, watching how everybody does their own math in their head is fascinating. Like, I'm the guy, I take it to the closest, biggest number that you can subtract or add to, and then I'll do, like, if I was trying to figure out for that, for example, 1 out of 6. Well, what gets me closest to 100%? 16 times 6 gets you to 96. All right, a little bit higher than that. We'll call it 16.5. Boom. Quick math, just on the fly. Anyway, power play, you couldn't capitalize on it, but you spent basically the entire second period when you started taking those penalties You came out of the gates pretty slow to the second, and then it was penalty, 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 and then you just spent the rest of the time trying to stop them from scoring. It felt a lot like when the U.S. was playing against Canada, and for the second and third periods, it was just getting the puck out of your own zone was all you were doing. I mean, if you want to know how much Minnesota was on the ice, especially during a power play, Matt Boldy, one of the heroes of Team USA, had 10 shots last night. Eriksson Ek had 5. That's what happens when you're on the ice for a power play for almost 7 minutes over the course of that game. So again, it's you put yourself in a hole. Refs did not help you either. I know Johnny on the broadcast with Moser yesterday had a lot to say about how that game was being refereed, but bottom line is, can't put yourself in those positions. And when you get one of those back, you have to capitalize on it. You know, also, Gustafsson was just really good. 44 saves on 45 shots. You had a couple opportunities. You just couldn't find the back of the net. And, you know, this is all about a game that's keeping pace. You know, you needed to win. Well, it didn't need to win, but it would have been really, really nice to get that one because that's a team that's chasing you in the standings. And with that, that's a 4-point swing. Minnesota is now only 5 points back of you, even though you have 2 games in hand, but they're slowly creeping their way back up, as is Dallas. You still have the advantage in this. It's not like totally nervous time yet, but you got to find a way to get more consistent. Because if you take this from these couple of games after the Olympic break, dating back to, you know, the month leading into it, you racked up a whole bunch of L's in that time frame. And you built a large enough cushion in the games previous to that, but now you're at the stretch run. You want to be playing your best hockey right now. You're healthy, so that's not an excuse anymore. Got to find a way to win and keep pace. And a big way to do that is stay out of the box. And that game last night is kind of the example of the one thing that I think can kill you. You know, 5-on-5, I don't know if there's another team in the league that's going to be better than what you do. But if you keep making that trot over the penalty box, and when you get those opportunities, you're 0 for 3 on a power play and you can't capitalize, I think as of now, it feels like that's the only way that things can go poorly once the postseason rolls around. You have all the requisite things that are necessary to hoist another Stanley Cup above your head. But if the special teams can't get up to snuff, that's going to pose a gigantic problem. If you keep making that walk over the box, that's going to pose a gigantic problem. If you can't capitalize on your opportunities with an extra attacker, that's going to pose a problem. Everything else, I think you got down. But in a game like last night, you know, finding the back of the net, you're going to have some games where it's easier and some games where it's a little bit more difficult. You had a goalie last night that played pretty well. I don't think that was an example of getting goalied, but played pretty damn well. It's just you got to find a way. So, not the ideal game you'd want to lose considering who's chasing you in the standings right now, but still, the Avs have an opportunity here in this jam-packed schedule to rack up points in a hurry. And the next few games that they have are ones against opponents that aren't the greatest. Chicago, not great. LA, not great. Anaheim, okay. So you have your chances now to sort of make up for what happened last night. But again, when it becomes a parade to the penalty box, special teams is the one thing that you're kind of lacking in, and it's not so much their penalty kill. Their penalty kill has been really good this year. But it's just putting yourself in a position where you can't be aggressive in attack. And when you do that for, 5.5, 6 straight minutes, along with giving them a 5-on-3 for like a full 2 each time, I felt so bad. I can't remember if it was the first or second power play. I think it was the first 5-on-3. Well, the guys that are out there, like Kulak was one of them. I forget who the others were. I think Brock, maybe. And you look at that time on ice, and it's like they've been out there for 1 minute and 35 seconds. You're just like, you're dead. There's nothing you can do. Can't move your legs. You have to pick and choose your spots when you want to really try and attack a loose puck or battle for a loose puck on the boards to try and rip it out. It's just hard. And to their credit, they almost killed it, like the entire thing. Killed off the first 5-on-3, killed off the second. 39 seconds left, I believe, is when they scored on the power play. And it was a weird thing of like, it's deflating, but also encouraging. Because you were that close to getting through a really, really difficult patch. But, again, Avs lose last night. Final was 5-2. So they got to make up. They got some ground to make up here in the next few days. There is something I know that the NFL is going to be ending soon.
Brett, quickly,
Yeah.
if I may, before we
Sure.
give it to NFL stuff, I wanted to show you one thing from this Bernie's Mountain Adventure, Bernie's Mountain Cast.
I did show that, by the way, to baby Jamal Kale. She was locked in for about 40 seconds, and then she wanted to watch her own shows.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
So take that L, Kiefer. Bluey gets the nod. So I heard Kiefer talking with the PhD boys yesterday, and one thing that they pointed out is this was supposed to be aimed at kids, right? And so they were instructed not to call attention to any fights that break out because we don't want to teach kids that fighting is a good thing.
Yeah.
So I pulled a video. This was late-ish in the second period, right after Marty Nachos got the Avs on the board. And I'll bring up the video. So all the guys started tussling, and they had to dance around it. They couldn't go pro fight like everybody wants them to be.
Right.
So, oh boy, now I can't see my play arrow. Oh, the screen.
Down a little bit. There you go, right there.
No, this is the problem with full screen is when I do that, I can't see anything. Okay, let me play
I
it.
see.
I can't. There we go.
All right, Cale Makar. Oh, that looked like maybe too many men on the ice. Tell everybody what that means, because that's a tough one. What does too many men on the ice mean?
You're only allowed 5 players and a goalie on the ice, but if you accidentally sneak a 6th on there and your team touches the puck, that's illegal. Too many men on the ice.
Oh, we got a little something shaking down. Now, in hockey, we always want you to be respectful and safe. So if you have any sort of confrontation, you just go over to your other teammates, talk to your coaches, and just kind of chill out. That's what we're doing today, just chilling out at Bernie's Mountain Showdown. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
We're just chilling out, boys. No fighting.
Got a little something. You know what? Kiefer wants, you can hear it in his voice, he wants so badly to call a cartoon fight. You know it. It was like, I'm actually surprised at how accurate that looked for the fighting part. I go up, throw a stick right into somebody's chest.
And then look, a couple snow puffs popping
Yeah.
up along the boards. Yeah, that's
All right,
pretty
here it
spot
comes.
on.
Watch Landy. Watch Landy when he did the, basically the cross check right in the middle. Yeah. Don't highlight the fighting, even though a lot of them are pushing and shoving each other. What do you say? It's a technical glitch? I want to call a cartoon fight. 303-504-0925. In the NFL, they want to get rid of this. I think they did vote to get rid of this, but it didn't happen early enough for this year's to get out. It's your annual report cards for teams. And one of them, look, I don't put too much stock into this, but I do think that one of the things from the Broncos report card is surprising in a negative way. We'll get to it next. 9:20 this morning. Tune in then. Why? Because, ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Ben DiNucci is going to talk to us at 9:20. He is the one that on February 3rd talked about when Davis Webb was hired as offensive coordinator, how great of a thing it was for the Broncos and that Sean Payton should give him play calling duties immediately. We will discuss as to why he thinks that at 9:20 this morning for a guy that was in that locker room, has played under both Sean Payton and Davis Webb, and was there at the very end of last year for the AFC Championship game in that locker room. So that's at 9:20. The owners have... I thought, like, Nelly, tell me if I'm wrong here. Didn't we just talk about how the owners have voted to not have these report cards anymore?
Well, they voted to keep it all internal. So the report cards could still happen, but they just didn't want it being made public.
I see.
So that they could make changes internally among the organizations, but they didn't want us to be able to do what we are about to do right now.
Well, I mean, I think that means they can't do it. That stuff's going to leak. Because look, I don't know what it is about the report card thing. I do find it kind of fascinating. I don't know why. Maybe it's because you can't ever hear a player, because this is how it works. The players vote on a number of different things that are based around your team, and anything from travel to what you feel about your head coach is graded from an A to an F. So here's the article. I'm reading this off ESPN. They obtained the results of the NFL Players Association 2026 report cards. The survey and report cards are based on responses from 1,759 players, all of whom were on a 2025 roster at the time the survey was eligible to participate in. It was conducted from November 2nd to December 11th. So that's important to know just for the context of these were guys, maybe coaches left in the offseason or something. These were what they graded their head coaches on at that time in the calendar. Was that sort of month between November to December. So when one of these on here is offensive coordinator grade, in the Broncos case, they will be grading Joe Lombardi for this, even though he's gone already. So here's what the Broncos looked like, and they usually rank very high in this. Ever since the Walton Penner Group has taken over, they've been really high on this. Overall, they rank as 10th. And I guess I put it the 10th most satisfied locker room with how their organization is. But they get A's in a whole bunch of different categories. They got an A for home game field. They got an A for the food and dining area. They got an A- for the training room, an A for the training staff, an A for the weight room, A for strength coaches, A- for offensive coordinator, which was Joe Lombardi, A for defensive coordinator, which is Vance Joseph, A- for special teams coordinator, who is Darren Rizzi, who for a long time during the year, we all would have given Darren Rizzi an F. Team travel got an A-. General manager got an A. Team ownership got an A+. The only A+ on the board for the Broncos. Here's what's interesting. This is the stuff they didn't get an A in, and there's only one thing that was really bad, and there's usually one for each team. They gave the locker room a D. And my guess is the Walton Penner Group is already finding a way to try and invest some money into that sucker. But I just gave you all the A's. Offensive coordinator, A. Defensive coordinator, A. Special teams coordinator, A. What did you miss? Sean Payton is head coach. Head coach got a B. It's the lowest mark outside of locker room on this report card. So what does that mean? I mean, nothing. But I do think it is kind of interesting.
And also, it's important to note that, yeah, they got a D on the locker room, but they're working on building this fancy new facility. So the locker room they have now is only going to be a thing for, what, a few more months?
Yeah, and I guess I don't know if this is talking about the locker room at the stadium, the locker room at the practice facility, or the locker rooms for both. I'm not really sure.
But one of those is going to be state-of-the-art here shortly. So that grade is somewhat of an outlier.
If you've ever been in the locker room at Dove Valley, I will say it's nice, but you would think for like multi-billion-dollar company, it's not like you walk in and you go, wow, this place is crazy.
You know that there's that meme of Hillary Clinton walking into that small apartment, kind of looking around like, what did I?
Yeah.
That was me the first time I stepped into the locker room at Dove Valley. I went, really? This is an NFL locker room?
Yeah, you just thought it would be better,
Yeah.
right?
And it will be.
And it's kind of like when you look at where like the Avs or the Nuggets practice facilities are. The Avalanche, you're walking by a merry-go-round to get to the hockey rink. So you're stepping over a kid in a ball pit, and they're like, oh, there's Nathan McKinnon. Weird. So again, it's not like there's anything wrong with that. I just do think it's a little bit surprising. And it could be just that he has got that personality of guy who runs thing in more of a dictatorial style. But I was just surprised that Sean Payton got the B. As did the position coaches, by the way. But everything else is top-notch. And in this sense, having team ownership at an A+, I think, is incredibly important, especially considering where you were before. If you took this survey, and I saw something about when this was previous, when this stuff came out previous to the new ownership group taking over, there was a wild difference between what you see now in these report cards and what used to be the standard for the Broncos. Because all the other stuff that we talked about is taking a giant dip. But what this ownership group does, they'll pay $150,000 for new turf for a game. And if you remember, the first time they did that was the last game of the year in which the Broncos were already eliminated from the postseason. I don't know how many owners are paying that kind of bread for a game that technically doesn't matter. But that's just kind of what they do. At each turn, ownership has stepped up and done something really cool, and they genuinely, and this is why I think they get the A+, genuinely care about their players. I don't think there's any question. They are doing everything in their power to make things as state-of-the-art and nice as humanly possible. And to do that, knowing you have the full backing of the people that have the deepest pockets, I think is always a great thing. Like, the funny thing about stuff like these report cards, they come out, and the teams that you think are traditionally great sometimes are the ones that finish like dead last on this list. Like, the Chiefs are always terrible in this department. Always. Like, the Chiefs here, they rank 27th in the league overall on these report cards. And it's like that every single year. They're like, I hate everything except for the winning football games. Winning football games is fun. Everything else sucks. The Las Vegas Raiders, who are a terrible franchise, guess where they are? They're 6th. And I think a lot of this has to do with just things being newer and nicer. I've told you guys, the Kansas City Chiefs hold their training camp at a college that was in my conference playing Division II baseball. That's where their training camp is. I've been to the locker room that the Chiefs stay in. I was in there. It looks like Division II. That's what it looks like. So I'm pretty sure that has a lot to do with the why are we ranking so bad in these categories? You know what their locker room got? An F. Because it's a locker room for Brett Kane, not for Patrick Mahomes. But again, Broncos, ever since they've they've transitioned to the Walton Penner ownership has always ranked really, really high in a lot of these different categories. Now, to the actual football part of this, Sean Payton had a lot to say with Pat McAfee yesterday. I think, I don't know if you've heard these, Nelly. You know what kind of struck me? I think Sean Payton kind of missed the analyst game. He kind of misses being on, who was he with? Was it Fox when he was off of coaching for that year?
Yeah, he was with Fox.
That's right, because he did Cowherd Show all the time. I think he kind of misses just dropping what he thinks on like players and teams around the league and all that stuff. But he said a lot with McAfee, and we'll get some of the audio later. One of the funniest things I've ever seen, yesterday at the scouting combine. So they're showing guys run their 40 times. They pan around the arena, showing different coaches from across the league, different GMs. And then they show Aaron Glenn, head coach of the Jets, up in a press box. And he's leaned over. He's got his head on his fist, like leaned up against the table. He's asleep. He wakes up. They have cameras inside that room, sees he's on TV, and almost kind of panics that he was caught sleeping. I don't know how many of you guys have had like the you panic wake up thing. Like, Nelly, I'm sure you've done this before, especially because we got to wake up early and we got a place that we got to be at an exact time. But it's almost like one of those, I sat on the couch, I fell asleep, woke up at 2 a.m, didn't know what time it was. You kind of jump up. Did I set my alarm last night? Like all that different stuff. You wake up and panic. It's exactly what he did. There's a very funny story about Jesse Trujillo. He was filling in for Nelly one day. And because Jesse works all hours of the day, sometimes it's 6 a.m, sometimes it's until, 2 a.m. when he's at Ball Arena or something. It's at night, I'm eating dinner. Jesse calls me. He's out of breath. He goes, I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. I'll be there in 15 minutes. And I go, huh? He goes, yeah, I'll be there in 15 minutes. And I start to panic. I'm like, where? Where? Do I have to be somewhere? He goes, yeah, I'm filling in for Nelly today. I go, Jesse, it's 6:15 at night. You're fine. He goes, oh my God. Sorry, I just fell asleep. I didn't know what time it was. You wake up in one of those panics. It's amazing how quickly your brain just turns on, by the way. We always wake up groggy. You're like stumbling around. You can't think. Wake up in a panic once. You'll have all your synapses fired at once.
Oh, yeah.
You'll feel like Jason Bourne.
Actually, when I first took over for Marty and I had to adjust to this morning show, there were times that I would wake up bolt upright on a Saturday morning.
Oh, yeah.
And what my girlfriend and I didn't live together yet. So, she'd come over and spend the weekend with me. And so I'd wake up at like 6:30 and go, oh my God. And then she'd wake up and go, what? And I'd say, oh, what day is it? Oh, okay.
I know.
It's fine. Okay. And she used to get so mad at me.
By the way, before we get out of here for this segment, let me give you your 3 minutes of Rockies baseball. Another homer for TJ Rumfield yesterday. That makes 3. It was actually
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
3 consecutive at-bats. It happened on dating to the spring training game from 2 days ago. But he homered again, as did star prospect Charlie Condon. He got his second homer at spring training as he's hitting 600 so far through this. I've said this before, with this new sort of front office regime taking over, I do feel like they've done business differently and in a very, very positive way. If you can continue to stack up young talent that's continuing to progress, that should be the entire goal of what the Rockies team is trying to accomplish this year. It's not so much the win-loss record, but it's developing young talent into becoming something better. If there is something that is a concern right now in spring training. It's that their bullpen does not seem to be handling this very well. And a guy that I think you throw a lot of a lot of your eggs in the basket of to be successful, because he has been good with the Rocks over the last couple of years, is Victor Vodnik, and he's having a rough go at it so far in spring training, so hopefully that starts to turn a little bit. But you got a lot of young guys, whether it's Kyle Karros or Condon or Rumfield or Cole Carrig, has had a pretty good go at it through spring training. A lot of different guys that are showing some promise, which is always the hope that when your team sucks, do you have dudes that are young and can be capable of building this thing back up in a couple of years? But as far as position players go, the Rockies, to their credit, have always seemed to find ways to develop position players into a good enough roster that you can live with, if not better. But they seem to have some young prospects that are very intriguing. And a lot of those guys are 22, 23 years old. So there's your Rockies update for today. When we return, big game tonight. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander has been taken off the Thunder injury report. He is going to play against the Nuggets tonight. That game's going to be at 7:30 right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. This, to me, feels a lot like a measuring stick game in the defensive department. You were able, in your last time out, to shut down a really good Celtics offense with one of the highest scorers in the league in Jaylen Brown. Can you do that again, even missing guys like AG and Peyton Watson? That's going to be the biggest question. And if you can do that, then I think the perspective on things can start to change. You know, the Nuggets hit a bit of a snag, especially after that Golden State game, of belief on what this team can get to and accomplish throughout the course of this year and once they make the postseason. This is a big game as far as perception, I think, within this fan base. And the Nuggets are in for a monster game against SGA and the Thunder. You can hear all the action on 92.5. Tune in for pregame at 7. It's powered by Ramos Law. They'll tip off at 7:42, to be exact, p.m. And it's only right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We'll get to that next. All right, tonight, 7:42 to be exact, is Nuggets and Thunder in very much a prove-it style of game. You're facing the class of the Western Conference. And I'll tell you this much. When it comes to where the Thunder are at right now, I think they are highly motivated to try and make something happen because the Spurs continue to win. They won again last night, 126-110 against Brooklyn. They're a game and a half back of where Oklahoma City is. If the Nuggets beat the Thunder tonight, one game separates San Antonio from first place because they've won 11 games in a row. So I'm sure there's going to be something extra on the line for OKC, especially with Shea being inserted back into the lineup. What the Nuggets need to focus on is, I think, two things. It's playing tough defense like they did against Boston. It's the best I think they've played defensively, and it could be years. Holding Boston to 84 points like that was pretty remarkable. The way that Oklahoma City goes about things, we all know how annoying it can be on both the offensive and defensive side of the floor. They're going to attack, and they're going to attack Jokic a lot. They're going to throw a lot at him. They'll probably throw double teams with guards. It's what they do. You have to play through the frustration. You have to make sure that that does not affect the way that you feel about getting frustrated and then taking yourself out mentally, a little bit of what your game is, all that. You have to be able to just kind of power your way through it. And I think playing great defense and being aggressive and getting off to a hot start are two things that are musts in a game like this. But you can't allow yourself to get caught up in the frustration of the moment against that team. It's exactly what they want. Like, as much as I hate the style, if every team employed it, I think it would be more fun to watch. The way in which they go about their defense is, I am going to make it so difficult on the refs that if they're going to call a foul every time down the floor, I'm just going to bank on they're going to get tired of blowing their whistles. And if one of us gets in foul trouble, who cares? I got 4 other guys behind me that are capable of coming in and giving minutes. But I would also take a cue from what they want to do and play a similar style to that. If they want to play aggressive defense, well, guess what, Spencer Jones? I want you going out there and punching people in the ribs then. Do exactly what they do. Probably not a guy like Joker. The interesting thing is if Jamal is going to be available or not tonight, I don't know. If he had the old both ends virus, I don't know if that's just totally gone in, a day and a half. But hopefully it is, because it's already hard enough to beat OKC. It'd be even harder if you don't have one of your all-stars on the court. So fingers crossed that he's going to be available to play tonight. He'll be healthy enough. But the way in which the Thunder go about it is, it's an ugly and aggressive style of defense that you just have to make sure that you continue to play your style of game. And again, AG, Peyton Watson are not going to be in the lineup tonight. I don't know when that's going to happen. I kind of agree with Vic on this. There's this balance, isn't there, of you want to keep guys out long enough to where there's no, as much as you can dampen the chance of re-injury to things like hamstrings. Time is a factor in that, and the longer that they kind of keep off it, the better shot it's got of not just kind of ripping in half again. But also at some point, it's just, this is as good as we're going to get it. you got to go test it out. And that applies to both Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon, been out for a long time, each of them. We've heard that they're close, but still not quite there. But at the end of the day, what you want to see is a competitive game in which the Nuggets look like they still belong. There were questions, especially after Golden State, on what's your level of belief in this basketball team. And the people that were skeptical had every reason to be. The areas you need to be good at to be a championship contending basketball team, the Nuggets were lacking for a while. Bad defense, inability to close out, couldn't get a bucket when you needed to, couldn't get a stop when you needed to. They had trouble sort of stemming or stopping the bleeding. When opposing teams would go on runs, they feel like they would last way longer than they should. But a game like that against Boston, follow that up with a game against OKC in which you play well, you can start to really change some minds on where this team could go. So 303-504-0925. Get back to that in a bit. Just as a quick aside, John Heyman's reporting this, that, the MLB looks like it's headed for some sort of lockout when next year rolls around, because the owners are hell-bent on getting a salary cap in there. And John Heyman says the early estimates of a suggested proposed salary cap would be set around $260 to $280 million for a ceiling, and a floor around $140 to $160 million. If they have a cap that is set around $260 to $280, I have a couple of questions as it relates to it. Number one is, what the hell is a team like the Dodgers going to do to get underneath that number? They would have to offload a ton of guys. And how does that affect the guys who are already signed contracts? If you're talking about a $280 million salary cap, Juan Soto's making $70. That feels like, having one guy making 25% of your cap with 24, 25 other roster spots to go around feels pretty difficult. Secondly, can the Dodgers still get around this with deferred money? Or how does this work? The NFL has a salary cap, and guys like Mahomes were set to make $68 million a year, and then they've renegotiated that contract, and now he's making like $38. Are there ways you can sort of loophole this? Yeah, we're going to sign Aaron Judge to a 10-year, $600 million contract, but we're going to defer $540 million of it until after his career's over. That feels like that would have to go out the window too. But if this is the case, I'm going to tell you right now, there's not a single player in the league that likes this. Not one of them. Because everybody wants to be the guy that gets the $70 million a year contract. And if this is going into effect, you aren't going to get that. At least not to the frequency of where it looked like it was going to be. You just, like where the Rockies at right now, I think they would be, to be fair, the Rockies payroll has always been like middle of the road. So let's see. MLB payrolls this year. So here's where it's at. A lot of these teams, Dodgers, $381 million. So they would need to shed it. Let's say it's the high number of that cap, $100 million to get underneath there. Same thing with the Mets. The Mets are at 368. They'd have to shed $100 million. The Rockies, actually really down this year. They're only at 105. So they would have to spend, what was the number I said? 140 to 160. They would have to spend like $35 million more to get to that cap floor. And I think it's good because the players say that every owner can do this. Not every owner can be the Dodgers. The Dodgers are owned by a pile of money. It's not even a single guy. It's an entire group of investors that have all the cash in the world. The Rockies could not sign Shohei Ohtani to the contract that he signed and survive it. They would have no money for anything else. But they could get to 140 to 160. And that, I think, is as important as it is to cap the top end of that. So, a lot more to get to with that. You can always watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That's a Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Easy delivery, free pickup with same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
All right, 6:45 left to go here. The Avs looking for a little mojo. They're looking for that big moment because there is nothing better than when Ball Arena gets crazy and gets really loud, except for when this little Bernie Mountain showdown. I can't wait to hear if this crowd can get loud. We'll just have to watch and see. Oh, mamacita!
Was that Martin Necas? He scored last night. He's got one of the best wrist shots. He's one of the fastest players, Kyle. And I think he came down and just bamboozled one right into the back of the net.
Oh, look at Bernie. He's got it going on. Oh, yeah. I feel it. Come on.
You know, we almost always after an Avalanche game come in with a Moser clip, but I got to tell you, I really enjoyed Kyle Keefe and Riker bamboozled one through. I had baby Jamal Kale watch about a minute of that before she got bored. She liked it. She liked seeing Bernie drop the puck. She thought that was funny. Then she wanted to watch Bluey. But, you know, she watched for a minute. She watched for a full minute. So, I guess, great job, Kiefer. Riker, wonderful job. I do think it's funny. We got a clip that we'll play a little bit later. They were instructed if there is a fight that's happening that they do not talk about the fight or get excited about the fight, that they say things like, hey, kids, if you have a problem, then you go to your bench and you don't blah, blah, blah. And when Landeskog threw his stick in the face of, I forget who it was. We'll play it in a little bit.
Eriksson Ek,
yes. We'll play it in a little bit. Them trying to tiptoe around, I could tell that Keefe just wanted to call cartoons fighting each other. He just wanted to call the fight. But at the end of the day, the Avs lose because they were in the penalty box for, I think, 16 minutes during that second period, Moj. What the hell was going on there? First of all, phantom call from Kale.
So this game last night is incredibly frustrating. I don't want to be sour grapes. I loved, see if I can find it, Mick Kern from NHL Network Radio on Sirius XM, one of the hosts on there. And I knew that he was talking about Johnny and I. Let's see here. He got all uptight. He says, I just hate when, oh man, the whining by some NHL play-by-play crews about officiating his wife taking to playing music most during NHL games. Not saying they're wrong, just saying I'd rather listen to music.
Because you guys were getting upset about the refs.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, I guess I was not upset about the refs other than the Cale Makar call. Did Landeskog elbow Eriksson Ek in the head?
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. Did Val Nichushkin get his stick on the cross-check up high on Boldy? Yeah. Did Brent Burns throw the puck high in the air over the glass?
Yep.
Sure did. You brought that on yourselves. I mean, that's an absolute fact. What I get frustrated about is, number one, that first, the Kale call was a bad call. Officials, optically, but I can understand you're going at high speed.
It did look like it.
It looks terrible. It's essentially blade on blade, and you could tell that Trennan's stick was breaking anyway, right? It was gone.
I don't get why you can't challenge something like that that's very obviously like a, did he touch the stick or not sort of thing. You know, like, that's not a judgment call. It's kind of like in baseball, it's like, was he out or was he safe?
It's like you can't challenge a pass interference call.
But that's judgment.
Right. Well, this is a judgment call, too.
But but if he doesn't hit the stick, then it's not a penalty. You know what I mean?
No, he did hit the stick. He just didn't saw it in half at the hands.
Right.
Blade on blade, which happens, which is allowed.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so then they end up scoring that power play goal. Okay, fine. You kill off, as Vic says, oh my God. We'll get to him in a second. You kill off a lot.
You look atrocious.
You look like you slipped under an elephant.
You look like
Actually, you look like Bo Nix's illegitimate dad.
you look like a 13-year-old on a
Yeah.
snow day.
So, look at my face this morning. Okay, it looks like I got hit with 10 pounds of meat all night.
I don't want to do this show anymore.
Why?
I'm just tired of doing this show.
Because your face looks like beat meat. All this.
Do you ever get those days where you're just tired of doing the show?
You are?
Vic,
Where you're tired of going to
every
work.
day I look at your face. No, so the deal is that you kill it almost all off.
I know.
And then dude just throws it into the crease and it banks off the inside of the skate. You're like, are you kidding me?
Is that something?
Is there no justice in this world? Is there no justice?
Mose, can you explain the penalty on McCarr and why that wasn't a penalty for those who are hockey
Yeah. You can
amateurs?
You can have blade meet blade. It's no problem. But I think the official was on the outside and saw Kale come down with his stick,
And
and the stick
sticks in half.
snaps right at the lower hand, right in the middle of the shaft. And he's like, oh, yeah, he just sawed his stick right out of his hand.
So he thought he hit higher on the stick.
Way higher, right, correct.
Okay. So why isn't that reviewable?
That's what I was just asking.
It's just like his holding reviewable, his pass interference. It's a judgment call. It's not like an offside, which you
But
can
it
go.
leads to a penalty. That's a big deal. It's not like a
Well,
judgment
so
call.
does a pass interference penalty 40 yards down the field when a guy never touched a guy and a guy tripped over his own
true.
feet. It's
Yeah.
just the way it is. So, and the game would take 17 hours if we got into all those kind of reviews. That being said, it's just frustrating that the goal was scored, the second power play goal was scored in that fashion.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that.
You
Because
had 2 goals off skates and 2 empty net goals, and the Avs earned both of their goals.
who were the guys in the 5-on-3? It was Kulak. Was it Brock?
Yeah, I think it was.
And then somebody else. I can't
Burns,
remember.
I think it was Burns.
And Bernsey. They were on the ice for like a minute and a half.
God.
And I was going to ask you, I know that you give up.
Burns wasn't on the ice. He had to go off for throwing the puck
Oh,
out
that's
of
right.
That's true. It was
That's
Mr.
right.
Manson.
Yeah. So they're on the ice for a minute and a half. And I know it's disappointing that you give up a goal when you did with, 39 seconds left on that power play.
Yeah.
But is it almost kind of encouraging with how well they played previous to that? You know what I mean?
I
What's the
think-
overall feeling of that?
I think they didn't. I don't think they played a bad game at all. Again, the puck finds really weird ways to go in. The third goal for them, it's off. I don't know who Zuccarello, or not Zuccarello, but what's his face, is trying to throw it to. But it goes off the toe and then past Mackenzie Blackwood. Then you get 2 empty netters, and that's it. You also had the Avs threw 47 pucks at the Minnesota net. Their goalies made 45 saves. Gustafsson, I think, made 41 of those, and then he barfed.
yeah.
Dude, that was disgusting. And what made it more disgusting is the other goalie comes in and just sort of scrapes it aside like,
Well, they got a shovel. No, they got a shovel to get the barf up. Hello, vomit. Hello.
Do you
how did they
think
explain that on the cartoon? I wonder how Keith and
a
Riker,
great question.
how did they explain the vomit on a cartoon to 6-year-olds?
I don't know.
Okay, well, Nelly, we were
You know
talking.
when your tummy's feeling queasy wheezy, and sometimes you just don't feel that so good?
What part of the game was that in? I can go dig it up. See if
It
I
was
can.
right at the end.
Right
Well,
at the very end?
in the last minute and a half. Well, I mean,
No, it was about 2:30 to play.
no, it was 104 to play.
was
when
it?
he barfed.
Okay.
Yeah, it was 104, but again, it took longer than that to finish the game.
Dude, I don't even
because
know
the
if
Avs scored.
I don't even know if they. Well, it's not like the sensors on those cartoons are going to pick up. There's no sensor for bodily fluid ejecting from anybody, although it would be hilarious if it did.
Kids, Gustafsson just lost his cookies.
Hey.
Who's lost their cookies? Raise your hand.
I had to watch the entire first period via cartoon because for some reason the real broadcast, your broadcast, was not being shown on Fubo. And then they figured it out.
Well, no, Foop.
No, I'm telling you what I went through. You can't tell me what I went through. I'm telling you what I went through.
Here's what I do know. Fubo has a conflict right now with 9 News. They have since November.
Yes.
So 9 News is not on Fubo.
NBC's not carried by Fubo. And for those who are wondering
Well,
why.
no, KTVD is.
I know, KTVD. NBC is not.
That's
and
correct.
99
That
uses
is correct.
NBC.
Correct.
And the reason behind that, I go on and on. Who owns Fubo? Moshe, who owns Fubo?
Warner Brothers? I don't know.
No,
Who?
Disney.
Disney.
ESPN.
Okay.
Who owns NBC?
NBC. Comcast.
So they fight all the time.
Yeah.
They fight all the time. They fight. And now Fubo doesn't carry NBC, and it's whatever. I didn't have.
I like the cartoon.
I'm watching the cartoon. I'm watching the whole first period cartoon. And I'm like, oh my God, this is a lot of talking for Kyle and Mark. They got to talk the entire, like, there's no net sound. I don't know if it hit for young kids. I hope it did. And I'm sure, like, if my kids were that young, they'd probably watch it because it's a cartoon. But oh my God, I couldn't wait for your broadcast. First time I've ever wanted to see your face.
Hang on. Nelly, you told me.
I know that's a lie.
We had this video. So they were exclusively told, Vic, if there is a fight, you cannot hype up the fight. You have to tone it down.
Can they hype up barf?
And so when Landeskog went at Eriksson Ek and threw a stick right in his chin, you can see it happening on the cartoon, but listen to what they have to do.
All right, Cale Makar. Oh, that looks like maybe too many men on the ice. Tell everybody what that means, because that's a tough one.
Well,
what does too many men on the ice mean?
You're only allowed 5 players and a goalie on the ice, but if you accidentally sneak a 6th on there and your team touches the puck, that's illegal. Too many men on the ice.
Oh, we got a little something shaking down. Now, in hockey, we always want you to be respectful and safe. So if you have any sort of confrontation, you just go over to the other teammates, talk to your coaches, and just kind of chill out. That's what we're doing today, just chilling out at Bernie's Mountain Showdown.
Oh my God.
How great is that? How great is that?
I pulled another one from the third period, Moj, if you want to keep having some fun with this.
Yeah. Let's see another one.
Somebody said, hold on, time out. Somebody goes to me, they go, why didn't they send you to New York to do the animated game?
You couldn't do it.
Because
No
I'd be
way
going, would you look at this friggin' dill hole, kids?
No. No.
You
All
want
right.
to
All right,
bite an ankle at this
Okay,
point.
Let's hear this one. Go ahead.
And then also after this, he has a funny way to explain what a penalty is. So this is kind of a longer clip.
Okay.
And I guess the clip got sent to the box. Why is it?
Hang
not?
on, hang on. It's all right. Just reset it, Nelly. Reset it. We'll get it in a second. Isn't that great, though?
Dude,
it looks like we got something going on. Remember, kids, if you have any problems, just go to your bench, talk to your coaches.
Remember,
Talk it through.
Boy, I'll tell
just remember, kids, if somebody mouths off to you, you pop them.
Yeah.
Let me just say this. Having to watch, and I love my boys, Riker and Kiefer. They did a great job. I texted them last night. You guys did a great job. But having to watch an Avalanche loss via cartoon is very much akin to being handed a stuffed animal after winning a silver instead of a gold.
Yeah.
It's the same feeling. It's the same exact feeling. It's like, okay.
I'll tell you what, Quinn Hughes is just sitting behind that net. Somebody's got to go get him.
Yeah, that part made me a little upset. Oh, look at the Avs. This is where you're going to see some pretty physical hockey. All right, now they're talking about things. Now, the best way to handle these situations is just talk it over. Okay. You know what else? This is where we got our rescue pup training. Now, Ski Patrol dogs are basically Avalanche rescue dogs.
Look at the
They're
puppies,
highly
Moj. They're so
trained
cute.
dogs.
Look at
It's
them.
like cutting away from the sex scenes when you're watching Cinemax.
Exactly right. It's like they
Oh
all
my
got together.
God.
All right, they're just talking, and look
a
at
little
these
talky
pretty
pup.
puppies over here.
And we have a trip. Here we go. Oh, I think it's going to be on Marco Sturm of the Minnesota Wild when you trip.
Nico.
That means you put your stick down in your opponent's feet, trip them up, and you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad. In this scenario, we go to the penalty box.
Oh my God. These guys are never going to live this down.
2
Never
minutes
gonna
for
live it
being
down,
bad.
ever.
Go to your
Ever.
room, Vic.
You know, I will say this about the cartoon version, and this is where I give you all the credit in the world, Moshe. I've always said you are a savant for being able to follow the puck the way you do. It is easier to follow the game via cartoon. Do you agree with me, guys? Non-Mosers on this show? It's easier to see the puck.
It ain't that hard.
And then all
a-
the
just a-
trails that the puck leaves behind and all the squish, squish, the hockey skates.
Just admit it. Vic doesn't want to. He would rather watch the cartoon version. That's
No,
what you're
dude,
saying right now.
I'm telling you.
That's what you're saying.
My wife was with me because, anyway, she's watching the game. She's like, what the hell is this? What are you watching? And I told her that this Kyle. I said, and she goes, Kyle works for a cartoon?
Yeah,
Hang on a
he
second.
does now.
I, for the rest of my life, am going to say when somebody has to go to the box, got to go to your room for 2 minutes for being naughty. He's being naughty. He was being bad.
I'm telling you, nothing is more punishing and painful to a true hockey purist than having to watch a loss to the Minnesota Wild at home via cartoon.
Nelly, we got to get Kiefer on the show today because I want to talk about nobody loves the Avs more than Kyle Keefe does. The fact that he had to call a game in child voice against the team he hates the most.
And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
All right.
Take this little stuffed
Good
animal.
God.
We got to talk to Keefe at some point today. So we'll do that.
Well, they're flying back. Their flight is until like 2 this afternoon. I guarantee you, these two guys got like over the past month, like 5-6 free days in New York City.
I know. Why did it take so many? Do you know how many trips they made to New York to prepare
Yeah,
for
a
that?
lot.
How much time?
That's
how much,
because they're being they're being coached up.
Hey.
Go to your bedroom, play with your toys.
I know we're having some fun. I think they did a good job.
They did. I mean, it's not an easy thing. I don't know that I could do it.
You know who else we're talking to today? Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Ben DiNucci is going to be with us at 9:20 this morning. Remember, Ben DiNucci was the guy on February 3rd when Davis Webb was hired as the offensive coordinator. He said, let him call plays immediately.
Yeah.
He said, this is a great move for the Broncos. Now just let him call plays. We'll find out exactly why here in a couple of minutes. By the way, Nelly, when we were doing like a game of phone tag with DiNucci, and he said, got some news, something. Does he have news or not?
I don't know. I guess we'll have to ask the Nooch
Okay.
if he's
Let
got
me
some
ask you a
JMU
question.
news.
So DiNucci's coming. Great job tracking that
Well,
down.
he played at JMU. I know that.
Right.
What does it mean? He's going to go back and help? I don't know. I guess we can have him break it here or try to.
I don't want to take away from the DiNucci segment, but I have one more thing to say about the cartoon. What if Kiefer had slipped like he did to everyone's delight many years ago on the postgame show? Do you remember the
Penis
slip?
McNabb?
Yeah, the Peter McNabb slip. What if he had done that during the cartoon version? What would that have done to that broadcast? Because when he starts laughing, Rycroft starts laughing, and they can't stop laughing.
Well, I think if you have two guys just laughing their tails off, I'm sure the kiddies probably laugh too.
By the way, did Riker call former Av Nico Sturm Marco Sturm?
Well, Marco's a longtime player, now head coach. So yeah,
a little slip there.
yeah. Just,
A lot of people on the text line agree with me. It was much easier to follow the puck via cartoon.
That's
well,
fine.
then open your dang eyes.
No. You know what? I say that Riker and Kiefer go out to New York for every Avs game just to do a private show for Vic.
No, I say this from the bottom of my heart. From the bottom of my heart, with all love and respect and appreciation for my colleagues. I love them. They're so good at what they do. And I say this, I speak this into existence to the Altitude production crew, to everybody who pays our bills, to the NHL, to all the viewers. Never do that again. Ever.
Again, Vic, you weren't the target audience.
I'm going to say this one more time. I never want to see that again.
I actually would love to.
What's the big popular little kid show now? What does your kid watch?
Bluey,
or I mean, a lot of it's YouTube shows actually, like Miss Rachel or Stephen Maggie or something.
I say
like
this
that.
with all due respect. Cancel Bluey. Yeah, I don't like it. Okay, with all due
Oh yeah,
that's Vic. With all due respect, just no more Teletubbies. I mean, take them all in an alley.
Anybody with young kids will understand that these shows, especially these YouTube ones, like the Miss Rachel show. You guys know who Miss Rachel is, don't you?
I have no idea what the hell you're
No.
talking about.
Okay.
Did your kids watch this game yesterday? Your daughter?
Baby Jamal Kale watched a minute. She thought it was funny when Bernie dropped the puck, and then she went back to watching her shows.
Okay, so
I will.
how old is your
She's
child?
3.5. I mean,
So she's not old enough for hockey cartoons.
Attention to detail on a hockey game is not her strong suit yet. No.
My daughter's 20, but in the past years, I would watch some of the shows with her. Man, I liked Good Luck Charlie.
So did I. I like some of those Disney shows.
Yeah, I liked Good Luck Charlie. I liked Jesse. I liked a little bit of Wizards of Waverly Place, a little bit.
My
But
daughter was on that. My daughter was on Wizards of Waverly Place.
She was?
Yeah, Alexis had a guest appearance on that.
That's awesome. Yeah. Where's your wife's pillow commercial? I want to see that again.
That's just a weird.
I know. I want to hear
That's a
from the
weird
parents
thing
and
to
kids.
say.
We're not the target.
Listen, listen, no offense, because your wife did a great job in her pillow commercial. But she's got the pillow, she's fluffing it, she's stroking it, she's doing all this stuff to the pillow. I'm like, Terry, what are you doing with that pillow?
She's selling it, dude.
She sold. Hey, Vic.
Oh, you
with
bought
all
one.
due credit, your wife sold the hell out of that pillow.
Oh yeah. I do want to ask, because I had somebody ask me last night, will the Nuggets do their own cartoon like the Avs did? I said, I have no idea. But I do want to hear from the parents. We are not the target audience, so obviously we're going to mock the hell out of it on this show. But for those of you who are the target audience, who have kids in that age range, did you watch? Did they enjoy? I'm just eager to hear what they thought of it. That's all.
303-504-0925. Ben DiNucci at 9:20 this morning. Stick around.
Flatiron's Fire and Design. They say design because they design a lot of this stuff for you. If you want to buy anything for your outdoor patio, if you want to buy a fireplace, if you want to buy a fire pit, they'll come out with their folks, design it, put it up. You don't have to lift a finger. Located on 5353 Bannock in Denver. That's North I-25. If you want to check out their showroom, it's awesome. FlatironsFire.com. That's FlatironsFire.com. Think of the summer days approaching. Get yourself a pizza oven, relax on the back patio, and watch some cartoon hockey. Nobody does it better. FlatironsFire.com.
All right, Ben DiNucci is going to join us at 9:20 this morning. The big game tonight between the Nuggets and the Thunder that I want to get to in just a few minutes, but just quickly. Remember
0-6-1. My kids 9, 7, and 4. They loved it. Watched the whole first period. My kids 11 and 9. They loved it. My 7-year-old couldn't get into it. My grandson left the room about 5 minutes into the first, played in his room, and for some reason we watched the whole cartoon because we're not that bright, said one texter. Sorry.
No, you're fine. Big game tonight, Nuggets and Thunder that we'll get to in just a few minutes. But first, if you guys remember, the NFL owners voted to not release these report cards anymore, I think, after this year. But there was one left. So we got the report card.
Would they think they were going to hide that? Like, nobody would find it?
Well, here's the thing. Like, I don't know why they'd be so bent out of shape about this. I know that it's a criticism of them, but it's like once a year you do that. I mean, these guys are criticized every time they take the field. I think it's deserved, and I get a hard time believing if they still do these report cards, even though they don't make them public, that these won't leak, but whatever. But I'm fascinated by these. I don't know why. Don't mean anything. The Broncos, ever since the Walton Penner Group have taken over, have always ranked really high in this. They finished 10th overall in this report card, but they got A's kind of everywhere. Here's what I thought was interesting, though. Again, doesn't mean anything, but thought it was weird. They got A's for home game field, for dining area, for training room, for training staff, weight room, strength coaches, defensive coordinator, special teams coordinator. Even Darren Rizzi got an A-. Here's what's funny. This was conducted from November 2nd through December 11th, so Joe Lombardi was still the offensive coordinator. He got a grade of A-.
Whoa.
Do you know what the head coach got?
B+.
It was a B. It was like
Was
the
it a B?
it was the
Solid
lowest
B.
grade of anything that they had on here other than locker room. And I'm just like, weird. Again, not that it means anything, but I do think that that's a little bit odd.
The Broncos had the only card that was turned in where the owner had an A+.
Yes. That also very important in this. And I could see why. You know, the locker room gets a D, but by the time they get to Dove Valley next year, I bet you that's not going to be a D anymore.
That'll be an A+.
Yeah. And that's
Vic, what do you need in a locker room?
You need a locker.
Right.
You
What
need
else do you
carpet,
need?
maybe. A little carpet.
Yep.
You need a shower.
Okay.
How do you like your shower? Do you like the mass shower? Do you like the curtain shower? Like, what kind of showers do they use
Oh,
these days?
I mean, I've showered in them all. Mass showers, curtain shower. I don't know. I guess a little privacy is good.
Wait, what's a mass shower? What's
It's
that?
like when you have like one pole and like 5 shower heads around it. Everybody just stands around the shower head.
Gotcha,
that
gotcha.
kind of,
Yeah.
You know,
You
mass shower. What do you just get in there? And
No,
there's just
no, you
wide.
said a
It's a
curtain.
wide open, and there's just water falling
Prison
down all
shower.
over. Prison shower.
Yeah, that's a better term. Prison shower.
You guys, I've seen these like in when you stay at a hotel. They have these sometimes. What's up with it's the glass, but it's only halfway. Like you can't close it entirely. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen.
Yeah.
that.
There's an opening,
glass
yeah.
windows where it's
I
like
don't
it only
get it
goes
either.
halfway, and water goes everywhere. I'm like,
Yeah, I
what's
don't
the
get
point
it
of
either.
this?
You're
Yeah.
talking to a road shower aficionado here.
Yeah.
Including road bed aficionado, stripper pole beds. I mean,
Yeah.
whatever. I've seen it all and done it all, right? I don't know. It all depends on different configurations and are they in tubs? Are they not in tubs? Do you have the semicircular shower curtain? Is it glass? Is all these different kinds of things? I don't know. But my point is this: I remember one year when the Vancouver Canucks. They hired, over the span of years, after morning skate, they have a personal chef that cooks for each player individually what they want protein-wise and so on and so forth. After morning skate, they hired a sleep therapy consulting company. And Vancouver's way up there. So, I mean, they fly, da-da-da, but trying to find the best biorhythms and all this kind of thing. They put several $1 million into a new locker room that looks like Star Trek. It's just gorgeous, right? Big, semicircular, blah, 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 blah. And they sucked ass. Excuse my language.
No, Moshe, I was just going to say, you know what's amazing about this list every year? The worst teams are always at the top of this thing. And the best teams are always at the bottom. The Chiefs are 27th.
You're so right. What about this theory? That you could be spoiled into mediocrity. That sometimes when everything is too easy, too good, too abundant, you don't dig.
Yeah,
you don't work.
Wait.
Yeah.
So you're saying that when I go watch the Avs practice and I pass a merry-go-round, a ball pit, and an arcade room, go see Nathan McKinnon, maybe that makes him better.
Well, here's no. I think
we all can admit that is one of the weirdest things in the world, isn't it? That you're passing like a merry-go-round and then it's like, oh, McKinnon's right there.
Well, 100%.
Believe me when I tell you, though, I've been to a lot of different other rinks around the league. Some are fancy, talk about practice rinks, some are not. If it has a direct correlation on winning, it's always nice to have perks. It's always nice to have, I think, upgraded facilities, all that kind of thing. I remember the first time I saw when the Texas Longhorns redid their football practice facility, and I saw the inside of the bathroom.
Yeah.
And every stall, every
Urinal
had a TV above the urinal that was nicer
Right.
than any TV in my home.
Yep.
I'm like,
Hey.
here's a college freshman taking a whiz watching TV that's like 4K
the
ultra.
dream.
And I'm like, okay, but is it going to make you tackle better?
Hey, dude.
I get it.
Look no further than arenas. Intuit Dome is the nicest arena I've ever seen.
Right.
It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to win more games there. There are crappy arenas where people win more games. It doesn't matter. Look, we all love perks. I mean, look at us. We're spoiled. We have the nicest radio station probably in America.
They did a pretty good job building this joint. I would say, bosses, nice job. But does it make you a better broadcaster, Brett? Are we doing a better show right this second than we did back at the old place next to Shotguns?
No, I'm too spoiled. Remember when my headphones never worked and I had to like bang the top of the console to get things to work?
remember that.
Remember that?
That was awesome.
Remember when the chair was so beat up you couldn't even sit on it anymore?
Right. Yeah.
It
It's when we were at our best.
It looked like a flock of crows came in and just pecked it to death. That was awesome.
I still remember. You guys remember every day, like 3 times a show, I went.
Yes,
I had
do.
to bang the table because only one side of my headphones was
Well,
working.
it wore out over the years. So you're telling me the facilities got a bad grade, or what was it?
No, the facilities. The locker room got a bad grade. That will change when they have this new Dove Valley next year.
There's been a lot said about facilities and whether or not they equate to wins and championships. It's hard to argue in Denver, given the fact that both teams have won a championship. The Broncos are on the cusp of a championship. At the end of the day, how does it factor? Like, does showering in a better shower make you play better? What does it mean? What's the end game here? The Chiefs had the worst possible grades for facilities, for ownership, all of that. And they ran a dynasty for a few years.
I'm telling you, the Chiefs training camp is played at a college that was in my conference. I've been in the locker room that they are in. I know why they hate it. Guess who got the worst home game field, by the way? Yeah, the Giants gave it
And
an
the Jets?
F. Yeah, both F minuses for what they play on.
Oh, my God.
I mean, that's been a topic forever.
I don't know. I've never been to that stadium, so I don't know what the turf
It's
looks
awful.
or feels
it's
like.
It's hard. It feels like the old veterans. Remember in Philly?
Yeah,
Remember that?
Now, I have been there. Brett, you see, this is where you youngins don't understand. I've been to the old Astrodome. I've been to the old Veterans Stadium in Philadelphia. You know what it was, Brett? It was a thin layer of, mashed grass on concrete.
Yes.
I'm not even joking. There's no padding in there, bro. You're getting tackled on concrete on a fake layer of thin grass. It was insane.
Dude, I'm just looking through this.
Insane.
Every single team, for the most part, says their field sucks. Like every single team. I've seen 2 A's so far.
Well, that's the league. That's players telling you they want real grass. That's players telling you, and that's where the Broncos are better than most. The Broncos replace their turf twice a season. Nobody does that.
Vic, when teams used to play in a
And the Broncos got an A, but they're one of the A's, yeah.
So, by the way, at Veterans Stadium, it was all artificial turf except for the bases for baseball. They had dirt. they would just slim the dirt down and then stick a piece of turf over, fake turf over.
Yeah.
Over second base. But they didn't even do that in San Francisco and Oakland, dude. They would literally play on the infield.
Well, yeah, I know.
You could see the infield as they played football.
I love Janikowski kicking off the dirt.
It feels like barbarianism, but that's what it was.
There's a line you cross from old and nasty to vintage. For example, 2007 World Series. I remember going from Coors Field, which is luscious and beautiful and luxurious. Everything about Coors is just it's a delicious ballpark.
It's a cathedral.
It really is. It's very well maintained, everything well groomed. I went from there to historic Fenway. Historic for a reason, because it's old. It's old.
Yeah.
And there's parts of it they're nasty. And they're like, what is this? But nobody complains because it crosses the line to vintage.
Well, Vic, when I went to a Notre Dame game years ago when they played against Navy, I remember I walked in the stadium and it felt like I went to a time machine.
Yeah.
And I remember I was sitting in there. I was like, you couldn't give me one Jumbotron in here to look at a replay?
They've since added a few.
I know they have.
Yeah.
At that time, though, I was like, I can't see a replay in this place? Really?
I agree.
It's all about perspective. I grew up going to Old Candlestick Park and Old Oakland Coliseum, the one where recently, before they moved to Sacramento, the A's had raccoons living in the ceiling. Remember that?
Yep.
Remember? Was it the opposing play-by-play booth? Raccoons.
It's right before Kavnar took over.
The rats fell out, or the raccoons fell out of the ceiling. Okay. Those places were dumps.
Mm-hmm.
But when I lived in Chicago, going to Wrigley Field, technically dump.
But nostalgia.
But
yeah, exactly.
Fenway. Technically, Vic, the old wrought iron with the metal flaking, the paint peeling off the metal, the wrought iron stanchions and whatnot. Oh, dude, that's vintage nostalgia. If that's in Oakland, like, this place is crap.
The funniest thing I've ever seen.
Hysterical, man.
Going to the old Oakland Coliseum where the Raiders played. They have a dugout where the players walk out of the dugout, basically, because they play baseball there.
Yeah.
And in that dugout, in the corner of the dugout, behind a door that doesn't even have a hinge on it, there's a toilet.
Yes.
And that toilet doesn't have a toilet seat. It's one of those old toilets that just sits there. And you know why it's there. Guys gotta go. But there's not even a door.
Yeah. Dude.
What is this, like one of those trenches that they built in like old style castles? Where you go to the top floor and it just drops to the ground?
Game of Thrones type of stuff? Yeah.
Hey, just
last thing. My first time to Old Yankee Stadium. The old joint. Years and years and years and years and years ago. I got to go take a whiz. And, of course, they had the old troughs.
They have them at Air Force Academy still.
I love a good trough.
They still got them at the Academy.
And so I had to get
West Stands.
I had to get on my cell phone. They were kind of newish at the time, right? Call my dad.
Dad, did you show him?
No, I didn't. No, there's no phone cameras back in that long ago.
You taking photos and video in a trough would have been interesting.
I'm like, oh man, guess what? I have no idea. So I'm taking a whiz in a trough at Old Yankee. I mean, but this is quote nostalgia.
I don't know how to explain this to our women that are listening. Peeing on ice is fun. I don't know how else to put it to you.
Well, there was no ice at Yankee Stadium, but yeah, I get what you're saying.
Peeing on ice is just it's a more enjoyable experience.
It's a game. You're playing. It's like it's my version of cartoon avalanche hockey.
Those are the new the aluminum ones and all that. Okay, fine. This is old cast iron trough, bro.
Right.
Hey, man.
Savor the
See how much ice I can melt today.
Hey, Johnny.
Exactly.
Hey, Johnny, come on over here. Take a whiz in the cast iron trough.
That's my game, though. It's like, how many pieces of ice can I melt?
And you aim at just one piece?
Oh,
or you move it around?
And then it's like, dude, it's like I'm in a Black Hawk helicopter. I mow one down, and then I go to the next one.
Yeah. Brett
it's
pretends.
so funny.
Yeah,
Brett
pretends he's a nom. Yeah, Brett's a nom outside of a
baby.
Huey.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, just quickly,
Oh,
can you guys guess who finished first place overall on this report card? What team?
The Broncos.
Nope. They were 10th.
Jaguars?
Really?
Who?
The Dolphins, who are terrible at everything, who have an owner who doesn't know his own coach's name.
Well, wait a minute. The Broncos had some immensely good grades.
Jeff.
F.
All right. A lot more to get to. Ben DiNucci at 9:20. Stick around. Oh, that's the sound of money. And I need to win this tonight. I need to win this Mega Millions at $458 million because I got to buy like 50 of these Bruno Mars albums, and I got to buy a whole bunch of tickets because it's incredible. But if you download Tulatero, you get a chance to win a whole bunch of that cash too. Tulatero, the favorite lottery app of many. Play all your favorite games, Mega Millions, Powerball, Lucky for Life. And this week, today, it ends. If you use my code MAGIC after downloading that Tulatero app, $5 to play in your first lottery game. So download the Tulatero app right now, Tulotero, and use that code MAGIC. It's $5 to play in your first lottery game. Mega Millions, $458 million. It's Tulatero, your lottery app. Yeah,
Oh.
let that new Bruno ride, Nelly. Let that new Bruno ride. Turn it up. Turn it up.
You say you have to get this new album. Can't you just download it on Spotify?
No. Vic, I'm a record snob. Vinyl, baby. Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up. Let's hear it. Get it. Look, if this doesn't make you happy, then you're never going to be happy. That's it. Oh, use those tiny hands, Vic. All right. I love it. I'm going to need more, Nelly. I'm going to need more of this. What? Most don't you dare give me that look and act like you don't like this.
Do you know when Bruno Mars was 14 years old, he and his father slept in my brother's studio there in Denver and did one of their first albums there? Yeah.
He's 14.
Yeah.
I know he was, when he was a kid, he was an Elvis impersonator of all things.
They came to Denver, of all places, and they recorded some stuff at his studio. And at that time, nobody knew who he was or what he was.
Right. That's crazy.
I mean, he's a phenomenal talent. It just seems that particular song we just played, it's very upbeat, very uplifting. It's a happy song. I completely agree with you. It just sounds an awful lot like 50 other songs over the years.
How dare you.
That's all.
Oh, so now you know what I mean when I talk to you about your 80s hair
It's
music.
true. It's exactly what he said.
I
about your
fully
music.
admit that my intuition, my judgment on that matter is crap according to everybody else. So I fully admit it. I'm not casting judgment or anything of that nature. I'm just simply making an observation.
I know. That's why music is always going to be subjective, and that's why it's dangerous to throw that on this show, because it's a subjective thing. Everyone moves to different tunes.
You know what's not subjective? Having Shea on the floor tonight and having this be a tough game.
I knew he was coming back.
Yeah.
When they said maybe a week, last week they said maybe a week, I said, you mean he's going to be there for... Let me tell you something. There's a degree of competitiveness from the OKC Thunder. Not even a degree. They want to stick it to the Nuggets. They do.
Yeah.
You could tell. They try to play their best against the Nuggets. And tonight, it will be a challenge. They won't have Jalen Williams, but they have Shea back.
Well, they aren't. I mean, it's probably has a little bit to do with the Nuggets. It also has to do with the Spurs, after winning 11 in a row, are now 1.5 games back of OKC for first place. Remember, Vic, before the All-Star break, we were like, yeah, maybe the Nuggets can catch the Spurs. I don't think they're catching the Spurs. I don't think so at all. Like the Spurs, it's a two-horse race now for who's going to get first and second in this division or this conference. And I think they're highly motivated because they're watching them surge in the standings.
I think you might be resigned to the fact that your second round series might be on the road if you don't take care of business.
Yeah. No, it's going to be. Like, I hate to say this, but do you think the Nuggets can go on a run like the Spurs are going on right now? Because I got a tough time seeing it.
11 in a row. 11 in a row. You're right.
You know, it's
I don't
crazy. It's crazy because they used to do that, and we used to think they could do that. No problem. But this version of the Nuggets, on any given night, you're like, golly, are they going to play defense or are they not? Is Joker going to be aggressive or is he not?
I'm going to ask you guys.
Who's banged up? Who's in? Who's out? Who's what?
A very simple question. This is a very simple question. Because at the start of the season, if I had raised this question to you, you probably answer it differently than you would tonight. At the start of the season, if I said, hey, you think the Nuggets can win at OKC? With that assemblage of talent, with that roster?
No.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah, of course.
Wait. You mean with whose assemblage of what?
At the beginning of the year.
At the beginning of the season.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. I guess I didn't pay attention to that part of it. Yeah, then yes. The answer is yes.
Okay.
I thought, you know what? If it comes down to the Western Conference Final, I like the Nuggets. I give them more than a puncher's chance to defeat Oklahoma City.
I'm trying to be kind, but tonight it would be a welcome, pleasant surprise to see the Nuggets win at OKC.
Well, yeah. And look, they're capable of doing that still. The question I have, they didn't say exactly what was wrong with Jamal, but it sounded,
sick.
Well, I know that, but it sounded a lot like a norovirus thing to me. If that's the case, I don't know if he's going to be good enough to play tonight. Takes a toll on you.
Yeah.
It does take a toll. So that's also a big factor here.
Beware of sick or injured Jamal Murray. That's when he has his best games. I mean, take a look at his history.
Agreed.
If had any issues, he comes back the next game and goes off.
Vic, I know they're an 8.5-point underdog. I get that.
That's a big number.
It is. They're an 8.5-point dog. But why? I mean, shouldn't we consider the Denver Nuggets a team capable of going in and winning that game?
Well, what have they done in recent weeks to convince you they can?
No, understood and completely agreed. I'm just saying, man, why are we so...
It's a weird feeling.
The Nuggets used to be able to go into anywhere and win anywhere. Not that they would. I'm just saying they had the capabilities of doing it. Now we're like, God, it's going to take a friggin' miracle from nowhere.
They've won 21 games on the road, tied for the most road wins in the NBA this season.
Then why are we sitting here on a Friday morning at 7:52 going,
I don't know.
Crap, they're going to get worse?
That's why I'm raising the question. Why is it? Is it just us? Are we feeble pessimists? Are we scared of our own shadow? What is it?
I don't feel that way. I think the Nuggets can win tonight.
Okay, I mean, where would you place their chances of winning 1 to 10?
Like a 5.
Okay, so 50-50?
No, I don't
think this game's 50-50?
No, I don't. I think it's more like 38.6%. That's what it feels like to me.
Well,
Hang on. Feels to me like in a game like this, so much has to go right for the Nuggets to beat OKC on the road that it's almost a joke.
I don't think so at all. No.
I hope you're right. That's what it feels like.
This is assuming Jamal is playing. I'm like a 5. Now, look, if you're asking me in a 7-game series, do I think that Oklahoma City wins it right now? Yeah, I do. But if you guys remember, the Nuggets weren't exactly world beaters last year. And they had less depth than they have right now.
Yeah.
And they had 3 guys that were playing through pretty brutal injuries. And they took them to 7 games.
Yeah.
Agreed. But they also had a more consistent mindset.
And Oklahoma City did the same thing last year where they breezed through the regular season. I just think it's a different animal.
Brett,
if you tell me...
They had a more consistent mindset and a more angst-ridden mindset than they do right now. On any given night, it's let it go, or now we're going to buckle down, or let it go. I mean, you just don't know what you're going to get.
So you'd be surprised if they win? You would be surprised if the Nuggets win tonight?
Unfortunately,
believe it or
yes.
not, I think...
I shouldn't be. Bless you.
Yeah, get those demons out.
What's weird about this, I like their chances better on the road at OKC than at home against OKC, which is absolute lunacy, but it's the truth. I think they relax more. I think it's a different team on the road. If the Nuggets play defense the way they did against Boston, if they navigate through picks, if they really show that intensity because Oklahoma City plays a lot of that style, man. They work the ball around, take a lot of threes. That's what they do. And then you have to deal with Shea. Who guards Shea? What sucks in this game, because they didn't have him in the last game, what sucks is not having Peyton Watson to guard Shea, because he really is a great cover for him.
Yeah.
They didn't have him the last time they played them as well. And having Peyton Watson and his length is really a difference maker against Shea. So who guards him? I don't know. It'd probably be CB to start.
I don't think it's unfair.
Spencer Jones on him.
I just don't think it's unfair to ask the Nuggets to go win a road game like. If you truly are
if you're a championship team,
contender,
right.
That's what I'm saying.
It's not unfair to ask them to go into OKC and actually pull out a dub.
Okay,
but are you guys
at what point, though?
Are you guys out of that category with them right now?
I feel like I am, and I don't want to be, but I feel
is
like
it
I
unfair?
am.
Is it unfair to ask them to do that without their 2 best defenders?
Oh, it makes it more difficult, but they can still win.
Understand, but this is it's a game of matchups. We talk about it all the time. And the matchup they need in this game is Peyton Watson against Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Peyton Watson's not playing. That's a huge, huge problem. Huge. His length gives him problems.
Well, give Bruce a lot of minutes. Like, here's what I think this game should be. We know what OKC is going to do defensively. They're going to smack and hit and force the refs to blow the whistle, and the refs won't want to do that every possession. I think you need to do the same thing on the opposite side. I think Bruce Brown and Spencer Jones need to go out and match whatever sort of physicality that they're bringing on the other side. We can get back to this in a bit. Game's at 7:42 tonight, to be exact, right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Kiefer is going to join us at 8:20 to talk about cartoons. You guys cool with that? Ben DiNucci is going to join us at 9:20.
But tell Kiefer, Nelly, tell him, he has to do the entire interview in his cartoon voice. In that same demeanor, that same
He has to talk to us as if we're children.
Exactly. That
Yeah.
same narration.
That's
I
what's gotta happen.
refuse to talk to adult Kiefer.
Yes. No, Kiefer's an adult.
We're the kids.
When I bring him on, should I call him Dad?
Pop, pop.
Hi, Pop, Pop.
Miss you, Pop Pop.
Hey,
Miss you, Pop Pop.
there's something that's been discussed that I think would be great, and I have no idea how this could ever happen. We'll get to it next.
Yeah, I figured out why my washing machine wasn't working yesterday. It wasn't turning on. Something with the fuse box. I went down there, turned a bunch of buttons, and it started working again. Problem is it keeps happening. So I got to call somebody because I can't fix it. AAA Service Plumbing, Heating, and Electric. You heard the term, everyone. Plumbing, heating, and electric. Right now, they have a $49 furnace safety and efficiency inspection that prevents breakdowns, improves efficiency, ensures your furnace is safe to run all winter. So don't get your hands on it. It could get ugly. Leave it to the pros. Schedule your appointment now. AAAtoday.com. That's AAAtoday.com.
All right, the voice of the cartoon Avalanche, Kyle Keefe, will join us in 20 minutes, so stay tuned for that. Ben DiNucci is going to break down why he thinks giving play calling duties to Davis Webb is a great idea. That'll be at 9:20. In the meantime, I saw this report from John Heyman yesterday, and allow me my 3 minutes of baseball today. First of all, Rockies continue to get production from the young boys. Did you see Charlie Condon? Second home run of spring training. He's hitting 6 hundos so far in spring for the Rockies, along with your boy, Moj, TJ Rumfield. Another homer, third consecutive at bat with a dinger. That happened yesterday.
That's super good, dude.
By the
Brady,
way,
I heard you. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Finish up and then I'll
just
get
a
on
quick
you.
Charlie Condon quote from after the game.
Just good to get this experience against, the best in the league. Just sharing time in the locker room with these guys, getting settled as a group, so everybody can see we're playing really good ball right now. So just trying to keep that going moving forward.
Bullpen not great right now. Victor Vodnik is worrying me a bit. But yes, Moj, what were you going to say?
Do you know who the Rockies teed up yesterday? Vic.
What team they teed up? What do you mean?
Well, they teed up the Giants, but do
Yeah.
you know which pitcher specifically they forced into an ERA of 15?
No.
Blade Tidwell.
Yeah.
What?
Who's Blade Tidwell?
It's a player.
Any relation to the Tidwell from
Jerry Maguire?
Jerry
Rod
Maguire?
Tidwell? No. Well, could be. I don't think so, but could be.
What's your point?
Hey, did you see some of the Rockies' young guys teed off on a guy who's going to be out of ball in about a month?
I don't know if you understand how baseball works.
I guess I don't.
You know, if you sent Aaron Judge to the minors, Aaron Judge doesn't hit 420. It's because they're still pitchers and they're still kind of good
Yeah, but
because they're professionals.
in spring training teams, did you see how many Yankees were on the field?
Yes, this is what spring training is. Why are you surprised by this? A bunch of people
There's
play.
857 guys out there, every arm in the system.
Okay, whatever. Then we'll just move on from that.
No,
I want to get to the other thing.
In fact, I don't want to move on. I want to sit here and talk about the Rockies and their 119. It's hard for me to get excited.
Moj, you can just
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
just give me my 3 minutes of baseball
just let him talk and
without
get it over
complaining
with?
about the 3 minutes. It's 3 minutes of your life. Just let me get
Let
the
him-
3
just
minutes
let
out.
the guy talk.
My biological clock is ticking like this.
My biological clock is ticking like this.
And you wanted to talk about baseball for 3 minutes.
Here's the other thing. John Heyman had a report yesterday that early estimates suggest the proposed salary cap that they're trying to get in baseball for after this year, which will undoubtedly lead to a lockout,
Right.
is going to be set around $260 to $280 million.
Oh, my God. That's the upper echelon of where we're at right now.
And the floor will be 140 to 160. The floor would affect far more teams than the ceiling.
100%.
So just to be clear, let's just say it's the highest mark, that it's the 280 estimated, okay? The Dodgers would have to shed $100 million in salary. The Mets would have to shed about $80 million. The Yankees would have to have about 50. And then two other teams, Philly and Toronto, would have to shed salary. Do you know how many teams would have to get to that threshold, even if it's on the bottom end, the $140 million?
I would say 20 teams.
Miami, Cleveland, Chicago, Washington, Tampa, the Rockies, the Twins, the Cardinals, the Pittsburgh Pirates, the Brewers, the A's. So there you go. Those teams would have to add
11
money to their
to get to the
salary to get
floor.
to the floor.
Okay.
So it affects far more teams at the bottom than it does the teams at the top.
So then what's the problem here?
The only issue that I see is if you're a team like the Dodgers or you're a team like the Mets or you're a team like the Yankees, how do you go about doing this when guys are making $70 million a year?
Yeah. How do you get there without slicing and dicing?
Did you say John Heyman?
Yes.
John Heyman.
Yeah.
Did you see freezing cold the takes exposed yesterday?
I did see that, yeah.
Vic.
I mean,
No.
John Heyman's kind of a...
June 25th,
Ugh.
June 25th, 2018. Sources. Franchise star Nikola Jokic expected to agree on a 5-year, $146.5 million max deal with the Nuggets after the team option is declined. Heyman chimes in with a quote tweet. Breaking. Guy I've never heard of likely to sign for $1/7 of $1 billion. Some other guy goes, hey, dude, that's your fault if you haven't heard of him. Dude's the future center of the NBA position, or he's the future of the center position.
Mm-hmm.
And Heyman says, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah, he was wrong. Baseball guy didn't know
What
basketball.
year was this?
Take that L on the way out.
Long time ago, yeah. Now, look, I'm not
Heyman, you mean the guy who's completely inept?
I'm not a big Heyman guy
Hey,
to start with.
To
But
defend him, he wasn't the only one. Remember, Nick Wright had the same situation occur to him.
Okay. Hey, guess what, Brett? One dill hole knucklehead had a bad take, and another dill hole knucklehead had a bad take. How about that?
the question is, how do teams that have multiple players making 70, 60, $50 million contracts get underneath this without messing everything up?
Yeah, there's no way. How did the Dodgers suddenly get out of all those deals that are long-term deals, that are pay-me-later deals? How?
Yeah, and how does deferred money work, and how does that count against the cap? Like, if you think about it this way, Moj, Juan Soto's making $70 million a year. That's a fourth of the cap.
You may have to grandfather in those teams and just say
grandfather in Shohei and his deferred $600 million.
That's the only way to do it.
If it gets you to
it's not the only way to do it. Do it. If you're going to do it right. If you're going to lose a season, then lose a season correctly.
It's the only way to do it with guys under contract. What don't you understand about
the
that?
NHL had guys under contract. You know what they said? Hey, I don't care if your payroll is $65 million. You're down to $39. Suck it. The Avs lost Adam Foote and Peter Forsberg. No, I'm not doing this. No.
It's not $70 million a year that you're talking about. Though.
I don't care. If you're going to lose a season and you're going to eat that pain, then eat all the pain. Eat it all.
But what if this is the only way to get a cap in the sport? That's the only thing they agree to.
You're letting your enmity toward the Dodgers affect your judgment here, and it's not going to change that rapidly. It's not. It just can't. They have too much money invested in those players.
So what? Shed players. The Avalanche had to do it. Other teams around the NHL had to do it when they lost a season. The Avalanche had to shed almost half their salary.
It's not going to happen. I'm just telling you what's not going to happen.
Well, then you know what? Then don't fix baseball. I don't care. You know what? At this point, let me be on record. Old Vic Lombardi, the old school Vic, 7 years ago Vic. I don't care. I don't care. If you're not going to fix it right, then don't fix it at all. I don't care.
But I'm just saying maybe you have to come to a compromise in the short term. For the long term of having a salary cap, which you want. Perhaps that's the case. Anyway, there's your 4 minutes of baseball. Did you guys hear Sean Payton on with Pat McAfee yesterday?
Yeah.
And I got this vibe. Sean Payton is beaming at this combine. I think he kind of misses being on Fox, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
He wants to spit out some takes, you can tell.
And just a quick reminder, Ben DiNucci, the one and only, will join us at what time?
9:20.
9:20.
9:20. Ben DiNucci was in that room at the facility prepping for that AFC title game, which went south, obviously, but he's going to join us with some intel on Davis Webb at 9:20.
He told McAfee the story Sean Payton did about the first time he gave up play calling duties.
In 2011, fractured my tib plateau in a Tampa Bay game. A play came into the sideline, and it was, a surgery Monday. It was like a 9-month recovery. But anyway, all during the week, I'm in the hospital, and I tell Pete, hey, you're going to have to run the meetings, call the plays. We're playing the Colts Sunday Night Football. I remember I'm in the press box, and Pete's calling the game. We win 63 to something.
Yeah.
I said to Pete, you are killing me. I'm getting ready to do a new contract. I'm up in the press box. We score record total points in the history of the Saints organization. I got pissed at Fred Gaudelli because I had a dip in, and they put the camera. And I got busted with the dip in.
I think he really misses the media stuff on his own terms. He doesn't like the press conference setting, but he likes when he can just kind of go and riff it a little bit with the boys.
See how why is it that during the season he gets so bent, and then in those kind of interviews he's so likable?
Well, you see that and you're like, we've always wondered, like, gosh, these players really seem to love Sean Payton, and we don't see really the personality that he's got to be great behind the scenes.
Solid B.
That's it.
Get a solid B.
What's a solid B?
Head coach for the Broncos.
Oh, on the
solid
report card?
Solid B.
I totally see what you're saying, though, Brett. He sounds so approachable, reasonable, affable.
Yes,
that's what he sounds like in those interviews. And then you throw him in front of Luka.
demeanor changes a little bit. That's got to be, like, I'm approaching the territory of him and Luke is a bit.
Evan.
My name's Luca. Also.
Okay, perfect.
What was the thing that they had in the playoffs where he said he was messing with him and so did Luca, but then...
Oh, it was about Nick Benito blocking downhill.
Oh, yeah.
What do you know about running downhill?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what he said, basically, if you, that quote is regarding having somebody else run the offense. He did it in New Orleans that week.
That was Pete Carmichael, by the way.
Yeah. So now Davis Webb takes over, and he's fine with it, dude. It sounds to me as if Sean Payton has thought it through. He's ready to give up the reins. We will talk to DiNucci and ask how much of the reins will he give up? All of them or just one rein? There are two reins when you're riding. Dude, for those of us who grew up riding horses up and down.
Right. Lookout Mountain. Lookout Mountain, yeah.
Yeah. There are two reins. Yeah, one in the right hand, one in the left. Which rein is he going to give up?
Yeah, just like that.
Ow.
I wonder if this is going to be
it's
like...
right there. It's right there, Brett. Ow.
Did either of you guys watch Succession on HBO?
Yeah.
Do you think he's going to pull Logan Roy and just at the last second, he's just going to be like, no, I know I promised this to you, but it's mine still.
I'm the eldest boy!
I love that scene so much. I mean, just think about this. A grown man trying to take over a multi-billion-dollar company thinks he deserves it because why, Nelly?
Yeah. I'm the eldest boy!
I love it.
There is something
we're not even going to talk about the McAfee show laughter.
What? It's like typical laughter. It's when we have coaches on and players, we laugh. We give a courtesy laugh.
I'm not sure that Jared Bednar has ever said anything in his life that made me went,
Oh, really? Oh, really?
Yeah.
Anybody who's listening to this show for any reasonable amount of time, you tell us.
I've got chuckles.
Has
and
Moser
smiles.
ever given a guest a courtesy laugh?
No.
To be fair, I do it a lot, but I courtesy laugh you two.
There are real chuckles and smiles.
I'm nice.
They're genuine and real, but they're not.
All right, let me hear the laugh. Let's see if it's crazy.
Hold on, Moser. What about this one that I have saved?
Oh.
That's one that you gave to Jake Plummer.
That's genuine. Is that fake?
Sound like you were choking on your burritos.
Oh, you want to choke? If you want to choke, you call me. I got you.
Easy. Hang on. Let me hear that. Let me hear the laugh from McAfee. I want to see if it's out of line. Was that an out-of-line media laugh?
For Drew to have it.
Yes. Yeah, Drew Brees, first ballot Hall of Famer.
I'm up in the press box.
Okay, whoever that, there's one ha-ha that
let me hear that whole thing. Go back. Stop. Go back to the beginning. Go back to the beginning. I want to hear all of these together.
We win 63 to something.
Yeah.
I said to Pete, you were killing me. I'm getting ready to do a new contract. I'm up in the press box. We score a record total points in the history of the Saints organization. Anyway, I got pissed at Fred Godelli because I had a dip in, and they put the camera. And I got busted with the dip in.
I mean, some courtesy laugh at you.
That's not excessive. It's about what we would do.
I agree. I think that's about our level of courtesy laugh. Now, the worst one I've ever heard.
Speak for yourself.
You are such a fraud about yourself.
He is. He's in denial.
You're such a fraud about yourself.
No, yesterday I had a total epiphany. You guys put me straight. In fact, I'm going to credit you both. On my deathbed, when somebody asks, "Hey, Moj, what was the day that you were set straight?" I'm going to say, you know what it was? February 2026, at about 9:02 in the morning. Brett and Vic set me straight on life, music, sports, the combination of all. Never again. And that was the day. On my deathbed, I'm going to say, Father, that's the day I shut my hole.
Yeah.
How about this drop of...
Hang on. I think the worst example of a courtesy laugh that is obnoxious. Do you guys remember? Do you have it, Nelly?
I'm looking for it, but I have an obnoxious laugh from someone on this own show who was laughing at a joke that he made.
What the hell was that?
That was you.
That was you.
What was the joke?
You said
That's
Moser.
a pig.
You said
That's
Moser's
a boar.
Moser's
That's a
first
wild
crush
boar.
was Ethel from I Love Lucy. Was Moser's first
yeah.
crush?
Play the whole joke. It's worth the laugh.
I
Come
don't
on.
think he has the whole thing.
Play the whole. You got to play the whole line because that was a line that was delivered perfectly. It was good.
If he does say so himself.
I mean, look, there's one thing I know about Vic. Nobody is more proud to hear a joke than Vic hearing a joke that he
Dude,
said.
I hit him
doubt
with some,
about it.
Hey, Brett, you have to admit, in the last few months, I have hit him with some bangers.
You've had a couple. Nelly, I got to hear this on the way to break. We're going to talk to Kyle Keefe here in just a second and get his thoughts on calling cartoons yesterday. Which
Moser's childhood crush. Moser's when he was Ethel Mertz from I Love Lucy.
Yes. Courtesy lap yourself. But if you guys remember, when the Kelsey brothers had Prime on their show, and remember, it was something about like, I didn't learn anything from watching from the bench, is all that he said. And the howl of a laugh from Jason Kelsey was so out of control, unhinged. I think that it's going to go down as the worst example of a courtesy laugh in any interview. All right, so let's hear it.
Back up Lamar for 10 more years.
For sure.
I've never sat on the bench and said, well, I learned a lot today.
Is that not? That? It's Jason. Well, it's both Kelsey brothers, but it's Jason Kelsey.
Oh, my God.
Let me play that again.
Back up Lamar for 10 more years.
For sure.
I've never sat on the bench and said, well, I learned a lot today.
That's the most intense laugh I've ever heard.
I know.
One of the funniest. Jesus, God almighty. One of the funniest shows I've ever watched in my entire life was the old Eddie Murphy Raw. And Delirious as well. They were spectacularly funny from Eddie Murphy. And not one time did I ever even remotely approach a Jason Kelsey laugh like that. That's... You know what?
Did you have one of these, though?
Look at me, I'm a harp seal.
It's not my fault. You don't laugh. You live in this swimming pool of dread. That's what you live in. These muddy waters of depression.
Throw him a fish.
All right. Now that we get on to more serious things, let's talk about cartoons with Kyle Keefe next.
What do they say at the start of a big race? Gentlemen, start your engines. They probably should do that at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because that's what they do, guys. You know me. Testosterone treatment, had some low T, got it taken care of. If you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, get that taken care of. But it's not only that. In the new year, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic going further. 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDAs, and more. All designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. You are going to look and feel fantastico. But you've got to do yourself a favor, and you've got to go to the website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They've got locations all over Colorado, 5 different ones from the Springs all the way up to Fort Collins, and they can take care of you. A lot of guys wait a year or longer. You don't have to do that. We're almost to March. Get yourself ready to go and have a great, great, great summer coming up. The initial consultation, only $99, and you got a lot that comes with that. So call them today and schedule your appointment. Get in there. Take care of yourself, guys. 720-440-7900. You'll feel better than you have in years. That number again, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900.
Oh, we got a little something shaking down. Now, in hockey, we always want you to be respectful and safe. So if you have any sort of confrontation, you just go over to your other teammates, talk to your coaches, and just kind of chill out. That's what we're doing today, just chilling out at Bernie's Mountain Showdown. We'll take a break. We'll be right back as Marty Natchez has tied it up at 1.
And we have a trip. Here we go. Oh, I think it's going to be on Marco Sturm of the Minnesota Wild. When you trip, that means you put your stick down in your opponent's feet, trip them up, and you got to go to your bedroom. 2 minutes for being bad. In this scenario, we go to the penalty box.
Let's go to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Kiefer, can you do this whole interview like you are talking to a 7-year-old, please?
Well, you guys are really good when you talk into the microphone.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God. Oh, yeah.
Was it fun, Kiefer?
Yes, it was, but I literally, as I'm listening to that little thing you guys just played, I might want to puke. Like, I've never done that in 6 hours.
Puke. All right, hang on a second.
Awesome.
We aren't letting him in on the bit here, but it's all right.
I know the laugh track. I was listening. I know exactly what you're doing. And Travis Kelce or whoever sounds like an idiot.
Yeah.
Well, I got to give you kudos, first of all. I watched the entire first period of you and Rycroft, and I thought you guys did a wonderful job. You guys did a lot of talking. I didn't realize how much talking you had to do.
Oh, buddy.
You got to be sore this morning from all the talking. But you got me to do something that you know me well. I hate cartoons. I've been on the record. I hate them. I don't watch them. I don't do cartoons. I don't do them. I did a cartoon last night. I watched one. And I can honestly say I never want to watch that again.
Okay, so let's just dive into this. So you know how mad I can get. Mose knows how mad I can get during a game.
Yeah, sure.
My number one team that I hate the most is the Minnesota Wild.
Oh, my God.
So,
That's true.
Nightmare.
So I have to watch this game, and I'm not watching the regular feed. I'm watching a cartoon. So if there is a skirmish or a fight like Landy, when he gave the elbow or Natchez got into it, my screen just starts shaking. Like it looks like that something's wrong. Like the cartoon is just like freaking out, and I'm like, you can't do that to that boy. That boy. You can't. We don't want to do that because then Mom and Dad, they'll send you to your room, and you know what? You'll have to sit there with no TV and no devices. So we got to be really about ours.
Did you ever break back into real Kiefer? I mean, did you allow that to happen at any point?
Yeah, commercial breaks. I'm throwing all kinds of stuff at the wall. I'm telling Riker I hate his guts and I want to punch him. And I mean, there's so much rage going on because it's a massive hockey game, right? And I'm like, oh my God. But look, they would remind you a couple times we would get a little hockey-ish. You're like, oh, there's a power play coming right here. The Avs got to figure out a way to somehow get Natchez involved. And they're like, no. And then you go, and Marty's over there playing with a puck.
No, I couldn't do it. I could not. You're a better man than I am. I couldn't do it.
Keith, we mentioned this. I go, what had to be so brutal is that you had to keep the kid tone when we know, and I know you mentioned it earlier, you hate the Wild, you love the Avs, and the Avs were getting beaten up and constantly going to the box. Like, it had to be terrible.
The 3 penalties in a row, I literally was looking over at the control room and looking back at Kroll, and I was like, all right, that's the third person that's in the box. So what they need to do now is light a stick of dynamite underneath the bench. No, I'm just kidding, kid. Just a little baby candle and have your mom light. No, but I mean, look.
Don't play with fire.
I will say this. Guys, it was an incredible opportunity to do something like that. Like if you're not trying that stuff. And I got a lot of texts from people that said, hey, my daughter and I or my son and I, we don't really understand hockey. We don't get it. So thank you for describing that stuff. And, the pictures of the kids and stuff. And I know it can be frustrating for hockey people to be like, hey, this isn't, that's not my cup of tea. But it was fun to do. I'm glad I did it. And I will tell you this, because after it got over, we went and had a couple glasses of wine in the lobby. It's
shocker.
we didn't get out of there till 12:15. Well, I woke up this morning at like 4 in the morning and just having nightmares of cartoons attacking me. And I'm like, oh, my God, my throat is killing me. I reached over and had a big glass of water and drank it. And, well, it was white wine.
Right, exactly. Of course.
Boy.
And I was like, oh, my God, I might die. Well, what's that? It was the white wine. Yeah, so
exactly.
That was not great.
Kiefer, honestly, though, it's pretty cool that the Avs got selected to do that. You know, and maybe because, partly because the mascot. I don't know, but you guys, I thought, we played some of that on our show, and you guys did a really good job, I thought. It's not an easy thing, and it's pretty forward-thinking, I think, by the league to try to include the kids, and a lot of work goes into that. I mean, you guys have been in and out of New York on multiple occasions now, a lot of rehearsal time, so it is a lot of work, despite you going, now, he wants to punch him in the face, but you can't do that.
No, yeah, you're right. I mean, the league everybody was awesome. The icing was a little hard, because there's a lot of icings, and you can only say, "Oh no, here he comes again. He better get that puck out of his mouth." There's going to be a slobbery puck if he doesn't get that out of the mouth, and then. The pickaxe Mike, Riker had to say pickaxe Mike, and that was, he's like, I don't know how many more times I can do this without absolutely dropping a bomb.
Yeah.
That's you don't want to put those words together, but you know how it is working with Riker. We had a blast. I mean, we were like kids in a candy store, and I had a great time. But
did you have to pretend that you were speaking to like 6-year-old Quincy and her friends?
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Buddy. I mean, it's. I honestly was thinking of you, and thanks for the text after the game, but I was thinking of you. Could you do it? You three, let me hear you three just do it for 30 seconds. Just talk to each other.
In a 6-year-old talking to a 6-year-old boy?
Most pretend he's calling a game?
Just know you three doing your radio show. I just want to hear some comments from all three of you. Just talk to each other for 30 seconds.
Okay. Hey, Brett. Oh, now listen, when you go touch that cow, please don't squeeze too hard because the cow doesn't like that.
Dad, can I have a snack?
Go to your room, doughhole.
Hey, you know what's funny, Kiefer? So
you back in that. You didn't do that right.
In 2019, CU, Nebraska came here to play against CU, and I had my brother-in-law was in town. He just had a little kid. So he went out, got hammered in Boulder, and it was the game that Nebraska lost in overtime. And their quarterback fumbled like 5 times in the game.
That was, what's his face?
I forget his name.
Anthony.
I don't know.
Whatever.
He comes back. Jeff Sims. He comes back to our house, walks in the front door, doesn't say a word to anybody. Grabs his child, picks up his baby, and he goes, first thing out of his mouth, can you bleeping catch the ball? First thing he said. And I can only imagine that's what you were doing when Burns chucks it over the wall and goes to the box.
Yes.
The thing is,
that's a perfect way to describe it. So imagine the rage that you felt after that game, right? Like, and you can't show it, you can't speak it or believe it.
That was incredibly frustrating, Kiefer. You're right.
I'm not going to get into individual plays, but we're watching this as a cartoon. So I'm not watching the live feed. So when I see this magical bouncy puck go over the boards, I was like, well, it looks like he sent it over the boards. There's no way that there could be 3 penalties in a row. There's no way. They can't fit that many people in the box. And Riker and I are looking at each other. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so this is going to be a 5-on-3 for 10 minutes. So that's not good.
So how badly did you want to call when Landeskog threw the stick in the chin of Eriksson Ek and it looked like they might fight? You wanted to call a cartoon fight, be honest.
Oh, yeah, and we had serious rehearsals on just how to really tame yourself. And if there is a fight, we're going to go up to Lollipop Land and look at, whatever. And I'm like thinking to myself, please kill him, Landy. Please punch his face off. But
Kiefer, what'd you do about the Minnesota goalie when the Minnesota goalie barfed in the crease? Because I heard Moser's call, and Moser just said, hey, barfed in the crease. What did you do there?
We didn't know. I didn't know.
Yeah, there's no animation for barf, right?
No, I mean, we were like, I think it was Wallstead that came in, and they were like, he had a big save, and Riker was like, Gustafson with another big save, and I've been calling him Gustafson this whole game, but it's Wallstead, and I was like, that's okay. We all make mistakes. We're looking at each other like, what happened? And then I had to get on Twitter, and somebody's like, yeah, he barfed all over the ice. And I was
That's
like,
okay.
What?
Yeah, dude threw up from too many saves, I guess. That's probably what it was.
They didn't have that the barf the barf mode in the cartoon land. They didn't plan for the goalie to throw up all over.
Hang on. Let's pretend they did. And I'm going to do the action right now of the barfing goalie, and you have to call it like you would on that broadcast, okay?
Here we go.
Okay. All right, so it looks like maybe there was a little too much to eat on old Gusty, and sometimes that's what happens. That's why you always have to chew your food super special. All right, where's Bernie? He's so happy.
Hey,
very well done.
Sometimes when you have a tummy ache, you just don't feel that good.
It
you
would
have
be
to go
so
lay
funny
down.
if Kiefer was locked into that for the rest of the season and he couldn't
good.
get out of that voice.
So good.
Chief, can you please, if you're ever doing like the ringside thing, can you just give me, I mean, you did one of them where you talked about JFK being shot, so I mean, this is fair game. Do one of them like you're doing that broadcast.
The Avs came back and scored and won the game in Dallas after he said, on this date, 57 years ago, JFK's head blew off. I mean,
we did it like 3 times. We started calling it like I don't even want to say the words.
The dead president comeback.
Yeah, so I did the first one, the JFK, and then we came back and won that game, and we were down like 3-2 like the next night.
McKinley or something.
Our producer's like, Edgar Hoover died in this town about 4 years ago. And I was like, you got it. So they came down, let's go down to Kyle Rinkside. And I'm like, Moj, Edgar Hoover got piped in this town. Let's go!
Kiefer, last thought here. I said this earlier for a gruff, because in the first period, I don't know, for those watching in Fubo, there was a mistake or something, and all we got was your cartoon. That's all. I
read it.
All I could watch was your cartoon. So that's what I watched. Just for the gruff, old, pure Avalanche hockey fan watching the Avs lose at home to the Minnesota Wild, an arch rival, and have to watch a cartoon of that version. That is akin to going to the Olympics, aiming for gold, winning silver, and getting handed a stuffed animal. Would you agree?
No, I totally understand. You know how affected I am by reaction. So after it's all over, I immediately go. Like I said, there was, hey, that was awesome for my kids, da, da, da. But I read a couple that were like, if somebody doesn't kill these 2 guys right now, I'm going to. And I was like, sorry, dude. I mean, I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best.
What are you going to do?
From what we played on our show, you guys did great, dude. You guys did awesome.
You should have said, always good to hear from our fans.
Hey, and I just want to give a little shout out to Timmy from Thornton. If you keep talking like that, I'm going to drive my truck over to your house and put a hammer in your face.
Dude, if I were forced to do cartoons, I would stop, go to the text line, and get into text battles in the middle of the. There's no way. There's no way.
Keith, baby
You're
Jamal
a better man
Kale,
than I am.
Baby Jamal Kale watched for like a minute and a half, and then she went back to Bluey, but she did enjoy the minute and a half.
Well, thank you, and that's awesome. That's all it was about.
Yep. Kiefer, you're the best. Thank you, buddy.
Fly safe, buddy. We'll see you at home. See you tomorrow.
All right. See you, boys. You be good today.
There you go. Kyle Keith. He's got to go to his bed. 2 minutes.
Dude.
No.
But you understand where the league is coming. I mean, by the way, this is not an altitude thing. This was an NHL league thing. And the fact that they picked, I think Nashville did it before, Vic, I think. But the fact that they picked the Avs and those 2 guys to do it, I think was absolutely appropriate. They were great.
Yes, they did a great job. Ben DiNucci is going to join us at 9:20 this morning. You can join Mike Sanford at the View House Ballpark, 20th and Market tonight for the Nuggets in OKC game. Tip-off is at 7:42. It's brought to you by Kendall Jackson, the official wine partner of the Denver Nuggets. Elevate your game with a glass of Kendall Jackson's award-winning lineup of sustainably grown California wines. While you're there, enter to win a signed Jamal Murray jersey. So go stop out and see Sanford tonight at View House Ballpark. Back after this.
firepower. If you want your injury claim to be taken seriously, choose a law firm that is taken seriously. Dan Kaplis Law is taken seriously because of their record-setting results and because of their legal firepower. Dan Kaplis Law has assembled a powerhouse team of highly experienced trial lawyers and proven winners. Dan Kaplis is the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 11 straight seven-figure jury verdicts. John Kellner, managing partner, former elected district attorney of Arapahoe, Douglas, and Lincoln counties. He's been honored as the top prosecutor in the state. Melissa Winters literally wrote the book on personal injury law. Cajardo Lindsay is a former district court judge in Colorado. And those are just a few of the highly accomplished trial lawyers at this firm. Insurance companies know who the real trial lawyers are. And if they don't pay attention, Dan Kaplis Law and the clients, they win. They win face full of truth in front of juries. Dan Kaplis Law is a serious firm for serious cases, accepting righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. So call today or text or go online. 303-770-5551 or dankapleslaw.com.
Oh, by the way, stories from around the sports, entertainment, whatever world that we think you should be aware of. Here's just a couple of them right off the rip. Oh, by the way, sounds like the Denver Nuggets were interested in getting Kyle Anderson to take that last roster spot, but Minnesota, he thought better of Minnesota and going back to a place he already played, so missed out on him. I don't know what their next move is. I also saw, Vic, that the Nuggets are not considered likely to go after Lonzo Ball after he got some very bad medical evaluations.
Keep an eye on Chris Middleton of the Dallas Mavericks. If he accepts a buyout before Sunday, March 1st is the buyout date, by the way. he could be a possible candidate. And it doesn't necessarily mean if he gets bought out, it's Denver. He'll have options. So that would be a good run for the Nuggets to get Chris Middleton. But you also have to ask yourself this question. Let's say you get somebody on the buyout market. Will they play come playoff time? Like, where does he fit in your rotation come playoff time?
I always think that this guy is for getting you to the playoffs, not for the playoffs.
Yeah.
This is a guy that's like, especially with injuries right now and what could be coming later, like you have somebody that you trust to give you minutes if you have to. That's how I look at it. But, oh, by the way, we've all kind of had this. If you work early hours, as we do, you guys ever had those moments where you wake up in the middle of the night, or maybe like you're sitting down on the couch and you passed out and you forgot to set your alarm and you wake up at like 2 o'clock, like, what time is it? Jumping up. Did you see at the Combine yesterday, they're doing shots from all around the arena. They show some scouts. They show GM members and head coaches watching this 40-yard dash. Aaron Glenn, head coach of the Jets, is up in a booth. He's got his fist on his face. And camera pans to him. He's asleep. He then wakes up, realizes that he's on camera, and does a panicked, what?
I've seen that before. We've seen guys asleep at the Combine.
Yeah.
It could be a big reason why the entire Jacksonville team did not attend the Combine. Liam Cohen and company, they skipped it.
You're kidding.
Yeah, they skipped it.
Well, I thought that for those guys, it's not so much watching the 40 times in the bench press. It's for meetings, right? Isn't that where you meet with players?
You hold your head up, all right?
Well, if you like a player, you bring him to your facility and meet with him there.
Don't they do it here? Or I'm sorry, in Indianapolis, though? Isn't that what they have, like, rooms blocked out for him? I don't know. Speaking of Combine, a Combine darling just a few years ago was Anthony Richardson. He has been given permission to seek a trade somewhere. Indy is done with him. But how's this for a stat? Last year, Bo Nix attempted 612 passes, Moj. 612. Anthony Richardson has attempted 511 since graduating high school.
Yeah, Richardson is such a unique guy. Came in young, not a lot of playing time, a physical specimen. I guess I still am really rooting for Anthony Richardson to be successful. I am.
That throw that he had the first week of the year, you remember that? Where he was under pressure and he just ripped one about 70 yards downfield right on the money to Alec Pierce. And I was like, oh, God, is Anthony Richardson, did he find something? The answer was no, not really.
Nope. Making a throw does not qualify you as a starting quarterback in this league.
I think we can finally put something in the category of concerning. Because, oh, by the way, after Rob Livingston took a job with the Broncos, Deion's buddy Warren Sapp is no longer with Colorado. What's happening?
Touchdown pylons are safe again.
True, don't have to knock those down anymore.
This isn't normal to have coaches bailing at this part of the calendar.
Well, it could have been a condition for the guy he hired as DC. Maybe that guy said, I don't want this guy around. Who knows?
Chris Marv?
Yeah.
I mean, he was promoted from within. It's not like it's a brand new guy.
Understood, but I mean, could be part of the promotion. I don't know.
We can all agree it's a little bit weird. Losing coaches at this rate in late February when spring practice is happening is not like a normal thing.
Well, we're not kept abreast on a lot of the maneuverings there, right? They don't really make it public. You got to find out.
Yeah.
There's no press release about Warren Sapp leaving. People found out, and then they had to react to it.
I suppose. I don't know how you guys feel about replay in sports. I'm starting to become... I don't know if this is an old guy take on this or not. I'm kind of just like, you know what? Let refs make mistakes now. Like, I don't care. Tad Boyle seems to agree. They played against Kansas State the other day. They had 5 replay reviews during the game. Here's his thoughts on it.
I hate replay. I hate it. It's just, whatever. Just play the game. The game's played by humans. It's coached by humans. It's officiated by humans. I hate replay. Hate it. I hate the challenge rule. It's just our game has become so technology driven, and that's what's great about sports. Sports has nothing to do with technology. Play the damn game. Officiate the game. Bunch of hogwash.
That sounds.
Hogwash.
Save
I like a good
Save the
hogwash.
bunch of hogwash. That's going to be a drop on this show.
Bunch of hogwash.
That sounds a lot like Vic Lombardi, though. Guys, play the game. Play the games. We haven't playing the games.
You know, though, we've become so tuned in to replay and all that stuff, technology when you're watching college and pro sports, that when you go to a youth sports, like I go watch my 7-year-old nephew play, and I see a call, hey, call replay. Well, you can't do that in youth sports. There is no replay.
Can I ask you a question?
Touchdown. Stop it.
Do you go watch your 7-year-old nephew play because you want to or because Adelio asks you to?
No, I want to because he was nearby. You know, a funny story? So I'm watching, this is Mario's kid.
Oh, Mario,
Luca.
sorry.
So I'm watching him play, and the guy who runs the court, the director, he goes up to Mario because I wasn't there for the game last week, and he goes, "Oh, it was great to see your dad last week watching his grandson
That's
play."
awesome.
So I'll never go to one of those games again.
Wait, was that with your brown hair?
No, that was my previously dyed hair.
So that also led up to it. See, a whole bunch of things converging.
It was great
now.
to see you. Hey, it was great to see your dad come in for a game.
And I'm sure your brother didn't have any fun with that at your
Oh,
expense
no,
at all.
He continues the charade. And my dad's not coming tonight.
Who was it that said I look like somebody's dad, earlier in the week? Who was that? Some gal on the text line.
In fact,
I
hope
can't
this
remember.
Kid loses every game now.
It was insulting.
Miss you, Pop.
And the last thing is, I think I just made it look too easy.
This story from the New York Post a couple of days ago. Here's the headline. Padres pitcher Matt Waldron. I played against his brother. He's an Omaha kid. Padres pitcher Matt Waldron out indefinitely after, quote, infection in his rear end.
Okay, here we go.
Let me just
I gotta know.
Let me just do a solid for Matt Waldron real quick and speak on behalf of him, please. Hey, Padres, say my elbow's sore. Do we have to be that specific with what is exactly keeping me out? Just say I got some arm tightness. I need a couple of weeks.
Sometimes a white lie is a good lie.
Yeah. You don't got to say infection in my rear end, okay?
Yeah, do you ever white lie to your kid because you just don't want to get into it? Just white lie to him.
No, honey, we can't have ice cream in the morning. It'll make you blind.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever.
I cannot believe this. I actually have an infected rear end story that I'm not going to tell.
Why am I not surprised? Why, of the three of us, why am I not surprised you would have the infected rear story?
What?
Now you have to tell it.
I mean, is it just hemorrhoids? Is that what they're talking about?
On a cheek. No, not on the cheek.
How on earth would you get infected?
Yeah, no, I got to know.
I gotta hear this.
know.
Someone kick you there?
I got to know. Come on, Moj.
So
Bunch of hogwash.
This is, oh, by the way, I mean, come on.
I had to have a treatment one time, and they had to do it on the right cheek.
What kind of treatment?
I don't even want to talk about it.
Well, that seems important to the story.
Anyway, it got infected, and it got really big. I mean, it hurt like heck. It was going to explode. So
It was going to explode?
Listen,
you
I had to go to the doctor.
Did you say it was going to explode?
Yeah, I had to go to the doctor.
Your cheek.
It's like an abscess. They had to slice it open, get all the bad stuff out. Then they had to create another.
This is disgusting.
It is. They
Another hole?
Disgusted.
Yes. Then they had to get in there. You ever had your body cleaned under your skin, like with soap? I mean, with and all that stuff.
No.
It's
This whole story is disgusting.
I know. Then they pack it with all that gauze.
No.
Then I've got to ride a Harley across Europe for a week and a half. and let me say this. Do you really want to hear it's going to be short. Do you want to hear the rest of it or not?
Yes, I do. I really do.
So every single day, I had to pull on each side the gauze out by 2 inches and clip it off until it was,
Wait a minute.
as it healed.
You're pulling gauze out of your ass?
That is correct. Bingo. Ding, 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 ding. Yes. And not only
Absolutely explodes
By
for the
two,
back
how
end.
many inches were in there?
Dude, a lot of gauze. And listen, I'm riding a Harley across Europe.
I'm out.
You want to talk about a good friend?
I'm out.
I couldn't reach back to clip the gauze.
Jake? Jake?
No!
Jake Schroeder was my gauze clipper.
No!
Yes.
No!
Yes.
You guys are disgusting.
You said, Jake, can you get back here and snip off another 2 inches?
If you ever asked me to reach to your backside to clip gauze out of your butt, I would slap you in the face.
This is back in the day, though, when we were taking World War II veterans back to Normandy for D-Day.
Yes.
And we had to have some sort of, a little bit of medical in case something happened to one of the vets, carry the kit with you, all that kind of thing. And he actually was, Vic, if you said, Mose, look, I don't want to make it weird, but I need you to clip gauze out of my ass for the next week. I would do that for you because that's how much I love you.
I would just die.
Okay.
I would just accept death at that point.
All right.
I really would. I would just say, let's go.
Are you surprised that I have that story?
No.
Of all the people in the world.
No.
Vic, what if Moj asked you in the Kyle Keefe cartoon voice?
Yeah.
Hey, Vicky, I got some gauzy in my lower end.
Let me tell you the levels that story had, Moj, and it's one of the best stories I think you've ever told. First of all, that you had a infection on your butt that relates to the Matt Waldron story.
It was terrible.
Secondly, that you said they packed multiple inches worth of gauze inside of it.
I mean, it was bad. The doc's like, well, the doc apparently used to work in an emergency room downtown. So you'd have druggies come in and he'd have to pack gauze like all the way up their arm, like really weird stuff. Yeah.
So how much did he
But
pack
hang
in
on,
your
hang
backside?
on. Hang on. And then you said, I then a week later had to ride a Harley across Europe.
Yes.
And you capped the story off with Jake Schroeder had to be my cutter.
That's correct. All of that is factually correct.
That's an amazing story.
Imagine being
Incredible.
8,000 miles from home and you got a guy cutting gauze out of your butt.
You should write a book.
It's.
You should do the next cartoon game and share that story.
I probably should, yes.
Wait a minute.
Hi, kids.
I can just imagine Jake doing this. Watch. Oh, say, kid.
Okay. I knew I shouldn't have told it. I knew I shouldn't have. I know. I'm sorry, everybody.
Oh, my
I just do it to myself. That's a rake.
Well, in other injury news, just one last quick one. Yankee slugger Giancarlo Stanton, quote, can't open a bag of chips due to ongoing pain in his elbows. So,
but how can you hit homers when you can't open a bag of chips?
But he's determined to play a full season.
Have you guys ever had golf or tennis elbow?
I have it right now. It's miserable.
It's
I can't do
the
anything.
worst. It's the worst. You literally can't pick up a cup to drink.
Yeah.
Dude,
let alone pull gauze out of your friend's butt.
I've had tennis elbow on both arms before. You can't even open a doorknob when it's bad. It hurts so bad.
All right, so Ben DiNucci is going to join us at 9:20. Stick around.
Well, are you looking for the perfect mountain property? Maybe you've been thinking about a second home. Maybe you've been thinking about a rental property. Maybe you just think, you know what? I want to move to the mountains. I don't want to deal with the city anymore. Well, I've got the person you need to talk to if that is your aspiration. And her name is Anastasia Bell. She's absolutely fantastic. A broker associate with Breckenridge Associates in Breckenridge. She's been dealing with these kind of properties and discretionary buyers for quite some time. Incredible getaway properties, you bet. She knows them. Her personal attention to detail is what makes her a go-to for so many clients. The professionalism is required, and she has it. Imagine this, though, waking up slopeside at your own Breckenridge Ski Chalet, private, refined, truly exclusive. She can help you out with that as well. So here is her telephone number. If you want to call right now, she will answer. 970-968-7646. When you're thinking about that mountain property, ski in, ski out, or any other kind, that number again, 970-968-7646. It's Anastasia Bell.
You can let us know how your butts are doing on the Shop Mazda text line. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda. One price, one person, 1 hour.
I think we've taken this show to places that most people have never gone. I mean, a new frontier. It really is. We're the Star Trek of sports radio shows. We're going to new frontier.
And I'm
Lewis and Clark?
Hey, and I'm the Klingon.
From the text line.
You're my Sacagawea.
From 3469. My boss just asked what the hell I was listening to. So, Moser, I now need a new job. So, good job.
Apologize.
Texture says, Moser,
Take
death
that
by
L on the way
inches.
Right.
2 inches of gauze at a time.
There's a nurse here who says, as a nurse that spent 8 years in the Army, I've packed many an ass abscess in my day. I'm not going to read the rest of that.
There you go.
My worst took 2 feet and 1 inch of packing.
What?
Yeah, it's dude, it's not, let me tell you something. I've had so many bad things done to my body in my life.
Well, you deserve it.
Well,
because
no.
you treat your body like crap.
You ever had a piece of metal flake off and get behind your eyeball and have the doctor go in and fish that out while you're awake? That sucks. I've had, I don't even want to, I'm not saying it.
All right.
Anyway, the point is, it's not, Vic, it's not fun. But honestly, the abscess was so painful and so bad that when the doc sliced it open and it was like it's the best relief you've ever had in your life.
The push to the playoffs is officially on, and with Altitude Plus, you're right.
Shut up. I'm shut up.
You're right in the middle of the action. Sign up today and get a free 7-day trial with altitudeplus.com/checkout and enter the promo code Altitude7. Don't wait. The offer ends March 14th, so jump in today and apply the free trial code to a monthly or annual plan to join the push for the playoffs now on Altitude Plus. Subscription auto-renews at the end of the trial. Speaking of games that you can watch on Altitude Plus, Nuggets and Thunder tonight. Vic, let's do this.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place. Johnson Auto Plaza. Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
The precise time is 7:42 tonight as the Nuggets take on the Thunder, Vic.
Nuggets are 8.5-point dogs in this game. That should tell you all you need to know about should they be motivated. You're damn right they should be. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, in case you missed it, is going to play tonight. He's missed the last couple weeks with an ab strain, no longer strained. He's going to be available, will play for OKC. The Nuggets will be without Peyton Watson and Aaron Gordon. Here's the simple key. I don't need 3 keys. I'll give you 1 key. Match their physicality from the get-go. They love to get physical with Joker. We've seen it. We've been there. We've done that. Match their physicality. In fact, I wouldn't mind if the Nuggets came out quickly swinging, gave them a couple nudges to start the game, if you know what I mean. Match the physicality. Don't let them dictate the game with their early fouling. That's it. That's all I ask. The end.
Vic, there was a time when I believed in the Nuggets so strongly, and I knew they would lose games at times. Don't get me wrong. But I believed in them so strongly that when you tried to caution me, I made fun of you. That kind of thing, right?
Yep.
And I've fully come around to following Vic Lombardi as my Pied Piper on Nuggets basketball. I mean, going into tonight, I'd like them to win. I don't think they're going to. And I think to myself, well, why? Why did that change? Mm-hmm. Where's that angst, that anger, that, you know what, we're a championship team too.
That edge.
Yeah, we're bad mamma jammas. Why can't we go into OKC and win a dang basketball game? Why not? They're not superhuman. They're the defending champs. Hey, we won a championship just 2.5 years ago. Got a lot of the same dogs in this team, including the best player on the planet. Why can't we go in there and win? That should be the mentality, but I don't feel like they feel they have that. Vic, help me out.
The Nuggets need a little more swag, and they can get it by winning tonight. They can get it. Ideally, you'd love to have Peyton Watson in the lineup to deal with SGA. He's not there. Make do.
Keys to the game, powered by Johnson Auto Plaza. You get selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza. I agree with you, by the way. Like, match the physicality. Mm-hmm. Also, a big thing with OKC, you can't let their physicality frustrate you either.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
you
know,
have to keep a clear head throughout the course of the game.
No crying about calls, none of that stuff. If you're going to cry about calls early, the game's over. Just give it back to them. You know, if they're going, I can't tell you how many times I've seen it. If they're going to gang up on Joker and suffocate him and pick away at him, do the same thing back.
Is Alex Caruso going to play?
I don't know.
He's got it. Does he have an ankle? I think he has an ankle. Yeah, he's got an ankle.
He's not on an injury report right now.
I'm just looking at the preview. It says Caruso day-to-day ankle. Holmgren day-to-day back. Jalen Williams out with a hammy. Vic, I've seen Nikola Jokic wear Caruso like a backpack and no foul called.
Yeah.
I can't deal with that. I'm sorry.
Lou Dort does the same crap.
Same crap. Brett, it's the amount of getting away with that Oklahoma City benefits from is it's frustrating to me as a fan.
At the same time, then, I want you to SGA gets calls. We know this, right? It's different. I want you to guard SGA full court. Full court.
Yeah.
And I want you to lean on him full court.
I don't disagree at all.
That's it. That's my solution. That's all I got. I'm not a coach. It's all I got for you. Full court, bump them every single time. If it means Bruce Brown starts the game and gets 6 fouls at half, oh well. Next guy. Bump him.
Well, I don't want to put him in the bonus right away.
Trim his gauze.
Before we get to Ben DiNucci.
Is that going to be a thing from now on?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. When you want to get in somebody's bacon, trim his gauze.
I'm going to pack him with gauze.
We'll talk to Ben DiNucci in 10 minutes, and we'll get his breakdown of why he thinks that he said it February 3rd that he thought Davis Webb should be calling plays. He was in the locker room, so he'll give us that info in 10 minutes. But I got a question for you guys. I know you aren't combine dudes. There's things that matter a lot in the combine process. 40 times can help your draft stock. Also, remember we were obsessed with hand size that one year because Kenny Pickett had tiny hands. Remember that? And that's a big deal. So there's a very good defensive player, one of the top prospects, Reuben Bain Jr. Out of Miami. He's a baller.
Is a stud.
Yep.
You pull up this photo, Nelly?
He looks like he eats footballs for a living.
He has incredibly tiny arms, which is posing a giant problem for some draft scouts.
Small hands, too, for a guy that big.
His arms measured at less than 31 inches. And they're saying that this is now going to be a problem of getting off blocks. Now, you watched him play. He played well. How much does that matter to you? Because that does look really weird.
I don't care one bit.
That
watched him.
That looks weird.
It does.
Do we have a tape? How tall is he?
Yeah, I'm going to go get one from Jason. You guys talk.
How tall is he, Reuben Baines Jr.?
I would say he's got to be at least 6'4". 6'3", 6'4".
6'3".
Okay, 6'3", a 31-inch arm?
30 and 7/8.
30 and 7/8. We'll call it 31. Vic would call it 31. How long? 5'11", how long is
from? Do you measure from the top of the shoulder? Do you measure from the armpit?
Where's
the measurement taken?
I don't know.
When you're measuring someone's arm, hey, measurers out there. Hey, tailors. We have tailors that listen to the show. Where do you measure? Where do you begin the measurement for one's arm length?
Well, I think you probably start at the fingertip, and then you work your way back, is my guess. And then you stop it. I don't know.
Let me ask Consigliere. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'll get this done. My Consigliere's got all the answers to.
So, Vic, it is, from the top of the shoulder. Well, that's for the sleeve, down to the wrist.
Hey, Consigliere, where do you begin the measurement for one's arm? Figure it out right here.
Oh, honey, first off, I ain't no Confederate. I'm Aura. But hey, if you're asking about arm length, you start at the bony point on your shoulder, the acromion, right where the collarbone meets the top.
Yeah, right there.
Run the tape straight down the outside of your arm.
Okay.
Past the elbow, all the way to the tip of your middle finger.
Okay. Here we go.
All right, shut up. If I want to call you Confederate, I will.
All right, Brett, here. Brett,
got one.
Do me. Start right here. Go all the way down. Do me. Here, hold on. I'll hold it. Hang on.
Hold it there.
It's right there.
Extend your. Moser's at 31. He's got longer arms than this guy.
Wow. And Moser, you're not gifted in that area.
I'm not 6'3", yeah.
My turn.
Okay, hang on.
My turn. Just at the top of the shoulder?
Yeah.
Right
Top of the shoulder.
Oh, that bone part. Right there.
This is great radio.
All right, here we go.
Measuring
Here we
arm
go.
length. Yeah, we've reached that point in the off season. My goodness.
33 and a quarter. God, I would get off so many offensive linemen.
That's a 6'3" guy right there.
Bam! Get him out of here.
You're Max Crosby.
Look at this. Look at this. I'm like a Boeing 747 over here.
Oh, my God.
You know, I don't want to hear any of this crap. Turn that music off. Everybody shut up for a second. When Elvis Dumerville came out of the draft from Louisville, everybody talked about his size,
Nelly, get
arms, blah, blah. Dude, either you get to the quarterback or you don't. Reuben Bain's a baller. He's a baller.
One thing's been established. If I stuck with football, I'd be better than Reuben Bain at getting after quarterback. All right, real quick. Nelly, how tall are you? You're 5 what?
5'8", 5'9".
5'8"? So
Oh,
stand
you're
this
not
way.
5'9". Shut up.
No, this way, like this. Extend the arm. There it is, right there. Nelly, you're at 28 and a half.
Yeah.
You ain't getting off anybody, Nelly. Garrett Bowles is going to eat you.
Hey, Tyrannosaurus Rex, head back over there, all right?
No wonder he plays the sax, dude. His arms can't reach for, like, other instruments.
Yeah, how do you reach your flute, bro? Can you get it up to your mouth?
Well, trombone would be a real problem for him.
Yeah, he's like, I can't hit those low notes, man. I can't get that slide all the way out.
What's the thing called? A slide? Can you even get to that end point?
There's a reason that I don't even play the biggest sax. I play the second smallest kind of saxophone. It's very compact and right here along the sternum.
Hey, one guy knows a little bit about football. I'm sure he would not be happy seeing this guy rush after him. It's Ben DiNucci.
Hey,
We'll
look,
get his
I would
thoughts.
draft this guy. I don't care if he's got alligator arms. He's a killer.
Ben DiNucci said on February 3rd, Davis Webb should be calling plays. Well, that's happened. Why did he say that? We'll get to it next.
It was something that I kind of knew, during the year. He and I visited on a handful of occasions. We're talking about Davis Webb. He's extremely talented. With regards to play calling, it's something that I think he'll be really good at it. And I know that's like, man, are you going to give up play calling? And I would only do that if I felt like it would help our team. I'll still be involved with what we do offensively, just like what we do defensively. But I do think he has a gift. I think he's real sharp. I'm glad he's on our staff. Typically, any decision we make like that is to benefit our team.
Sean Payton a couple days ago talking about why he handed over the play calling reins to one Davis Webb. And this man who joins us on the Ramos Law Hotline, he called this on February 3rd that this should have happened. It is Ben DiNucci. Ben, thank you for joining us.
What's going on, guys? Appreciate you having me.
I appreciate you joining the show. And I remember reading that tweet February 3rd when you saw that he was hired as the offensive coordinator. You thought, hey, give him the play sheet. Why?
I wasn't looking into it any more than the fact that I figured Davis would have the opportunity to call plays elsewhere. And if he was going to turn down OC jobs to come back to Denver and take the OC job, I thought there had to have been some caveat in there to say, hey, you're going to have a bigger role in what's going on here and or be able to call the plays next year. And so obviously, a couple of days ago at the Combine, you saw Sean, talking about, what he thinks of Davis and what he thinks he's going to bring to the offense. So I'm just a fan now on the sideline again that's excited to see what this Broncos offense is going to look like.
Ben, you know as well as all of us that Sean Payton is very thorough in his coaching. He's very detailed. He runs the entire organization at times. Do you think he'll be hands-off in this and let Davis Webb do his thing?
I have no idea. I mean, this is uncharted waters a little bit for Sean. So it's I don't know. There's no telling what he's going to do. I do know that Sean's an unbelievable offensive mind still. So I would imagine he's going to have his footprints on this offense one way or another still in some capacity. But in terms of calling the plays and what stuff's going to look like, I think Davis is going to have a lot more of a role. And I think you're going to tell kind of instantly the influences that Davis has been around in college and the NFL and in his coaching the last couple of years. And I think a lot of people are going to be excited to see what this Broncos offense looks like.
Nah, let's be honest. He's lost his fastball. But no, Ben, it's in all seriousness.
I lost my fastball too then.
You're still a young guy, but you've been around a little bit. I mean, isn't that kind of the idea, though? I mean, when quarterbacks and offensive guys work closely with pass game coordinators, OCs, all that kind of thing. I mean, there's a more natural relationship, and the head coach he's got to worry about a lot more. And with Sean and his career and where he is now and his age and so on, doesn't this seem like a natural progression for the Denver Broncos?
I think so, and I think you heard him say he wants to do what's in best interest for the team. And I don't think if Sean thought giving up plays, if he didn't think that was going to make the team better, he wouldn't have done it. So I think you see the trust that he has in Davis. Obviously, they brought him back for a reason, elevated him to OC. Davis is really the one that has all the interactions with the quarterback room from day to day in terms of installing the stuff anyway. Sean's just the one that would call it in the past. So Davis has really been running that room for the last couple of years, except now he's going to have a chance to call the shots instead of just being the one that's kind of delivering the message.
Well, you had two different stints in Denver, both of them with Davis Webb being here. What is it about him that's so dynamic?
I think just as a player, for me, I'm 29 years old. He's 31 years old. There's no difference between a player and a coach at that point when he's in the room. He's been in our position, went really quick from playing into coaching, and I think for myself, for Bo, for Jarrett Stidham, for anybody else who's been in that room, having a personality and having a kind of sounding block that's relatable and been through it, I think is really refreshing. And so I think you've seen the play of that room grow the last couple of years, and I think Davis has been a huge part of that.
Can you walk us through that crazy week? Bo Nix gets hurt in the divisional game. You're doing television. You're working for CBS at the time, and you get a phone call. Did you think this was fake? What went through your mind when you got that call to join the Broncos again?
Oh, man, when I was a rookie and a young guy in the NFL, I would hear people say all the time, like, you don't understand how the NFL works until you've been through it yourself or know someone that's been through it. And I would just laugh at people like, what the heck does that mean? And sure as heck, a couple weeks ago, I found that out firsthand. I was basically out for 12 months, had transitioned into the media, kind of talking head space, was working for CBS, was in the studio in Sanford, Connecticut on Saturday night when they were playing the Bills and saw the injury happen and kind of I was like, man, this is I know how the NFL works enough to know that they're not just going to go sign some random guy who doesn't know the offense and try to get him ready for 4 days before an AFC championship. So I figured there was a possibility, kind of just texted my agent, texted Davis after it happened, and then the next morning Davis called, George Payton, the GM, called and said, hey, are you still in town? I made the 15-minute drive to work the next morning from Highlands Ranch to Lone Tree, and then the rest was history. Got to join the team that week, see what it's like to be part of an AFC championship. And the other kind of ironic thing about the NFL, that was technically my 6th year in the league. I've never sniffed that close to the Super Bowl in my life. And so first couple years in the NFL, on the Cowboys, we lost in the first round of the playoffs. When I was on the Broncos in 2023, and then another year in Dallas, we didn't even make the playoffs. So for me to be out and then thrown back into that environment was really cool. Lit a fire back under me again that, hey, this is fun. Let's go help this team try to get a Super Bowl, try to win a Super Bowl, and whatever happens after this happens. But it was fun to be back around it for a couple of days.
How did Stiddy carry himself that week now that he's thrust into a starting role?
Yeah, I mean, the good thing, and I think the cool thing is he didn't change at all. And I think in a way, the backups almost have to be more ready than the starters every week in a sense, if that makes sense. They have to be ready mentally without getting the physical reps that the ones are getting throughout a practice week, throughout the course of the season. So to get to see him work, to get to see him operate as the guy and nobody else in that room. Now, yeah, there's going to be some nerves. He was a little anxious. He was asking me at times during the week, hey, just make sure I'm calmed down before we go out there for this rep or whatnot. I mean, shoot, I probably would be too if all of a sudden you don't play all year. The first action since the preseason is the AFC Championship. So it was fun to be around him. He's a good buddy of mine. We've kept in touch a lot over the last couple of years, and be able to help him and watch him operate and play during that AFC Championship was really cool.
What's the cutoff? You said you're out 12 months, then you got a phone call. Can you be Phillip Rivers? Nobody calls you for 5 years, then you come back? Would you do that?
Stay in shape.
Well, I was only 29 years old, and it took me that long to get a call. He was 44 and got a call, so I don't know if that means I should hang it up and never look at football again or keep trying for another 15 years.
Yeah, it's 15 years, dude. We'll have somebody give you a holler when you're about 40. He lets you ramp up a little bit. Hey, man, in all honesty, though, when we look at the Broncos, we talk about the offense all the time. I just feel like, Ben, they got to get some weapons. You know, if you can just get a little bit more weaponage on the offensive side, things are going to be that much easier. And Peyton even admitted himself, he's like, look, all these one-score games, they could flip next year. I don't think you can really go into the season saying, yeah, it's going to be the same. What do you see? And there's a lot of good players, don't get me wrong. I would like just a little bit more star power.
I agree, and I think the Broncos are going to address that, whether it's free agency, whether it's the draft. There's some uncertainty with Cortland Sutton and what that receiver room is going to look like. They're really young. They've got some talented guys, and Troy Franklin, Pat Bryant, Marvin Mims. You've seen what he can do on special teams. But in terms of this kind of game-breaking, true number one receiver, I think that's what Bo Nix needs. I think that's what the Broncos are going to be looking for in the offseason, a guy that can stretch the field vertically. There's a couple guys out there in free agency, and Alec Pierce. They could go trade for an A.J. Brown and really make a splash if they wanted to. But, I mean, you've got another year of Evan Ingram as well. I think everybody in that building probably would have liked him to have more production this year and him be included in the offense more. So I'll be interested to see if what Davis does, if he comes in and says, hey, we're going to switch things up a little bit. I love the guys that we got on this offense. We just need to find different ways to use them. Or if he's going to say, hey, I want to go get some different players for what I want to run. And if we're going to see kind of a personnel shift the next couple months and in one way or another. But I think I agree. I think everybody's looking for a star power weapon, either tight end, or receiver on the outside.
Yeah, that's going to be a big question, no doubt about it.
You were there in 2023 before things really started to flip. How do you think this turned around so quickly from where they were at in 23 to getting the AFC Championship game 2 years later?
Well, I mean, it's easy to say, but I think you've seen the progression of Bo the last couple of years. As a rookie, he was kind of finding his footing. A really good defense and a rookie quarterback is sometimes a good combo. You saw what happened to Washington last year as well, with Jaden Daniels making it all the way to the NFC Championship. I think the combination of defense and Bo's progression this year, the fourth quarter, second half of games, and when games were on the line, I think he played as good, if not better, than anybody else in the league. Caleb Williams is another one, same draft class, guys that have really taken the step year one to year two. And I think his leadership, being around him, he wasn't really in meetings when he was hurt, but he was around enough that I got to kind of see how he interacted with guys and what he means to that locker room and that building. And you can see it. Guys want to play for him. Guys care about him. Guys support him. And so I think the step that he's made from year one to year two, I think you saw it in leaps and bounds this year on tape, and it resulted in wins for the Broncos.
Visiting with Ben DiNucci, who was there for the AFC Championship game signed by the Broncos.
Just say it. Lombardi. Just get the.
I'll get to that later. Calm down. I got another question about that day. Where were you during the game, Ben?
I was on the sidelines with 6 layers on my lower body and 7 layers on my upper body.
Good to know. Do you understand? I'm born and raised in this town. Do you understand how crazy it was to see good conditions and then all of a sudden a snow squall come in at the worst possible time to where you couldn't complete a forward pass? Can you just describe sitting on the sideline, standing there, what it was like for a quarterback in the second half of that game?
What I will tell people is, like, that first half was legitimately ideal, perfect conditions, like 30 degrees, no wind, the sun was out, it felt good, it didn't feel cold. We go in for halftime for 10 minutes, and all of a sudden, when I'm running out of the locker room, like, imagine you're a kid and you take a snow globe and you just shake it up and let everything just fall. That's quite literally exactly what it looked like out there. And I was like, man, this is crazy. You can't see 10 yards in front of you. It's kind of just swirling in a circle. And I felt bad for Stiddy at that point, just because I don't care if you're Aaron Rodgers, Jarrett Stidham, or Peyton Manning, or Ben DiNucci. That's going to be tough to operate in, tough to work in, tough to throw in. But in terms of just experience and getting to be a part of that, I've never experienced anything like that before.
All right, dude, this is the first time we talked to you. Hang on a second, Vic. What's your deal? You live in Denver?
Yeah, what's your deal, DiNucci?
What's my deal? What's your guys' deal?
Well, we've got great deals, but we're asking
what are you all about?
So you're a Highlands.
I live in Denver. I'm in Highlands Ranch. I've been down here since 2023. Yeah, didn't have a home base after the Cowboys cut me. Got out here and we loved it and have settled down out here. So this is home base.
Why haven't you not come in the studio and shot the breeze about football with us? You too busy?
That's weird. The invite must have got lost in the mail. I don't know.
Vic, what's your problem?
I watched that Bucknell Air Force game because I used to call Air Force, and you did a great job, by the way. Is that where you want to go? What do you want to do long term here?
Yeah, so I actually signed a 2-year contract with CBS Sports. Ironically, the week before the Broncos called me, so I got put on hold for a week, and now we're kind of back to regularly scheduled programming with them. But the plan is I'm going to be in the booth for 13 or 14 weekends next year calling college games and see how it goes. I very much enjoyed it. It reminds me of waking up on game day as a quarterback. You get the same anxious nerves, except I'm not running away from 300-pound linemen. I'm just trying to make Jimmy and Susie smile on the couch watching at noon. So it's a little bit different.
All right, hang on a second. I was getting a cup of coffee about an hour ago. One of our sales guys, Sean, goes, "Hey, man, DiNucci's coming on, right?" I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "Ask him about the time he dressed up for CBS, and apparently he was one of the guys in that flag football game or whatever that you threw the ball all over."
Oh yeah.
Oh no way.
What?
Well,
yeah.
I appreciate him letting me do that.
He's like, this guy comes in, we don't know who he is, and he's just firing the pig all over the place. He's drilling us, and what was that all about?
Where was that, Ben? What league? Because I played years of flag football in this town. What league was that?
That was a Volo Sports competitive men's flag football league. CBS had set that all up and came to me about the idea, and I'd seen the Chad Powers thing that Eli Manning had done a couple years ago, and they kind of wanted to do something similar. So I was all for it. I was pleasantly surprised that flag football is a lot harder than I thought it was. So I found out pretty quick that I wasn't going to be able to just stand back there and just dice these guys up. And you saw in the video I was having to run around and make some guys miss, but I'm surprised that after the first couple throws, they didn't come up to me and start asking. Either that was the best flag football league in America, or they have really good quarterbacks rolling through there every week.
Totally. I mean, when you got a pro quarterback come in, right, a guy who can fire the pig, and it's not just some schlep from Thornton, right?
But hang on a second.
It cracks me up.
It's like
man.
You're playing in a slow pitch softball game, and Aaron Judge is hitting 500-foot tanks, and you just go, "Yeah, he's a pretty good player."
Exactly.
Yeah.
I would say something pretty quick if all of a sudden the ball sounded a little different and looked a little bit different coming off of somebody's hand.
DiNucci, let me tell you about our flag football leagues. All we do is me and my brothers, we actually call the plays in Italian to get an advantage at the line of scrimmage. And then we throw short passes and do the old pitch back and forth all the way down the field. Yep. That is what we do for flag football.
I love it. It's a totally different game. I was very unaware. It was 3 downs. The field was shorter. They could blitz. I'm glad I stretched before that game.
I have a question for you, as I consider myself a beer aficionado. I'm a big fan.
Yep.
You are the master of the airport beers after being cut. I got to ask, What's the go-to beer? Are you looking for an IPA? Or are we just going something domestic? What's
Miller
the beer?
Lite, just a little Miller Lite.
I'm all about bang for your buck around here, so I'm going to have to go like a 7 or 8% IPA. I like Voodoo Ranger. I like Hazy Little Thing. I'm sure there's some good Colorado ones that I could plug right now that might be knocking on my door after this. But for the right number, I could say any brand right now that I really wanted to. So, but no, most of the time a nice IPA. I like to see the little froth at the top, and we'll go from there.
All right, you got to be a part of this show more often. This is ridiculous that we haven't spoken to you.
What about you guys? What's your go-to?
I'm a wine drinker, dude. I'm Italian.
Dude,
you're obviously not a real Italian, DiNucci.
so
I was going to
Ben-
ask about how Italian you are, but you're not.
Ben,
You just showed me you're not a real Italian.
Here's how Italian I am. My last name ends in a vowel, and I have hair all over my body.
Yeah, that's where it stopped. You speak the
Other
language
than
at
that,
all.
I got nothing.
Okay,
Yeah.
see?
Ben, I made it a point when I first moved here in 2019. The only friends I would make are people who own craft breweries, and so that's all I know now.
Oh, yeah,
So
you know
I
what?
can hook you up. I know a few guys.
Yeah,
I
Ben-
got you.
So then we can't be friends then. I don't own a craft brewery.
Yeah, no, but he can hook you.
Acquaintances. I can hook you up with
Ben,
people.
in
is what I'm saying.
all seriousness, Brett's got connections that will blow your face off. So
Love
if you want some coldies, I guarantee you they're coming your way.
Last question. And because you've been outstanding. It's 4th down. The ball's at the 14-yard line. In your brain, what do you want them to do in that situation?
I got the same response that I think all of you guys are going to have, and so I see both sides of the coin, right? You're up 7 points at that point in the game. If you convert that 4th down and go score, the game is virtually over at that point. I mean, I don't want to say virtually over, but you're in a really
Feels
good.
like it. Yeah.
You're up 2 possessions, and I don't think they even had 50 yards of offense up until that point. You kick the field goal, you take the points, you got a backup quarterback, you've got to know the weather's coming the second half. That's kind of the side that I tend to lean of, hey, we've got a backup quarterback. Defense is playing really well. We haven't been able to move the ball really other than the first drive of the game where we hit some long passes. I thought we should have taken the points and made that a 2-possession game, knowing that the weather was coming in the second half. But that's just me, and obviously I'm not the head coach for a reason. But that's where I land.
Here's the final thing for this program. All right, whether or not you can be our friend. Number one, this is a dumb question. Do you golf?
Yes, I golf.
I knew that's a given. All right, what's your handicap? Do you have one?
My handicap is a 10.
Okay, we're about the same then.
Yeah, I'm an 8. Brett's an 8. Vic's a 12.
Moser's a fake 8. He's about a 14 that plays to an 8.
Okay,
I shot a 97 yesterday, so I bumped myself up from an 8 to a 10 just naturally.
That's good for the scrambles this summer.
Exactly.
I'll tell you what, when the hockey season's over, we'll all get together. Vic's got a place. We all got a place. We'll get out, all right, man?
Love it. Appreciate it, guys.
Right on,
Ben, you're the best. Thanks.
Thanks, guys. Have a good weekend.
See you.
That guy rules.
Like Ben DiNucci.
That guy rules. Every week, Nelly. Bother him every week.
I want you to bother him so much. In fact, Kevin Shockey, get him on the payroll.
Listen, sometimes this happens. It's like love at first sight. I'm in radio love at first sight with Ben DiNucci.
Yeah,
I loved every
Vic
second
was
of
already
that.
predisposed, though. Ben DiNucci could have come on and said, you know what,
Well, Moj.
I speed,
Moj,
what?
we've been trying to get him on for a few weeks, and I told Nelly, this is right after the season, when I called Nelly, I said, Nelly, get DiNucci on. And it's been a while, but we finally got him on, and now you can see why.
Yeah,
the
he
kid,
rules.
he's good. He's
rules.
good, man. And he's going to be really good in the media game. I just think it's crazy. I'm so glad he mentioned that about the AFC Championship game, because being there and watching on TV, I know it looked bad on TV. You guys don't understand. You couldn't see 10 yards in front of you.
Yeah.
No, I dig, dude. I've been in that situation before.
Like the receivers couldn't tell. Moj, Adam Troutman said after the game, he couldn't tell where the Patriots safeties set up.
You know, the worst snow, Vic, I think I saw was the time that who was the Colts kicker that booted it?
Vanderjagt?
Vanderjagt. What did you say?
Vander what? Vanderjagt?
It's Vanderjagt.
Yeah, Mike Vanderjagt. That's correct. He booted, dude, on was it a Monday night game here? Dude, he booted like a 50-yarder in a driving snowstorm. I'm like, oh, my God. But then when I saw that snow globe for the AFC title game, I'm like, one last thing. I forgot to ask him. We didn't have time. He sent out this – he was going back and forth from JMU as one of his alma mater.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, what's he going to do there, man? Is he going to coach? Is he going to da-da-da? He's like, oh, get your gear. I'm like, God, DiNucci.
You can join Mike Sanford at Viewhouse Ballpark, 20th and Market tonight for the Nuggets in OKC. Tip-off at 7:42, and it's brought to you By Kendall Jackson, the official wine partner of the Denver Nuggets. Elevate your game with a glass of Kendall Jackson's award-winning lineup of sustainably grown California wines. While you're there, enter to win a Jamal Murray signed jersey. So go see Sanford at Viewhouse Ballpark tonight for the Nuggets and the Thunder.
We'll get him in. Talk some football, hit some balls. We'll do the whole thing.
Drunk Takes next. Sing to me, Bruno. Sing to me, Bruno.
You know what this sounds like to me? I told Nelly. Bruno Mars is brilliant. He's
this is so much better than that trash you gave us yesterday with your play-by-play over it. It really is.
If you're about to disparage Bruno, I'm going to
don't even
preemptively
talk.
say,
I'm with Kane on this.
No.
Watch your mouth.
I just praised him madly by saying he's brilliant. His Super Bowl halftime show, dude, is one of the top 5 of
three.
all time. Yeah, easily. He was terrific. I remember where I was in New York City.
Where's the
watching
butt?
that.
I hear a butt coming.
But that the beginning of that, it's maybe not his fault, but it sounds like a lot like, an Isaac Hayes song from the 70s.
It sounds like some Santana stuff, yeah.
It's great. I'm just saying that it takes me back, I guess, a little bit.
To the days you and Jake Schroeder were riding your Harleys across France.
2 inches at a time, baby.
Jesus God. Can you imagine tuning in for the first time all day and hearing that? And going,
Can you imagine DiNucci saying, I'm going to go on the radio with these guys. Let me see what they're all about.
Yep.
And tuning into that segment.
Can I tell you the one moment with
That would be
DiNucci
funny.
where if you guys missed it, go check out the podcast. He was great. But the one thing that pushed me over the edge on how much I like that guy, when Moser did the Moser thing of long pause, he goes, "What's your deal?" And his immediate response was, "What's your deal?"
Exactly.
Like doing that quickly, I'm like, all right, this guy gets it. He knows what's going on here. Texter, Bruno Mars is awful. Nails on a chalkboard.
Chris, you're not allowed to listen to the show anymore.
Like, what do you listen to? If you play that song and you got a smile on your face, then what the hell do you listen to? You're probably one of those guys that like these songs. Like you want to be angry all the time. I like to be happy. It's a difference.
I'm with you.
I don't know, man. Rocky Mountain Way and Lay It Down are pretty good, dude. I don't know, man.
Vic, what would be your shock factor, 1 to 10, if the Nuggets win tonight?
My expectations, I would be pleasantly surprised, put it that way, because
that's not a number.
How do I enumerate shock factor? From what to what? Give me a gauge here.
1 being that the sun came out today, 10 being that there's an asteroid that's 2 inches from hitting Earth and killing all of us.
So is 10 shocked? Is 1 shocked? Which one is shocked? You're still not helping me out here.
How would the sun coming out be shocking to you? How much easier can I make that?
No. He's thinking of nuclear apocalypse. So if that happens and no sun comes, you get it.
Again,
Oh
I
my
cannot make
God.
myself more abundantly clear. I would be pleasantly surprised if the Nuggets can go into OKC tonight minus 2 essential defensive players and beat an OKC team who welcomes back SGA to the lineup. I would be not very surprised, mildly surprised. I wish it upon them, and they have to prove they can win a game like this without 2 key defensive players. They have to prove it.
Do you think that we'll get news about Jamal being available anytime before, like an hour before the game starts?
Knowing Jamal Murray, I think he plays. And knowing Jamal Murray's history, when he is at all injured or sick or anything like that, that next game, he goes off. So
yes, he does.
I wouldn't be surprised if he plays and plays very well. For the Nuggets to win tonight, again, it comes down to matching Oklahoma City's physicality. Don't let them get into you early. Don't let them dictate the foul pace. Don't let them take care of the refs, because that's what they do. What they do is they tell the refs the style they're going to play in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yep. So
From Jeff, El Jefe. Bruno Mars flies Aer Lingus. Am I supposed to know what that means?
Why'd you read it if you didn't know what it means?
I'm trying to learn. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to learn. It's a bad thing, I guess.
Okay. I'm with you, though, Vic. I think that more than anything else, you cannot allow their physicality to get inside your head. Mm-hmm. People get frustrated by that all the time, and I think it seeps into the way that they play.
It does my head when I'm watching it, and they're all over Nikola Jokic like a bad habit. I hate it.
Do you remember how they
hate it.
They came into Ball Arena a few weeks ago and beat the Nuggets, and it was one of those games. It was the second game back for Joker from his injury. He didn't shoot the ball particularly well.
No, he did not.
But because he didn't attempt many shots in that game, go back and look at the numbers. They were all over. They were blanketing him in that game. And that's the game Cason Wallace went off. He had like 8 threes.
Yeah.
Couldn't miss. Limit their chances. Get physical. And tell the refs how you want to play tonight. If you give me, put it this way, if you tell me that the Nuggets defense that we saw against Boston is the defense they played tonight, I like the Nuggets' chances.
7:30 tonight, Nuggets and Thunder right here, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 pregame, powered by Ramos Law at 6:30. Our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes. For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show. Drunk Takes.
I like it a couple times a year. We all do the Monday night theme together.
Yeah.
I enjoy that.
It's always the first Monday night game of the year.
I love it. I love it.
Drunk takes are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly. 33 1/4. God, I would get off so many offensive lines.
That's a 6'3" guy right there.
Bam! Like a Boeing 747 over here. 28 1/2. Yeah. You ain't getting off anybody, Nelly. By the way,
How was that?
measured Raj's arm length, like 26.
Yeah.
Just a little tiny guy.
Absolutely alligator.
Just
He's
a
an
little itty-bitty guy.
Absolute alligator.
I looked up, I just closed my laptop. I looked up Kawhi Leonard's arm length. Vic, listen to this. Kawhi Leonard, who's 6'7", has a 7'3" wingspan. His hands, from pinky to thumb, are 11 1/4 inches. That's almost a full foot. Crazy.
Yeah. Peyton Watson's got an extremely long wingspan. So it makes him able to block those shots.
Yeah. Nelly, what's next?
You realize
in a row.
that he's rubbed that in every open orifice of my body? And how much
Open another orifice, Mosh.
You know what, Vic?
Here's the stuffed animal.
Give me 20. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know what my dream is?
I brought you the stuffed animal from the Walmart down the street. Stuff it.
The way you word things. Always a problem. What's next?
It never was. She had a place in his life. He Jesus. So good, dude.
So good, dude.
Yeah.
What's next?
And we have a trip. Here we go. Oh, I think it's going to be on Marco Sturm of the Minnesota Wild. And you got to go to your bedroom 2 minutes for being bad.
Moj.
Nelly, send that clip to me, please. Would you send it to me, please? Just that Riker clip, please.
The next Avs game this weekend.
You have to do
You
that.
have to say he's going to his room for 2 minutes for being bad.
I'll do it. I'll do it tomorrow afternoon. It's a 4:00 game tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll do it tomorrow afternoon.
Say somebody's going to their bedroom for being bad.
I'll do it tomorrow afternoon.
I love it. All right, what's next?
I define my healthy relationships with everybody. Did we get in a fist fight in a Walmart?
Hey,
For Christ's sake! What are we doing? I didn't beat his ass in an Applebee's.
And
We're good.
That is so true. I mean, it's because Calvin Booth said, me and Michael Malone's relationship was fine. We never got in a physical altercation.
In public. In
public. Yeah. All right, one more. Go ahead.
You're pulling gauze out of your ass?
That is correct.
How many inches were in there?
Dude, a lot of gauze. I couldn't reach back to clip the gauze.
Jake?
No!
Jake Schroeder was my gauze clipper.
No!
Yes. I don't want to make it weird, but I need you to clip gauze out of my ass for the next week.
I mean, honest to God,
Poor
we need
Jake.
to talk to our bosses. We need to be off the air for at least 2 to 3 weeks just to reset.
I can't imagine how that initial conversation went with Schroeder. Hey, buddy, so
it wasn't pleasant.
I can't get back here.
There's no way that conversation should be taking place on a radio.
Just did.
You guys pressed me on the issue. I said I didn't want to do it.
While you're down there, would you mind?
Okay. Have a good weekend, everybody. I'm out of here. I take no responsibility. I don't know these people. Zero. I know them zero.
Oh, have a great weekend. We'll talk to you on Monday. Love you. See you.
I've seen drunk idiots on the golf course, dude. I've seen guys who deserved a good bang.
Now it's a breakaway for Ross Colton. Save made by Jesper Wallstedt, who has come in the latter stages here to take over for Gustafsson, who clearly is not feeling well, and the game is done. The Wild, on the shoulders of Philip Gustafsson, are able to get their first regulation win of the season against the Colorado Avalanche. It is a final score of 5-2.
Avs fall in the second leg of a back-to-back at Ball Arena last night, and the Central Division lead shrinks by 2 points. It was a fun hockey game until about midway through that second period, and then penalties galore, and then the legs got heavy, and the Avs, well, once again, they had a chance to tie it up on the power play in the third period, and with the return of Nathan MacKinnon to the ice, a power play that was 1 of 3 2 nights ago went 0 of 3 the second of the 2 games.
Yeah, because he got Walter pipped again, didn't he?
It was a frustrating game for the Avs, certainly against a division rival in Minnesota, they're going to give whoever is the 2-3 seed the...
What are you laughing at? I'm getting a cough drop, and I'm trying to make sure that I don't open the actual cough drop. Okay, you know what I'll do? I'll open it right in front of my microphone.
Thank you. Yep.
Is that better?
Yeah, there we go.
I was trying to open it up underneath the table.
It's a Friday, people. Minnesota's going to give whoever is the 2-3 seed matchup
They're good.
a really good battle, and especially if they find a way to get a center, because they don't really have a number one. They've got Joel Eriksson, who's was getting into it with Gabriel Landeskog last night. He's not a true number one. He's a really solid number 2 center.
Couple Swedes, right?
Yeah, a couple of Swedes. I think they're going to make a big swing at Kadri or O'Reilly or Vinny Trocheck because they must. It's the only hole that Minnesota has is a true center.
Kadri potentially getting in the mix here.
I mean,
with some of the cap space that was created with the deal that you just made to get Brett over.
You want to jump into it rather than going into the game? We can jump into trade deadline, which is a week from today.
Let's do that.
The
Avs lost the game. Wasn't great.
No, it wasn't great. It was a very fun hockey game. I thought the neutral zone was super exciting for the first half of the game, and then a couple of bad calls happened, right? So you get the crappy Cale Makar slashing penalty, which is followed up by a really soft cross-checking call on Val Nichushkin, where he just runs into Matt Boldy in the middle of the ice and his hands were up high. That gets compounded with Brent Burns on the ensuing face-off, launching a puck 14 rows into the stands. And now you have to kill off not 1, not 2, but 2.5 5-on-3s. And typically the hockey gods smile upon you when you do that. No, they kill off the 5-on-3s, and what happens? An own goal, right? Puck goes in off of a skate, and unfortunately, you go down 2-1. Avs get a power play in the third period after weathering a really good Minnesota push. Again, Minnesota on 23 days rest, and you on 23 hours rest coming in from Utah. You're kind of expecting to be the second best team on the ice, which they were, but still pretty solid 5-on-5. And then that power play opportunity comes, like it has so many times this year. And what do we see? More of the same. More Cale Makar ripping pucks high and wide when he's got the opportunity. More Nathan MacKinnon forcing pucks through the neutral zone. The late power play that they got the late opportunity that they got down 2-1, down 3-1. He forces a puck to the middle of the ice. Empty net goal goes in against them, and the game is effectively over at that point. It changed again, man. The power play changed back to what it was. Because Nathan MacKinnon was out there. I'm not going to be the guy that says get Nate off. I am the guy that says put him somewhere else. Because what did we see 2 nights ago on the power play?
We saw really good puck movement, and we saw Marty Necas in the perfect slot to be able to rip off a slap shot.
Marty doesn't know what he's doing when Nate's on the ice. They're 10 feet, 5 feet away from each other on the power play, and he goes, what is happening?
Does Nathan MacKinnon occupy almost too much oxygen relative to other players in terms of because of who he is, because of his presence, because you almost don't want to upset the apple cart. You don't feel as free to play off of a player like Nathan MacKinnon.
It's almost like you have to force the puck to get to him. Why is the puck on my stick when that dude's on the ice? Why is the puck on my stick when Cale Makar and Nathan McKinnon are on the ice? Something's going wrong. What happened 2 nights ago was they forced shots from the top of the point. They forced shots from Cale Makar. None of these go in, right? The one power play goal that you get is the one-timer from Marty Necas. But there were multiple shots where Cale is just shooting for sticks. He's just shooting for sticks. He's shooting for pads. There were multiple times where there were double tips coming from the bumper spot and the net front player on that 1-3-1. And what happened last night? Like Cale gets the puck and he walks down Broadway, and all you do is you hear glass. I wish I had a puck on me. I could make the sound effect. I don't have I've got pucks in my office. I don't have pucks in here. You could throw pucks at Steve Nelson right now and you'd be able to hear it.
Puck and A, Raj. Bring in a puck, brother.
It was just very frustrating to see them revert back to the same crap that they've been doing all season long. Because you could have gotten a point out of that game. You could have.
At what point, man, and Raj, you've been here analyzing, breaking down post-game, previews, pre-game for the Colorado Avalanche, essentially for the majority, if not the entirety of Nathan McKinnon's career here in Colorado. Am I right in saying that?
The majority of, not all of it.
Okay.
Because Nate came in as a rookie in 2013. I was still in college then.
Okay.
I took over the post-game show in 2017, 2018.
You were watching the Avs as a native.
I was watching Game 7 when they fell to Minnesota that year at a college bar called Lucy's in Syracuse.
Were you wearing an Avs jersey?
I'm not a jersey guy. You know that.
Oh, were you wearing an Avs sweater?
No, wasn't wearing anything.
What, you were naked? Naked at a college bar in Syracuse, New York?
Bar, eh?
That's pretty cool.
Oh, no. Shrinkage, like those alpine ski jumpers.
I'm sure that was fantastic time there in Syracuse. But over the time of watching Nathan McKinnon, you accumulate various data points. Some of those obvious data points, I'd say certainly recently, is the fact that he is the best player, if not in the same conversation as Connor McDavid, as a scorer and creator in 5-on-5 ice time. Would you say that the data has backed up that Nathan McKinnon and overall the effect on a power play isn't the exact same in terms of the effect positively? Am I just completely impacted by recency bias?
No, it's not even close.
Go ahead.
Connor McDavid since 2019 has 310 power play points.
Okay, no, sorry. I misspoke. I'm talking about Nathan McKinnon. His impact for the Avalanche is way more positive and otherworldly in 5-on-5 hockey.
Yeah.
Than it is on power play.
He's a better 5-on-5 hockey player than he is a 5-on-4 hockey player, which is insane. And he's better at 4-on-4 than he is at 3-on-3.
He's really good when the other team has as many humans on the ice as his team does.
Yeah, it's almost like he has too much time and space. Trying to find that perfect spot where it's one-on-one. He knows he doesn't have a lot of space, gets the puck wide, pulls up late, tries to find the trailer because someone's lost an assignment. Yeah, he's better at 5-on-5. It is true.
Is there a hockey universe that exists where Nathan McKinnon picks up more TOI during 5-on-5 hockey and actually you allow, if you're Bedsy, for the data to speak to you and just say, you know what, he is not on our first power play line. I don't care if he's the best player on planet Earth. I want to win a Stanley Cup because guess what? If I have a first, second round exit, and I'm not saying they're going to, this is a really good hockey team.
Like you saw Minnesota, that's the 3 seed in Central. In Minnesota, that is a legit contender.
And if you're not optimized and your machine doesn't have the perfect lubricant for all of the different pistons that are firing off at all times, then you're in danger of losing in the second round.
I don't know if it's taking Nate off power play 1. They have to split up Necas and McKinnon. Necas and McKinnon cannot be on the same ice on the same power play. They can't. So if you're going to ask me who gets the looks, I'm going to go with the better hockey player. I'm going to go with the guy that is 4th in the NHL in power play points since 2019 in Nathan McKinnon. I'm going to keep him on the ice, but I'm not putting them on the ice together because they're kind of redundant. And again, you saw it spatially last night. They don't know where to go because they both gravitate towards the same place.
Yeah. I think anybody's played pickup basketball or played high school or youth rec basketball understands when there are weird times where you're like, wait a minute, I think I'm supposed to be in that spot. Why is he in my spot?
Like, remember when Minnesota had that Gobert and Karl Anthony Towns experiment where they're trying this Twin Towers approach to beating the Nuggets. And you know what? It worked sometimes. There were a lot of instances where you looked at them offensively and went, you guys sure you know where you're supposed to be?
Especially when you had Anthony Edwards.
Right.
And Ant is like, hey, I
need space.
Can I penetrate
I can't
somewhere?
have 2 7-footers standing next to each other.
I'm trying to get in the key. I'm trying to score in the paint, and you guys are not allowing me because there's 4 massive human beings between you two and the 2 massive human beings that are guarding you.
When the T-Wolves finally figured out and they were like, no, Carl, like, don't touch the paint. You're 7 foot tall. Just go to the perimeter.
You're a 3-point shooter.
Just go that way.
Yeah.
Then it started to work because all Rudy Gobert was a rebound machine.
He was a mouth-breathing rebound machine.
It feels as though you're in that early Twin Tower experiment where, like, Natchez and McKinnon don't know what to do with each other on the power play. Split them up. Split them up.
Put Natchez on PP1.
You can do that. Like, I said it yesterday.
And then get a pissed off Nate. Get a pissed off and active Nate on PP2. For those, whatever.
For the, 25 seconds?
Yes.
Now, actually, that's a good point. It's a really good point. The reason why Power Play 1 is out there for 90 seconds on a power play is because Nathan McKinnon's on the ice.
Yes.
Nate doesn't come off. If you have Nate on your second power play unit, you might be able to have a steadier hand in, like, first power play gets 45 seconds. And if there's a whistle, you're taking him off. Or if there's another clearance, you're whistling. I can't do the dog whistle. You do that as a head coach. You get those forwards off. McKinnon's back on for a minute, and you kind of split it 50-50. That's a decent idea. There are no wrong answers at 15%. There are not.
You know what is the right answer? Change. For Bedsy, something's got to change. Definition of insanity, we say it all the time, is doing the same thing over and over and over and expecting a different result. Raj, we just went to the Power Play Summit in Milan.
It was working.
And it looked really good the first time out. Sands, Nathan McKinnon on PP1. I think I just solved the power play woes of the Colorado Avalanche as somebody who knows nothing about hockey.
So frustrating,
by saying, take off the greatest player on planet Earth and put him on the second unit.
It's because it was such an entertaining hockey game, and the referees make some crappy calls in the middle of the period to take all of the energy out of the building, all of the energy away from a really evenly matched 5-on-5 hockey game, and then the Avalanche take all the energy out of the building by going on the power play themselves.
Raj, to give you a little bit of a whiplash here, did you see the recent ESPN.com article that just came out talking about one player that each NFL franchise needs in free agency?
NFL franchise?
NFL franchise needs in free agency.
I haven't. We'll talk about it on the other side. Join Coach Sanford tonight at the View House Ballpark on 20th and Market for the Nuggets and Oklahoma City Thunder game. Tip-off at 7:42, and it's all brought to you by Kendall Jackson, the official wine partner of the Denver Nuggets. Elevate your game with a glass of Kendall Jackson's award-winning lineup of sustainably grown California wines. And while you're there tonight alongside Coach Sanford, drinking a nice Cab Sav.
I think I'm going to be going a little bit of Chardonnay.
You're a Chardonnay guy, a little buttery Chard?
I don't know. It just sounds like a good Chardonnay day.
You can enter to win a signed Jamal Murray jersey. So Nuggets and Oklahoma City Thunder tonight. You can listen to it on 92.5. You can go watch it at the View House in the Ballpark District off of 20th and Market alongside Coach and Kendall Jackson Wines.
And probably Coach's wife.
I would
because Kendall Jackson Wines kind of fired up the old wifey. So,
Yeah.
hey, if you do go, make sure. All right, I want you to be there. But make sure you go to the correct View House location.
The one at the ballpark.
It is by Coors Field.
That one.
That one. Not the one right here off I-25 we do a lot of things.
Not the one in downtown Littleton.
Nope. Not
there.
Great place. Oh, the big one right here off I-25.
Oh, yeah, the Big Tuna in Centennial.
Yeah, everybody thinks of View House. They think of Centennial if you're a South Metro dweller. So Raj, I mentioned it before the break. ESPN.com just talked about projecting one signing for every single NFL team. And so there's a couple of ones of interest. The Buffalo Bills trying to help out Joe Brady first year as the head coach. And obviously Josh Allen trying to get over the hump offensively. Mike Evans.
Josh Allen?
That guy, the wide receiver. The Miami Dolphins. This is an interesting one here. Tight end Isaiah Likely of the Baltimore Ravens. Kind of scroll down, whatever. There's some interesting things here. The New York Jets are going to be playing quarterback with Malik Willis, according to that, which cool. They'll continue to be about 2-15. And you get all the way down to the AFC West. We get down to the AFC West. The very first team that is mentioned is the Denver Broncos. And the player that they mention that the Broncos need to sign in free agency is tight end Cade Otton.
Who is that?
Of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers?
Oh, brother.
I don't know who that is.
What is wrong with you guys? Cade Otton, 6'5", 250-pound tight end. He was a fourth-round pick in 2022, and he has been synonymous with reliable, targeted two-way tight end that can block, is a legitimate inline blocker. So think Adam Troutman. But imagine if Adam Troutman had caught 42 balls, 47 balls, 59 balls, and 59 balls in his first 4 seasons as an NFL tight end for a total of 11 touchdowns and 2,018 yards.
Adam Troutman was about half or a third of those numbers.
Correct. This would be a good sign. I like this signing because you think of Cade Otton. This guy's been involved in some pretty big moments for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He feels like an 8, 9, 10-year vet because he's played in playoff games with Baker Mayfield. He's played in NFC South divisional, highly important games to make the postseason, and he's made clutch catches. But yet he's only going into his 5th season in the National Football League at the tight end position. You want experience. You want a guy that can go out and do it, but you don't want to necessarily get somebody that's, in their 11th, 12th, 13th year. I like this. So the point here is that the Denver Broncos already have their exclusive receiving tight end only in Evan Ingram.
That's funny. Do they?
That was mean.
Tell me where I'm wrong.
I think the Broncos could become more of a viable 12 personnel outfit if you have a guy like Cade Otton as a genuine, bona fide pass-catching threat, but can block in line. And then all of a sudden you have Evan Ingram as the other guy that could be your move tight end in the blocking game, but it allows for more flexibility and more versatility to have 2 potential pass-catching threats on the field at the same time, which you have not had forever here in Denver.
I love the idea of a block-first tight end with the ability to be a safety blanket. Don't get me wrong.
Safety blanket. I mean, Cade Otton's caught more balls than just safety blanket. Wouldn't you say 59 catches in back-to-back years isn't just safety blanket?
Yeah. I mean, he had more catches than Evan Ingram.
So
Evan Ingram had 50 receptions on 76 targets last year for 1 touchdown and 461 yards, which is why I laughed when you said the Broncos have their downfield tight end target.
I didn't say downfield. I said they're receiving first because he's not a good blocker.
Well, that's the archetype, but I don't believe I don't believe that he's that guy next year.
I do. But I think you need to have
provided that you have a true two-way tight end.
Yeah, and I think that would help. Now, you want to know the bad news on this article? The very next team is the Kansas City Chiefs. You want to know who they have as the player that they need to sign?
One of the 3 running backs.
Kenneth Walker.
Yeah, don't love that either. Because you know who the most mocked player to the Kansas City Chiefs is right now at number 9? If they don't get the 3 running backs in free agent, who's mocked to them at number 9? Jeremiah Love. Which there's a few people who've said if he was in the same draft as Saquon Barkley, he would be the 1B running back.
Okay.
That's how high people are on Jeremiah Love right now.
Am I wrong to have gosh, man, I'm going to hate saying this. Am I wrong in having a hard time unseeing Audric Estime and Jeremiah Love? Like big, physical, massive, piped up running back from Notre Dame that had a ton of production in college, running behind one of the best offensive lines in college football. Am I wrong in just having a little bit of recency bias in that take?
I don't think they're the same players. Audric Estime had a wonderful final season, much like Jeremiah Love did, right? So Estime's final year at Notre Dame in 2023, 1,341 yards on the ground on 210 attempts for 18 rushing scores. Love had basically the same season, 1,372 yards, 18 rushing scores in his final year in 2025. But what Estime didn't have the prior season was another 1,000-yard season. He was close to it. He had a 900-yard rushing year with 11 touchdowns. As a sophomore, Jeremiah Love was essentially the same player.
Yeah.
On 163 attempts, he had 1,125 yards, 17 touchdowns on the ground, and 19 total from scrimmage.
What are their dimensions? Listed dimensions.
6'1", 215 for Estime coming out of school, and Love is, I'm not sure what he's measured at the combine this week.
Didn't Estime seem bigger than 215? Or is it just all biceps? Because he seemed like when you saw him at the podium, man, he seemed like a really thick-necked, thick upper body type running back.
Love 6 foot 215.
I don't know, man. I understand it. Jeremiah Love's better than Audric Estime. I get it. If you're the Kansas City Chiefs, I would feel a lot better if I was a Chiefs fan if I got Kenneth Walker than if I got Jeremiah Love. Personally.
Why?
Known, proven commodity, and you need somebody to really be able to consistently run the football and not be in and out of the lineup. And that's one thing that to me, Kenneth Walker has proven that he can do that in what's going to end up being, I believe, is this going to be a second or third contract?
Second contract.
Second contract. A little breaking news out of the National Football League.
What's that?
From National Football League meetings around the combine. NFL teams, according to Adam Schefter, were informed today that this season's salary cap will be $301.2 million per team, which is up $22 million per outfit for this season.
All right, more money to play with.
I like that.
Go throw all the cash at Kenneth Walker. Go throw all the cash at Travis Etienne.
Is Brees done?
The way that New York is talking about Brees and franchising Brees makes it feel like it's done.
Why would they do that?
Because there's not many elite NFL talented players on that roster right now. And you're not guaranteed to have another guy like that at a cost control by one season.
Aren't they 3 years away from even potentially doing something?
Yes.
And three more years on a running back? I don't know, man. It just doesn't seem like a smart business decision. I don't know if, gosh, man, I just don't understand why they would do that. But
Estime's 40-yard dash at the 2024 NFL Combine was 4.71.
He's slow.
He ran a 4.61 at Notre Dame's Pro Day later on that year. Jeremiah Love is like a 4.40
We'll find out. He probably won't run, though.
He probably won't run. He'll probably run it. He'll run it Pro Day, and he's probably going to be like a 4.35, 4.4 guy.
Yeah, that's a difference.
Yeah.
Speed at the running back position matters. How would you feel if the Denver Broncos signed Cade Otton in the free agent market?
From what you say, it would excite me. Now, I still don't think that they have their vertical threat in Evan Ingram. What I saw this year, the lack of his ability to be a difference maker or the lack of the Broncos and Sean Payton to lean into making him a focal point of the offense makes me think that this is just a failed experiment. And he's just a warm body. Right? Actually, the way that you talk about the Broncos needing a two-way tight end, isn't that kind of like antithetical to what we've been talking about for the draft this year? You and I have been in love with Kenyon Sadiq if he falls to 30. He ain't a two-way tight end.
Kenyon Sadiq would replace Evan Ingram.
Right. Evan Ingram still got a year left on his contract, man. You going to cut that guy?
Got $22 more million to play with. You can eat a little bit of a cap casualty.
Evan Ingram's dead cap this year would be 10.3.
That's so stupid. That would be dumb. So, yeah.
He's on the roster.
He's playing.
So if you sign that guy, you're not drafting a tight end this year. It almost guarantees that you draft a linebacker, you draft a safety, you draft an offensive line at the back of that first round.
I mean, gosh. Evan Ingram had 50 catches this year. He wasn't a complete bust. We talk about Evan Ingram like he is a complete bust. And the reason we do is because we're all anxiously awaiting for Sean Payton to throw the football to his tight end, get a bunch of run after catch, and hopefully have more than one touchdown, because that's what Evan Ingram had this year. That, to me, is where the big disappointment lies, is that Evan Ingram was a one-touchdown player. If you look at his career, the height of his career, he was either a high-volume pass catcher for the Jaguars in 23, where he had 114 catches, but didn't even get 1,000 yards. He was 8.4 yards per catch in his 23 season. This year, he was 9.2. And early on in his career, man, his second year as a New York Giant, he was a 12.8 yards per catch player, which is really good at the tight end position. He's never really been a high touchdown guy. Like, man, look at these numbers from 2023. He had 114 catches and only 4 touchdowns. Isn't that wild? A guy like that. And you know what it is with him? It's so unique. When you see him walk by you when we're doing our training camp radio show, he's not tall. Like, he's not a plus red zone target. That's where I think Kenyon Sadiq, who isn't 6'6", but he plays big and he's a high point target in the red zone, where I do think Evan Ingram actually is a high volume safety blanket, man. Probably what he is. High volume pass catching safety blanket. So, I mean, depends on what the Broncos want to do here. I think there is a world that exists where you could add a Cade Otton and you could draft a Kenyon Sadiq. And I don't think you'd be the stupidest team ever. You would just have to change your identity a little bit and become more of a 12 and 13 personnel team with 2 and even sometimes 3 tight ends on the field at one time.
Probably have to answer the inside linebacker question in free agency, or hope that you hit on, again, a deep defensive draft when it comes to linebackers, and particularly inside linebackers. You're hitting on getting a starter in round 2 or round 3.
And you're also probably hitting on Dre Greenlaw staying healthy. That would be the ideal scenario.
You're crossing fingers pretty hard there.
It's the same thing as J.K. Dobbins as your running back. They're the same conversation. Frankly, they were the same conversation when the news came down that both those players were going to be Denver Broncos. You felt like you were going to get them for somewhere between 9 and 14 games.
Yeah, you got one full season out of those 2 players combined.
Yep.
And I think if you were to tell me that last offseason, I would have begrudging.
Do you sign back Alex Singleton, or do you sign back Justin Strnad?
Singleton's younger. Strnad's younger.
And more athletic. In the coverage game.
And at this point in Singleton's career, he's probably looking for a little term. Probably looking for a 2 or 3 year deal, and I'm not giving Alex Singleton more than a 1 year deal. Speaking of 1 year deals, you see what they did with Jaquan McMillan today?
Pretty good.
Second round tender at just under $6 million. 5.8 is the cap hit. So what that is, the restricted tender allows you to put a draft pick compensation on a restricted free agent. So he is signed to a 1 year deal with the Broncos, a 1 year extension at 5.8. If another team wants to sign Jaquan McMillan to that tender, they will have to give up a second rounder as draft pick compensation.
So you are 100% getting one more year of Jaquan McMillan.
Or a second rounder.
Nobody's doing.
No one's given up a second rounder for McMillan in 5.8 unless they think that he's a player that they can extend.
So back to this conversation about Alex Singleton. So he is currently in a 3-year contract, $18 million deal, $9 million guaranteed, which is essentially $6 million average annual value. His forecasted market value is only $4.7 million right now. That's not a bad deal for the Broncos. If you're able to get, would you take Alex Singleton for a 2-year deal at 9.5?
What's the dead cap in year 2? If you can find a way to make sure the dead cap is like $5 million or less, $3.5 million in year 2, I'll do it.
I don't think the Broncos are. I think the Broncos are going to actually just run it back with their linebackers. When you look at that, because for some reason, because of Alex Singleton's production and the fact that it seems like every single year the guy has between 125 and 170 tackles.
Yeah, that doesn't grow on trees.
You would think that he is a guy that would be a double-digit million linebacker on the open market after the year that he had on the defense that he played for.
And you do worry, if you let that guy walk, how does it play in the room? A dude who battled cancer in the middle of the season and came back and played, and he is very, very clearly liked and loved in that locker room. How does it play in the room if you let him walk?
That's still a good value player, man. That's still a good value player. At $4.7 million, you're paying him less than you had to pay, and your cap goes up.
So you keep those both inside linebackers on the team right now. Find a way to re-sign Singleton and Sternad. You draft a second or a third round inside linebacker as not a full project, but a guy is like, learn under those two dudes. And if we see that you are outperforming them 6, 7, 8 weeks in, then it's your job and we move on from those guys in the offseason. That might be it.
The guy that's interesting probably...
Sadiq falls to you at 3 or at 30. You get an inside linebacker in the second round. You take a chance on an offensive lineman as a project in round 3.
Did you address your running back position?
I am 100% in on running back is fixed in free agency. And if it's not fixed in free agency, you're in trouble.
How much are you willing to pay?
For either one of those running backs?
Yes.
$13 million.
Agreed. Did you realize that Justin Sternad, his market value has shot up to a roughly $7 million average?
It's because of his age, man.
His age and his coverage ability. Everybody's throwing to their running backs. They're throwing to their tight ends. People want linebackers that are two-way players. He might be the player the Broncos might not be able to afford. And that could end up being costly because you would have to draft a really good coverage player. What did you say in the second round?
Second round.
I'm good with that. I like that.
Where you may be able to get a first-round grade or a high second-round grade on someone at pick 60.
Greenlaw, Singleton, round 2 linebacker, free agent running back.
Sadiq at 30.
Are we good on Cade Otton or no?
Sure. You've talked me into it. I don't know enough about I honestly, guys, I'll look at your
He's a legitimate tight end.
Cade Otton.
He is a legitimate tight end. Like he is a experienced, legitimate, bona fide starting Y tight end in the National Football League.
I see the pictures of him. He's a tight end that doesn't play with receiving gloves, and I love that.
Mm-hmm.
That's some aura. Like that. Who was the weird looking dude for the San Francisco Giants all those years when they were running their World Series?
Moises Alou?
No, but Moises Alou was a non-batting glove guy.
You know what he used for his hand tack?
Pine tar?
Urine.
Gross.
He pissed on his hands before every game.
That's some Dominican sounding stuff if I've ever heard it.
It's glorious. And could you imagine after a nice dinner at the steakhouse with tons of asparagus? Just bring it to the plate. Reminder of what
sitting behind trying to catch fastballs. What does that smell? Who was the dude? It wasn't Moises Alou. It was the white guy, the weird.
Oh, Hunter Pence?
Hunter Pence.
No doubt. Great Giant. Just a great Giant.
The Mike Allstott look from a fullback to a tight end, the no receiver gloves is a wonderful aura to have around a player. It's like having a guy with a neck roll. You gotta have one of them.
Things you love to see, man.
Things you love to see. Nuggets are in OKC for a huge game in the Western Conference against SGA and the Thunder tonight. You can hear it all on Altitude 92.5. Tune in for the pregame show at 7 p.m. That's powered by Ramos Law, and then tip-off is at 7:42. It's only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The push to the playoffs is officially on, and with Altitude Plus, you're right in the middle of the action. You can sign up today and get a free 7-day trial. All you have to do is visit altitudeplus.com/checkout and enter the promo code Altitude7. That's with the number 7, Altitude7. Don't wait. The offer ends on March 14th, so jump in today and apply for the free trial code to a monthly or an annual plan to join the playoff push now on Altitude Plus. Your subscription auto-renews at the end of the trial. If you were watching on Altitude Plus last night for the Avs' 5-2 loss at home to the Minnesota Wild, did you catch what they did yesterday?
I did
on
not.
Channel 20 and Altitude 2, the simulcast with Riker
animated
and Kiefer? I watched the whole first period. I enjoyed it.
It was fun.
It was kind of fun. And then I was able to actually watch the hockey game in the second and the third because they lifted the blackout restriction on Altitude because the game was on Channel 9. And they ended up blocking Altitude, so you have to watch it through Channel 9. NBC is with a carrier dispute on Fubo, so I was stuck watching Riker and Kiefer and an animated moose.
NBC and Fubo aren't getting along?
Yeah, not getting along well.
They don't love each other?
No. So I'm pirating my mother-in-law's DirecTV login. I just hop onto the NBC app
the
on my
Altitude
TV.
Plus app's pretty dang good.
Yeah.
Pretty dang salty.
They did a really good revamp with that thing.
You know what I've been doing these days? Oh, there it is. A little animated hockey right there. I like that.
They did a really solid job. It was enjoyable.
Are any of these videos that you can play, or are they just screenshots? KJ? Oh, here we go.
I think they have it like integrated with Facebook's, what is it? It's not AI goggles. What are those things called? Augmented reality, AR goggles.
All the fans look like they're essentially South Park characters.
Yeah, I think they're like jumping pucks with.
I love that.
They've got winter hats on and stuff. And if you took a penalty, you went to the penalty box, which looked really nice and cushy, and there was steaming hot cocoa out of miniature Stanley Cups.
In the penalty box.
In the penalty box, which is why I think the Avs cut to the penalty box so many times in the second period.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to have a cocoa break.
I need my sugar. And I need some marshmallows in my sugar, too.
Nuggets back at it tonight against Oklahoma City. We're still waiting on the return from Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson. So as this feels like a measuring stick game for them, is it really a measuring stick game without everybody?
It's probably about the 53rd game of the year that you could probably say is not real because the roster is not intact. But no, it's going to matter. I mean, you're going to be playing against OKC. You've got to make some progress in just the way that you continue to feel about your Western Conference rivalries. The teams that are at the top of the Western Conference. It's got to be against OKC. I expect the Nuggets to play great basketball tonight. I expect Nikola Jokic to be hungry. I expect Jamal Murray to get the norovirus just to give him another flu-like game where he plays great. And I think it's going to be a fun game to watch, and I'm excited to watch it with a whole bunch of my favorite friends at the old View House at Ballpark near Coors Field tonight about 7. Tips at 7:30 or 8?
Tip is at 7:42. Pregame show is at 7 p.m.
Nice.
They are a combined 0-2 against Oklahoma City and San Antonio. Like it's something that needs to turn around.
So the Nuggets have only played San Antonio once. And
that's according to Basketball Reference right now. I've got one game against San Antonio. I've got one game against OKC. Can that be right, KJ?
That is correct.
That's nuts to me that they've only played those two teams twice total.
Which is why they have the hardest schedule down the stretch.
Yeah, it doesn't help playing against a couple of teams who have a combined, 88 wins on the season?
It says that the Nuggets beat San Antonio on January 4th. That's 2025. Jeez. That's old. That's old info.
Yeah, Basketball Reference don't lie, brother.
How many times do you play everybody in? Is that like guaranteed in the NBA? How many Western Conference games that you play, and then within your quote unquote division and all that?
So division, you play absolutely 4 times every single year. Eastern Conference, you play each team twice. And then the rest of the Western Conference kind of fluctuates.
2 or 3?
Yeah, depending on which, kind of like in the NFL, depending on which other division you need to play the most. And then from there, you'll play maybe leftover 2 or 3 games against those other Western Conference teams.
So the Nuggets and OKC will play each other 4 times.
Yep.
And so this will be the second.
The second of the 4.
That's crazy. So you're playing him 3 times in the remaining 24 games.
Yeah, you play the 2 best teams in the Western Conference.
Well, you only have to play San Antonio. I think you play them twice more.
Oh, twice more.
Yeah, because that's out. They're in the Southwest. It's so funny, man. These divisions in the NBA are kind of meaningless, right? Outside of scheduling, can you name what the division of the Denver Nuggets is?
The Northwest.
I wouldn't have known that. I just know they're in the Western Conference because it's completely insignificant. Like, think about how important the division is in the National Football League.
Oh, it is the division importance in baseball.
Baseball's huge.
In hockey and in the NFL.
Do you think hockey's as big as baseball?
Of course it is. Imagine if the Avalanche weren't in the Central. Are they getting knocked out in the first round of the playoffs the last 2 years? First and second round of the playoffs the last 2 years? Imagine if they didn't have to go through the Central. I wouldn't give a damn about the 1 seed in the Western Conference this year if the Avs were playing in the Pacific. Wouldn't care at all. Because you know you have to go through? You have to go through like the LA Kings, and then you might have to go through the Edmonton Oilers. And they don't scare me in the first 1 or 2 rounds if you're Colorado. Right? The Oilers have been able to skate through the Pacific Division. And then what do they get on the opposite side? They get a beat and battered and bruised Dallas Stars team, and they get to the Stanley Cup final. Of course the division matters in hockey. It doesn't matter at all in the NBA, outside of scheduling.
What do you feel? What are your vibes right now on the game tonight? Nuggets game. Are we going to see Jamal Murray?
Yes.
Is Nikola Jokic going to play with the chip on his shoulder in this particular contest against OKC?
Yeah, after going, 3 of 14 from 3 in his last game? I expect a very efficient Nikola Jokic tonight. Now, if he's playing 36 minutes, I'm not going to love it.
KJ, what's your prediction for tonight?
I'm expecting a very motivated team as well. I think just knowing that they know in their minds that they can beat OKC, and I think they want to show everybody what they believe in their hearts. Tonight is the first game the SGA is going to be back, and though I don't expect much rust, there could be some, and if they can just limit the volume of three-point shots from OKC, you give yourself a chance down the stretch.
A win on the road against Oklahoma City erases the bad feeling of the Golden State fourth quarter collapse. It erases the feeling of the LA fourth quarter collapse. If you go in without Aaron Gordon, without Peyton Watson, you find a way to win this game, it makes you feel a lot better about the team. Does it change anything in terms of your playoff seeding? Not really. Dude, we sent out a clip of it yesterday. The 2 seed's gone. You have no chance to get that 2 seed. You will have to go through either OKC or San Antonio prior to the Western Conference Final. And that kind of sucks. But it would make you feel a little bit better.
No Jalen Williams tonight for OKC.
Hasn't mattered much for them during the season.
Yeah.
They're too deep, dude.
I like the Nuggets. I like the Nuggets having a big game. A big statement win to put them in a position of these last 20 some odd games are going to be the right type of finish going into the postseason.
Text us 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. You can listen to the program anywhere you go on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app that's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. They are injury lawyers. Go to WilhiteWins.com. That is WilhiteWins.com. Hour 2 coming up on the other side of the break. KJ's NFL Notes at 11:20. We'll pop tops at 11:45 and hand things off to PhD from 12 to 3 on Altitude Sports Radio.
Yeah.
Hour 2 of the morning sprint. Alex Ryan Emmy alongside the coach, Mike Sanford, KJ Granderson behind the glass, and you today at 303-504-0925. Nuggets back on the court tonight on the road against the West's #1 team, the Oklahoma City Thunder. Your Ramos Law pregame show with Mark Bertinoli starts at 7 p.m. Avs will be back at it tomorrow at Ball Arena against the Chicago Blackhawks, and they go off for a 3-game road trip starting next Monday. They'll have back-to-backs against LA and the Anaheim Ducks, and then a couple days off before a big trade deadline battle with Central Division foe Dallas a week from today. Coach, did you know this? We've been talking about the Broncos and their offseason and Jaquan McMillan being given a second-round tender valued at like $5.8 million. So if a team wants to sign him to that tender, his agent's been like, they need to sign him to a multi-year deal worth like $16 to $24 million. I don't think someone's going to do that. So it looks as though Jaquan McMillan at a $5.8 million cap hit he's a Denver Bronco next year.
That man's a Bronco.
Bronco! It's like the Squidward meme.
Yes.
I made one of those. I had AI do this. I'm not proud of it because I probably should have done the work myself, but I had AI make a Sean Payton Squidward meme of him sitting in the captain's Bronco.
How long ago did you make that?
I've been sitting on that for a couple weeks.
So you were ready for the moment.
I was ready for free agency. Like, I don't know if you can use that on Jaquan McMillan because he was already a Bronco.
But he's a Bronco.
That's like when I look at Kenyon Sadiq, Bronco.
Here's the picture.
Did you know? In 2025, Jaquan McMillan was the only defensive back with multiple sacks, multiple interceptions, multiple forced fumbles, and 5 or more tackles for loss.
Dude's active, man. The guy does everything on a football field.
The only defensive back in the last 3 years to also do that was in 2023. You know who it was?
Wasn't Pat.
It was Jaquan McMillan.
Interesting. Okay, so good trivia question. Do not cheat. Listener, people here in the studio, where did Jaquan McMillan play his college football?
Oh.
Text it in. Hurry up. Text it in.
Can I get a hint?
No.
My first blush is Iowa State. And I think I'm very wrong on Iowa State.
The point of the exercise is how good this player's been and how unheralded he was in his arrival as a Denver Bronco.
I need a hint.
Okay, I'll give you the hint. It is a directional school.
A directional school.
In the footprint of the Atlantic Coast Conference, but in a group of 5 conference.
In a group of...
There aren't many directional schools.
In Georgia?
Atlantic Coast. So think...
Eastern Carolina?
Yeah, East Carolina.
All right, he was a pirate.
You did say Eastern Carolina.
It's East Carolina.
East Carolina.
Okay. Love those colors, man.
Yeah, pretty
When
sweet,
you hit
pretty
on
sweet
purple
look.
and gold,
Yeah,
it looks
good.
great.
It looks
LSU
good.
crushes it.
UW, when it's right. University of Washington.
Right, different version of purple and gold, though. It's a little bit more deep and royal.
Yeah, and I also think that UW does not strike me as a good fit with Adidas. They're an Adidas uniform team, and it just doesn't.
I agree.
Like Nebraska, great Adidas fit. Just the simplicity of red and white, 3 stripes. There's just too much going on with purple and gold and the W with the 3-stripe in Adidas. UW's, they should be a Nike school. But they aren't. They're an Adidas school.
Like the Vikings did well with purple and gold.
God, the Vikings, they're all whites, man. So
pretty.
Good.
It's a clean
So good.
uniform. And when they added in the matted helmets, the Vikings crushed it with a matted helmet. Should the Avs do a matted helmet?
Nah.
No?
The only thing, okay, punch me if I'm wrong, Alex.
I can't reach. I've got tiny arms. I've got
Bane.
I've got Ruben Bain's arms.
Ruben Bain. He's got 30 1/3 inch arms.
Brett was doing measurements this morning on the show, and Brett's got long monkey arms.
What kind of measurements?
Yeah, they were whipping their extremities out.
Whoa!
And they were measuring how long their extremities were.
Okay.
Pressing into the skin a little bit.
Well, I showed up and
measuring from the base.
And I showed up and everyone's asking about my hand size. Pressing down the base.
I'm I'm sure you've got some pretty big mitts.
I got decent sized meat
I
hooks.
wonder if you have the biggest hands outside of Scotty Hastings on.
Tyler Polumbus.
Tyler's got bigger hands than you?
Probably. Just simply by virtue of the fact that Tyler is truly 6'8". So Tyler's shorter armed and I think smaller handed than what an average 6'8" individual would be. But I guess he'd still has bigger hands than me. Let's I might come over there real quick. Let's do a hand comparison right now.
I've got tiny little hands. I'm 5'8", dude. Of course your mitts are gonna dwarf mine right now. Yeah. Like, what's the final bone in your hand, in your finger? That little teeny tiny bone after your last knuckle. You have a full extra bone on your hand than I do.
Yours are proportionate though.
I do have a very proportionate body.
Yeah, it's good. Does that mean every single extremity is proportionate?
Yeah, Brett's got like 32-inch arms or something like that. He's got like a 6'3" wingspan. I'm at like 27 inches.
Did you guys do wingspan?
Yeah.
Mine's pretty big.
That's what, when they were walking out, I was like, I bet you coach has some pretty good combine measurables.
Yeah, pretty long.
6'6" for a 6'4" guy, probably.
6'6" to 6'8", something like that.
I've got a 5'7" wingspan for a 5'8" human.
I think my mitts are right around 10 inches. 10-inch hands.
And that's from pinky to thumb.
And there's real stretching exercises that can optimize that.
I think I'm at like 7. I might be at 6.5.
The good thing is that you can comfortably grip all of your extremities. That's the good thing.
Can't palm a basketball though. Do you hear what Dan Orlovsky had to say about your the apple of your eye in the draft?
I did, and I absolutely have been waiting for this moment.
This is Dan Orlovsky on Ty Simpson.
Listen closely.
And Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, so I'm through 8 games now, and through 8 games, you see good, but there's a lot of underwhelming. I think there's a lot when you watch Mendoza's tape through 8 games, not all the way through, and I understand that his season finishes strong, but there's not a ton of big-time throws. There's a lot of clean pockets. There's a ton of RPOs and back shoulder fades, a ton of them, RPOs and back shoulder fades. And then there's moments where you see like, okay, that first read's not there. He's spooked with his feet, and he becomes a runner unnecessarily. If you take away the RPOs and then those back shoulder fades, there's just not a ton of balls over the middle of the field. Very good decisions. I think that's his superpower is he avoids negative plays. But you're looking at a guy that's saying first pick, and I think through 8 games, Ty Simpson's tape from Alabama through the first 8 games of the season, I think is significantly more impressive than Fernando Mendoza's.
Okay, really quick. He did play for Cal the year before, so maybe taking a few games to get acclimated to Kirk.
And I just haven't watched the back half of the season yet. I just haven't gotten to those.
Okay, so before I go to Lewis here and Stephen A., do you still think he is the clear-cut number 1 overall pick?
I'm not there, and that's through half of the season or so. I'm just not there. NFL season just got done 2-3 weeks ago. I haven't gotten through the back 7 or 8 games or so. So I am
should
not
be
there
ashamed
through
of yourself.
half of the season.
I think this is the stupidest sports take in the history of stupid sports takes. Dan Orlovsky is going viral for not doing a complete evaluation of a player. Do the entire season. It's not that hard. You can do it. If you're going to speak about it, you can do it between the hours of 9 p.m. and 1 a.m. if you're a real football guy. It's not that hard to do an entire season evaluation. So we're saying that Ty Simpson is a better quarterback, and we continue to say through the first 8 games of a season? Which part of the season matters in football the most? It's the one that involves the postseason. It's the one that involves conference and divisional championships. It's the one that involves at the college game, the CFP and the national championship game. And the NFL level, it involves the divisional round, the wild card round. Before that, of course, the championship round, and then the damn Super Bowl. Why are you giving us a take that is incomplete? It'd be like me giving a report for a class and saying, yeah, I read half the book, man. Here's my report on half the book. Stop that, Dan. I used to like Dan. I don't like Dan anymore. Dan, you're dead to me. More of a Chase Daniel guy. Because he's a Sean Payton guy. Chase Daniel, he showed a throw that I think I threw it on our text thread of Fernando Mendoza in his first 8 games, throwing a field hole shot from the far hash. That's like probably a 51-yard ripped throw, layers it in, holds the safety, throws it against pressure against Iowa that was running. Actually, I was on the phone with a coach from Iowa just now, University of Iowa, talking about my quarterback. But drove the football in, held the safety, and it was outstanding.
Iowa does need a thrower of the football and has for many years.
Got a guy for you. That'd be good. So I think Fernando Mendoza, Simpson, dude, what are we doing? You know what Simpson is? He's the buzzy guy. Just like, you remember Rattler, Spencer Rattler? Oh, man, Spencer Rattler, tools, he's all get out. Oh, he's going to be the greatest value pick. There were people here in Denver that were saying the Broncos should draft Spencer Rattler as their answer at the quarterback position in the 2nd or 3rd round. He dropped way past the 2nd round. And then the other guy that I think is in that same conversation, he did have a good rookie here, but I don't think he is a long-term solution to get the New Orleans Saints back to prominence, and that's Tyler Shuck. There are these guys that are buzzy. Everybody likes to be the cool guy. Oh, this guy's better than that guy. No, he's not.
But more often than not, they're Mason Rudolph.
No question. Even then, Mason Rudolph, wasn't he a pretty high draft pick?
2nd rounder, I think.
I thought he was first.
I thought Mason Rounder was a high 2nd round draft pick.
Could be.
It's just not. It's not a sexy draft, dude. It's a really, really unappealing draft in terms of quarterbacks, in terms of skill position players.
Mason was the 3rd rounder.
It's a 3rd rounder.
3rd rounder, 76 overall. He'd fit perfectly into that comp. For some reason I remembered him being, but he was buzzy. Remember that? Like it was everybody was talking about Mason Rudolph. That was a guy to.
Is Simpson the only quarterback that's going to have that type of like pre-draft glow up? Or is there a chance for Nussmeier or Beck?
I think Nussmeier's an interesting case study because it didn't go great. Obviously, Brian Kelly gets fired. I don't know how good the team around him was, but he's got some nice tools. Carson Beck, to me, is just not it.
I think the sneaky one is Drew Aller.
Drew Aller's interesting.
I think the sneaky one is like somehow, because he's throwing at the combine. Aller's coming off of foot surgery or ankle surgery, I believe. He is throwing. He's not running. He's not doing anything else, but he will throw at the combine. I wonder if he's the type of player, right? Because he was, if I'm correct, he was either the number 1 recruit in the country or he's the number 1 quarterback recruit in the country when he went to Penn State. And we've gone through the litany of Nittany Lion quarterbacks that have been 5-star QB prospects.
I love litanies of Nittanies.
Nittany litany.
The buzziest quarterback I think is going to turn out to be Cole Payton. North Dakota State Bison Cole Payton, the dual threat quarterback. He's being trained by none other than legend high school head football coach Jake Heaps. Guy's got a little bit of juice. He's a good athlete. He's a guy that I think could be a fast riser when this thing's all said and done. Still probably going to end up being, a later round type guy, but still a really talented player.
Yeah, Drew Aller, number 1 quarterback recruit and the number 3 overall national recruit back in 2022. I think there's going to be a sneaky way that like he looks really good throwing the football at the combine. He has a good pro day. They figure out that his foot and his ankle is going to be more than fine, and people are going to fall in love with the guy who's 6'5", 230. And he's going to be a 3rd round quarterback, and he's going to make who should draft him? The freaking Jets should draft him in the 3rd round.
Yeah, Cole Payton right now on this was before Trinidad Chambliss was deemed eligible. Mel Kiper had Trinidad Chambliss of Ole Miss as the 3rd overall quarterback. And then Nussmeier was 4, Beck was 5. It had Cole Payton as 10. A couple other interesting names. 9 was Baylor's Sawyer Robertson. 8, you want to talk about an unbelievable fall, is Cade Klubnik.
What a disappointment. Between him and who is the Uyunglele?
DJ Uyunglele.
Both of those guys were nightmares.
Not good. It's almost kind of like what happened to a guy like Tonga Vailoa. Tonga Vailoa as a pro has had the unbelievably massive fall from grace.
Well, talk about how like disappointing this overall quarterback class is as compared to what we're going to see in 2027.
Who we got?
Arch Manning,
Trinidad Chambliss,
Dante Moore,
yeah.
Julian Sayin. Maybe this is the year Lenora Sellers turns into what Lenora Sellers should be. Like, Maiden Jaden Maiyava out at USC turns into Jaden Maiyava.
He's intriguing.
Maybe DJ Lagway is Anthony Richardson before he turned into a worthless quarterback in the NFL. Like, there's a lot of fun players. And that's not even getting into the skill position guys. Those two mutants out of Ohio State and Alabama. Next year's draft class is so much fun.
It's going to be fun.
So much fun. And the Broncos aren't going to be able to have any of the conversation around those quarterbacks because they're going to be selecting between 28 and 32.
I hope it's 32. I want to see 32.
Nuggets back at it tonight on 92.5, 7:42 tip and a 7 p.m. pregame show with Mark Bertinoli. Don't miss it. A clash of two of the Western Conference's very best, the Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder. Every day here at 11:20 on the morning sprint, we go through the biggest stories on the gridiron with KJ's NFL notes. Again, the Nuggets and Thunder back at it tonight on 92.5, 7 p.m. pregame and a 7:42 p.m. tip. If you guys want to watch that game alongside Coach Mike Sanford, you can do so at the View House Ballpark, located off of 20th and Market tonight, brought to you by our friends at Kendall Jackson Wines, the official wine partner of the Denver Nuggets.
Sustainably grown California wines.
You can elevate your game with a glass of Kendall Jackson's award-winning lineup of sustainably grown, yes, Coach, California wines. And while you're there, you can enter to win a signed Jamal Murray jersey. But more on the NFL. KJ, your notes. What's up?
The NFL Players Union gathered surveys from more than 1,700 players from the 2025 season. Players were asked.
This was the very confidential NFL Players Association survey, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. How did we get our hands on this?
I don't know.
Is this a miracle?
Wait, isn't this the last one we get?
No, I think this is actually the first confidential one. It's just it got leaked immediately.
That's exactly what it is. Coach is on it. Like, and Raj
fell off the back of a truck.
Right, exactly. Were we technically supposed to see this? I don't know. I don't know. All I know
redacted
is,
names in this
Who's
file?
the mole? Who's the mole? Every single team has it. There's articles written about
There's no
it.
Clinton depositions that we have to read?
I don't know. Stay tuned, Roger. I don't know. This thing may take a turn. The Denver Broncos ranked 10th overall, which is a gradual improvement from 20th overall from their original player survey that came out in 2022. It is worth noting that the Broncos have improved their grade in nearly every single area from the time that those player surveys and report cards began in 2022, with one exception: head coach. So families went from a D+ to a B. Food and cafeteria went from a B to an A-. Locker room D+ to D. Training room C+ to A-. Training staff B+ to A. Weight room B+ to A. Strength coaches A- to A. Team travel B+ to A-. Owner A to A+. Head coach A- to B. Let me ask you guys, does this have something to do with what Dre Greenlaw kind of said towards the end of the season there in regards to how often and how hard Sean Payton pushes his players compared to other top coaches in the NFL?
Yeah, maybe a little bit of that. But I don't think Sean Payton pushes the players compared to what Tyler Polumbus did in his career as a college or as an NFL football player, or guys that I've spoken to that like Tyler Brayton, who's the head coach at Arapahoe High School now here in Colorado, played for the Raiders for a long time. Like, this is nothing compared to what it was. But I think this has more to do with the fact that Sean Payton truly is judge, jury, and executioner as it relates to the Broncos franchise. And so when you're given all that power and you make those types of decisions that somebody in that position of power has, it makes you not always the most popular guy, man. It is lonely at the top. And I don't think that it's too alarming. Like a B is probably what you want. If you're an A+ head coach in terms of how you're liked by your team and your record's not good, that's the worst case scenario. That means you're soft.
The locker room will be improved from a D+ to a D in a few years.
The actual
game day locker room.
Not the culture. Not the culture of no. It's I think they're talking about the
Dove Valley.
Dove Valley.
Okay. Well, then within 2 years.
Yeah, it's
within two
isn't
off
it,
seasons.
Isn't it coming? Isn't it coming soon?
I thought it was supposed to be ready not this coming training camp, but the training camp after.
Let me double check on that.
I thought it might be ready this training camp, man. We might be in some new digs. We'll still be in our tent in the same spot, but we'll be looking at cool things, I think.
Yeah, do we get a building? Do we get a new locker room? I don't think we do.
Kerry Walton, can you build me a building too?
10th overall. 10th overall is where the Broncos rank in the NFL, and I think that's pretty solid. When you get a new training facility and then you get a new stadium, I would assume that they skyrocket into the top 5.
Yep.
And especially if they win a championship over the course of the next, 3 to 5 seasons, you're going to get up there. Because then you'll see the fruits of this new ownership bear out for the fan base and for the players.
Dove Valley, the new and improved, what is it? Common Spirit, Broncos Park.
Broncos Park powered by Common Spirit.
At Dove Valley.
I don't think there's an
will be
Dove
completed
Valley.
in May of 2026.
Okay, all right, there we go.
We might be able to get a little bit of that that good vibe energy going on with
That
some
new car
OTAs.
smell?
And you hear Sean Payton's giving the boys off a little bit extra time this offseason. Deep playoff run, get everybody back in, right? Maybe get his overall NFL PA grade go from a B to a B plus next year.
KJ, what's next?
I don't want to expose the team.
Speaking of Sean Payton, he stopped by the Pat McAfee show yesterday, and Sean Payton was actually just passing through, minding his own business.
Chuckles the Clown having fun yesterday,
I mean,
man.
goodness gracious, wasn't he, man? And I was like, man, this Sean Payton, I wish we saw more of this Sean Payton as he talked about.
Let me ask you this, KJ. Why don't we see this Sean Payton? Who was he talking to? Was he a member of the local media?
No.
It was a member of what media?
National media.
The national media.
And plus, he doesn't have to worry about. So that in itself has definitely played a huge part into his relationship with Pat McAfee. Here's Sean Payton talking about giving up the play calling and how it worked for him in the past.
You're giving up play calling?
I am.
This feels like a huge deal. Have you ever given up play calling before?
The first time in 2011 fractured my tib plateau in a Tampa Bay game. A play came into the sideline, and it was, a surgery Monday. It was like a 9-month recovery. But anyway, all during the week, I'm in the hospital, and I tell Pete, hey, you're going to have to run the meetings, call the plays. We're playing the Colts Sunday Night Football.
In New Orleans?
In New Orleans.
Yeah.
Peyton is not playing.
Yeah, Curtis is playing. Yeah, I played quarterback. Okay, can I tell you our angle of this?
Go ahead. This is a good story.
Okay, I was scout team quarterback against our defense, and boy, if I looked left and then to the right, tight end was wide open right down. I threw for 50 touchdowns that week, maybe with your offense. And then you guys did the same.
If you were having that success, we just had to find a way for Drew to have it.
Yes, yeah, Drew Brees, first ballot Hall of Famer.
All right. So the last time that Sean Payton was the head coach of an NFL team and not calling the offensive plays, his offense scored 63. And obviously it's a bit. It's fun. It's tongue in cheek. I think that Sean Payton is in a good. I think he's in a good place to give this role over to somebody he believes is going to do a really good job. That last play caller that hung that 63 burger up for the New Orleans Saints was Pete Carmichael, who went on to recently now just be hired as the offense coordinator of the Buffalo Bills, but not calling the plays because Joe Brady will be doing that.
Yeah. Again, this is a play to keep Davis Webb here as long as humanly possible. We played the audio a couple of days ago of Sean talking about how typically the NFL cycle, the hiring cycle, is faster than what you think it's going to be internally. Like when he said that in his combine interviews, I don't think Sean Payton viewed Davis Webb as a head coaching / offensive coordination or coordinator candidate until after this upcoming season. It happened a year earlier. Do I think he wanted to give up play calling? Absolutely not.
Right.
It's the only way Davis Webb stays in Denver.
Man, I disagree to a certain extent because I think if Sean Payton didn't think that giving up the play calling was going to actually tangibly help the Denver Broncos in pursuit of a Super Bowl, then I don't think he would have done it. And I think that's what ultimately Sean Payton really cares about is the legacy part of being a Super Bowl head coach, Super Bowl winning head coach for two different franchises, first time in NFL history, no brainer, first ballot Hall of Famer if he accomplishes that. I think there was some hard conversations with his mentor, Bill Parcells. Probably simple, very easy conversations that probably didn't take too long. Just as simple as being challenged by somebody that says, Sean, do you think it's time? Time for what? Time to do what I did, which is give up the controls to the defense to somebody else and become the best version that I can become of a head coach that's in charge of personnel, that's in charge of in-game decision-making, that's in charge of having his hand in the defensive cookie jar, the special teams cookie jar, and then certainly the offensive cookie jar. I think that this is the right thing at the right time for a good football man in Sean Payton, and it does take some humility, and I applaud him for that. Period, point blank, end of story, and I think the Broncos are going to be better for it.
KJ, what's next?
I don't want to expose the team.
So I put the full list of how far the NFL has come in regards to their salary caps over the years on the back of you guys' paper there. NFL teams were informed today that this season's salary cap will be $301.2 million per team, which is up $22 million per team from last year. If you add in the $77.6 million in benefits, that comes out to $378.8 million per club in player spending. And according to Tom Pelissero of the NFL Network, with this bonus, the total projected player cost for the 2026 NFL season will exceed $10 billion. With the projected cap space going up just a little bit more for each team, what would make this offseason a success and what would make this offseason a failure for the Broncos?
It's a failure if you don't get a running back. And with the again, this is the second largest jump in NFL history in terms of the salary cap. Second largest from, I believe, 2020 to 2021 is the biggest jump, where they went up. Sorry, 21 to 22 was a $26 million jump in the salary cap. So second largest in NFL history. You have the added benefit of getting rid of the Russell Wilson contract. Now, a lot of those monies have already been allocated to the defense in terms of your extensions, especially on that defensive line. If you don't get a running back and you don't swing big and pay $12, $13 million per year on a big-time guy like Breece Hall or Kenneth Walker or Travis Etienne, for me, it's a failure. It comes down to one position, right? You didn't have it last year. You tried to get it with J.K. Dobbins. He continues to be injured, even though he's great when he's on the field. You got to hit a home run there.
It's a massive failure if you don't acquire a human being that can create touchdown passes for Bo Nix. Tell me what doesn't add up. Bo Nix's 612 attempts were first in the National Football League in 2025 and 26. Bo Nix's 11 interceptions were actually 27th, meaning not good, in the NFL, but that kind of aligns with a high-volume thrower. Think about some of Peyton Manning's best seasons. He threw double-digit interceptions. It wasn't 4 interceptions. But the one I don't love is 25 touchdown passes. For the quarterback that threw the most in the National Football League, his touchdown numbers were tied for 9th in terms of the most touchdowns.
In terms of attempts last year, Dak Prescott was second at 600. He did lead the league in completions with 404 for a completion percentage that was 4% north of what Bo Nix had. He was 67.3 was Dak Prescott. He only threw for 30 touchdowns comparatively.
Still 30 touchdowns gets you probably in the top 5.
Your touchdown leaders last year were 46 for Stafford, 34 for Goff, 30 for Prescott, would have had you at number 3.
Yep. And then obviously everybody's kind of lumped in that 20.
I apologize. Number 4, Drake May had 31.
Yep. You need a touchdown maker. You need somebody that can take any one of those 612 attempts in the pass game and turn them into touchdowns. You just didn't have it.
That was supposed to be Evan Ingram. It was supposed to be Evan Ingram.
Yeah, but
you got a touchdown from that guy.
We went back and looked at it, man. Evan Ingram's, even in a year where he caught the ball 114 times, had 4 touchdowns. He's not a touchdown maker. He's more of a high-volume pass catcher.
Does the unlocking of Marvin Mims in the postseason make you a little bit more excited?
I like that. That'd be a great free agent acquisition, is using Marvin Mims in the first 10 weeks of the season.
The self-acquisition?
Yeah, love that acquisition.
KJ's NFL Notes are brought to you every single day here on the Morning Sprint by Mountain High Appliance. It's Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, in Louisville, in Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand. You can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Yes, Coach?
Got a little bit of breaking news in the National Basketball Association. Nothing big, nothing humongous. But the San Antonio Spurs get richer.
What happened?
They just signed Mason Plumlee for the remainder of the season. So another big to be right in position next to one of the best, longest bigs in the NBA.
The buyout market closes on Sunday, I believe, or at least you have to be bought out by Sunday. the Nuggets have been rumored to have kicked the tires on Chris Middleton.
I saw
if
that.
he wants out of Dallas. Now, it's not the same, certainly not the same position. Like Plumlee is a big, Chris Middleton's going to play a 2 or a 3 spot if he were to be here in Denver and would not be a starring role. He's certainly not the defensive player he was back in the late 2010s and early 2020s with Milwaukee, but 38% 3-point shooter. Like if he wants to come to Denver, I will welcome Chris Middleton.
I'd take him in a New York second, especially because of the question marks that remain at the positions of health.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us. You can watch the program, twitch.tv/altitudesr, or go to YouTube and just search Altitude Sports Radio. Don't miss any of your content there. Nuggets and Oklahoma City tonight, 7:42 tip and a 7 p.m. pregame show on 92.5.
how many pundits and reporters are like, well, so and so's in the market for depth down the middle, and it's like, yeah, no kidding.
Was that your Raj impersonation there, Connor?
Hi guys, my name's Raj, Alex Ryan. Most of you know me as Raj.
That's
pretty
good.
Buddy.
That's pretty good. No, Costa Rica
you think he's
guy.
listening right now?
Totally, 100%.
Okay.
He is
Sorry, buddy.
absolutely
Appreciate
listening,
you.
and we love him.
Raj, I'll take you to the ridge to play some golf. It'll be fine.
You're dead to me. Dead to me.
Connor McGahee.
Friendship over.
He was citing nerd picker stats.
The next time that you want to go have a soda at the Waterton Tavern, Connor McGahee, don't call me.
Where's the Waterton Tavern? That sounds good.
I'm down near where Connor and I live. It's our local watering hole. There's some nice Golden Tea HD. There's a Big Buck Hunter. They got some chili Coors Lights on tap, and that's all I need.
You got good wings?
I think their burgers are better. They got better burgers. I'm normally there for a soda pop or two and some golden tea.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, not bad. But yeah, dead to me. What's the nasally thing? Am I that nasally?
No, we were just doing a nerd picker stat.
Oh.
It was just a bit. And I...
Do you know what the DVOA of
Yes.
Samuel Girard is the past 4 years?
Yeah, speaking of Sammy G, man.
Yeah, Sam Girard, lower body injury for the Penguins.
LBI.
So the Avs trade him away. He gets injured. Brett Kulak's been pretty solid for the Avs.
Been good.
I have not disliked him. I like his length. He's not like the meanest defenseman in the world, but he covers more area.
You like his length?
I do like his length, yes.
Is that
I think
good?
he's got about 7 inches on Sam Girard.
Which is good.
Not quite that much.
Yeah, it's good.
Whoa.
So, man, when I looked at the move that was made by the Avs, and I know we're a ton of different places that we could go with this last segment of the morning sprint here on a Friday. Trade deadline approaching. You made the move to replace experienced blue liner Sam Girard with less expensive but experienced blue liner Gulak. Do you think that the Avs make a move here? And kid it.
Oh yeah.
How big is it going to be?
They're going to find a third center.
Is it Nazem Kadri?
Naz has a full no movement clause. Now, the issue with Naz is that a lot of teams are going to be wary of the fact that he has 3 more years left on his deal and he's already 35. I think that's the reason why Nashville can get more in return for Ryan O'Reilly. I think that's the reason why the Rangers can get more in return for Vinny Trocheck. It might be cheaper to get Nazem Kadri, who at this point is probably the best player out of those 3 guys that I just mentioned. I don't know if you can fit him in Denver with 3 years remaining on his deal without Calgary retaining salary. And that's going to cost a lot. That's going to cost either a current player and a prospect and a high pick, or it's going to cost a prospect and a couple of high picks. Centers are, without a doubt, the most important asset in the NHL. And they're going to be the most important asset every single trade deadline. Naz might be able to bend Calgary over a bucket here and go, I'm only going to Colorado. Now, the issue is the other 2 teams that are expected to call about the services of Nazem Kadri, they're your Central Division rivals. It's Minnesota and it's Dallas.
As of today, your clearly defined playoff 3C is who? Is it Parker Kelly?
Jack Drury right now.
Yeah.
Ross Colton, Parker Kelly, one of those 3 players. They're good, but they're better suited elsewhere.
Meaning, like as a winger?
Yeah, you can use Parker Kelly on the wing. They've done that in the past.
And Brock Nelson, stranglehold on.
He's a 30-goal scorer. Stranglehold
2C.
On number 2.
Marty Netsch obviously like never
Can't play the middle.
Yep.
Can't play the middle.
Has never?
No.
Why?
Absolutely not. He's not good enough defensively.
Okay.
Doesn't take face off. No chance.
Perimeter.
I mean, you could try
Skater.
and put Gabe there, but Gabe has never played center on an expanded role in the NHL. He's always been a wing. He does go in, and he's actually pretty competent in the faceoff dot. Ryan O'Reilly would be the perfect fit because he's $4.5 million this year. He's $4.5 million next year. He is one of, if not the best face-off man in the National Hockey League. And he is, I think, for my money, he's the best net front player in the NHL.
35 years old. Would you be on the hook for anything in the future?
O'Reilly?
Yeah.
4.5 next year.
And that's it.
That's edible.
Yeah, very much so.
Now, it's going to cost more to get O'Reilly because teams don't have to factor in extra years on his contract.
He's the Preds 2C?
He is the Preds 2C right now. O'Reilly would be fun, man. O'Reilly would be a really good fit. I think it's going to cost more to get O'Reilly than it is going to cost to get Trocheck, or it's going to cost certainly to get Kadri because of the extra years left on Kadri's deal.
Hey, speaking of this topic, has anything come of Sidney Crosby and what happened?
4 weeks, lower body injury.
Okay. So nothing.
He's on injured reserve right now. Now, Pittsburgh is in a playoff position. However, they're just 1 point ahead of the wild card 2 spot in the East.
How about that? That'd be a decent little 3C for you?
Sid? It's not going to happen. I dream of it every other night, but it won't happen. Sid's, unfortunately, he's likely going to play his career out in Pittsburgh. And they may make the playoffs this year, or they may make the playoffs 2 years from now. Man, he'd look great. It's not happening. I saw all the tweets coming out of, like, after the Avs moved to Sam Girard, you know what they had in cap space? It was $8.7 million on the nose, which is Sidney Crosby's cap hit for his entire career is 8.7. Whereas 87 was born on 8/7/87, has a cap hit of $8.7 million. That's the
Don't ignore the signs, man.
Don't ignore the signs. That's the Fernando Mendoza in him.
Yes, it is.
You hear what Fernando Mendoza was asked at the combine?
Is it about
what was the one most bizarre question you got?
One about, hey, I don't know if I can say this. It was, hey, maybe you should get arrested. And I was like, I was a little confused, but then I was like, the slide. So hopefully I don't get arrested.
I don't get that one.
So you can slide in the draft.
Can you tell us who said that?
It was not one of the teams I had a formal interview with, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to expose the team.
There it is. Generational talent. Somebody wants him to get arrested.
Someone in what team in the 15 to 30 range was asking him to get arrested so he could slide? Was asking him for the Laramie Tunsil picture.
Was it, I hate saying it. Was it the Minnesota Vikings?
Could be Minnesota.
Was it
Cleveland?
Was it the Atlanta Falcons?
Was it the Atlanta Falcons? Who else is in there? Pittsburgh? Pittsburgh at 21?
Mm-hmm.
No other teams that are selecting outside of there need quarterbacks. Seattle don't want a quarterback. New England, Denver, LA don't want a quarterback.
I see
Houston.
a sneaky one up there, Minnesota.
That's what I said.
That's what Coach said. Minnesota's sneaky. That's about it, though. Maybe number 11, Miami wants him.
Yeah, gosh, everybody else is pretty dang set. Isn't it wild when you look at the draft order? I mean, it's not wild. It just is so much proof of concept going through this exercise right now to find who would potentially be quarterback needy in the middle to bottom of the draft. Just about everybody in the middle and the bottom of the draft has a quarterback.
Yep.
An established quarterback.
Yep.
You get to the top of the draft, yeah, there's not a lot of teams that have a really established plan at quarterback. Raiders, Jets, Cardinals, and I would say even Titans. I know they got Cam Ward. I am not a believer. New York Giants, I still am not a believer. Cleveland Browns. And then you get to the Washington Commanders, the first team that have a very much established quarterback. The Saints don't have an established quarterback. And then the scariest thing is the dadgum Chiefs. Holy cow, picking it at 9.
End of the week on a Friday. KJ, it's time to pop some tops. Let's get to it. All right, I'm popping a top to what I think is the best NBA game of the weekend, and that is Sunday as the Minnesota Timberwolves are in town to take on the Denver Nuggets at 1:30 on ABC. I'll enjoy a nice warm weather, cold soda pop in the afternoon on Sunday prior to a full work week. That's the best game of the weekend for my money, either on the ice or on the hardwood.
For me, I like the Colorado Avalanche on Saturday at 4 o'clock p.m. Nice matinee time there on a weekend. Hosting Connor Bedard in the Blackhawks. Looking forward to seeing the Avs continue to play, hopefully, improved power play hockey here in the second half.
Other really fun hockey game, a couple of hours before the Avs take on Chicago, Edmonton and San Jose, McDavid against Celebrini. That one's on ESPN+. I think I'll be tuning in for that one. But that's going to do it for us this week. For Coach Mike Sanford and for KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan-Emmy.
And, of course, for our good friend, Glorilla.
Yeah, Glorilla, take us out. PhD's coming up next to 12 to 3. Kreckman and Lindahl, 3 to 6. Let's vibe our way into the weekend.
It's a glorious day.
Glorious day.
Combine is rolling. The Avs stinky game last night, but fun with the cartoon stuff. That was kind of cool. Nuggets in action against Oklahoma City. Scotty's in OKC. What are you looking at? What's your hotel room peering out at these days, Scott? What's your view?
It's like a big field, a big park, and a building. Like a giant, really pretty park.
All right.
The river's not too far from me here. Guys run around that park when they go jogging.
You got good weather there in Oklahoma City? All right, it's okay?
Sunny, 73, probably 4.
We're kind of in that ballpark today. A little cooler.
Very nice.
Congratulations to Jaquan McMillan.
Yeah.
You know what, man? Gets a second-round tender put on him. Guarantees him 5.88, and kind of goes from there. You know, those guys that pull themselves up by their bootstraps. You want to talk about a dude that had everything going against him going into last season. So, I mean, they draft a guy to take your spot in the first round unexpectedly. Yikes. And he battled through.
Why not just give him an extension? Why not just give him a proper deal? If you're going to pay him 5.8 on a 1-year deal, that's a lot of money for a nickel corner. Why not just give him a proper 2 or 3 year extension?
Well, maybe they will. Maybe this is just to hold on to him. They can always, work out a different deal afterwards, but, don't want him to get loose.
Might just be, let's get this set. You're going to calm down. You know you're going to be here and make at least $6 million.
Yeah.
Now us and your boss got you calm. Now let's sit down and see if we can't make it a little longer, and maybe give you a little cash up front to ease the pain.
Yeah, maybe too. They're not exactly sure what they're going to do with Jade Barron too. I mean, let me ask you that question. Now what with Jade Barron? Are we about to see Riley Moss become an endangered species?
No.
Well, if you get Tyler's wide receiver, right?
Maybe.
Out of Philadelphia.
A.J. Brown.
That was the rumor that Moss may be going there.
Yeah.
That was the deal Bill Barnwell put together. Riley Moss draft picks for A.J. Brown. That's what they were thinking.
So I do think it makes it interesting, right? If you're going to pay Jaquan McMillan 5.8, it doesn't matter this year with Riley Moss because Riley Moss is still on a rookie contract. However, if you've already made up your mind that you're not going to pay Riley Moss $20+ million per year, which is what it's going to take when he hits free agency. If you've already made up your mind, then yeah, you trade him while you can still get value out of it.
Yeah, we'll see.
I doubt it. I highly doubt if they do that though, boys, because they're not going to want to make any changes to the secondary. Barron's not ready to bounce outside, and McMillan's not that type of player.
I agree. I think they locked down their nickel. So if Barron's not ready to go outside, I'm not exactly sure why you drafted him. But, I mean, okay. We none of us thought it was that great of a draft pick in context of the team. Nothing to do with him as a personal or as a player. It just, it didn't make sense to us then, Scott. It doesn't make sense to us now.
Did anybody ask George Payton? Looking back, why did you draft Jade
yes.
Barron? Should that not have been a question when they?
It was a question, and he answered it. And he was
What
like,
did he say?
"We like his development. He's coming along great." Like he talked about Jade Barron as if he picked him in the 5th round, and that's like Jaquan or Jade Barron, Q Robinson, Savion Jones. They're all coming to Caleb Lohner. They're all developing nicely. It's like. All right, bro. Like, you need a little more impact out of your first couple guys. But,
well, again, if you thought he was a top 10 talent and you didn't need him necessarily, you can really kind of bring him around the right way, I think that's what the Nuggets were thinking with Julian Strother, right?
Okay.
Can you develop him? You don't need him today, and you may not need him tomorrow, but next weekend we're going to need him. Maybe they were thinking more long-term plans.
Maybe.
With him thinking, listen, we gave him another year in the system. We got Moss and we got Jaquan taken care of now. And then all of a sudden by trade deadline or by next season, if we're going to lose one of those two guys, we got a guy that could fill in there.
Meanwhile, the NFLPA, the report cards, they're so good. This is so good. And the fact that they didn't want to make them public, but it all leaked out, I mean, is just awesome. So I guess this is what's going to happen every year.
Did I not? I said, so now you just got to wait for the mold to put it out. And there's going to be molds.
Oh, my God.
Whether those molds are assigned by the NFLPA or not, or whether those molds do this on their own. Who knows?
So
but
good.
the molds will be out there.
All right, so the Broncos overall did great. Overall, they were 10th overall. It's a A+ for ownership. It's a straight A for GM, which is like number. Oh no, yeah. Hold on. What did we get? Yeah, 2. A for GM, and the only locker room sucked. Still, it was still a bad grade, although it went up. But everybody knows what's being built across the field. So you don't even take that one all that seriously. Sean Payton went down. And when you say, he went down from an A- to a B, you're like, come on, man, that's not that big of a deal. That makes him the 26th graded coach in the NFL. A B is the 26th coach in the NFL. What do you think was behind Sean Payton getting knocked down a notch?
You know what's behind that? It is why now you got a new guy making play calls.
You think that's it?
I think that's it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, the other way to look at it is, why is every other coach ranked so high? Why has every coach got an A? They don't all.
There's a lot of A's.
They're not all good coaches. They're not all good at their job. They all don't have good records, and yet almost every single one of them's got an A. And you know what the answer to that one is? You get that email at work. They say, "Hey, fill out this anonymous survey for us. Tell us how you're feeling about your boss."
Mm-hmm.
Well, that link's got my IP address on it.
Uh-huh.
You know, like an anonymous survey on my boss.
So you don't believe it?
Well, I think the players are always a little bit concerned about stuff getting back.
All right, then why were Broncos players not as concerned?
I don't know.
Why did
I do think that that's the reason why the entire league has got A's.
Stefanski, by the way, number 32 with a C-. So you're right. It's the vast majority of guys have A's or A-.
Who are the guys lower than Sean?
After Sean, we go Todd Bowles. The Titans had 2 head coaches. Just lump them in. Matt LaFleur, Jim Harbaugh, Pete Carroll, the Giants combo meal, and Kevin Stefanski.
All right.
And top, the A+, there are only 2 A+. See, you're going to like this a little bit. Sean McVay and Dan Quinn, who you love, who you think is great. So, and then, like a bunch of A's and A-. Once you get in the B category, it's pretty funny when you get to the B category. You got to go 22 coaches deep until you just get straight up Bs. And then it's, John Harbaugh, Mike McDaniel, Sean Payton, Todd Bowles, all with the Bs. So there you go. Do you care? Does it matter? Is it interesting?
No.
Not to me. I don't know what to make of it. We made it to the AFC Championship game, so I guess I don't really care what the player's opinion is.
Oh, there you go. There you go. I just think it's interesting. It's the only thing in this survey for the Broncos that actually went down. Everything else went up. But Sean, sorry, Sean. It's the way it goes. Team travel, B+ to an A-. Owner, A to an A+. Food cafeteria, B to an A-. Locker room, D+ to D, but don't even pay attention to that. Training room, C+ to an A-. Training staff, B+ to an A. Weight room, B+ to an A. Strength coaches, A- to an A. So overall, the Broncos are a pretty happy crew. But Sean went down. I think Sean just drives guys nuts, and they don't care if their IP address is attached to it. I think he just drives guys kind of batty. That's all. That's it. I think it's as simple as that. It's not that he's a bad coach. I think he just drives guys nuts.
What do you think your free agent tight end gave him?
Evan Engram?
Yeah.
What do I think he gave him? I have no idea. I think Drake. I bet you.
You know what Scott's trying to say.
I bet you Drake Greenlaw gave him a bad grade because of what Drake Greenlaw said. Do you think Evan Engram's unhappy?
Yeah.
Well, was he heavily in the game planning? You think Marvin Mims gave him a high grade?
Probably not. Probably not.
Do you think the running backs room gave him a high grade?
Hey, who cares about that? What do you think Bo Nix gave him?
Probably B.
Yeah, do you think Bo Nix gave Sean Payton an A?
No.
Tyler?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I don't.
Why?
I think Bo Nix was frustrated with the play calling and how slow it came in most of the time. And again, I think that's why you made a change with who's calling the plays. And I think Bo Nix probably, B+ maybe.
All right, Tyler, why do you think he did give an A?
Why not? I mean, why not give him an A? You just made it to the
Because
AFC Championship game.
As Scott just said.
Yeah, okay. But the other way to look at it is why not? You just made it to the AFC Championship game. You got a coach that believed in you. He brought you into the league. He's building things around you. I'm happy.
Or he's not happy. I don't know.
You're calling a stupid run play late in the game that I shouldn't be running on, and I break my ankle and don't get to play in the AFC game. D.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if Bo Nix, who had his own press conference to clarify things his coach said about his injury history, is exactly. Yeah, I don't think that's a guy who's thrilled with his coach. And then his coach at the combine is very snippy about the whole thing. I mean, I think there's some pretty obvious signs out there. It's not. I'm not saying it's terrible, but I don't know if you get an A from that guy because of that. But, whatever, man. It'll all hash itself out. So the NFLPA report cards. By the way, did you see the grades for the Cincinnati Bengals? Oh, my God.
What's new?
Oh, guys. I mean, it is absolutely brutal. Treatment of families, F-. Game field, D-. Food, F-. The Cincinnati Bengals are obviously the worst place to play football, according to the players.
Nothing new there, man. I mean, that's been going on for decades. That's been going on since you were partners with Big Al and when he was playing and all those sorts of things, back in the days where they had to buy their own Gatorades and pay for their own parking,
Al tells the greatest story on draft night because he thought he was going to the Broncos at, I believe, number 4. And they took, Scott, who's that guy from Nebraska?
The linebacker who had 10 sacks his rookie year.
He won Rookie of the Year. He won Rookie of the Year from Nebraska. Gosh darn it, what's that guy's name? Anyways, Alfred always thought it was going to be him, and then he got taken by the Bengals. He cried. He's a first-round pick, taken 18th overall or something, and he literally cried because he had to go to the Cincinnati Bengals. Who is that guy's name, Scott? Come on, man.
I'll get it to you.
You know what I'm saying? From Nebraska. Yeah. Mike something. It's Mike something.
Yes.
Mike Crowell.
Mike Kroll.
Mike Kroll.
That's it. Good job.
Crowell. Mike Cruella DeVille. Mike Kroll.
Dude,
and he had, I think he had 10.
Great rookie year. Great one.
Yeah,
rookie
10
of the
or
year.
10 and a half sacks.
Yeah.
And then just, I don't think they re-signed him after his contract ran out.
Can you be a bust if you're the rookie of the year and then you flame out? But he was taken like 4 overall in the draft. It's a great story. But yeah, going to the Cincinnati Bengals is painful. The Nuggets are in OKC. Huge game against SGA and the Thunder. You can hear all the action right here on 92.5. Tune in for the pregame at 7. Is that right? 7:30? Oh, okay. At 7.
8:30 here.
Okay. Powered by Ramos Law. Then they'll tip at 7:42, Scott. Ouch. You're tipping at 8:42 tonight? Oh, my Lord. Really? Seriously? What are we doing? What are we doing?
ESPN or somebody like that, I think.
Okay. Well, all right. It's only on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. The hockey game last night.
On Altitude TV, by the way.
What's that?
It's on Altitude TV also.
Well, there you go. Watch it on Altitude TV.
Said only.
I apologize. Only exclusively on the radio.
Is here.
Right. But then you can watch the game too. Whatever you want to do tonight. All right, I got to go through the hockey game with you guys. Did you see the best is the cartoon stuff, like how they had to handle things, and the goalie for the Wild puking on the ice. The game itself kind of sucked for the Avs. But there's some elements of this that are just absolutely hysterical. Details next. All right, what do you got over there with the Broncos there, Tyler?
A little bit more news floating out from Broncos land right now. Mike Kliss put it out there that the Denver Broncos will not tender Jaleel McLaughlin, another restricted free agent. That would have been $3.55 million, which is what it would cost you to tender Jaleel. However, according to Mike, the Broncos do hope out to work out a deal to bring him back.
Okay. Well, that's Jaleel's free to do whatever you want, my man. Best of luck.
He's still a restricted free agent, right?
Well, not if they don't tender him.
Right.
I mean, if they don't tender him, he becomes unrestricted.
Correct. So away you go.
For reference, by the way, $3.55 million is what it would have cost. J.K. Dobbins last year made $2.7.
And they got him in May?
It was later than that, wasn't it?
Was it later than May?
Yeah, I thought so. I thought it was like training camp. No, am I crazy?
It was late. Whenever it was really late. But hey, that's the way it goes. Free agency and that legal tampering period starting on March 9th, you overpay. Those first 4 days, it's overpay. It's a bonanza. A week later, it's kind of like settles in a little bit. 2 weeks later, if you haven't got an offer as a player, you're like, you might have some questions that, what's going on here. And then it's dollar bin time. After that, so it's crazy how free agency goes. It goes nuts, and you think everybody is getting a crap load of cash, but our guy Shelby Harris was left out in the cold 1 year during that. Dalton Reisner has been left out in the cold. Justin Simmons still doesn't have a job and waiting for his phone to ring. So it's just wild how that sometimes goes. So, all right, well, what do you think of McLaughlin just being kind of out there? Do we care?
I mean, listen, as far as I'm concerned, the Broncos can move on from Jaleel McLaughlin, Tyler Bidet, and I hate to say it like this, but even J.K. Dobbins. As much as we all love J.K. Dobbins, you can bring him back, I suppose, as long as that doesn't impact your plans at upgrading the room. But don't bring him back if that's your plan on him being the guy, because you can't count on him staying healthy. So I think you can get rid of all three of those guys and start from scratch.
I think you get rid of all three of those guys. Hey, you say improve the room. Who? There ain't anybody out there. You ain't going to get nobody.
No, there are.
How you going to improve?
Oh.
There are quite a few guys, Scott.
Travis
Etienne. The room.
Travis Etienne.
Yeah.
You just got a lot better. Kenneth Walker. You just got a lot better.
You got a lot better. You can make an argument Dowdle. You're going to get quite a bit better.
Algier, Gainwell. I mean, you can make some arguments.
Yeah, there's quite a there's one of the better classes for free agency running backs I've seen in a while, quite frankly.
Yeah, I mean Pickens got tagged, which
Well, that's wide receiver.
No, I know. I'm just keeping going down the line with other guys. Like it's decisions are being made. But Tyler's right, Scott. I mean the one position that's kind of lingering out there that you can improve yourself significantly if you've got the money to overspend is definitely running back. Ain't no doubt about it. And the Broncos, with the cap going up now, $22 million? How about you NFL guys, man? How about you NFL guys? And if you throw in insurance, like the average cost that a team can spend, period, on everything is over $370 million a year. Wow. Damn, son. And that's for every NFL team. That is a thriving league right there. Say whatever you want about the NFL, man. It is doing bonkers for business. Do you realize everything Goodell does has worked? Like, seriously, everything. Whatever controversies they've had, no matter what, it's really worked.
Yeah, it works, man. And I'll give the NFL credit for this, man. They have figured out the calendar, have they not? Season ended.
It's fantastic.
What feels like now just yesterday.
Yeah.
And we're feeling this like weird lull in the sports calendar.
Yeah.
You didn't have basketball. You didn't have hockey going on. The NFL had gone away. And all of a sudden the combine's back. And
let's go.
And the NFL is back in the storylines, not just because of the combine, which quite frankly this year is a little bit boring for the Broncos because they're drafted number 30. But at the combine now starts all the free agency conversation, starts the restricted free agency. The calendar is back on, man.
There's news every day. It's wild. By the way, Scott, did you see that Sean is starting everything practice-wise in May? He could start it April 20th, 420, baby. But he's going in May just to give the guys a little extra time. They'll all still be there lifting and doing whatever, but they're not going to get into, like, football stuff for almost 2 weeks later than they could. You guys like that move?
Yeah, why not?
I promise you players like it. And what the narrative that is being said about it for Sean is that tough on the guys in season, I'm going to give you a break in the offseason. And that's true in twofold. It's twofold reasons. Number one, they get a longer break than other teams are getting.
Yeah.
And then when they come back, at least if they do it the way they've done it in years past, they don't do the phase 1, phase 2 stuff.
Right.
Well, they do phase 1, but they skip phase 2, and they extend phase 1 through phase 2, which means they don't do the on the field work. They just extend the phase 1, which means guys just show up. They get their workouts in, they go for a meeting, they go home, they're home by 12 o'clock, and now they're doing that for an extended period rather than the full day.
And we're giving that coach a B? Hey, come on now.
Hey, you gave me a B, B minus. Look, hey, take a couple extra weeks.
Yeah.
Sean's, a few more days. Please.
Sean's going to earn that A, man. He's going to get that A back there. Come on, man. Hey, I think it makes sense. I just wonder at what point, once they go to 18 games, guys, that they just sort of do away. I don't think you'll ever get away with, like, no spring football. I mean, you'll always have something. But, like, at what point do you just sort of, I don't know, sort of consolidate it into a couple of week period and just sort of get to training camp and go, rather than, kind of go hard, have a 6-week break and go. I do wonder if they'll change all of that at some point. And Sean's kind of telling you, I don't need all that time. And I don't know, do you need all that time, Tyler? You're the only one that's been through it. Do you need it all, or is there a better way to do this thing?
Meaning, do you need all the on-the-field work? Is that what you're asking?
All the time that the NFL's given you in the spring, do you really need, if you were to maximize the time that they allow you?
I think it's important. Obviously, you don't have to do it the specific structure that the NFL gives you, but I do think the time's important. I don't think you can get rid of that part of the calendar. Like, you need that time in the classroom. You need that time to teach the rookies. You need that time to teach free agents, all those sorts of things, man. You don't want to just go into the training camp with these guys having a blank slate.
Would it be, just for the sake of argument, you do away with this stuff kind of at this time, and you just tag it on to the beginning of training camp, and you go from that time and you roll up to training camp?
No, it's too much time off, too much time to forget.
Really? Just gets a little shaky?
What you may do is, like Tyler said a while ago, they went phase 1 to phase 3, right? They just extended phase 1 to phase 2, which for people out there is basically their conditioning, right? It's trying to get them in shape and get ready to go for when they start hitting and doing everything else. What you might eventually just do, you do a 6-week period of just nothing but conditioning. Put in some football plays. I watched, God, where was I? Oh, I was watching a soccer practice the other day, and this guy is doing these drills, quick footwork type drills. And I said, I love this because it's soccer related, and yet they are getting so much conditioning in that. So you do your traditional conditioning stuff that you do, Tyler, whatever it is you guys do, but then you start putting different stuff in that's on the field that actually, in a short little phase right here, could go into the big picture of a certain play or a certain route or a certain whatever. And you can do that, and you can build that over 6 weeks, and then boom, here we go. Let's start going.
Hey, we'll get back to the Broncos and what they're doing in a second. Last night, listen, man. First of all, I was at the game, so my TV consumption of it was granted different. And I know there was some reason why people couldn't get, like, the real game on and the cartoon game was on instead. I don't know what to say because I have Fubo and I set to record all the games and I got both. But, I heard Vic Lombardi complaining about it this morning, and there were some others too. And whatever the problems were, it certainly got fixed so you could watch the real game or the cartoon version of it. Whether or not you like the cartoon version, guys, that is incredible what they did, okay, with this cartoon stuff. I don't know how they figured this stuff out. They're having this cartoon crap, like, happen at the same exact time that the real game is happening. And you got Kiefer and Riker, like, calling the game, sort of, kind of. But they were obviously coached up about what to say and what to do and what not to do, that sort of thing. But the funniest thing is, like, how do you describe something for a 7-year-old that we all sort of take for hockey? And there were a couple of instances like, ooh, how exactly would you say this for a 7-year-old? So let me play something for you. Well, first of all, you're just you don't want to talk about fighting. Remember what Riker said to us, guys, or Kiefer said to us about fighting? We got to avoid it or whatever. So here are these guys talking about physical hockey.
All right, Cale McCarr. Oh, that looked like maybe too many men on the ice. Tell everybody what that means, because that's a tough one. Well, what does too many men on the ice mean?
You're only allowed 5 players and a goalie on the ice, but if you accidentally sneak a 6th on there and your team touches the puck, that's illegal. Too many men on the ice.
Oh, we got a little something shaking down. Now, in hockey, we always want you to be respectful and safe. So if you have any sort of confrontation, you just go over to your other teammates, talk to your coaches, and just kind of chill out. That's what we're doing today, just chilling out at Bernie's Mountain Showdown. We'll take a break. We'll be right back as Marty Natchez has tied it up at 1.
How great is that?
Hey, they might be better talking to the kids' audience. That might be at their best.
Scott, you just want to straighten it out. You just want to, just be nice to each other.
Yeah. I'm more of a get off my lawn when it comes to that, but yeah, I'm sure that was wonderful.
It was funny because
I'm sure 7-year-olds across the world were tuning into that.
Well, I mean, who knows? But the fact that Riker and Keefe had to do that, I thought was pretty entertaining. Listen, man. But the funniest thing to me was, how do you describe a goalie puking on the ice? How would you do it?
His tummy hurts. It looks like the goalie's having a problem. It looks like maybe his tummy hurts a little bit.
So what they did on the cartoon broadcast, as Gustafson is yakking all over the ice, is they cut to Bernie the dog just jumping around. They did not go to the cartoon goalie with cartoon vomit coming out on the ice. They just stuck on Bernie. They didn't even show it. So these guys had no idea in the last minute or so why Gustafson was pulled for Wallstedt. No clue whatsoever. And it went something like this. And then I have Mark Moser calling it to compare and contrast.
Flips. There's Gustafson.
Oh, they put a new goalie in here. That's never good, because usually the Avalanche snipe right away, and he does. Marty Natchez. Wow. What a shot.
What happened?
Why do they put Wallstedt in with the 2 minutes to go? I don't even understand that. A minute. And Martin Natchez, maybe too little too late caught, but he came in, and he has what we call a twisted wrist. Look at Bernie.
Oh, yeah, Bernie. See, you never give up. They've still got to.
Okay, here's how Mark Moser called it.
And it may be a situation where Gustafson may have. Well, did he barf?
I did not see any barf motion.
Okay. Yeah, he barfed all over the ice.
Okay. That's why they were cleaning up the crease. I thought there was like a hole in the crease.
Fed across. I mean, he's made 44 saves tonight. Quick shot still from Natchez. His second of the game. And for Natchez, his 25th of the season. Avs have made it 4-2. Gustafson out after throwing up all over his crease.
That was better than the puppy dog game.
Oh, he's got a queasy little stomach there. You know when you're not feeling so good.
The boys and girls, that goalie just really, his tummy was all twisty. The head felt a little bit fuzzy. He tried so hard to stop that puck, but the tummy just won that fight.
Yeah, but you're okay. And his mommy's gonna go give him a rub on his head, and he's gonna be all right, even though he's a little scared and maybe crying a little bit.
What was the target audience on this thing? Like age? I'm sorry,
target
age?
Seven. How would a 7-year-old describe puking? Moser, he just barfed on the ice.
He barfed.
And it may be a situation where Gustafson may have. Well, did he barf?
I did not see any barf.
That could have been a 7-year-old right there.
Would a 7-year-old say that?
I think barf or throw up. Yeah.
I would throw up maybe. Yeah, if one of your kids was describing a friend of theirs throwing up.
Cookies. He just looks like the goalie just chucked his cookies.
The funniest thing, Kiefer.
I don't know. I think little kids are actually they're very direct with it. Like, Mommy, Daddy, I just barfed.
Yeah.
I would have loved to have seen the cartoon throw up. Now, I understand understand them not throwing the violence on there. I mean, I kind of get it, but some cartoon vomit all over the ice. And the guy came out. Can you imagine? In the game, guys, a dude came out with a shovel to scoop up the barf. Can you imagine if a cartoon guy came out with a shovel? And I feel bad for Kiefer and Riker. I can't wait to talk to him about it because they can only call what they're seeing. And all they're seeing, so they don't know. They do not know what happened. Oh, my God. That was a riot. The game sucked, though. The game,
Well, they may have, were they looking at the cartoon game and calling it from the cartoon game?
Well, it's funny. Kiefer told us they had the real game on TV to his, right or something like that. Remember he said that to us yesterday? But they're probably just staring at the screen of the cartoon game. And they called Bernie. Bernie was the referee. And it was just 2 minutes of Bernie. They must have wondered why it was going on because it just showed Bernie for 2 straight minutes, jumping around the ice. They didn't cut to the goalie, the cartoon vomit. But they had no idea what was going on. And all of a sudden, there's a new goalie in a 4-1 game with a minute to go. I'm sorry, what the hell's going on? And what was going on, Mark Moser captured it beautifully.
And it may be a situation where Gustafson may have...
Did he?
And it may be a situation where Gustafson may have... Well, did he barf?
I did not see any.
That is great. Did he barf? Scott, anybody ever puked during a basketball game that you guys had to call? Must have happened. Had to have.
Rodney White in Madison Square Garden puked right there on the floor during a game in New York.
Do you remember calling it?
Yeah, I don't. Yes. And they have our seats are right at half court across from the benches. And, we talked about this one right here. They didn't have a shovel. They had ball boys with towels.
Oh, my God. Well,
do you know how many times I've been at the line of scrimmage and seen puke happen at the line of scrimmage?
Football, we've seen it a million times.
I mean, multiple times per year.
Yeah.
Whether it's your buddy that's sitting on your left,
right.
whether it's the defensive lineman that's got his hand in the ground, whether it's we saw it with the center last year. What was the Green Bay one? Remember?
Right.
He threw up on the ball, and then I think they had an interception or something, and Matt LaFleur was like, "Well, what do you think was going to happen? There was throw up on the ball."
I love it. What happened? Why is there a new goalie? Good stuff, man. I know they were working hard on that broadcast, and listen, I get it. It's not for the adults, but I don't know if the kids enjoyed it or not. But I thought it was cool as hell, man. I enjoyed watching the highlights of it. I thought it was neat.
I called a game. I think it was before COVID. And the NBA was experimenting with this thing where they put cameras all over the floor. And if you had the NBA package with those goggle things.
Oh, we got a Nuggets game coming up like that. It's coming up.
Yeah.
Anyways, go ahead.
Well, I got to call a Nuggets game like that. And, you can, if you've got it, you can all of a sudden, you're wearing those big 3D glasses.
Right.
You can change the angles. You can touch the camera angle. You can do it from above. You can fully circle the guy who's flying through the air or whatever you want to do.
Yeah.
And that was a weird game to call because you've got all these crazy angles in front of you. You have a little TV to the right with the action. You're stuck back in this little studio.
Yep.
Way away from the game. And I think it was Dempsey and I called that game.
Well,
that was a weird thing to do.
It's coming up again, March 5th, Lakers Nuggets, partnership with Apple and Spectrum, and you wear the Apple Pro goggles, and it's all that. And it's going to be on the floor in the huddle. It's going to be kind of a wild, you're playing in the game.
And you can kind of control you wear those little things on your hand. You can point, so you can change your cameras, however you want to do. You can push pause, rotate the camera around. It's kind of weird technology, but it'd be great for football.
It'd be unbelievable.
Sit there and look at the line, look at the hole. You can pause a run. You can spin the camera around to look from the end zone, so you can see where the hole is. You can, it's it's a lot. I mean, you're working to watch the game, but, boy, you can see some different angles, that's for sure.
Well, I'll give you something crazy about the cartoon game, and they may be onto something. And I heard Vic say it this morning. He was right. It was way easier to follow the puck in the cartoon game than when you just watch it on TV. Now, I'm not saying it's impossible to follow the puck on TV, but I'm telling you, in the cartoon game, it was a piece of cake. It was nothing to watch. And I do wonder if technology, not that it's got to be a cartoon, but if all sports will have enhancements. Really quick on that, you know this ABS system is coming to baseball, guys, right? In a recent Red Sox, I think it was Red Sox Pirates or whatever, there were it wasn't 5 pitches in a row, but there were 5 straight challenges that were overturned because of the ABS technology. 5 straight.
Jeez.
And it's and we're getting way closer in baseball to just having robo-umps. Scott, you don't like it, huh?
Yeah.
Why?
No.
Why? Just simplify this thing. Simplify it. Let's get robo-umps. Let's get in. Let's get out. Let's get the right calls. Let's be done.
Was it unsimple with just umpires back there? Was it unsimple?
Yeah, because it was subjective and wrong.
Well, they were getting so much wrong.
Because they might make a strike zone, and this guy's got an outside strike zone. This guy's got a low strike zone. But you adjust to it.
Yeah, but actually, if you think about that, Scott, that's actually the dumbest concept of all time.
It's
literally the dumbest concept of all time that
crazy.
Each umpire gets to define his own strike zone. Define the strike zone for the league so that we've got a standard of what the actual strike zone is so that I don't walk into any game trying to guess what this ambiguous strike zone is going to be.
Right.
I like the ump back there.
Okay. All right.
I will whisk the
and if you watch that video, which I know you didn't, I mean, how much longer did it take for that freaking that part of the game to take?
5 seconds.
Okay, 5 seconds. But now,
it did not. You liars. Now you lying.
Hold on. First off, it didn't take long at all. But second off,
now
take
you got
it
a signal, and then the ump comes up there. He has a signal. You have to wait to come up there. Then they got to show it to. It was not 5 seconds.
But Scott, you're missing the bigger point. If you just have robo-umps, you don't have to do any of that. You just get the right call.
Oh, I'm with you. Fine. This, by the way, this ABS system is to keep the umpires having a job. This is a compromise because they could just go robo-umps right now. This is actually to keep to still have umpires. You're right. It's completely unnecessary for the umpires at this point. Green light strike, red light ball, or red light strike, green light ball, whatever you want to do. And that's that. Anyways, it was interesting to see that happen. And ABS, it will be part of baseball this year.
If you got that kind of technology, then why even have umpires in the field?
Somebody has to throw new baseballs to the pitcher, and that's about it.
Well, then that's the new baseball's job.
Well, you still need them for safe and out and all those sorts of things.
Not really. You could have that, green light, red light. You could do that too. That'd be fine.
How? You going to put sensors on the players?
I don't
see
know.
when they get tagged.
With the camera angles, it's the same thing. Camera angles and computers.
Yeah.
All right, but that's not as simplified or as sped up as just the balls and strikes.
You probably have a control central. Your umpires or whatever, your evaluators would just be in a room. They just press the lights, green, red, whatever it is.
Just use the robo-ump for balls and strikes and leave everybody else out there for their other jobs.
Which is what?
Like, why not go all the way, though? Why not do it all?
Swing.
Hey,
I would do it all.
Tennis is at the point now you don't need the line judges and everything else, do you?
You sure don't. I don't even know why they have them anymore. It doesn't seem to make any sense.
Why not do it? Yeah.
Get used to it. If you watch baseball this year, you'll see it in Major League Baseball games. By the way, pitch clock, good idea. Keeping guys on one side of the field or the other, left, right, instead of the shift, good idea. Bigger bases, good idea. Like all these things have made baseball better. All these changes have made it better. California tiebreaker, runner on second to start extra innings. Let's get to it. Better idea. They don't do it in the World Series or the playoffs. They make an adjustment like hockey. A lot of this technology improvement has made baseball way better. We just have the lousiest team, so we just don't care about baseball. And that's the way that goes. All right. Anyways, we got the Nuggets tonight. Let's get a preview of the game with the Thunder coming up next.
Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. They've got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I've been a customer for life because I think relationships matter. I bought many vehicles from Phil Long Ford because I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. So next time you need a new vehicle, if that's today, if that's this weekend, don't waste your whole weekend driving all over the state looking for your new car. Just go to Phil Long Ford because it's one-stop shopping. Over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. When you need your new vehicle, go to Phil Long Ford and keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford. They've got an award-winning service department, so make sure you buy that new vehicle, Phil Long Ford, and you're going to enjoy it for a long, long time. Let them know that Tyler sent you out over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
Scott, tonight we have OKC, man. How the Nuggets doing, do you think, so far in comparison to OKC in terms of both teams year to year? If you were to look at both teams, the championship in terms of OKC and the Nuggets who lost to him in Game 7, what do you think their years have been like this year since we last faced them in the playoffs?
Well, they looked like to start the season they were going to run away with the league.
Right. As the Avs did, by the way. But, things change, right?
And they've had to deal with Shea's injury too. But Denver was right on their heels. I mean, they were a game and a half back until you lost Gordon. So I think both teams were dominant to start the season. Denver started going through their injuries with major players early. They've kind of been just a good team, but not great. OKC stayed pretty great. When Shea got hurt, then the Williams kid came back and he started playing. When Denver got beat, when they beat Denver by 10 a month ago or whatever it was, they had, what killed them was the others that we've been talking about over the last week or so. The other guys went kind of nuts. You got, I can't remember their names right now, but the one Williams kid off the bench blew up. The Joe hit 5 or 6 threes in that game. So they've got a deep young team. They will have to start playing with salary caps and everything probably starting in a year or so, but so far they're so good. They're a good team. They're the best team in the West for sure.
But it's going in an interesting, different direction. Meanwhile, there's a team right on their heels, and it might be an opportunity for the Nuggets to make quite a statement tonight, a big-time statement. Let's dig into that. Plus, there may be a chance for the Nuggets to pick up a significant player in the buyout market, which is closing here shortly. We'll get to that coming up as well. A reminder, join Mike Sanford at the Viewhouse Ballpark, 20th and Market tonight for the Nuggets against Oklahoma City. Tip-off is at 7:42. It's brought to you by Kendall Jackson, the official wine partner of the Denver Nuggets. Elevate your game with a glass of Kendall Jackson's award-winning lineup of sustainably grown California wines. While you're there, enter to win a Jamal Murray jersey. We'll dig into it coming up next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Okay, guys, how are you feeling about life? How are you feeling about your love life, your workouts, your energy? Could it be better? Well, if you're not sleeping well and the workouts just it just ain't happening, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is there for you. And this year, Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With the low-T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men notice real improvements, more energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. Low-T, it can cause all sorts of issues. Let's get over that, guys. Come on now. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
We are live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion, well, it's justice. We'll get to the combine here in a second in terms of what the Broncos are looking at. And Sean Payton was on with Pat McAfee talking a little bit about Bo Nix. But, Scott, it's come to our attention, Chris Middleton. This buyout market thing is weird, right? Like, because you're not sure if these teams are going to dump these guys or not, who's going to become available. And we only have a couple more days in this, right, before it's a wrap on anybody you can get, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the timeline, but, yeah, I can't. It's probably the last quarter of the season they want this settled, I would assume.
Yeah, so talk to us about Chris Middleton, if that's the rumor that's going out there. What do you think?
Well, name popped up to me 2 or 3 weeks ago, right? Was trade deadline was ending, so they've had an eye on him and him possible buyout for a while. Good player, has been an all-star. He's a mid-range player for the most part. Would have liked to have Chris Middleton 3 or 4 years ago, but he could be a good asset on the bench, not afraid to defend. Like I said, great mid-range player. Played in big games and won NBA championships. So a guy that you could, another option possibly for into game situations.
I'll give you an example of teams making moves, and this is not great news for the Nuggets. The San Antonio Spurs are rolling, if nobody's noticing. They were before the All-Star break, and they continue to do so. 10-0 in their last 10. A game and a half. Remember when we thought Oklahoma City was untouchable? They're a game and a half behind Oklahoma City.
They were so far out. It felt so insanely unrealistic that at the time we're talking about the Nuggets, but anybody could catch them. I can't believe that here we are with this.
Can you believe it?
The Oklahoma City started the season 8-0, lost a game to Portland 8-1, and then they won 16 in a row.
Incredible.
They were at one time 24-1.
You know what's the equivalent of? Remember at the beginning of the football season when the Chargers were out to what were they, 5-0 or something, and they had a
and three of them against AFC West teams, right?
Yeah, their first 3 games were against AFC West teams. I mean, it was impossible for them to lose the AFC West.
I don't know if you remember, but remember when the Saints were 2-0 and we all thought, oh, they've revolutionized offense, and then they won 2 more games the rest of the year.
Yeah.
So, but Mason Plumlee is now with the Spurs. Okay, so wow. All right. I mean, that's a pretty good pickup, I'd say, for them. Golly, man, are the Spurs the best team in the Western Conference? Is it the Spurs time?
Well, counting the tournament game, right? I think the Spurs have beaten OKC 3 times this year.
And they just added Plumlee as a reserve. Pretty nice pickup for a backup.
Yeah, that's a security blanket. Wemby has missed some games this year. So, yeah, that's a good veteran guy for a backup in a pinch for a couple games if you needed him.
All right, so how important would it be for the Nuggets if Chris Middleton is available for them to pick him up?
I don't know. You know what he would be, honestly?
Yeah.
Probably a little security that if you're not thinking that Gordon can ever get super healthy.
I'm just
well, that's the big question, right? I mean,
but by the way, he has to become available, and the first thing I type in about Chris Middleton is that it's unlikely.
That's what I was just reading.
I know. So this morning
he's making $33 million right now, right? And I know that if he gets bought out, that's irrelevant, but he's making $33 million. He's going to want a pretty good, healthy salary.
Well, what he'd want is the buyout. Probably they may have had conversations. Say, hey, we'll give you 25 cash now. And he goes, no, I'll take 33 when it comes.
The report is, I know Denver would love to get him. Mark Stein of the Stein line. There's interest, but yeah, that's not a guarantee that he'll be released by Dallas. And by the way, the deadline is Sunday. Sunday, the buyout market closes. So today is Friday. Sunday's a couple days away. Scott,
so March 1st.
March 1st. That's it, baby. That's it. And then you're going to turn around. And right now, the biggest addition to the Nuggets would be KJ Simpson.
Possibly.
Hey, got some good play time the other night. What'd you think?
I think it's fine, but Scott, is that it? I mean, is that what we're staring at? Is there anything else that could work?
I don't know. I don't know. I would just say this. And I've talked to a lot of people, and I think they've put their eggs in the basket of Aaron Gordon getting healthy. And that, as we've talked about before, is a scary thing to do because that's just no guarantee, right? That's just no guarantee, especially when you're talking about a soft tissue type of injury, a groin or a hamstring or a calf. I mean, that's a delicate thing. Abdominal strain. I mean, those are interesting things to say. Okay, he's going to be healthy, and who knows? But I think they're banking on a lot. They're hanging their hats on that first 10 games of the year when this team was all together and healthy, and they were 8-2, and they were number 1 in offensive efficiency and number 3 in defensive efficiency, and they think they can get back to that. Talked with some people. They like the attitude of their defense in that Boston game DA talked about it. Remember when I asked him that question at the end, can you be a good defensive team without playing physical? And he said no. And I talked with some people since that game, and they all agreed. They said the difference in that game was we weren't afraid to get up in people, and he said that's what we did not do when we lost to OKC at home. So if they can sell it, let's see if Denver doesn't come out and try to be a lot more physical tonight than they've been in the past against OKC. I think that's what San Antonio does.
Tyler, do you think they have the lineup to pull it off? Meaning their addition, their free agent acquisition, their buyout guy, their trade deadline guy would be Aaron Gordon. I mean, that's what you're basically saying. That's what you're hearing, Scott. Like, that's going to be our buyout guy. It's going to be AG.
My dead honest thought on that as we are today, I don't think so. No, I mean this to me, something about the whole setup just doesn't feel right. And whether it's the lineup, whether it's the buyout, whether it's the lack of additions, whether it's the lack of ability to close out in 5 minutes, home court woes, whatever it might be, the whole combination just does not feel like, when you say do they have enough to get it done, I assume you mean to win a championship, right?
There's nothing else for the Nuggets.
Yeah.
There's zero.
It does not feel awesome at this moment to me, no.
Scott, is that enough? Is Aaron Gordon your addition? That is Chris Middleton. Okay, guess what we're adding? We're adding Aaron Gordon for the playoff run.
Well, and again, I'll put this: is he 100% healthy?
Well,
if the answer's yes, then yes. If the answer's I don't know, then the answer's I don't know. If the answer's no, then the answer's no. I mean, it really comes down to where is he going to be health-wise, and is it going to be a thing you're going to have to milk it, or can you trust him to be healthy for not only, as David Adelman said again, the last 20 games, but then hopefully the next 20 games you play in the postseason.
Because the ultimate question, sure, he's playing small games with coaches now. That's what he's doing right now. Okay, cool. He comes back and plays in 3 games. I mean, all right, fine. He's got to go full gas, full bore against Chet Holmgren for a rebound. How's that going to go? We're going to be all right there? Like, how would you possibly simulate that? How can you do that? Game conditions, world-class play at the highest level. I don't think there's any way in the world you could simulate that except to do it. And how much confidence are you going to have? Do you remember what Jamal said when he was coming back from his knee injury? Like what he was the most nervous about? Do you recall what he said in the beginning when he was coming back?
No.
He talked about rebounding amongst the big guys down by the basket, that was still where he lacked the most significant amount of confidence. And that was a mental thing as well as a physical thing. Guys, not only AG, how do we know he's going to be okay physically? How do we know he's going to be in the right frame of mind to actually do what he needs to do based on what has caused these injuries in the first place?
And that's why you got to get 20 games, right? It was about 20
got to get
games
something
that year of in fact, it was 18th or 19th game when he hit that big shot in Portland before he said he started feeling confident again. So that's probably why David put that 20-game number out there, right?
That's a good one. I remember when Joker said that about Jamal, and we thought he was kind of joking, but it turns out he was a little bit more serious. It was the same thing. When Jamal came back, it's like, he's going to be up and down. You get 20 games, like before we could really take this seriously. So, Tyler, to your point, if you don't get that work in, why in the world would we expect Aaron Gordon, if you don't get some of that work in before the end of the season, to just, turn the light switch, Scott?
I'm not so worried about that part with Aaron Gordon. Like, you're talking specifically for Aaron Gordon, whether he's going to show up and be Aaron Gordon?
Yes.
I assume that he will. That is what I assume. I assume that when Aaron Gordon shows up, he'll show up and be AG.
What do you think, Scott?
Well, if he shows up in BAG, you're going to be fine. You're going to be able to compete, and you will be an absolute tough out no matter where you are. But to me, that's just the biggest question. Will he be fine? That's tough, man.
All right, well.
That's a hamstring. So you not only got to get the hamstring right and flexible and healed up, then now you got to get your conditioning, your breath, your legs, and everything else that goes along with that. And now you get, as you said, Darren, you've got to get to I think it's the same way in football, Tyler. You always said I never had to sprint 40 yards in a football game, right? But here's what you don't do in rehab. Forget about the 40 yards. Have you did you sprint 10 yards getting ready to get back to the game with 300 pounds on you?
Yeah.
Because that's what you can't simulate. You could simulate quick bursts out of a stance. You can quick jumps you can simulate that stuff, but you can't do it with 220 pounds laying on your back and pushing you while you're jumping in the air. You just can't simulate that.
Well, that's what the job is for Aaron Gordon, so we'll see. All right, we have the Nuggets going against the Spurs, or the Oklahoma City tonight, and the push to the playoffs is on, and with Altitude Plus, you're right in the middle of the action. Sign up today and get a free 7-day trial. Visit altitudeplus.com/checkout and enter promo code Altitude7. Don't wait. The offer ends March 14th. Jump in today and apply the free trial code to a monthly or annual plan to join the push to playoffs now on Altitude Plus. Subscription auto-renews at the end of the trial. Make sure you pay attention. Pat McAfee had Sean Payton on. Also, we'll give you an update as we watch what's happened at the Combine and what you should know about the Broncos. That's coming up next here on PhD.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss and you're looking for a simple one-day solution to reverse your bald spot, receding hairline, and thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration. Do it today, 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, so you deserve to be the next one. Guys, when you go to Advanced Hair, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff, fantastic at what they do, and they believe in what they do. They're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair, starting to regrow the very next day. So call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check out the before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
The NFLPA put out grades today. The only person that went down for the Broncos was actually Sean Payton. Is that because the players are petty and don't like working, or did Sean just, I don't know, go sideways with guys? What do you guys think it is? Why do you think Sean's grade went down and everything else with the Broncos went up?
You know what? I actually didn't even think about that. You might have just hit the nail on the head there a little bit. He's tough in season. They're out there for 3 hours, whatever the period is that they're allowed to be on the field for. He's out there for every last second that they're allowed to be out there.
Yeah.
He does not give them victory Mondays. You know,
correct. Keep going.
They work 6 out of 7 days out of the week, but they really work 7 out of 7 because Tuesday's your off day. You're expected to be in the building doing rehab, whatever. So they work 7 out of 7 days. Every coach I've ever played for, maybe not in the first 3 or 4 games when you win a game, but after you get past that first quarter of the season, you win a game, you get Monday off. That's like you can't wait for it. Hey, boys, see you Wednesday. Yeah! The whole team goes crazy.
Does not happen.
We got an extra day off. I do think those things probably add up for the players in these grades.
Guess what Thanksgiving was?
Workday.
Thursday. Christmas. We're working.
Yeah.
And by the way, for those holidays, Scott, Tyler, no like short days, no like amended days. It's just like a Thursday's a Thursday's, a Tuesday's a Tuesday. You don't work Tuesday, okay? You do work Thursday.
The other thing that other coaches that I've had, not only would practices ease up as you went through the season, not only would you not be on the field longer, not only would you not wear pads as often, not only would we get the Victory Mondays, but also the literal time in the building would get shorter.
Mm-hmm.
So Shanahan had this rule that every 4 games you got out of the building 30 minutes earlier, maybe 45 minutes earlier.
Oh, interesting.
So in the first 4 games, we might be in the building till 4:45, 5 o'clock. After that, you get out at 4 o'clock. By the time you get to the final 4 games of the season, we'd be getting out of that building at 2:45, 3 o'clock. Now, I say getting out of the building. You had responsibilities. You had things that would keep you there. But you would be done with your day's obligations by then.
Scott, do coaches that have no accounting for personal time rub guys the wrong way eventually, even if they're great coaches?
Yep. The guys that are married but hate being at home, and so they put in extra time and practice at the game, or coaches that aren't married, don't have kids, and their girlfriend spends half the time somewhere else. Yeah, they got issues. Yeah, I mean, what's Sean Payton going to do if he's not there with people?
He is going to be
hang there by himself.
He's hanging out with Skylene, I guess, his wife. His kids are grown; they're not in the house. They got, they're looking at sushi restaurants.
Is Skylene here all season, or she spend time in that house in L.A.?
That is an amazing good question. I know because I know that she has spent time here. Like, there's definitely time that she is here. But that is one hell of a question. Like, how much time is that really? And you can never forget. Yeah, they got a home in Malibu. He's got a home in Malibu. Yeah, so there's that.
Home.
I don't know. That's a great question.
But again, we're bringing up all these things, and the real question is, does it matter what the players grade their head coach?
Does it matter?
No. Hell no. No, I think it matters when you're losing ball games. Sure. What did Bill Belichick come out with this? I'm honestly curious. Did we do these grades when Belichick was around?
We've known these grades since 2022, I think. So,
okay.
Boy, we'd have to go back and look at Billy B. I'm not sure off the top of my head. Let me look at Vrabel, see how he does here. Where is Vrabel?
I bet he's high. I bet he's super high.
Well, let me just.
Players love him.
Yes, he's got an A, 7th in the league.
Yeah.
Sean McVay, number 1. See, he seems to me a grinder type of guy.
Sean?
No?
No.
Not really?
Well, he as a human being.
But not to his players.
Correct.
Was he your tight ends coach when you were in Washington?
Yeah, when I was in Washington,
Wow.
He was the tight ends coach. And then when Shanahan got fired, Gruden came in and he made him the offensive coordinator. Sean's younger than me. Not by a lot, but I think he's like 6 or 8 months younger than me.
Who can you compare this to in the NBA, Scott? Who is the guy that just kills a good coach, but he's just, it just never ends with the dude. He's just on the guy's chili all the time.
Well, what's our guy that got fired in New York?
Oh, Thibodeau.
Thibodeau.
I love
I think
Thibodeau. Was he like that?
I did too. Well, I mean, that was a rumor that he was grinding all the time.
Oh, he looked miserable. He was like the most New York looking miserable person, but there was something charming about it. It was just kind of like, I don't know, there's something kind of ruffled about it.
I met him years ago because he was Doc Rivers' assistant when they won a championship in Boston, and I think that's where I first got to know him a little bit. And so he's always been great to me. I went out one time to the summer league. He stayed on the sideline. I went and said hello to him, and we sat there and chatted for 20 minutes, basketball and life, and it was pretty cool. So I've always been a fan of his, but he's a grinder. I think Mike Malone's a grinder.
Yeah, Malone's just on TV right now. I'm watching him. He's on NBA Today. He's doing that right now. That's what Sean was doing too. And then you heard the stories about Sean, right? Like he'd be the first one in, last one to leave. Well, that wasn't because of hard work. Like he admitted he had nothing else to go back to. Like he didn't want to go home. He was just like hanging out.
So if he admits that then, how's that changed now?
It probably hasn't. And the time that he's at work, I mean, you're doing TV. How miserable are you going to be around other people? There's plenty of excuses, Tyler, to be miserable as a head football coach.
The only two that I've ever played for that weren't miserable were Dan Quinn and Pete Carroll.
Everybody else, Shanny was miserable?
Not super happy. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he was miserable, but I wouldn't say he was super happy.
Well, maybe this all goes into, by the way, and the grades, are just coming out today. I don't want to take them too seriously, but perhaps this is all part of the stew that is going into Sean Payton giving up the play calling duties. Here he is with Pat McAfee on that.
I don't want to bring up.
No, bring up anything.
Bo getting hurt, man. We are so sorry.
It was on the third to last play of the game, and he had come over to the sideline. After the injury took place, he threw a deep pass interference, and it was a significant play. We're going to kick this chip shot. And so when he comes over, I kind of jack him in the shoulder like, and he's like, And I was like, I said, you'll be fine. I said, watch this kid hit this field goal. We're going to be in the championship. I jabbed him again, and all the while he's.
So, I mean,
So we get into the locker room. It's pretty common where I would do the media, and then after he got undressed and showered, he'd go do the media. And when I came back from the presser, they're the trainer, doctor, and I didn't know. I knew something was up. They were in my office there. I just didn't know who, and then they told me it was Bo, and so, well, it was Saturday night. We weren't going to see our team till Monday, and I thought there's no way this story goes, till Monday. And so I showered and went back and just said, hey, here's what happened. And it was, there was kind of this surreal feeling or numbing, if you will, because so many things had just gone on. You just won a big game, but you just lost your quarterback. And it's unfortunate. It's one of those deals.
It is so weird that Sean did that, though, now that I think about it.
I have a logistics question about that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You were there, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
How did that work? Press conference ended. You guys break. How did they get you guys all back?
It's in the locker room. Coach is coming back.
So you guys broke the presser, went to the locker room, and then they made an announcement to go back. Okay.
Yeah, that's how it works. What?
it was weird. It was weird because I was watching at home, and I watch all the festivities, the beginning. Went upstairs because it was ending, coming to an end. Going to head something. I said, well, I flip it over, and I'm about ready to flip it over to the other game, right? Or I don't know, flip something else, and turn it back on. And now all of a sudden, there's Sean Payton again at the podium. I went, whoa, I already watched him once up here. What's going on? And that's how I saw it.
Yeah, and he had a different outfit on. He changed. He had literally, he took his whatever he's wearing for the coaches and just wearing his regular gear. By the way that works, the camera guys, a lot of people are just in that. They stay in that room because they commonly will bring other players out. Like here's Surtain, here's whatever. Jaquan McMillan makes that great interception, right? Like they bring guys out. So commonly you just sort of linger around, and instead you got Sean come back out. But they'll tell you, too, in the locker room. They'll be like, so-and-so's going to the podium. But obviously, when you hear coaches going back to the podium, that's a huge red flag that something's wrong. But it is interesting because did he have to do it? Did he really have to do that? I mean, not really.
No, but I think it was the right thing to do. If you don't get ahead of the narrative, kind of like it would have been more simple for Sean at his press conference at the Combine to just come out in his opening statement and be like, yeah, Davis Webb's the play caller. That would have been a simple way to go about it that controls it. It's always better when you control it yourself.
Yeah, you're probably right. It was very quirky because Bo was in there for quite a while getting looked at. Like, he did not go out in an ambulance, which has happened to other players. And, of course, if somebody would have seen that or grabbed a picture or whatever. Instead, they brought a big town car right. The tunnel's huge for the Broncos locker room, by the way, if you don't know that. And they bring this big town car up to the entrance of the locker room so nobody can be sneaky and, snap a photo of Bo. But, we got it. We see him. I mean, somebody would have seen him. Somebody would have seen Bo in a boot or being helped to a car. I mean, somebody would have seen something. Then
it would have been 48 hours of speculation.
The rumors would have started quickly.
But the only thing that you would have had in that scenario, if you would have avoided it, kicked the can down the road.
Yeah.
In theory, you could have played the game all week long on the injury report. Is Bo playing or not?
You could have. Yeah, and it certainly would have. It's happened before.
And actually, in hindsight, maybe that would have been worth it just to force the Patriots to prepare for both guys.
I don't know if you would have got away with it the whole week because Bo had surgery 2 days later. That'd have been pretty hard to hide. But you certainly could have given it 24 hours. You could have. And if there were little rumors about it for 24 hours, it's not the end of the world. And you could have given yourself 24 hours to get more of the facts straight, like what we're actually going to say about this thing. And instead, Sean just raced up and did that. Listen, this did not go over well with Bo Nix. We know that. We know it. We don't think it. We know it. And there's a reason why Bo called his little emergency press conference after Gray Penner talked. Is it the end of the world? Probably not. But if we want to look at these grades and we wonder why did Sean go down a little bit, okay, fine. And if we really want to say, hey, maybe it is time to become more of a CEO than call plays, it's just more proof in the pudding that this is probably the right decision for a bunch of different reasons. So I'm going to give Sean a lot of credit here. I'm going to give him props, okay? I'm giving him props. I don't think the end of the season ended the way any of us wanted it to. I don't think the things with Bo went the way he wanted it to. And I think it was good that they're keeping Davis Webb, Tyler, if he's so good. If this guy, and look at what they're saying about this guy. Do you know anything about I don't know anything about this dude. I've never really heard him talk. I don't know what his philosophies are. I don't know anything about Davis Webb. Not really.
Not particularly. I mean, he's only been in the league for 2 years as a coach. What philosophies does he have? Sean Payton's philosophies. What offense are we going to see? Somebody asked me that on Twitter. How much of Sean's offense is this going to be versus Davis Webb's offense? I'd say probably about 85% Sean Payton with 15% new and fresh wrinkles on it.
Scott, what do you think, man? You were calling for this midway through the season.
The one knock, remember early in the year, was that Sean Payton didn't do a lot of motion. And they changed that towards the end of the year. They started doing a lot more motion. Does the new OC, is Davis going to be more of a motion guy early on to get better looks for his quarterback? He's going to have a closer relationship with his quarterback just because of what he's done the last 2 years as the quarterback's coach. He's closer to the age. I could see them, Bo really, pulling in there and really sitting down with Davis and giving back and forth. And I don't know. On the surface, it doesn't seem like can Bo give a back and forth with Sean Payton, or is it here's what we're doing, or was this, will this be better from that standpoint? Listen, you can tell aptitude for coaching early on. I think historically, and maybe the NFL more than the NBA, but in the NFL, and Tyler's talked about this a bunch too, it's be this guy, then be this guy, then be this guy, then be this guy. Now you can be a coordinator, and now all of a sudden instead of being 30, you're like Livingston, you're 40, and you're still being a defensive pass game coach. And then the next thing you know, hey, you get a shot and you're 47, 48. And once whether you like it or not, once you start getting into that realm, you're less and less relatable to players. Like I know I could coach NBA. There's no question in my mind. But do I know if I can relate to players? Well, I'm fortunate. I got kids younger than the players, so that's good. Grandkids, that keeps you younger and so on and so forth. But I think that's big. I think you will see Davis Webb having an unbelievable relationship with Bo, and I expect bigger and better things even than we saw this year. I don't know if that equates to more wins.
Yeah, what's the
but
fine?
I think you're going to see a better Bo Nix.
What's the fine line between relating to players and letting them get away with murder and walking all over you?
Respect.
Well, how do you earn that?
Well, you got to earn it. Hey, let me ask you: Do you have respect?
See,
Tyler doesn't respect you. I don't respect you. I mean, so have you earned it yet?
See, I don't like.
Thanks, Scott.
Relating to players. It's an interesting concept, right?
Hey, let me just tell you, we got a couple pelts on the wall over the past couple of years. I'm just gonna say, so we could go there. Sorry, Tyler. Go ahead.
When you beg, it's unbecoming.
Yeah,
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
I don't know. I don't remember what was I saying?
I don't know. It's going to be a very deep
You're
point about
disagreeing
coaching
with
and
me.
respect.
Oh, you're talking about the relatable.
Oh,
coach
yeah.
Player.
Like it's an interesting concept, right? Like to gain respect, it helps to relate to a player, right? That for sure that can gain respect, but you can also gain respect by just being good at your job, right? We've all had coaches and bosses that we didn't relate to. We didn't know how to talk to them, but we respected them because they put us in the right positions to succeed. So I don't know. I do think it's a fine line, like you guys brought up. Nathaniel Hackett, you don't got to be that relatable, that's for sure.
But see, I don't even know if he was relatable. I think
He tried.
The players thought he was a goofball.
Well, and that's the fine line too. Are you a cringy goofball who sets up a basketball hoop in the main players' room, which he did do? Hackett did that.
Yeah, but I've had a lot of coaches do that. Kyle Shanahan did that. Pete Carroll did that. Dan Quinn did that. The basketball hoop thing's actually totally normal in the NFL.
Okay. It wasn't there before, though. I'm just telling you. And there it was with Hackett. Maybe it is a common thing. It's down now, though, by the way.
As a player, you want a couple things. You're a man of your word. Are you consistent? And are you putting the work in? I don't even know if you guys remember this. Dan Marino got named general manager, and everybody said, well, he could be. I said, if he's willing to put the work in. 30 days later, he steps down.
Ouch.
Why? He said it. That's just too much work. I wasn't ready to work that. I wasn't ready to work that hard.
Right.
Players know that, Tyler. You know that. You know if you got an offensive line coach that ain't doing his job, ain't putting the time in. So you earn respect, I think you got to be consistent with your message. I think you've got to be truthful, and then I think you can't be afraid to work.
Where do you guys think Adelman and Bednar are in this conversation?
I sat last night and talked with an assistant coach, and the question came up about David. He said, you wouldn't believe how he relates to the players. He says, and this guy's been at a lot of other programs, a lot, and without giving a name out or anything, but he says, I've never been around a coach, and the question was asked, does he get on him? Because we haven't really seen him angry. Like, we saw Malone angry. He goes, oh, sure. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. He said, I've never seen a coach with the demeanor that he is and the consistency that he has, and the players love him. That was from another coach. Now, you're going to protect your guy, but listen, Tyler, you've been around. Not all coaches protect their head coach, do they?
Mm-mm.
So you got to keep that in mind. But I remember what was Gibbs, not Gibbs.
Alex.
Joe Gibbs at Washington. And I was talking to Stink one time, and I asked him about Joe, and he said, because Joe had this personality on TV as, the grandfather, just a nice guy, smart guy, come on, blah, 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 blah. He said, why did you guys love him so much? He said, we loved him. He said, if we had a bad game, he took it on himself and the coaches. We had a horrible game plan. Even if we as players didn't execute anything they did, he never blamed us to the media. He said, now we get behind closed door, and he'd jump down our throats.
Yeah.
And I think players respect that. Tyler's talked about it 1,000 times. You know when you suck. You don't need a coach to come out. Well, if our right tackle knew how to block instead of hold, you know what I'm saying? That ain't doing Tyler no good.
I actually wonder if it's harder to actually coach superstars than guys that just aren't playing well all that time. Like, I could make the argument it's more complicated coaching Nathan McKinnon and Nikola Jokic than, Jack Drury or Ross Colton or, Tim Hardaway Jr. I think it's easy to be hard on those guys.
And especially if you got a superstar that knows he's a superstar and then plays that call.
Yeah, you think Nathan McKinnon's easy to coach?
But you know this. You've been this guy. I've been this guy. You know how you coach those guys?
Beat up somebody else.
Through the whipping boy. That's exactly how you coach them, because you're afraid to talk to them. So what you do is you start yelling at Tyler for Nathan McKinnon's mistakes, but you don't specifically say it was Nathan McKinnon's mistake. You yell at Tyler, don't you ever do this. And then you hope that Nathan McKinnon's listening.
I'll give you a Nathan McKinnon example. Like, the power play is not very good for the Avalanche. Marty Natchez is scoring on the power play from Nate's spot, and when Bednar's asked about it, he goes, well, that's Nate's spot. And it's like, all right. Well, all right. And then I was talking to a hockey muggle last night. They were like, Connor McDavid doesn't have a spot. Connor McDavid just kind of floats around on the power play. It's not like the spot. So is it ridiculous to go up to Nathan McKinnon and say, hey, we want you to play more like Connor McDavid and you got to get out of your spot? Or is that like an impossible thing to coach? I mean, it's Nathan McKinnon. He's the best player on earth, arguably, right? It's Nikola Jokic. He's the best player. What are you supposed to say to these guys?
You're honest with them, and even when they screw up, those guys screw up as well. You've got to be relatable.
But what if you have to make a change with them, like Gary Kubiak did to Peyton Manning?
Because you have a history of being honest with those guys and communicating with those guys. You say, listen, here's what we're going to try. Marty's killing it from that thing, so I'm going to put him there.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try something new with you, and I'm going to make you kind of rover. I think defenses are queuing on where you are, and I want you mobile and in the mix, so they can't pinpoint where you are.
I think that's...
you could have that kind. Now, if he's a DIC.
Yeah.
Then he's going to fight it, and maybe he's not the guy that you thought he was.
Big question of the day coming up after 2 o'clock. No dumb questions. You got something? 303-504-0925. It's PhD on 92.5.
Are you happy with your current wealth advisor, or do you even have a wealth advisor? If not, call my friends over at Trajan Wealth at 303-900-1189. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth understand that no two retirement plans are going to be the same. They're going to offer you guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns. Guys, it's a one-stop shop. They've got you covered for whatever you need. Wealth advisors, tax concerns, Trajan Wealth is going to help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. So call Trajan Wealth at 303-900-1189. They're going to come up with a customized game plan for your finances, for your family, for your needs, so that you know that your financial future is safe. You can visit them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertising. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, 303-504-0925. Like and subscribe on YouTube. We can see that there. We really appreciate you watching on the Safeway Twitch stream. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. On the Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Do you think Bo had a bigger input with Penner and approached him saying he wants Davis Webb as the OC as retribution for the ankle thing? Everything seemed to have changed after Payton let out all the information about Bo. Nice conspiracy theory. Sean Payton said Bo, Bill, Fred, whoever, they didn't have an input in it. But this guy's asking this conspiracy question. What do you guys think?
No. I don't think there's this huge conspiracy that's going on with this Davis Webb promotion that I feel like everybody's looking for. I don't think there was threats. There was no job on the line. Sean Payton didn't have any pressure from above, and nor does Bo Nix have that kind of, I would guess. I mean, I'm saying that like a statement. My guess is that he does not have that kind of relationship with ownership where he can go demand things like that. So I bet Bo's involvement was actually very minimal.
I think, and Darren, you pointed this out yesterday or the day before, there was a roadmap if you kind of watch it, and there were clues along the way throughout the season.
Mm-hmm.
Even by the mouth of Sean Payton. I think why this decision finally came down, that I think two things. I think he really does think it's going to be the betterment for the team. He will be involved. And two, I think he saw his own mortality. If he's struggling to get plays out for whatever reason, that's not helping the team. And I go back to the AFC Championship game with the backup quarterback. I mean, you had to take a timeout in the first and second half because you couldn't get a play in quick enough.
I don't think he went to Greg Penner because he didn't have to go to Greg Penner because it was obvious how everybody felt about everything. So, again.
But that means you're down the conspiracy lane.
I think just everything was obvious. I think it was in a big pot. But the guy's asking, did he go to Greg Penner? No, I don't. I agree with you. I don't think he did. I don't think he had to. I think everybody knew he had a great relationship with Davis Webb. And I think everybody knew Davis Webb's a very talented guy. And it's just.
I think Penner was put into the conversation, but was after a serious conversation with George and Sean.
Sure.
And they said, listen, we don't need to lose Davis.
Right.
He's going to be interviewing from head coaching positions. He probably won't get a job because of what Tyler said. He's never even called plays yet. How do you get a head coaching job after never having done that? Let's get a chance to get a younger guy. He's close to Bo. He understands. He played the quarterback position. To your own admission, you've struggled kind of getting plays in. You got a chance to add to your coach's tree, because this guy will be a head coach in the next 8 years.
On the text line, apparently there are dumb questions. That's an astute observation.
Well, that's a good text right there.
Scott, it's been a minute since I've given you a Jim Bro question. I got a Jim Bro question for you. It involves etiquette and kind of what would you do. So I'm at the squat rack a while back, and I'm mid-set, right? So I don't squat very often these days. Matter of fact, I hardly do it at all. I hate squatting, but I'm doing it, and I'm mid-set. And a guy walks up, taps me on the shoulder right as I come up from a rep.
Taps you on the shoulder?
Taps me on the shoulder.
The tall guy.
He's like, hey, how many sets you got left? Can I work in? I'm in the middle.
You gotta be kidding me.
I'm in the middle of a set here, okay? Like I just got out of a rep, got out of the hole, squeezed that little sucker out, and I stood up, right? What are you doing? Are number one? Are you stopping the set to tell him how many you've got left? Do you ignore him? Do you finish the set? And do you allow him to work in with you? A lot of questions there.
I would finish my set and then go, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this is not that complicated. I'll be done in a second, bro. I'll be done in a second.
No, and keep in mind,
why don't you go do some push-ups over there?
Of all the places to try to work in,
ridiculous.
A squat rack is not the spot.
That takes forever. Are you going to squat the exact same weight at the exact same time?
You got to take the plates off.
Right.
You got to change them.
What'd you tell him?
It doesn't work like that.
What'd you tell him?
I told him I got one more set left, and you can have it when I'm done.
Exactly. I'll be done when I'm done, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, Jim, bro, there's a 100-pound dumbbell. Lift it over your head for a few times.
What are you doing tapping me in the middle of a set?
That is unbelievable.
I've never seen that. I've never seen that in mid set. Now I've seen it. If he'd have waited till you got done, racked it, now I come over and say, "Hey, how much more you got? If you got a lot, anyway, I can work in with you." And then you can say, "No, I got one more set."
You were being
Jim. Okay, cool, thanks.
You were being Jim Bro hit on.
Was I being hit on?
Yeah, he wanted to be your gym bro, like
he wanted to be my buddy.
Yeah, he was trying to be your buddy.
Or he wanted to be Jim Bro embarrassing, and he wanted to go in and warm up what Tyler was using.
He either wanted to show you up.
Okay,
big guy
cool.
on big guy.
No, it wasn't a big guy. It was not a big guy at all.
Then he probably just wanted to be your buddy. He probably knew who you were and was just
Well, listen, buddy. If you want to be my buddy, at least it knows some basic gym bro etiquette.
Listen, he's probably been rejected by other gym bros trying to be his pal.
Well, I understand why.
All right,
go to counseling.
Hey, I had a gym bro etiquette the other day that was fantastic. So I go to the gym a couple days ago, and I need the flat bench. And so they're all being used. There was 3 being used. One they'd put over to the Smith machine. The other 2 guys were using one. Now, one guy's so I had a good incident of that. One guy was using it just to sit down on, and then he was wrapping 90-pound dumbbells just to do shrugs. And then he'd sit down on the bench. I'm like, dog, you could just put the weights over here, shrug them, and then let somebody else use the bench. But I didn't. So I just stood back, and I was 5-10 feet away, but I was going to wait because the other guy was doing some arm stuff, and he was kind of sitting down also. So I just sat back, probably from where I sat to the door, if not a little further from that, to give spatial awareness. And I was sitting there, and I was willing to wait because I really didn't want to work out, but I said, okay. And the guy got done with his curl set, and he pointed to the bench guy, "Hey, you need this?" I go, "Yeah, thanks." He goes, "No problem." Pulls his weights over, moved them out of the way, because he was just using to sit down, right? He wasn't using the bench to work. Took his phone that was underneath the thing and moved it out of the way, and I'm like, dude, that's a courtesy. That's a courtesy. That's Jim Bro courtesy right there.
That was nice.
Meanwhile, dummy with 90 pounds over there is sitting there with wraps doing shrugs. I'm like, do you need wraps with shrugs? I mean, maybe you go a little heavy, dog. Maybe like Dan Tanner picking up 90 pounds, but he has to put the wraps on so he can lift it.
Yeah.
Dan, how do you go about
Which I still don't think Dan can. Here's a no dumb question.
Oh, my God.
Could Dan lift 2 90-pound dumbbells from the ground and shrug them?
Ooh. Dan?
Not a
in
chance.
A gym setting.
Not a chance.
In a gym setting. In a gym.
Whatever setting you want.
Not by
chance,
himself?
Scott.
There's an advantage of him doing it in the office?
Hey,
the test is going to be if he said, "Oh yeah, sure," then it was going to mean Tyler or I was going to have to find 90-pound dumbbells to try to bring into the studio.
Scotty, I got a text on the text line that I think you're going to know exactly what it is, and I'm just going to say, if you know, you know, and this texter knows. He says, "Hey Tyler, maybe that gym bro was actually Anatoly."
Oh, that's funny. Was
he?
Yeah, of course. Was he wearing a maintenance outfit and had a mop in his hand?
No, but he might as well have been.
His PhD.
Well, you know what, though? Anatoly still waits till the guy gets done with his set before he kind of walks in.
Anatoly interrupts and is like, "Can you hold my mop, or can I give that a try?" Or what? It's like Anatoly's.
But not in the middle of a guy repping it. He does it after the guy sets it down. Then he'll jump in.
Anatoly tries to embarrass Jim Bros as quickly as possible.
That's the whole shtick.
That's the whole shtick. It's the funniest thing. It is the same joke over and over and over again, but I
laugh every time.
I know. We're simple creatures. PhD on 92.5.
Have any comments on the steroid allegations?
I said I'm not steroid!
I got a bunch of quick hitters for you guys. First, Jaquan McMillan signs or is signed. A second-round tender is placed on him, meaning he'll get $5.81 as the old salary. And there you go. So he is retained at least for a year, and we'll see what happens in the future. What does this deal, whereas Jaquan, not Jaquan, Jaleel McLaughlin, sorry, I'm getting my JMac screwed up. He was not offered that. So the Broncos willing to let him test the market, but they said they'd like to have him back. They're more committed to Jaquan McMillan. What do you think this signing says for Jaquan McMillan, and what do you think it says about both Jahdae Barron and Riley Moss?
Well, I'll tell you this. I mean, first off, just about Jaquan McMillan, it says a lot. I mean, they really, really value this guy. A $5.8 million tender, that's not insignificant. Like that's a big boy deal for a guy that, was just a nickel player that was not making any money before. It's not an absurd deal. I mean, like a number 2 corner, they're going to make $20+ million per year, right? That's what Riley Moss's next deal is going to be. But a good commitment to him, and I hope what it means is they're going to work out a long-term deal just to keep him around, and this is a placeholder.
Scott?
Yeah, no, I think it's a sign they really like him. And I think it's a sign they're going to work on another deal. And now, and maybe can you get a guy that you think could be a number 2 eventually, signed at, 6, 8, and 10 for 3 years, as opposed to, as you mentioned a while ago, Riley Moss's next deal, as he's played now, is what, 20, 21 maybe?
Could be.
Something like that.
Sure.
That maybe you could get him on, quote unquote, the cheap which again, we've shown we do not live in the real world when $7 million is cheap. So I think it says that, and I think it says they obviously like him. And I think they're hedging their bet in case something happens with Moss, that either they can, A.J. Brown or whatever they could do. Is it a trade possible? And then you could keep yourself from paying 2 corners $25 million plus each.
It
So
does.
I think that'd be good for them.
It does seem to tell me if you're going to make a trade, Riley Moss will be involved. If you're going to make a trade, heads up, I would say Riley Moss would be that tradable guy. If you do truly think, Tyler, Scott, that Jahdae Barron really is that guy. If they don't think Jahdae Barron's that guy, then okay, forget it. And nothing really will change. Jahdae Barron will probably have the same role he did last year, and that's that.
Here's the bigger problem with that. Like, whether you think Jahdae Barron is that guy or not, meaning he's going to be a really good football player, a lot of people would tell you he's not really built to be an outside corner.
Yeah. Well, is McMillan?
Nope.
So
you're probably running it back with Riley.
You probably are, and you probably are, by the way, because trades in the NFL are hard just to do, period. It's easy to speculate them. It's hard, especially players involved. It usually is just draft picks for a player, that sort of thing. But player for player stuff, I'm not saying it doesn't happen. It just doesn't happen that much. Okay, fine. We'll see what they think of Barron. And I'm thinking it just was a bad pick, guys, in all honesty. It was a depth piece that you could have easily picked up later in the draft.
If he's not capable, and if the analysis is true that the body type means he's more of just a inside guy, then it's a bad pick. That you don't need to select a nickel guy in the first round.
Yeah, by the way, Riley Moss, much taller, much longer wingspan, and much more experience. Like, there's no world right now where Jahdae Barron is a better outside corner than Riley Moss. So unless there's something that we don't understand or we can't see with our own 2 eyes, then that's the way that pick's going to go down. It was probably a swing and a miss on that pick. But listen, there's nothing wrong with having good players as depth. You just really aren't looking for depth good players with your first overall pick. Another question for you guys. Happened after we were off the air, right when we were getting off the air yesterday. Warren Sapp is stepping away from CU.
Yeah,
and
saw that.
It doesn't sound like he's getting fired. It sounds like he's choosing to leave. Guys, do you think Warren Sapp could be joining Livingston and VJ as a Broncos coach? How would you feel about that?
That's not how I saw it. No. I mean, I more saw it as Warren Sapp stepping away from coaching because Warren Sapp is probably not going to coach.
Okay.
No.
So, wait, you don't see him opening another opportunity? Are you saying he was forced out and this is just sort of a more noble way to go down?
No. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that Warren Sapp has never wanted to coach. He's not been shy of that. He said he never thought he wanted to. He did it for a couple of years. He said he fell in love with it. So you could take him at his word, or you could think, Warren Sapp's Warren Sapp. That's a weird dude that maybe coaching's a little bit too much time. One other angle, though. I'll give you another, since you love the
I love the conspiracies.
You love the conspiracies. What if Livingston left?
Yeah.
Warren Sapp thought, I should be next up in line to be the defensive coordinator. You didn't make me it. I'm out of here.
I don't think that's very conspiratorial at all. That could be. They hired this guy, Marv. His last name's Marv. We don't know much about him because he was hired in the offseason. He wasn't even with the team during the season. He was hired in the offseason, then he got promoted.
What do you know about that guy?
Maybe Warren Sapp knows that guy and said, that guy's a tool. I don't want to work with him. And I still respect Dion, so see you later.
I forget what his first name is. Marv is his last name. He was the defensive coordinator, I believe, at Virginia Tech for a couple of years.
Okay.
Well, let me ask Tyler this. Have you, I hear reports, and I'm not in tune like you are at CU. What have you heard about Warren Sapp as a coach, though?
Well, he kicks over pylons, and it seems silly. That's what it seems to me. It seems like a rah-rah guy who just, I don't know. It doesn't seem to connect that well. I think the guys like him. He's Warren Sapp. He's a Hall of Famer. But it's not like I've heard rave reviews about his coaching ability, Tyler.
Thanks, Tyler.
So he was, I think what DMac, despite the fact that he's not Tyler, I think he's kind of on it there. I mean, I haven't heard a lot in terms of like, wow, this guy's been a culture changer. He's been a difference maker. He wasn't even the main defensive line coach. He was just an assistant defensive line coach. He was brand new to it. The whole idea that Dion had was bringing in all these gold jackets, right? And I think that's a cool idea that in theory should help you out with recruiting. But as Mike Shanahan once told me, he said, look, you could have a job on my staff anytime you want it, because it's guys like you that make great coaches. The Trent Williams of the world, they didn't have to learn the technique the way that you had to, right? Mm-hmm. They didn't have to learn it the perfect way up because they were that talented. The gold jackets, sometimes they fit in that category.
Are gold?
I agree. I think, and it's not fair because was it Marshall Faulk? Seems like he all of a sudden really got into it and wants to coach now, right? But it goes back to my comment about Dan Marino. If you ain't willing to work, then you're just a face and a name and a gold jacket, as you said. But it seems like Marshall Faulk fell in love with coaching and still wants to do it at a legitimate level.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he went on to be – now he's a head coach at an HBCU, I believe. I mean, he must really be into it. I mean, because he took on way more responsibility. By the way, has it occurred to you guys that Livingston must have taken a hell of a pay cut going from the DC at CU to an assistant coach with the Broncos defense? What do you think that's all about?
Are you sure?
I think he was making 1.6 as the defensive coordinator for CU.
And now he's the defensive passing game coordinator.
Yeah, I doubt he's making 1.6.
I don't know. I have no idea what that pays.
Well, but he also gets a chance to work with a guy who may be a head coach soon, and so he can maybe go with him and be his DC at the pros, and he'll probably make more than 1.6.
So he's taken a bet on the long run rather than short-term goals to work with Prime.
Yeah, and I'm not sure he was as valued there as maybe he thought he should be.
Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Prime's had 3 different OCs and DCs now in 4 years. It's obviously not groovy. But, well, we'll wish him the best. Basketball one for you, Scott. We're seeing on TV, and reports are out. SGA, after missing 9 games with an abdominal strain, will return, of course, tonight against the Nuggets. How does that impact things, you think, for the Nuggets against the old Thunder?
Well, he's a returning MVP, right? So, I mean, makes them better. I mean, they've been pretty good without him. I think he missed 11 games. They were 7-4, so they held their own a little bit. I think Nuggets were 10-6. They were 7-4, which is amazing. The MVPs and teams still rolled, right?
Yeah.
I think he's a danger. I think you got to play him physical without fouling him. He can't beat you. Kind of like what people say with Joker. When Joker gets 30 and he gets 12 or 13 assists, you're screwed. You just can't win those games, or it's tough to.
What are those numbers with Shea?
Shea is
35.
Listen, he's got a streak of 20 games in a row, so he's going to gun for his 20 points to keep his streak alive. He does chase streaks, but you can let him get 30, but he can't put on top of that 12, 13 assists, and then on top of that 15 times in trips to the free throw line. You got to make him.
How are you going to stop that? He's the world class. He's the merchant, Scott, as you pointed out.
He is a merchant. You got to live with him making tough mid-range shots, but you can't reach. He likes to go right. He goes right. He's going to lean into you. Use the bank shot off the other side. The left, he's going to go through, try to get to the rim and lay it up, or step back, fade away on the baseline. That's his two big moves.
Do we have a queasy stomach update from Jamal Murray? Do we know where he's at today?
Can we get the cartoon description of that?
The cartoon description of them not feeling that great.
Flips. There's Gustafson. Oh, they put a new goalie in here. That's never good because usually the Avalanche snipe right away, and he does. Marty Natchez. Wow. What a shot.
What happened?
Why do they put Volstead in with the 2 minutes to go? I don't even understand that. A minute. And Martin Natchez, maybe
let's ask Mark Moser why they put a new goalie in.
And it may be a situation where Gustafson may have. Well, did he barf?
I did not see it.
That is so good.
Did he barf?
Did he barf?
That's a great call, by the way.
Did he? The whole call. Should I play the whole call?
Both of them are great.
The whole call is fantastic because John Michael Lyles doesn't pick up. Here's the whole call. If you missed it, it's great.
And it may be a situation where Gustafson may have. Well, did he barf?
I did not see any barf motion. Okay.
Yeah, he barfed all over the ice.
Okay. That's why they were cleaning up the crease. I thought there was like a hole in the crease.
Fed across. I mean, he's made 44 saves tonight. Quick shot score from Arnautovic. His second of the game. And for Natchez, his 25th of the season. Avs have made it 4-2. Gustafson out after throwing up all over his crease.
Does throw up stain? Hold on. Does throw up stain the ice at all?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh! You haven't seen you got to look at video of it. It's unreal. Yes.
Like after you really?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
And they tried to shovel it up the best they could, but I mean, there's only so much you can do. No, it left a pretty significant stain. Pretty funny. Great call by Moj, by the way. How about our guy Moj, man? Every once in a while, he gets it right. That was excellent. Dan, do you have the Orlovsky thing coming up? Are you going to talk about him? Yeah. Okay. Hang on. You want to hear some of the laziest analysis ever? We got an example for you. Let's Football Goes next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Sex, intimacy, and love, essential for a fulfilling relationship. If erectile dysfunction is taking you out of that, well, it's time to get back in the mix. Stealing enjoyment, weakening intimacy, and placing stress on partners, that is no bueno. ED doesn't have to continue impacting your relationship. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work where the pills or herbals fail, with success rates well over 90%. Some can have you last an hour or more. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. If ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to the sex, intimacy, and love that brought you closer together in the first place. So schedule a consult. It's only $99. You get a consult, a T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations up and down I-25 to serve you. Call them today. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You know what I've learned about Dan Tanner, who's fantastic? Any excuse he can find to play clips from The Office, he will jump into, Dan. I think that's a fair assessment of your personality.
One of my favorite television shows ever, so yeah,
You
that's
can
correct.
tell, yes. Thank you, Mountain High Appliance. Thank you, Brad. What a great job those guys do at Mountain High Appliance. And you can find it for yourself at mountainhighappliance.com. Dan, Buds, Quince, Tanner, let's football.
All right, we'll get to the Orlovsky stuff here in just a second, fellas, but NFLPA report cards are out. They were supposed to be private, but somebody leaked them. By the way, is that reporter going to get in trouble for leaking these? How
Hell
does that
no.
work?
It's a she, by the way, and she is a hero, and that is awesome.
Okay, so let's just go through these real
Well,
quick.
I don't know if she leaked it. I shouldn't say that. She got the information.
Yeah, she can't get in trouble.
From a leaker.
She got it. So
somebody leaked it.
I don't know who leaked it, but I'm glad they leaked it
Good
to
for
her.
us.
There's a lot of leakage going on.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, so here's what the Broncos got. Treatment of families, B. Home game field, A. Food and dining area, A. Nutritionist, B+. Locker room, D. That was their lowest grade. Training room, A-. Training staff, A. Weight room, A. Strength coaches, A. Position coaches, B. Offensive coordinator, A-. Defensive coordinator, A. Special teams coordinator, A-. Team travel, they got an A-. Head coach, B.
Down.
General manager, A. Team ownership, A+. Their overall rank was 10. Your guys' reaction to their report card.
They gave their offensive coordinator an A and their head coach a B. Wasn't that one and the same?
This is interesting, isn't it, Scott?
They like Joe Lombardi. I mean, that's who Joe Lombardi was. So they like Joe better than they like Sean. But we've talked about it. Just because they like you, Tyler, does that mean you're a bad coach? Or a good coach?
No. Sometimes it means you work them too hard and they're looking for more vacation time. It might. I mean, it very well might be your bad coach. But here would be my guess on that. Like, if you really thought a guy was a bad coach, wouldn't you give him like a D? Wouldn't you give him like an F? But if you're just slightly irritated by a thing or two that the guy does that really doesn't have anything to do with whether he's a good coach or not, you give him like a B.
Yeah, I'm looking at more of. I'm not overly concerned about it. I think Sean Payton had to look in the mirror on a bunch of things this year. I think there was a lot. Have you noticed how he's doing the media now at the Combine? Like, he's doing what he's doing this week like he used to do at the Super Bowl. Sean needed a little timeout just to sort of gather his thoughts and get in the right place before he felt ready to talk. He's telling Pat McAfee, ask me anything. He's in a different headspace right now. And I think a lot of that, Scott, had to do with him figuring out this play calling duty thing was a big, big decision. And now that he's come to it, it actually probably feels pretty good.
I think he's been thinking about this since the middle of the season. He got irritated with you when you asked him in week 8 or 9 or whatever it was.
Well, that was your fault.
But I think he'd been thinking about it for a while. And so, yeah, he probably had to take some time out, not to make the decision clear, but probably in his own head to come to terms with it. How can he spin it so it makes him look good and like he's a team guy first and not that it was a demotion of himself?
By the way, as I'm looking at all of these grades, the 5 worst franchises apparently to be part of are Cincinnati, Tampa, Arizona, Pittsburgh, and Cleveland. Does that surprise? I mean, they
Pittsburgh
those 5
is a little bit of a surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, Pittsburgh, multiple Fs, an F-, a D- with ownership, treatment of families, an F, travel, F. What is this F-? An F- and home game field. So crap field, crap ownership, but they love their coach. Their head coach for Pittsburgh got, not surprisingly, an A. Wow, so they got low grades in basically everything, and they gave Tomlin an A. How about that?
So go back and look. It'd be interesting to compare the value of ownership's worth versus where they grade out. Is it rich guys being cheap? Is it lower financial stable owners that are just trying to save a buck? Where do they all stand?
Yeah, are you asking in general with this survey?
Yeah.
Or
Well, I mean, for the survey right there, those ones you're saying, those worst 5. You know, how valuable are the ownerships? Can they put extra money in?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Do
Yeah.
the Bidwells have money in Arizona?
I think
Browns have money.
Scott, I think you're absolutely hitting the nail on the head. I think poor ownership results ultimately in poor grades, because poor ownership will be what, Tyler? Cheap, not very aware of the families or the players. Well, Pittsburgh's
and some of those guys are heritage type families, right? I mean, some of those
they've
been around a long time.
I think they all are.
Business.
Well,
the cost of business wasn't what it is nowadays.
Haslam's owned him forever. I don't know if that's in the family, but he's owned him forever. Pittsburgh is family. Arizona is family, I think, right? I believe that's still family. Tampa is family, the Glazer family, correct? And Cincinnati is family, one of the oldest families. You know what, guys?
And what's the other franchise we talked about in the last couple of weeks doing something new with the stadium?
Oh, tell me.
Chicago.
Yeah, that's a family thing, too.
Another family thing.
They got pretty good grades, though.
But they mentioned that they don't have the money to do a new facility, so that's why they're moving to Iowa or Indiana, wherever it was.
Right. Like their lower grades. Oh, man, they didn't like their offense coordinator there in Chicago. They did okay,
Well,
though.
isn't that the head coach?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, the head coach calls plays.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's their defensive coordinator. My bad. I'm sorry. This graphic is a little hard to read because you got to scroll back and forth on a bunch of things. My bad.
All I know is I saw their quarterback Tyler go from 43 sacks his rookie year to last year only 24. So there was something that got improved.
Well, yeah, the head coach there for Chicago gets an A. The offensive coordinator gets an A-. The defensive coordinator in Chicago got a C+. Just to be clear. Yeah, their grades actually overall weren't bad there in Chicago. They're doing all right. But
what about facilities and family rooms and stuff like that?
Let's see here. Chicago, the Bears. B+ on locker room, not bad. Training room B, A for weight room. Home field C. I mean, not bad. I mean, not great. Obviously, C's not great, but yeah, they did all right. But I guess my bigger question was, do family ownership teams in general are going to be a thing in the past? That these families won't even be able to afford it or keep up with things, and that eventually the NFL will all be owned by, big companies or multi-billionaires, something like that.
I mean, if it's already in the family, it's already in the family, right? So that doesn't necessarily have to change unless you're selling. So I think what you're really asking is, when you sell a franchise, will we see any more families buy it? And probably not. Those days are probably gone.
I mean, I think the Walton Penners are probably as close as you're going to get, but
that's true. We do kind of have that, don't we?
We do, depending on the 4 kids, but Greg and Carrie are young, man. I mean, NFL ownership young. You know what I mean? They're in their mid-50s. I mean, people own these teams and don't really pass over the reins until they kick the bucket, right? And it goes at least, minimum for the ownership involvement is mid-70s, if not later. If not till you reach the great beyond. So I think Greg and Carrie are going to be running this team for a long time. But they do have 4 kids. So in 30 years, their kids will be in their 50s. So in general, guys, you realize the Broncos would be theoretically a long-term family ownership. I mean, one of these 4 kids has to be somewhat competent, right? You would think, and have some interest in this.
We thought that once before. What you talking about, Willis?
Yeah, I know. Isn't that a miracle? It was really 8 kids. And not one of them. Not really. But here's the difference. I'll give you the difference.
Two of them could have done the job, but they still wouldn't have had the money.
Yeah, I'll give you the difference. Correct. That is true. You had 2 different moms on the Bolin side. Actually, 3, because there was another kid out there in California. Yeah. And that really made a humongous difference between Annabelle and Sally Parker. It really was and you don't have that issue with the Walton Penners. It's not, that's just that. All right, Dan, next story.
All right, let's hear from Dan Orlovsky. Here is his evaluation on the projected first overall pick in the upcoming draft, Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah, so I'm through 8 games now, and through 8 games, you see good, but there's a lot of underwhelming. I think there's a lot when you watch Mendoza's tape through 8 games, not all the way through, and I understand that his season finishes strong, but there's not a ton of big-time throws. There's a lot of clean pockets. There's a ton of RPOs and back shoulder fades, a ton of them, RPOs and back shoulder fades. And then there's moments where you see okay, that first read's not there. He's spooked with his feet, and he becomes a runner unnecessarily. If you take away the RPOs and then those back shoulder fades, there's just not a ton of balls over the middle of the field. Very good decisions. I think that's his superpower is he avoids negative plays, but you're looking at a guy that's saying first pick, and I think through 8 games, Ty Simpson's tape from Alabama through the first 8 games of the season, I think is significantly more impressive than Fernando Mendoza's.
Okay, really quick. He did play for Cal the year before, so maybe taking a few games to get acclimated to Kirk.
And I just haven't watched the back half of the season yet. I just haven't gotten to that.
Okay, so before I go to Lewis here and Stephen A., do you still think he is the clear-cut number 1 overall pick?
I'm not there, and that's through half of the season or so. I'm just not there. NFL season just got done 2-3 weeks ago. I haven't gotten to the back 7 or 8 games or so. So I
should be ashamed of yourself.
Season.
He should be ashamed of himself. What's your question, Dan? But that's ridiculous.
It sounded like you had an issue with it. Yeah, just what was your issue there?
You're going on national TV to review a guy, and you're admitting I haven't done my homework. I've never seen something or heard something so irresponsible from an analyst to say, well, what do you turn in a book report and say, well, I read the first 4 chapters. Here's what I think. Can't wait to see what happens at the end. You got to be kidding me. What are you doing, Dan Orlovsky? Watch the rest of the games. Or shut up. Teasing
He's
what?
He's the second guy I've heard say that they like the other quarterback better.
But Scott, I got it. What he's saying though is my analysis is incomplete because I haven't finished doing my homework. I mean, I've never heard something so absurd in my life. Either get your homework done, Tyler, or shut the hell up. I mean, this is my analysis through 8 games?
Yeah.
What the hell are you talking about?
I'd just give Dan a little better advice. Don't snitch on yourself.
Well, yeah, I guess he's being honest, but he just didn't get the work done. So we're not getting what? Any of the college football playoff, the national championship game, the incredible game over Penn State. We're getting none of that in your analysis, Dan. Oh, okay, great. Thanks for shopping with us. What are we doing here?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
I didn't have a big problem with it. If make sure they come back and do it, because I'd like to see if the next time he comes down, having seen the next 8 games, if he goes, you aren't going to believe the improvement.
Scott, to me, this is just like the lazy asses who didn't spend time with Nikola Jokic and were surprised he was good when they finally started watching him. And we know that was the case. Like, man, you won't believe this guy in Denver.
So, I mean, but here's the bigger problem with Fernando Mendoza.
Even people in Denver.
Sure.
I think there's people out there that have questions about his game. I've seen multiple people with that. Dan Orlovsky's not alone, but he is going to be the number 1 pick because the quarterback class is so bad.
Yeah, but Orlovsky's not convinced right now because he hasn't watched. This is what he said. I haven't watched the rest of his games. Okay, if your opinion is he's not the man and shouldn't get picked, first of all, that's insane and literally is the dumbest take ever. But okay, you're entitled to your take. But you're out there spewing what you think. This is why the media, man, kind of sucks. Like, you go on national TV and you're Fernando Mendoza, you do what you've done, and you got this guy blathering on about his incomplete homework, and he gets to go on TV and just blab like that? I don't know, man. I think that's weak, Scott, Tyler. I think that's... and ESPN's okay with that? Just come on and just...
Well, yeah, they're okay with people having their own opinion. What do you mean?
You can have your own opinion, but to admit that you haven't done the work that you needed to do to shape the opinion, to me sucks.
That's the part where I'm like, don't snitch on yourself.
just lie. But then what would you say? I don't feel so great about the guy.
I'm early in the process and things can change.
All right, Dan, you got anything else, or is that it? Is that a
Hey,
wrap?
dude, you're calling out hypocrisy that lives all through the media. You know that.
Well, fine. I'm pointing it out. So
When you get an ESPN announcer saying, "Well, I'm going to have to go back and look at some of Nicola. I didn't realize he's this good."
oh my God,
You're having people on national TV say that on a live broadcast.
yeah, I think Nicola got that a lot, and people were saying, "Oh, this guy should be the MVP." Why? Because they didn't watch Nicola. Like honest to God, like when did people start literally watching Nicola after he won his third MVP?
Honestly, I think almost last year.
You might be. I think that has happened now
because a whole lot of people have come back and realized when they voted Embiid in there that boy did they make a mistake.
Right. Nicola's not overlooked now, by the way. I mean, everybody's on him now. And the NBA All-Star Game had a big poster of him now. Like, he's firmly in the mix now. You'd just be such an idiot to dismiss him now. All right, Dan, one last quick one.
Real quick, guys. The Cowboys did place the non-exclusive franchise tag on George Pickens today, guaranteeing him at least $28 million for the 2026 season while leaving the door open for a long-term extension. The two sides do have until July 15th to reach a multi-year extension. The non-exclusive designation allows Pickens to negotiate with other teams when free agency starts on March 11th. Should he sign an offer sheet elsewhere, Dallas does retain the rights to match or receive 2 first-round picks as compensation should the Broncos try to be in on George Pickens. He's only 24 years old, 93 catches last year, over 1,400 receiving yards and 9 touchdowns.
That's kind of interesting, right? Because that does leave an angle in theory. It's not as simple as George Pickens is off the board. It's not as simple as they franchised him and now you would have to trade for him. So I guess there is, in theory, an opportunity to get George Pickens if you wanted to.
I understand what you're saying, and getting Pickens would be great. The guy's unbelievable, but no, it'd be a fruitless venture.
Yeah, agreed. Just saying there is a path.
Did they say that last year about a defensive pass rushing specialist? That'd be unfruitful to get him?
Yeah, but we don't have any indication that he hates the Cowboys. I mean, it's not like, well, all right, sure. I mean, if there's proof of that, fine. But, I mean, there was real hatred with Micah Parsons and Jerry Jones. I mean, that was for real.
But go back in that timeline, and early on, it was, we'll get this worked out. And then all of a sudden, it turned into, I don't want to be here, get me out of here. Pickens could be the same way.
What they give up for Pickens to defensive lineman, I believe, right?
I don't remember.
I think it was the D lineman, not Pickens, for Micah Parsons, right?
They got a D lineman and some first-round picks.
They got a Pro Bowl D lineman in exchange.
Right. Yeah. And they got some first-rounders. They got 2 first-rounders?
They gave up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the Cowboys got. Yeah,
the Cowboys got,
yeah. They got 2 first.
Kenny Clark, right?
They got Kenny Clark, 2 first-rounders, and I think there was some other change involved, wasn't there?
I don't know if I'd want to give something up like that. Would you give up like Nick Bonito and 2 first-rounders for Pickens?
No,
I wouldn't either.
Hell no.
Yeah, okay, all right.
But you know what? You might get Pickens in a 3rd rounder for Bonito.
I don't think I would want to give up Nick.
I don't think 2nd rounder in Bonito.
All right, hot take. I don't think I want to give up Nick Bonito for Pickens. As valuable as Pickens might be, I think I'm going to take one of the best pass rushers in the NFL. Am I crazy on that? Yes, no, 6'7", what?
I don't know.
Really?
5 years ago, I would say you're right, and I would tend to agree with you. But the current trend in the NFL is playmakers are the most valuable player on a team outside of the quarterback.
Scott, I understand you have a no dumb question that's rattling around inside your brain. Is that right?
Well, I kind of remember, but it's no. I was just going to ask you guys when's the last time you guys ironed a shirt.
All right, well, we can approach.
I use steamers.
We can
steamers.
We can approach that topic and more coming up next. All right, Scott, basketball tonight on Altitude TV and Altitude Radio. And a late start, huh, man? 7 o'clock pregame here. 7:42 tip. You guys are an hour in front. 8:42. My goodness.
8:42.
That is
have fun.
That is something. I don't even know what to say about that, man.
Well, how many of those playoff games back in the run started at 8:30 Denver time, which would have been 9:30 here?
I just think that's such a weird. As an athlete, I guess it is what it is, right? You just got to get ready whenever it is. But like, man, that just feels like a long ass day that you're just sitting around doing a whole lot of nothing before you get going. So,
yeah, those biorhythms off it a little bit changes it. So yeah, it's
something
little funky. Yeah, and then you got to figure out, okay, 8:30 game. That means David will speak at
hour 45.
7.
Don't they just send out a schedule for this?
No, it's 8. Oh, David, because he's on the road. Correct. Right. It's 90 minutes for the road. Right. So yeah, 7. So you got to be there no later than 7.
Yeah, bus leaves at 6.
The amount of sitting around you guys do, seriously, it's something.
Yeah. But like I told you, I for the first time in ever, I brought a brand new shirt just out of the package. I hadn't opened it, and it's sitting there. I actually pulled out the ironing board.
Okay.
And the iron out, and I've got to iron a shirt. And I don't know when the last time is I ironed a shirt.
I could not tell you. Might be 30 years for me.
Yeah, there's a thing called dry cleaning that does a good job.
That's what for the
Boys,
very few times.
I'm not kidding you when I say I do not own an iron. I don't have an iron in my house. I do have a steamer, and I use that steamer, and that thing's really, really effective.
Just hangs from the hook and just
yeah, exactly. Put it on a hanger, hang it on your door, and then just steam it real quick, and it's a piece of cake.
Yeah, Scott, you would be the more apropos one. You're the one getting dolled up all the time, way more than the two of us.
Yeah. That's true.
Who does all your?
But like I said, dry cleaning at home, and then now here's what I have done. If it comes a little wrinkly out of my hanging bag, then it's the old hanging in the shower,
right?
Turn the hot water on and steam it clean that way.
I mean, you're wearing
this is fresh, brand new out of a package with the crease lines down the front, and so I don't even know if a good steam would get rid of the crease lines that shows that it's been folded for a year and a half.
You realize nobody will notice or care, right? No matter what it looks like.
True. Facts.
When you're sitting next to two beautiful people like Chris and Katie.
There's nothing. But what do you think? A clean shirt is going to help you? You're sitting next to. Did you see the? It's no hope there, Scott. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a jerk. You're the tallest guy. You're taller than them. I mean, you got that. But look at Marlowe. The guy's like if that guy wanted to be like an elderly model, like you guys are gonna love this one. My grandfather, who was a lifelong runner, died at 93. He started a new career in his 80s as an elderly model. I kid you not, because they sell crap to old people. So he would be like in jogging suits and like slacks and pants. And he got with a modeling agency in his 80s.
What a cool gig to feel good about yourself late in life.
You know what I'm saying? So we would see these catalogs with like my grandfather going out on the town or coming back from a golf date or about to go for a jog. And all of a sudden I'm looking at a Pop and he's, a man about town in his 80s.
What was he the guy with the clay courts?
No, that's my Uncle Bob up in Stowe, Vermont. But I mean, that's his father. that's his dad. And I'm like, what's going on with Pop? Yeah, he's working. He's got a fashion shoot. I'm like, what? But he just kept himself in good shape. You know what I mean? And how many guys in your 80s like can go for a jog? And he could, and so. He weighed like 133 pounds.
My grandfather, at 94 years old, was doing 100 push-ups a day. He would do it throughout the day, not like all at once, but he would get 100 a day.
He should have looked into male modeling.
He should have.
It was like grandfather Zoolander was my grandfather. It was the weirdest thing ever. And then we found out he was having an affair with Rose for 30 years.
Oh, it's that one.
It was like, oh my God.
And,
what?
and his wife knew about it the whole time and just let it go on.
Apparently, yeah.
So
Catholic.
hold on now.
Yes.
2, 1 and 1 equals 2. Yeah, I'm going to go off to a photo shoot
Right.
all day.
Right. He was never a model, was he?
Yeah, I don't see a whole lot. I haven't seen him on the GQ senior circuit.
I don't think he walked the runway, but there were these little, for J.C. Penney of Hingham, Massachusetts. They had their little catalogs and stuff. There he was. Yeah, Rose, finding out the affair for 30 years was that made sense why she hated him so much. But boys, Catholics do not get, I mean, what can I tell you? It was crazy what you find out sometimes. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. Thank you, Revitalized Health. All right, boy, we're back into it, huh? With the Nuggets and the Avs. We had the cartoon series last night. Feels good. Yeah, it does feel good.
I wish they didn't play at the same time sometimes, but it feels good.
Well, you're not going to be able to avoid it. I mean, it's one after another, and this is a good example. You've got the Nuggets tonight. You've got the Avs against Chicago on Saturday at Ball Arena. Then, Scott, you're back playing against Minnesota and Anthony Edwards, and it just goes from there. Do you guys like this time of year when it's like bang, 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 leading up to the playoffs? It feels like we're out of, the dog days are done. That, to me, it does. This feels like the sprint to the finish. You guys?
Well, I like it better when you're healthy and you know exactly what to expect every night, and now you just know there's going to be a good game, and are you making shots or not? But when you're still thinking, God dang it, you're still playing, 30% down or whatever it is, it gets tougher. But yeah, I mean, this the meat and potatoes. You're now in the meat and potatoes of a playoff team, and you're looking somewhere between 3 and 8 probably, depending on how you want to play.
And I say that every game you'll be looking at the standings after the game. You'll be checking this, and it matters. You're not in a week.
That's where you're at right now, yeah.
Is it that close? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I guess I don't think of this as the final stretch just yet.
23 games, something like that for the Nuggets, 23, 24, something like that. I mean, and the Avs.
23 now.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of games to me.
That does? 23 sounds like a lot?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, I mean,
you know what? Hey, Tyler, it's a little over quarter of the season.
Right.
Yeah, but if you want to build a lead, catch somebody, you don't want to fall behind, in game 30 of the season, it seems ridiculous. That does not seem ridiculous now. I mean, it doesn't to me.
First 23 games of the year, you were 17-6 and the third best team in the NBA.
If you could finish 17-6, sign me up.
If you could finish 17-6, I was going to say, sign me up for that one.
It's KKSE FM HD1, Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. You guys, Nate and Andy, are from Ball Arena with the Mammoth playing tonight.
Dudes.
Nate, are you feeling like every game sort of is kind of got a little extra oomph to it, checking the standings?
Oh, yeah, no, last night, Houston getting that win in Orlando, so they jump a half game over you.
Right.
Your next two are the Thunder and the Timberwolves. Really, this whole stretch for the Nuggets. These are all huge games. So, yeah, we're here, man. Let's do this.
Starting with Boston, there's 12 games that are the hardest schedule in the NBA.
Yeah. OKC actually is number 2 on that list, Scotty. They got it tough down the stretch, and meanwhile, the Spurs can't lose.
Well, and who's number 3 is Minnesota.
Yep.
and guess what?
Ooh,
OKC,
man.
Minnesota, and Denver all play each other multiple times, which adds to the strength of schedule struggle.
I flipped on my Amazon last night. Ant-Man looked special again last night. So there's Minnesota. This is the push, and you listen to David Adelman saying, hopefully Thursday is the return of Aaron Gordon, Peyton Watson. Hopefully one of them is back relatively soon. Scotty, is there a more important non-air quotes superstar in the NBA than Aaron Gordon?
Not for what the team probably needs.
Yeah.
I was talking with some people yesterday, and for a guy who's not a quote-unquote star.
Air quotes.
Listen, he was asked to be a star when he was Orlando, and that's just not his game. He's not a superstar player. But the role he fits here, both on both ends of the floor, offensively and defensively, they've missed him.
Oh,
man, they've missed him a lot more
Scott,
than people want to give him credit for.
Actually, and if you want to, I tell you what, Scotty, and I know you do this professionally for a living, but I'll ask you to do a little bit more work at your other job. If you want to chalkboard this out for me really quick, when Aaron Gordon isn't on the floor, what does that do to Denver's floor spacing specifically that makes life tougher on Murray and Jokic?
Well, here we'll go for offense. And I've been talking about this for a week or so, and I got this confirmed kind of with David and also another coach I was talking to. And we'll just start with Clutch because that's what everybody's concerned with, and that's where they've had some struggles. So you got Clutch. You're going to run the two-man game up top, which everybody knows is coming. It's been coming for 5-6 years. So you run the pick and roll. What are they doing? They're jumping Murray right away with a big guy and his man, and they're making it tough to see out of it. Denver, by the way, leads the league in turnovers in clutch time, which that kills you. That has nothing to do with you not a good defensive team.
It's been brutal.
You just gave
lately.
them 6 to 8 points of easy points because of your turnovers.
Yep.
And then they're pre-rotating up at the free throw line or whatever and keeping Joker from rolling too deep. They don't want him at that dotted line.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even if he does catch it right there, now they're up on him usually a little quicker. Now you got to make a move. And the clock's either down, he's going to have to take a tough shot out of contest or whatever. In the old days, where is that guy, that third rotation guy for Joker coming from? If he's coming from low, guess what Joker does? Boom, boom, Aaron Gordon dunk. Right?
Yeah.
All right, well, how do you stop that? All right, we'll bring the wing. Boom, boom, Michael Porter, KCP hits a three in the corner.
Yeah.
And they just don't have that option. And here's another Hyatt stat I got the other night. I know you guys have him on quite a bit. You know who the number 1 and 2 corner three-point guys are right now for the Nuggets?
It should be Spencer Jones and Peyton Watson, right?
Well, statistically, it's Aaron Gordon and Peyton Watson.
Okay. Gordon's and he's had such a good three-point shooting season, and that's like when he made the move from just being like, I occupy the dunker spot, I'm a lob threat, to, oh, wait a minute, if I go out behind the three-point line, you actually have to come with me and defend me. Like that's what made Denver's offense so friggin' lethal in the last couple of years.
Yeah. Hey, let me throw another question I've asked people too, and again, these are notes Hyatt was giving me. And I don't know if he's told you guys too. So usage in crunch time last year, Joker was at like 38, Murray was at like 34%. Who do you think the third guy usage-wise in crunch time was last year?
Last year I would have said Porter.
Russell Westbrook.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. No, that absolutely makes sense.
Russell Westbrook was 3, Aaron Gordon 4, Michael Porter Jr. 5.
Yeah.
And Russell was like at 19%, Gordon was at 15, 16. Porter's like at 13 something.
Yeah.
This year, crunch time usage spots, I don't remember the names, but the 3, 4, and 5 guy in usage in crunch time combined don't even add up to what Murray's number is.
Yeah, no, we talked about that a little bit. The amount of passes, like Jokic passes, and where they're being delivered this year, they're mostly, like, almost exclusively going to Jamal Murray this season, which I think it's like upwards of like 33% of his passes are going to Jamal Murray, and nobody else is above like 13% this season. Yeah. It speaks to, and again, Scott Hastings, turns out you're pretty good at this basketball analysis thing. When you told us the other day, it's the lack of premier third option on this team. You go and then Hyatt lays out the numbers. It's like, oh my God, it is so stark just what they miss when Aaron Gordon is off the floor. And then you start thinking about the domino effect of, okay, what does that then do to Cam Johnson? What does that then do to Christian Brown and their role on the floor in those minutes? And it's substantial, which then again goes back to the initial question. is there a air quotes non-superstar player in the NBA that is more important to what their team does than Aaron Gordon? And right now, I got to say, probably not.
Do you remember a play, and this was crunch time against the Knicks last year at home, and then remember the Knicks guys were doing those podcasts, and it was hilarious because they were blaming each other, and that kind of no-look right off the year of somebody to Gordon for a dunk late in the game.
Yep.
And they're going, man, that was supposed to be you. Well, and they're like, he said, there's no way he can make that pass.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you don't get those.
Opponents aren't confused right now. They're not confused against Denver.
Another critical thing, and Adelman touched about this too. They said, well, Joker's, and I started Marlowe about it. He goes, well, he's taking more chances. I go, I don't know if he's taking any more chances. I know he's throwing it long. Like the other night, his only turnover in that game against Boston was that long pass.
Mm-hmm.
Well, go back. If you watch the whole play, Bruce Brown stopped running, and he wasn't even looking anyway. And yet if he'd have kept running and was watching the ball, he probably would have had a long pass layup touchdown, right?
Yeah.
He wasn't looking. Well, he's not ready for that. And yet we can go back to Aaron Gordon catching a lob from out of bounds at Memphis and dunking it right before half, right? We got that. There's something different there. There's been multiple passes where he's bounced it to the legs, which goes to a guy's hand out of bounds. Well, the guy that went to his hands doesn't get the turnover. That turnover goes to the passer. There's also been multiple times, and I'll throw you guys both out there. Andy's on now. You get a quarterback. Boom, boom, boom. And he's used to Randy Moss. Boom, boom. 8 yards, cut to the middle. I'm going to hit him right here on the seam. That first hash, bam, I got him every time, bam. And then all of a sudden you run another guy's that wide receiver position. Moss is out, he's hurt, whatever it is. And all of a sudden you're throwing to the thing, and that guy's 2 steps behind.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're like, wait a minute, what a terrible throw. No, that's my rhythm where we're supposed to be right now. And now you put different people in the rhythm. And I think that's what happened with Joker. You're out 16 games. You're now playing with guys that have been playing that hadn't been playing before you got hurt.
Yeah.
And I think there was a rhythm thing off.
I think it's rhythm. I think it's, he has the floor spacing. Like it is so just inlaid on his brain where everybody is going to go. He doesn't have to see it. He just knows it. And I think that's off, which then pushes the rhythm off. You talk about you and Marlowe discussing, is he taking more chances? I remember that on the telecast from the other night, and I would say, I mean, is it that he's throwing risky passes, or is it merely like, first off, defenses aren't respecting the other players that are on the floor? So, again, they're not as open as they typically would be. And then, again, you go back to, is everybody exactly where they have to be? I don't think Jokic is playing I think he's at times playing a frustrated game, but I wouldn't necessarily say that he's taking any more chances than he would be otherwise.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am, too. I just think it's more about personnel timing.
Yeah.
And David Adelman talked about it in one of the pressers in the last – either pre or post last game. He said kind of the same thing. So,
well, Scott Hastings, 7:30 tonight, Nuggets in Oklahoma City, and then Sunday afternoon against the Minnesota Timberwolves. Watch Scott Hastings on Altitude Television. Listen to him on PhD, Talking Buckets. Beautiful work, Scott Hastings. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. We are live at the Loud House today. The Loud House, Andy. Yes.
Not the View House.
No, the Loud House.
Where I think Mike Sanford's going to be having wine.
We're
in Ball Arena, but when the Mammoth dropped the carpet down and put the goals out, it becomes the Loud House.
Yeah, it's the Loud House. The Mammoth in action tonight against the San Diego Seals, Andy.
Yes.
Big matchup. You throw out the records when the Mammoth and the Seals get together, obviously. It should be a good one.
Although they both have good records.
Okay.
So they probably would like it if they could keep their records.
So
what do you think of that?
I shouldn't throw the record out? I should keep it?
Isn't that kind of a term for when one team sucks? You're like, hey, throw out the records. Hey, ignore that one team's probably going to get their bottom spanked. Not the case here, Nate. We're okay.
It's you know what it was too, Andy. It was my contribution to lacrosse analysis.
I like that.
Was as has been proven in the past, not particularly helpful.
That guy got hurt too. Poor Ryan. You can't ask Ryan about his 10 assist game because he unfortunately is on IR.
I think 10 assists is impressive.
It is. It is.
It's apparently not.
You know what I want someone to explain to me? Both
10 assists is like a 13-point game in the NBA. You're like, wow, you dropped 13, and they're like, who cares?
Yeah. Hey,
that was my team's seventh highest scorer.
Yeah, you know why? Because there's no bonuses tied to it. Now, if there was money being made off that, then guess what, Nate Kreckman? They'd have you counting those assists all day long.
Good point.
What I need somebody to help me out with, and maybe somebody can text in 303-504-0925, how long must you either possess the puck? Like, how many skates do you get? I want to know in lacrosse, how many steps do you get? And I guess it could be steps for both before the second, and you're still the second assist. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like we're loose with that number sometimes. Again, adding to the answer you got.
Yeah.
Like, just because you touched it 30 seconds before the goal was scored, I don't know if that's a second assist in either sport. I'm more worried about the primary assist.
Oh, okay. So in hockey, and I think I know this from extensive years of playing NHL 94.
I like that. All right.
Is as long as the opponent doesn't touch the puck and disrupt the play,
you're the assister.
You get the second assist. I mean, you can take Roenick on NHL 94 and you can skate 3 laps around the rink and then go and score.
And the goalie gets the assist because he dumped it to you before you took it down the ice and did not give it to a teammate.
That's Eddie
all.
Belfour's assist.
Yeah, that's right.
Tony Amonte's second assist.
Yeah.
Maybe Brent Suter. Let me come up with an early 90s Blackhawks defenseman for you.
That is great. That is great. I like that you remember the name.
Scraping the memory banks the best that I possibly can. But, yeah, we're out here. We got so much to do today. Jeff Legwold, live from the Combine. We're going to talk to Leggy today on the show. We're going to go to Dallas today. We don't go to Dallas very often. Christian Clark, the Athletic, covering the Mavericks. Andy, would a Chris with a K solve any of the Nuggets' problems?
Yeah.
Like a Chris from a Rose.
Right.
Our second seal reference
that.
of the week.
I was going to drop, is the rhythm going to get you in trouble
yes.
when you were talking about all the passing and the rhythm of the clutch performances?
The rhythm?
Sure. Yeah, that Chris I would like.
Yeah.
That Chris has me interested. That
Sure.
Chris, I think, in fact, could actually be a playoff contributor. And let's be honest, we've talked about a buyout candidate possibly just being someone like who said, I think Demp said it to us, the buyout candidate very well could be if they were to bring one in. And with KJ Simpson on this roster, they may not if they don't bring in this person that we're talking about.
Chris Middleton.
Maybe that person's just a good locker room guy.
Which, by the way, I think you asked me about this the other day, and I was an idiot. I was like, no, they got KJ Simpson. KJ's on the two-way deal.
Right. So, yeah.
So KJ could be going back to the Gold.
But our friend of the program, we'd like to see.
We would love him to stay
hang
here.
around up here a bit.
Again, if you can acquire the services of 6'7",
Chris Middleton,
220 pounds Chris Middleton, who, he dropped 17 the other night against Sacramento, had a 25-point game against the Pacers. I know those are two teams that are actively not trying to win games. But still, it's Chris Middleton's he's an NBA champ. He's a good contributor.
Here's what I know about Chris Middleton. Guy's got a 3-ball, right?
Sure does.
Okay, I take that. And I think he knows a little something about. Now, again, I don't think you're asking him to play, you don't want to get too many minutes going here. But if I need you in a clutch defensive situation, time to sub you in. Remember that SGA? You talked about the last matchup where SGA just was basically bodying off Jalen Pickett left and right.
Whatever he wanted to do.
Ain't happening with Chris Middleton.
No. Well, I mean,
I don't know if that's a matchup you want. Now that
SGA will still score on him, but it'll be a little bit harder
those
for
are
him.
older legs. But maybe Christian Brown's the match. Who's taking?
To be fair to these guys, SGA can score on every.
No,
human
you're right.
In the NBA.
Yeah, but I mean, again, you can't just have our guy get bodied down and that's that. Who would cover SGA come playoff time? Is it Cam Johnson? Is it who's the ideal?
It's going to be Christian Brown. In the starting five, it's Christian Brown's assignment, and then after that, it's all hands on deck. Like Aaron Gordon will get him on possessions. Peyton Watson will get him on possessions. Jamal Murray will get him on possessions because Oklahoma City will hunt that matchup and have SGA cook his fellow Canadian. It's basically everybody, but I think in terms of the starting five, it's Christian Brown's matchup because Aaron Gordon gets J-Dub. who, by the way, is still not back tonight for Oklahoma City. The other Jalen Williams is playing, Jaylinn Williams. He went to Arkansas, right?
Sure. Yeah.
That Jalen Williams, not J-Dub, who's the all-star and is really, really good.
The one Jalen Williams is playing if you're a Nuggets.
You know what's annoying, though? Jalen Williams, also good. Because he's on the Thunder, and they're all good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Everybody on that team is good.
Except when they play the Spurs.
Except when they play the Spurs. That's where they start to run into problems. 7:30 tonight. You listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Obviously, no Aaron Gordon, no Peyton Watson tonight. I would think you start Spencer Jones this evening. Put Spence on Chet, and that's the matchup. And
I can't. The Chet thing.
Yeah.
Guy needs a new name. All I think of is, and now we got to go back to our conversation yesterday. Bill Paxton and Weird Science, right? That's what we figured out.
Bill Paxton
and Weird Science is the only Chet I know.
Yeah,
I know no other Chets.
Bill Pullman.
Right.
Spaceballs.
Independence Day, Spaceballs.
Yeah.
While you were sleeping, because I like a romantic comedy every now and again.
Oh, I love a rom-com. Have we ever power ranked rom-coms on this show before?
We could.
Okay. All right.
Mine are all old.
Yeah, that's okay.
Although what's the one?
What's your number one?
That's a great question.
Okay.
I'd have to really just off the top of my
Top of the head?
I'm going to give you the wrong answer because
Okay.
you'll then name 5 in the break. I'll be, no, wait, I like that too. No, wait, I like that too.
Okay.
What was the one that it was Marissa Tomei and the guy from
Marissa Tomei?
I love Marissa Tomei as much as George Costanza does, quite honestly.
Uh-huh.
Who was the guy from Gleaming the Cube? And not
Christian Slater?
Christian Slater, that's what I'm looking for. They were in something together, and I can't remember.
But that's the one.
It was like Broken Heart or something Heart. I don't know. Had Marissa Tomei, so it won my fancy.
I'm just gonna go Harry Met Sally. I'm gonna go with the classic.
Boy, but
I'm just gonna go with the standard prime Meg Ryan. You can't beat it.
And now hold on, is Reality Bites? Is that a rom-com? Chasing Amy, is that a rom-com?
You're getting into like the '90s alternative.
Yeah, that was
that
was kind of like an alternative version of a rom-com.
Yeah, very much so. Ahead of its time, subversive for its time. Kevin Smith chasing Amy. I'd call it a rom-com.
Definitely, Maybe's a good one.
Oh, okay.
I like all the actors in that one.
All right, there you go. See?
Do you remember? Have you even seen that one with Ryan Reynolds and?
How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
I haven't seen that yet.
Well, Kate Hudson, McConaughey.
I'm a huge fan of Kate Hudson. Who's a huge fan of the Broncos, if you don't know.
I've heard this before. Yes.
You know, if you ever want to just swing on down out of Aspen there, Kate, and come hang on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Stop by.
The invitation could not be more open.
It's available. Yes.
I won't even talk.
Like one of your movies, we are almost famous.
That's right. Mm-hmm. My favorite Kate Hudson movie. It's a great movie.
It's a fantastic film.
There's some great scenes, but it's a great movie.
Chet. By the way,
who was that?
I was doing Gil Whiteley. Chet Lemon, Detroit Tigers star Chet Lemon.
All right.
Played back in the day with Trammell and Whitaker, 80s Tigers.
You actually changing your voice for an impression just completely caught me off guard. I think in the 6.5, nearly 7 years in May, I've not heard you actually change the voice up unless it was Carl Malone.
My old buddy Gil Whiteley, he was a film critic in addition to being a sports radio. So that was always, if Gil liked a movie, it was a spectacular film.
That's a spectacular impression.
Spectacular Gil impression. Thank you.
All right, name some Chets. 303-504-0925. It's a Ska Friday.
It's a Ska Friday. We'll take some Chets.
It's got to be a Chet and a Ska band. I'm putting money down. There's a Chet and some Ska band.
There should be a Ska band named Chet.
Chet. Just call it Chet.
It
should be.
Chet.
After Weird Science.
Yes. Kreckman and Lindahl live at the Loud House. We got Bronco tight end possibilities, and we're kicking them around next. Let's jump right into some football discussion. Jeff Legwold of ESPN joins us right now. He is live in Indianapolis. We're talking Combine. Jeff Legwold, I don't know how much you can help yourself with the measurables, but Sonny Styles certainly seems to be styling his way into a higher first-round pick. What is he getting done this week at the Combine?
Oh, just everything. How about that? He's getting everything done. He's been maybe what teams would say the guy who's been the best interview. What he did on the field last night was ridiculous, and his game tape for his career, and especially this past season, was exceptional. So there are no boxes that Sonny Styles doesn't check as a draft prospect, and that's why he won't wait very long to hear his name called on draft day. I love that the Broncos had a formal interview with Sonny Styles, but unless they're going to trade 20 slots up in the first round, they have no shot at getting him.
Yeah, Jeff, if I was to set the total at 3.5, over or under 3.5 Ohio State Buckeyes go in the top 10 of this draft?
Over.
Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, no, it's an amazing group. And, the two best 40s, now granted the 40-yard dash isn't everything, but the two best 40s among the linebackers last night were teammates from Ohio State. They're two of the best players on the board. And, again, when you're talking about the Combine and what it means and all this, I think it's always important to remember the guys who do great here and have exceptional game tape, those are your elite prospects. And Arvell Reese might be the best player on the draft board, and Sonny Styles are two of the elite the scouting coding of blue players on the board.
Jeff, I'm curious your opinion. Because again, it feels like the Broncos have had a lot of linebacker interviews. Now maybe you're going to tell me it's just coincidence because that's because the Bronco, I guess the linebacker group was in there earlier than some of the other position groups. But is this a team that tells us what they're doing, or is this a team when it comes to George Payton and Sean Payton? Do you find that you can't really trust them until the pick is made? For background, like Mike Shanahan never talking to Jay Cutler before drafting him and all that. Like, how do you think this team operates when it comes to draft picks?
I think they operate on due diligence. And when Sean Payton earlier this week here in Indy, named positions he considered musts for the Broncos in the offseason, and he named linebacker and he named running back. So I think, they've been public about they're going to do their due diligence and free agency and the draft on those two positions. I think they're truthful about that. Now, as far as who they're interested in, they're no more, clear on that publicly than any other team. In fact, last year, I think Sean Payton forbid anyone in the building to speak R.J. Harvey's name publicly before the draft.
Jeff Legwold, ESPN, joining us from Indianapolis. He's with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Jeff, let's jump to guys that are already in Broncos uniforms. News of the day, Jaquan McMillan, second-round tender, roughly $5.8 million for this upcoming season. We've had the discussion on this show. Absolute no-brainer to bring back Jaquan McMillan. What are next steps now for the Broncos? And if you could try and ballpark us out a contract, what's that look like for Jaquan McMillan?
I'm not sure that there aren't many comps for,
right.
The nickel corner and all of those things. And sometimes, unfortunately for Jaquan, your level of contract progression reflects on how you came into the league and coming in as an undrafted and making a team. Sometimes that's a longer road to a bigger deal. But I think this is just a step in the process. I think they certainly want to bring him back. They want to talk about something longer, but I think the issue will be, will somebody come sweeping in to force their hand a little bit? And sometimes teams sort of want to let everybody else set the market. And with a restricted free agent, you have the opportunity to let other people tell you kind of what the value of your player is out there instead of just what the agent is telling you or what you think your data tells you. So I think that's some of just tendering him now. But I think they hope to get something done. But, again, I think a lot of that, too, is when they sit down in the building, what's the long-term plan for Jahdae Barron, a first-round pick moving forward. But in their perfect world, they have all the corners they want back on the depth chart.
By the way, Jeff, we are live at Ball Arena in front of the Mammoth game coming up tonight that I've got to call. You're hearing Shakedown Street in the background. I don't know how much that's coming through, but they are warming up for their big performance later. If you
It'll feel like a stranger right now. I'm digging it.
There you go.
Yeah.
Nate's feeling it. Hey, Jeff, what are some tight ends that you think will work? I mean, that is a position that I'd love to see them add to, and I'd love, frankly, I would not care if they traded up for Kendrick Sadiq. I don't know if that'll happen. Give me some names that you're kind of interested in watching that you think might fit the type of tight end that Sean Payton likes, because he's not always looking for the joker, even though he is, right?
Yeah. Now, they one name to sort of watch in the draft world is they did have Max Clare from Ohio State. They did have one of their formal sit-downs with him. I think they've taken a long look at Endries from Texas, Jack Endries. Kind of a guy who flashed some downfield ability with Texas, even though he didn't get that many targets. But I think those are kind of the guys you're looking for. Dallin Bentley from Utah. Utah has they have plenty of guys in the Broncos locker rooms from Utah, so they obviously like what the program produces there, including a tight end they took last year in the draft in Loner. So, but they've made the rounds here. They've had plenty of their formal sit-down slots taken up by tight end, running back, and inside linebackers.
Jeff, what do you think of Cade Otton out of Tampa Bay? Veteran tight end, 4 years in the league. Certainly more of a, I guess the term is two-way tight end because you can use him in line, you can split him wide if you want to. Does Cade Otton check the Sean Payton boxes, so to speak, if they're going to keep Evan Engram around?
I do. I think so because I think they need more players that sort of don't tip their hand by when they're in the game. So anybody who has a tight end who has that two-way ability gives you that flexibility to not be showing people, okay, when this guy's in, it's most often a run set, and when this guy's in, it's most often this collection of pass routes. So, yeah, I think any player like Otton who has that can play on early rundowns and can play in long yardage downs both, I think certainly helps them.
Again, this is all shaken out like it is going to be a defensive pick if they stay at 30. Just the more I see some of these studs, some of the freak numbers, everything you promised us a month ago is coming true, and looks like it's going to continue to come true out at Indianapolis there. Is an offensive lineman maybe a top pick they could surprise us with? Is there a position that would surprise you at 30, Jeff? I've done a lot of drafts with you, and obviously you don't know what you're going to get. You've told us all there's a pretty good chance you're not even going to have a first-round grade on a guy at 30 anyway. But is there a position that would be a surprise at 30 for you?
I guess folks may be surprised by this, but it would surprise me a little if it's a wide receiver because they've been so adamant about both. The GM and the head coach have been so adamant this week about what they've invested in that room already and how much they like it. So I don't think that's a smokescreen. I think they really, really, really do like their situation at receiver if healthy. But, again, if you get down to pick 30 and there's a receiver who's in your top 18 on your board, you're taking the receivers. So, but that'd be that'd be kind of the position where I'd be intrigued to see who's on the board if a receiver came off at 30 for them. And Andy, I got some more bad news for you. The corners just ran, and 15 of them ran under 4.5. So it is a defensive board, my friend.
Oh, look, DMac's your guy that hates the corners, not me. You can talk to him about that. I mean, if the corner's the guy you got to go get, the corner's the guy you got to go get. Because, again, I don't know that they're going to be able to afford a Riley Moss at some point. I don't know, I think there's a number of guys that you could think of. Now, that safety, what about the safety from Toledo? This is not what I wanted to ask you. But how about the safety from Toledo seems to already be getting a ton of buzz. I know we told you there was a mock that had him there. After the testing, do you think there's any chance he'll still be a guy that could be there for
That's
them?
Emmanuel McNeil Warren.
They're saying could be the next Emin Worry.
Sounds like a good law firm, Emmanuel McNeil and Warren.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, make the call to them when you're in trouble.
Right.
Now, the safeties are just now getting ready to run right now.
Okay.
They're teeing it up. So, but what people like about McNeil Warren is that he gets the ball out on the ground. I mean, he forced 9 fumbles in his career, and that's a pretty good total for a safety. So, and he's really long and rangy as a player. So he's kind of got that long frame, and what that means is suddenly you can be a 4.58 guy, but you play like a 4.49 player because of your reach, and that's why when you hear scouts and GMs talking about players being long, that's why they want it, because the speed quotient becomes a whole different thing.
Jeff, broader question before we get you out of here, philosophical almost. You've covered, I believe this is your 5th or 6th George Paton draft that you have covered now. As you have gotten to know the way that Paton and Paton work together and kind of what they're looking for, do you feel as though you have a good sense of, as you watch players, as you listen to players, you can think to yourself, oh, this guy sounds like a Broncos kind of guy?
Yeah, no, that's the Sean Payton does one very big thing that every GM or scout loves, and that is he has a very clear and definitive idea what he's looking for at every position, and that clear choice to him has definitive parameters: height, weight, speed, character. I mean, they very quickly take players off their board who don't fit that profile, and I think George Paton has a very good understanding of what that is. And you can go through I can go through my draft evaluations and my reports, and I can very quickly remove plenty of guys who have no shot at getting drafted by the Broncos because they don't fit one of those things.
All right, we got about a minute. Brett Veach apparently said that like 20 of his players of his top 75 are already gone because of NIL deals. Do you believe that this draft has been affected to that length as well?
Yeah, maybe, but I think some of that is a little bit
just talking in the bar, having a little fun.
Yeah, that seems a little enhanced, let's say. But there's
maybe he's visited the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic there.
Yeah, there you go. There's no question that the back end of since NIL really got cranked up, the day 3 has been severely impacted. I think a lot of people feel like the boards are thinner from top to bottom, but I don't think, there's a handful of guys who would have been in the first round conversation, but it wouldn't have meant like 6 or 7 more first round grades in this draft. I don't think those kinds of players stayed behind because if you're a first round pick or even a high 2, there aren't many NIL deals that are going to beat the guaranteed money of what you would have been as a draft pick.
To that point, Jeff, like now that we're beyond the COVID window and everything else like that, I mean, I've heard comments being made that next year's draft is expected to be an historically great draft.
Loaded. Everybody's already positioning for it.
Yeah, what have you heard on that, and how is that impacting teams' thought processes?
I think you'll see a lot of draft weekend trades and even trades leading up to it that include 2027 draft picks because people want them because they do see a very right now, that's always sort of like the strength of schedule thing. How tough does a team's schedule look before the season?
Sure,
is always different. But no, right now it projects to be a really, really good draft. Maybe since the 2024 draft was considered pretty good and on par with some of those where the first round, the true first round grades push 18, 19, or 20, something like that.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN from Indianapolis at the Combine, breaking it all down for us. Leggy, we'll talk to you Monday. Thanks, dude.
Take care, fellas. We'll see you.
God, that is informative stuff right there, Jeff Legwold. He's good.
Yeah, he knows some stuff.
He's really
knows
good.
A couple things.
He is just as plugged in as it gets. He knows exactly what he is looking at. There is a reason we talk to Jeff Legwold on every show every week here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. He knows what is up. By the way, Andy, you asked the question before, what are some tight ends you hope will work? I almost jumped in with Andy Lindahl's hope that his will work tonight.
Mine's okay for now. I don't have a choice tonight.
It's day to day.
I got no. My partner tonight cannot.
It's been a week.
Cover my
Had an
absence.
infection in his rear end.
Something's going on. That's a possibility.
Okay, it's a possibility.
It's a possibility.
Hey,
honestly,
Andy, we'll take a break. When we come back, we got a little radio theater for everybody. We have audio of maybe the most painful end to a basketball game that I think I've ever seen.
I couldn't believe when I watched it.
We are going to give this to you when we come back. Sometimes unbelievable things happen in odd places. That's what we're promising you when we come back. The worst basketball ending you will ever have heard in your life. Next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, Nate Kreckman from my friends over at Roller Auction. Their website is roller.bid. The website to sign up, the URL, if you will, roller.bid/altitude. And you should sign up at roller.bid/altitude because we give away tickets to lucky listeners that sign up to bid right there. Our next giveaway, you want to go see the Avalanche take on the Pittsburgh Penguins Monday, March 16th at Ball Arena. Actually, we're joining you from Ball Arena right now. You will be in a catered suite. That's right, a catered suite. Food, beverages, hockey, and you. So make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude. Check out all the great auctions that they have available to be able to bid right now. They have one of their model home furniture auctions. So they take this lightly used furniture that was, put on display in model homes. They're trying to move real estate. Well, you can get some great deals. I'm looking at this Manhattan Comfort 6-drawer dresser. $5. $5 the bid right now. Go to roller.bid and check that thing out. You could be storing your underwear in style. Roller Auctions model home furniture. Again, go to roller.bid and check out this auction. Do it immediately. Hope you're having a great Scott Friday. We know we are. We're live at Ball Arena tonight. Mammoth and the Seals. They're sealing the seal deal tonight out here at Ball Arena. Mammoth and San Diego. So tusk up out here at Ball Arena. Plus, it's Grateful Dead night, Shakedown Street. Warming up directly in front of us. It's an awful lot of fun. So come on out here and, yes, watch yourself some lacrosse tonight. Some lax.
Yeah, we should also mention every bumper you hear today is by local band Sorry Sweetheart.
That's right.
They released their album today.
Local ska.
And we're featuring it all as our bumps.
All
so
right.
How about that? The name of the album, let me go. I downloaded it today, so let's go have a look at it. It's Warm Room Good Friends.
Support Denver ska.
Please.
As we always say.
So shout out to Sorry Sweetheart.
Andy, we've seen some rough endings to basketball games in our lives.
Yeah.
Russell Westbrook fouling Nikhil Alexander-Walker
You had
in
to
the
bring
corner.
that up. I kind of forgot about that.
Jamal Murray missing free throws at the horn. There's a lot of bad ways to lose basketball games. May have seen the worst I've ever seen in my life today. And shout out, you found this, didn't you?
I did.
This is unbelievable.
But I can't believe it's real.
Okay. So the game in question, and otherwise this, may not have come into our knowledge. This is from the quarterfinal round of the Cascade Conference Championship. Okay, the Cascade Conference, Andy, NAIA, College Buckets, Southern Oregon, the 3 seed, against the 6 seed Bushnell. The Beacons of Bushnell, the Raiders of Southern Oregon, NAIA hoops. Okay, and we're gonna give you the play-by-play here in a moment. Play-by-play guy, by the way, some excellent work.
Yeah, is incredulous.
This guy is broken inside by the time that he's done with this call. But we'll tell you kind of what happened right here. So the 3 seed Raiders, Southern Oregon, 2-point lead, 70-68. They are leading into this game. Bushnell takes a shot. It is rebounded by Southern Oregon's Jace Anderson. Okay, Jace Anderson comes down with a rebound. He is immediately fouled by Bushnell. So he goes to the line, and it's a double bonus situation, so he's got 2 free throws. All right? I reiterate, his team has
the lead,
the ball, 2 free throws, and a 2-point lead.
Yes.
With 1.2 seconds on the clock. Jace Anderson goes to the line, misses the first of the 2 double bonus free throws. Okay? Misses the first. So he is about to take his second free throw. His team has a 2-point lead. There is 1.2 seconds left on the clock, and he's about to shoot a free throw. For some reason, and I don't think this was captured in the audio, Jace Anderson has decided with 1.2 seconds to intentionally miss his second free throw.
As if they're down 1.
Right. Like they need the ball.
Maybe he thought they were down 2, not up 2.
For whatever reason, he intentionally misses the free throw. The rebound is pulled down by Bushnell's Corey Johnson. Spring, let's start this off. Second of 2 free throws. His team has a 2-point lead.
At the line for his second. Throws it off the rim. Corey Johnson. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The foul is called on the full court shot. 3 points coming, or excuse me, 3 free throws coming for Bushnell.
Okay.
Again.
Corey Johnson pulls down a rebound on an intentionally missed free throw.
Yes, and he's in the key still. He's in the opposing key where in their end of the court.
1.2 seconds left on the clock. He pulls down this rebound, and Andy, he is attempting like, when you say the word desperation, this is the dictionary definition, desperation heave. However, as you just heard, he was fouled by the kid that intentionally missed the free throw.
The free throw shooter meets him up around the top of the key, and I mean hacks him.
Fouls him.
Hacks him.
Fouls him.
Like affects The heave.
On the shot.
That's how bad the hack was.
And this, by the way, this wasn't, you know when Jokic he's still trying. He's still trying to get the, somebody runs into him and he pretends like he's shooting when he's, 60 feet away from the basket. You're not getting 3 free throws. This kid was in the act of shooting, and he was fouled on a three-quarters court heave, and he's going to the line to shoot 3 free throws with his team down 2, and there is now 1/10 of a second left on the clock. 1/10 of a second, 70-68, and Corey Johnson is going to the stripe at the other side. Spring free throw number 1.
His first is on the way and good.
70-69 game now, Andy.
Nice.
Nice.
And the play-by-play guy's not amused.
No.
Okay?
He could feel it in his loins.
It's a 1-point game.
Yep.
2 free throws to go. Second free throw.
Johnson to tie the game. It's good.
Hey, guys, you got to know.
It's good.
Yeah, we got to keep that one around, baby. You got to know, this looks like a high school gym. Like, for a moment, seeing the video, I thought this might be a high school game. It's a nice gym, don't get me wrong.
It's the Cascade Conference Championships presented by U.S. Bank at Lithia Motors Pavilion.
Yes, which looks like a lovely venue, but not a large venue.
NAIA hoops in the Cascade Conference. Southern Oregon and Bushnell. All right? We're knotted at 70. 1 free throw still to come for Corey Johnson. Give it to us, play-by-play guy.
His free throw on the way, and it's good. And it's good.
And it's good.
He almost has a little Dan Aykroyd doing like a character in a Tommy Boy movie sound to him. Who is he, the king of the brake pads or whatever?
The Bass-O-Matic. It's good. All right. 71-70 game after all 3 free throws have been converted by Corey Johnson. By the way, Andy, Johnson, senior forward, reigning Cascade Conference Player of the Week.
So that ain't happening twice.
Finishing the year strong.
Sure.
Yeah, finishing the year strong. He had a game-high 25. That was his 23rd, 24th, and 25th point.
I had the wrong guy. Okay.
8 assists, 7 rebounds, and a pair of blocks. By the way, according to the Gamer on Southern Oregon's website, he also found Squeaky Johnson.
Squeaky Johnson,
Squeaky
you know him.
Johnson.
You know him. Sounds like a gangster, not a basketball player.
Quite frankly, to me, it sounds like a condition you don't want to have.
Hey, Squeaky Johnson, well, that's
had an infection in his rear end.
Yeah. Squeaky Johnson drove Bathtub Jen to the scene.
Squeaky Johnson hit a 3, gave Bushnell life with 46 seconds left, trimming SOU's advantage to 70-68. It's now 71-70, 1/10 of a second on the clock, and it's time for Southern Oregon to take the ball out of bounds. Again, now trailing by 1 with 1/10 of a second on the clock. Listen to this play-by-play guy basically give an obituary. Here we go.
Raiders will have 0.1 to work with. Jackson shuts it up. It's out of play, and Bushnell wins. 71-70, your final. Corey Johnson, the hero for Bushnell, as he sinks 3 free throws with 0.1 on the scoreboard.
Dude.
You know my favorite part of that? Did you hear the amount of Bushnell coaches yelling,
Don't foul.
No foul.
That's what I heard, yeah. Hey,
don't be like that, idiot.
After what we just witnessed, make sure you all keep your hands to yourself.
You're
like a date in high school, keep your hands to yourself.
Andy, you're up 2.
Yeah.
You have the ball.
Yep.
1.2 seconds are on the clock. By the way, again, this is men's college basketball. There's no advancing the ball with a timeout. Although I guess I don't know the NAIA rules, but I don't think they have that.
Not even sure they had a timeout.
You have 2 free throws.
Just hit 1.
And a 2-point lead.
Yeah.
And the amount of just make 1. Just make them both. Don't foul. Don't intentionally miss the set. Why did he do that?
And if you're going to do it, like really rail it off the backboard so it goes so far no one's getting to it.
So
in
one
time.
thing
well,
that's kind of,
you gotta touch
but you got to hit the rim,
going, right?
You got to hit the rim, and which he did. He just like chest passed the ball into the rim, but it went directly to Corey Johnson, who then turns to heave, and then the kid that intentionally missed. Like that means that he has to know the strategy, like. Intentionally miss, so it's difficult for them to retrieve a loose ball so that the heave is more difficult, I guess is what he's thinking. It's still moronic, but that's what he's thinking. The one thing he couldn't do. He had one job. And instead he decides to foul a guy throwing up a shot from 75 feet.
And then everybody on his team threw up after because everybody's just dejected the moment they see it.
Andy, the six-seeded Bushnell Beacons hadn't won a Cascade Conference tournament game in 10 years.
Well, they have now.
They'll be at home in Saturday's semifinals against number 7 seed Corbin. Yes, they now get a home game. So their athletic department is like, hey, cha-ching. I mean, you heard that crowd. They're going to make like $85 in ticket revenue.
Yeah, easily.
It's going to be huge.
Find a friend, bring a friend.
They're going to move some popcorn?
Maybe.
Hey, a little
couple of waters.
Yeah, exactly. It's huge. Huge for the program. Congratulations to Bushnell.
Unreal.
Did Jace Anderson, did he
everybody's wondering, is a little funny business going on? Did you pop open an app before something happened with that game? Because all I can think of is literally the kid thought they were down 2.
Like,
I think he thought they needed 2 free throws to tie it. That's all I can come up with. That's a reasonable explanation.
Can you take action on NAIA hoops and on any apps?
Listen.
They're offshore.
You can technically take action on this here tonight if you want to. I had to watch gambling videos.
I mean,
I'm not allowed to talk to you about this game. Matter of fact, Kreckman.
I mean, if so his team, so theoretically his team is up 2. Okay. Spread is going to be Southern Oregon laying 2.5, so he wants to miss the free throw. Okay. But then don't commit the foul. That's where the funny business thing, that's where I dismiss that out of hand because nothing that the kid did made any sense whatsoever.
Look, I got nothing else for you.
Other than he had Bushnell money line, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. Other than I legit think he thought they were the team down 2.
But if he had Bushnell money line, then this kid is a game-throwing savant to the level of which we've never seen.
Yeah, because you planned yourself getting fouled at the end of the game, so you could then do the
fouling. So that you could then miss the free throws.
Put them on the
So that you could then foul on the heave.
Yeah.
Maybe the kid's just that good. I don't know. Tough break for Southern Oregon, the Raiders, by the way. Also, Andy, the Raiders, their logo is a bird. I'm confused by that. Typically, Raiders, you go with some kind of pirate. That's just a bird.
Well, maybe they didn't want to pay anybody for their likeness. So I don't know what that bird is. The bird's got the little flag on its wing. I'm not sure that's comfortable.
That bird is rating something. I know that. Meanwhile, poor Jace Anderson got his ass kicked by his teammates at the party that night. Brutal. Tough break.
It's good.
It's an all-timer. Live at the Loud House, Kreckman and Lindahl. Hope the Mammoth game doesn't end like that tonight. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5. I didn't want to just talk over the trombone. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio live at Ball Arena tonight. Colorado Mammoth and the San Diego Seals. Little NLL action tonight out here at Ball Arena. You can be a part of that. Plenty of good seats available. Come on out here to Ball Arena tonight and watch some lax. If you can't make it, obviously you watch Andy on television this evening.
Yeah, double check that. One of our buddies is telling me the game might even be sold out.
Oh, wow.
People love
People
love
lacrosse.
Dead night. Well, they love lacrosse.
They love lacrosse. They love the Mammoth.
The lacrosse culture loves the Grateful Dead. All the activities that go with it.
They want to tusk up.
That's
what they're here for.
And actually, the Mammoth have been really good. They've been really, really
What's
good.
the record of the Mammoth?
I'm trying to remember. I believe we're sitting at 9-3.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
They lost to Toronto last week. That was a tough one.
You wrote that on your chart, though, right? You'll get it right on the broadcast.
Yeah, trust me,
Okay.
it'll all be okay. All
good.
the stuff is there. No, they are up there in the power rankings. We don't do power rankings on Tuesdays of the NLL, but if we did, their Mammoth would be quite high.
What
They're
is
behind Saskatchewan.
I was going to say what CBS got them right now in the.
That's
the
a great
power
question.
rankings.
I don't know what Frisco or Lock for.
Next question.
Has the Ringer been killing them this year?
I don't know. Have you texted Lindsay?
I'll talk to Lindsay.
Who's the biggest sour one? Is it the Ringer for the Broncos?
Well,
who's the Colorado hater?
They were, and then they got on board this year.
Okay. Well, I mean, what are you going to do?
Good on them. You know, hey,
number one seed in the AFC,
14 wins.
Get on board.
Yeah. Let's talk about that Avalanche game last night, Andy.
Yeah, irritating.
In
so many ways, it was irritating.
I don't like hockey games like that. Wild got 2 stupid goals last night. You see that? Goals 2 and 3 were fully qualified, certified Nate Kreckman stupid hockey goals, and I didn't care for it.
Yeah, the other thing I didn't like really was talking about having money on the game. What was going on with that officiating crew?
There were a lot of calls last night.
Yeah, now look, if you want to call them, if you want to go ahead and stand by your calls, which John Michael Lyles, what I've enjoyed about John Michael Lyles on the broadcast, and I didn't really watch much of the cartoon. I checked in on it. I know a lot of people enjoyed it, but my kids are older, so they were down to watch the real thing. So I was watching Moser and Lyles, and what I like about Johnny is Johnny really doesn't pull any punches. He doesn't make a lot of excuses. If the Avs haven't played well, and he did. He said you did not take advantage of some things that you need to take advantage of. You had the ice tilted against you. You shouldn't let that happen. Like, he's not there to sugarcoat things, but when he tells me that there are about 2 or 3 really bad calls, and then he points out the refs had a chance in the extended 5-on-3 to maybe call one back on Minnesota and at least, even it a little bit.
Well,
and
2 minutes of 5-on-3?
They did.
2 minutes.
I felt so bad
killed it.
for Blackwood because he almost made it out of that thing. That would have been amazing.
Yeah.
But, but then again, a familiar problem comes up where I get irritated. I guess I'm going to have to go back to my rant and raving about somebody. Please park yourself in front of the net and take – when a goalie is as hot as Gustafsson was last night, you got to take his eyes away. And again, we're finding the old same problem. And apparently nobody wants to park himself in front of the net and do that. I don't know.
Well, last night, if you parked yourself in front of the net, you would have been in the splash zone. So you want to stay out of that.
That's true. Was that on the old? Well, that didn't happen until the end of the game. Though.
Yeah,
that was a weird thing.
Philip Gustafsson, the goalie for the Minnesota Wild last night, and he was great. 44 saves, had a great game. But he had to leave with like a minute 15 left.
Yeah.
He apparently, according to post-game reports, they said he fell ill during the game.
I don't know when.
Battled his way.
I mean, we know when it finally showed itself.
Most of the third period, and then he straight up, he chucked in the crease.
Had an infection in his rear end.
It was in his front end.
Front end.
Yeah.
Lucky.
Although he could, we don't. It's hard to see with those hockey shorts for the goalies. It's hard to see. He could have had an infection there as well.
Could he have finished the game if it was there? Because it would not maybe have been so obvious that he was not feeling so good the way it went.
Yeah, he wasn't doing okay. He had to leave, and the Avs got a late goal, but didn't matter. They fall 5-2 last night. Mackenzie Blackwood generally played pretty well last night, but he left a juicy rebound on that Matt Boldy shot on the first Minnesota goal. So that was certainly rough to see. Avalanche go 0-for-3 on the power play. Does that sound familiar to you at all, Andy?
Yeah, man, it's frustrating. That thing's got to get worked out. And at what point do you start changing up where personnel is? I'm just asking. Because different personnel, and whether it's McKinnon or moving whatever, I don't know. But again, do you need a scrapper out there? Is it time to put a scrapper out there that just loves living in front of the net. I don't know.
I'd like a scorer. That's
I'm
what
with
I'd
you.
like.
But again, Nate just sniped one from what is usually McKinnon's spot
He played
in the
well last
Utah
night.
game.
He did. He played well.
Because Nate was out that night.
Yep.
So I'm a little – honestly, I am a little worried about Nate's mental state right now, honestly. So I think he's –
Mine or McKinnon's?
Well,
okay.
You day to day. Right now, it's McKinnon's just because I feel like he is wearing this thing a little bit.
Yeah, very much.
And
so.
look, I don't blame him. I don't know how you can't.
It's been a rough week.
It has, and I think it's been a weird week because now all of a sudden you're jumping on the ice with a guy that helped beat you.
Yeah,
that's your teammate.
He's got that stuffed animal staring him in the face.
He's got
still.
the stuffed animal, burned in his brain,
haunting him.
So yeah, I don't know, man. It's there could be a hangover from that one. That dude takes hockey very seriously.
Chicago tomorrow, 4:00.
Weird start time.
Hawks
I know
come in.
It's Saturday, but that's still a weird start time.
Yeah, afternoon affair, 4:00.
Afternoon delight.
Yeah, and then they go off for a 3-game roadie. Kings, Anaheim, and next Friday. I feel like that's kind of a big game on the road at Dallas.
Yeah, that'll be interesting, right?
Yeah, should be
cool
fun.
If
Avs will get a couple of days off before that one. But yeah, very much looking forward to that game as the Avalanche fall to the Wild 5-2 last night. Disappointing finish. So Jaquan McMillan got a second-round tender, Andy.
That's good. $5 million.
$5.8 million. So any team, if they want to sign Jaquan McMillan away, they got to give Denver a second-round pick.
Yeah, and
nobody's doing that.
Well, for the most part, I tend to agree with you. Now, if somebody, I don't think a second rounder is too much to give up if you like it from what Leggy just told us.
But you got to pay him too.
No, I get it. But if you just, from what Leggy just told us, if all the corners are running well today and there's going to be a bunch of them, especially towards the back end of that round, then probably no one, you'll draft one. You don't need Jaquan McMillan.
No, I think Jaquan McMillan, he's going to be a Bronco. And, he's the name I've been yelling about since the season ended of keep that guy. Do not let that guy leave your building. He's too good at what he does. It's a specialized skill set. Your three corners is your base defense anymore in the NFL. Right now, I look at this and say, okay, you have got Jaquan McMillan and Pat Surtain. Two of your corner spots are absolutely occupied. Riley Moss, Jahdae Barron, Chris Abrams-Drain. I'll put his name in the conversation as well. You guys now compete for the third outside starting corner position. And I think that's going to be a fascinating training camp battle to watch because that's three really good players that are going for a very coveted position. And when you hear that, I think automatically a lot of people would simply say, and they're not off base necessarily, well, Jahdae Barron's a first-round pick. And you don't draft somebody to not be a starting outside corner. Yeah, but Barron also showed this past season a versatile skill set. So if he doesn't lock that job down, whether Moss or again, I'm not kicking Chris Abrams-Drain out of bed. I think that guy's a hell of a player. If one of those guys wins the job, I still think Jahdae Barron gets snaps and has a role on the defense. I think ideally the Broncos would like Barron to win the job because he's a first-round pick and they want to get value out of it. And plus, he's got first-round pedigree. But, God, man, Andy, this Broncos secondary, when I'm looking for reasons why this team's got another 12, 13 wins written all over him again this upcoming season, it's because of that secondary.
Yeah, what if they were to get the Toledo safety, it could even just be all the more affirmed.
Yep. Emmanuel McNeil-Warren.
Here's the thing, though, and I want to caution everybody about this. And, look, I know Jahdae Barron's going to be the new debated draft pick for a while, which is fine. He was drafted to be a little bit of a chess piece. You got to remember that they loved the fact that kid could handle the assignments of multiple positions, as you kind of pointed out.
Yep.
They could move him around. Look, for all we know, he may play more safety. He may be the nickel safety here for a while.
Yeah.
Especially if Hufanga continues to have some of the struggles in coverage that he had before. That could be a case where maybe Jahdae Barron comes in there and it's who was our guy that got hurt last year, the old Miami pickup?
Brandon Jones.
Brandon Jones.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe those are the two out there, and maybe that's part of your coverage tandem. Again, with Riley. See, the Riley Moss thing's the thing that's fascinating to me. I understand why nobody wants the secondary to change for sure. I just don't know, ultimately, deep down, For you to go where you want to go, can you afford to pay with a Bo contract on the horizon?
Yeah.
And right now, until there's proof that there won't be, we have to assume that there is.
Sure.
I don't know that you can afford to pay both Moss and Surtain. And if Surtain keeps playing the way that he goes, he's going to get another contract out of this.
Oh,
team.
without a doubt.
So
yeah, he's already knocked down several pegs on the highest paid corner list.
No, you're right. So, but my point being that I just wonder, do you trade? At what point do you look to trade Riley Moss before you get nothing for him? Now you can franchise him next year, and that's fine.
Yeah.
But then are you going to play the game of the players saying, well, I don't want to play on a franchise tag?
Andy, I think it would be a massive mistake to trade one of your corners.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you.
The reason why, and the biggest reason why I say that is, again, like you're in the rookie contract window.
Right.
This is the time right now where you need this. This is go for it time for the Broncos. This has to be go for it time right now. You don't make any move, any concessions towards future picks or anything else like that in this moment right now. Like these next 2 years, these are must-win, like win-now seasons for the Broncos.
I don't disagree with you. But, again, is Abrams Drain or Jahdae Barron possibly as big a drop-off as Riley Moss? Because if not, Jeff just told you, and you said it, you led him to water.
Corner's good.
Well, not just next year's draft class is incredible.
Loaded.
And if you can get a high pick for Riley Moss.
How high a pick you getting for Riley Moss?
Oh,
second rounder?
If you can get a second rounder, don't tell me you don't have my attention.
If I'm going to have the conversation.
I love Riley Moss. Don't anybody mishear me here. But, again, if he's a player that you can't afford or you're not going to be able to keep, then you got to be smart about what you're doing.
Yeah,
don't pull a Rockies here.
I simply, all I would say is I would shrug and I would just say it's go for it time. It's right now. This is you sacrifice future draft compensation to make your team as strong as it can humanly possibly be this year.
All right.
Corner depth is massive.
Oh, I don't disagree. But
Yeah.
let's say you find one of those in the second round.
Again, 2 in the hand, 1 in the bush, something like that.
Well, I'm with you. There's something about knowing what you got versus hoping what you got.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. We are live tonight at Ball Arena. We're with you until 6 o'clock. We'll step aside for a moment, and then we're going to talk about the Dallas Mavericks. Why? Because Chris Middleton could be hitting the buyout market. We'll talk to Christian Clark from Dallas coming up next to find out if Middleton is going to be on the market and if he would be a good fit in Denver. That's next.
Well, guys, it's the weekend. Do you have big weekend plans? Are you avoiding the typical kind of weekend plans because, you're dealing with erectile dysfunction? That's not a lot of fun. If that's got you maybe not seeking intimacy in your life, then it's time to head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't just laugh off these problems. You want to make sure that you get this condition handled, and it's something that they can help you with over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Don't put it off any longer. Don't let it affect maybe a relationship you're already in, and certainly don't let it affect you getting out and finding a new one. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they've got options for you. They've got treatments that work when pills and herbals fail, treatments with success rates well over 90%, and some that'll have you even lasting an hour or more. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. So if ED is affecting you, it's time to get back to feeling like your old self. Schedule that consult today at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit is $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose there in the office. And if it's not working by the time you're ready to leave the office, well, then the visit's free, so you have nothing to lose. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be back and ready for action the day after the appointment. 5 locations to serve you here in Colorado, all up and down I-25 in Fort Collins and the Springs, as well as a revamped location in Castle Rock, plus one in both North and Central Denver. Get a hold of them today at 720-440-7900 or visit them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Let's go directly to the Ramos Law Hotline. We welcome into the show right now, covering the Dallas Mavericks for The Athletic, former Denver guy, Christian Clark, with us here on the show. Christian, welcome to the program. How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm doing well. How about y'all?
We're doing very well. Christian, Chris Middleton. That's right. We're calling you not to talk about Cooper Flagg or ownership situations or anything else with the Dallas Mavericks. We need to talk about Chris Middleton. He has been with the Mavs for 6 games now. Sunday is the buyout deadline. Boy, would he be a good target for the Denver Nuggets. Let's just start here. What do you expect to happen with Chris Middleton? Will he stay with the Mavericks, or will they bid him adieu?
Yeah, so, when the Mavericks traded Anthony Davis to the Wizards and Chris Middleton was coming back, the first question was, well, is he immediately headed for a buyout? I know we checked on it initially, and we were told from Chris's side, hey, he's good with Dallas, actually. But I still think it truly is up in the air. I got the chance to talk to him in the locker room last night, after the Mavericks played the Kings, and he basically said, look, the plan is I'm going to play Friday, against the Grizzlies, and me and my agent are going to talk Saturday, and my agent is going to give me the lay of the land, and we're going to make a decision. He's chosen to play with the Mavericks when he probably didn't have to. I know that his family and his children are made behind in Washington, D.C., and he's kind of, living out of a hotel here. So he's got optionality if he wants it. I honestly don't know. It's kind of I think it really is up in the air right now, and it might be something where he gets all the information on Saturday and he just makes a decision then.
So Christian, let's talk about, and again in the hypothetical, Chris Middleton is a 3-time All-Star. He's an NBA champion. He's 34 years of age now. He's not what he was certainly, but so far since he has been with Dallas. He has had an 18-point game. I think he went for 17 last night against Sacramento. He dropped 25 against the Pacers. You've only seen 6 games of him, but how does he look so far?
He's looked good. Yeah, he had a 25-point game against the Pacers. His highest scoring game this season. I asked Jason Kidd, who is on his second go-around coaching Chris Middleton, by the way. He worked with him, very early in Chris's career in Milwaukee. That was Jason's second stop as a head coach. He basically was like, we're kind of playing through him right now, which is, a statement on the state of the Mavericks. They have basically nobody healthy, but it's kind of true. I mean, the Mavericks are running their offense through 34-year-old Chris Middleton right now, and Najee Marshall too. I think he can definitely help somebody, and I think it makes a lot of sense for Denver to be interested. I think, like, if I was a number of Eastern Conference teams, like, I would be very interested in Chris Middleton's services. Like, I think he's a guy for you who can come off the bench and just get a bucket. Like, he's just got so much craft in his game. He's so good, like with those pump fakes, getting to the line. He's kind of got that lean back on his jumper. He's just a guy who I think makes sense off the bench for, one of these teams that wants to make a deep playoff run.
Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world for Denver. Christian, last thing real quickly, Cooper Flagg. You get to watch him night in and night out. This is one of the most special rookies we have seen in some time. I think the Rookie of the Year debate between Flagg and his old college teammate Con Knippel is fascinating right now. But as you have watched Cooper Flagg, as young as he is, what has he shown you about what his NBA future looks like?
Yeah, he's kind of already good at everything except for the three-point shot. I mean, he's so advanced in so many different areas of the game. I think one specific skill that I maybe didn't know before the season is he's better driving left than right. Like, he's almost a better left-handed and driver and finisher than he is right-handed, even though he does take jumpers right-handed. I think it is an advantage for him in some ways. And I would just say the other thing is I think just as a person in terms of, his character, he's just built for it. Like, he's built to become one of the capital G guys in the NBA, like a face. I covered Zion Williamson for a number of years, who, has a ton of talent, has had some unfortunate injury history, but he was just really not built as a person to want that. He didn't want to be, like the face of the franchise in New Orleans and all the responsibility that comes with it. Like, Cooper is built to kind of handle all that stuff. Like, he really seems like it's, this is like a can't miss first team All-NBA guy, going forward.
Yeah, it's all on the table for him. Man, he is impressive. And again, he's only 19 years old. Christian Clark, everybody, covering the Dallas Mavericks for theathletic.com. Christian, great stuff, man. Thanks for giving us a couple minutes today.
I appreciate you guys.
All right, so interesting stuff. I mean, he doesn't know if Middleton's going to hit the market or not. He just straight up does not know. And Middleton, he played for Kidd in Milwaukee. He's got a relationship with him there that it's basically if Chris Middleton wants to win, obviously he has to leave. It's also Andy's 34. He just got traded. He was in Washington. He might just look at it and say, "Oh, I got a couple of months left this year. Let's just play out the string, and then we'll figure things out after that."
Yeah, guys like Dallas, right? Maybe he wants to stay and live in Dallas. I don't know where his home base is. Maybe he's got family back in Milwaukee. But, man, I would think if the Nuggets are interested.
He checks so many boxes.
Yeah, I would think, why wouldn't he be interested?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. This is, in terms of winning situations, Minnesota already went and got Slow-Mo back, so this makes a ton of sense. In terms of a marriage, I guess if he wants to be on the East Coast, like Christian talked about right there. Here's the thing. Chris Middleton will basically get to write his own ticket on wherever he wants to be. He's a wing that can shoot and get stops. Everybody in the NBA wants that guy, right? God, he would fit so well with this team, Andy, and you could use him situationally. You could trust him in the postseason. We've had the conversation about, you look at your wings right now, and you're worried about Cam Johnson's defensive limitations. Julian Strawther, man, has Julian Strawther given this organization something they have to rethink in terms of what a playoff rotation is going to be like? Because he has been so good lately.
Yeah, but still, I'm not turned on Chris Middleton for that.
No.
You know what I mean?
No.
Here's going to be the interesting thing is who's the starter when Peyton's back? Cam Johnson or Peyton Watson? I mean, that's what I'm kind of wondering about because the way Peyton was playing, and then you can continue to play Cam with that second unit,
Here's why I think it'll be Cam when they get to the playoffs, just because, and this is me spitballing right now. I could be dead wrong, honestly, but this is the way the logic works in my head. You're going to bring Peyton Watson back with roughly 20 games to go.
He's going to need to get in shape.
He's going to have to play his way back into condition, so you don't want to give him a starter's minutes load when he comes back. And it's like by the time the postseason arrives, again, like I don't disagree that Peyton might just be a better one-for-one player in the starting lineup, but what is going to be your most kind of battle-hardened starting five by the time the postseason arrives? It's probably going to be Cam. And so that's my guess as to why he would have that spot. I think if we were starting a brand new season right now, 1 through 82, and everybody was healthy, honestly, I think Peyton Watson would be the starter. I agree.
Yeah, I can't argue that. See, that's going to be the other problem. Scotty talked about it as we were driving over to Ball Arena. He was talking about it with the boys about how Aaron Gordon's going to have to get in shape. He's going to have to get stretched out again. Like, there's a bunch of stuff going on with Aaron Gordon you got to kind of think about, too. As far as the hamstring and the conditioning and all that other stuff, Aaron Gordon's so important a thing. Look, man, back to the Chris Middleton point. The minute I saw that this guy was going to get bought out and Denver had interest, I got excited about it.
Yep, should be.
Now, again, I'd love to see our friend KJ Simpson continue to play on this team, but if you can put the playoff experience in there, because that's just the thing. If we really think about it, it feels like the same old Nuggets when they've got everybody together, yet do you have the KCP? And if Middleton could come in and be a bit of that KCP, a couple tough defensive, efforts, I won't say possessions, but efforts.
Yeah, like
hit a couple clutch threes when the lights are brightest because it's not a big deal. He's been there before, man. That would be sensational.
Yeah, he may not be an every game option, but when you need to deploy him, God, he would fit awfully well here. We were talking about Cooper Flagg. Speaking of the Rookie of the Year race, last night Con Knippel made 8 threes for Charlotte. He's up to 209 for the season, Andy. That is a new NBA rookie record, and he did it at game number 59. NBA rookie record for threes made in a year. So out of curiosity, because it's always fun to just look at different eras, I looked up how many threes did Larry Bird make his rookie year in the NBA. 79-80, which, by the way, was a Rookie of the Year All-NBA season, top 5 MVP season for Larry Joe Bird. Larry's rookie year, he made 58 threes.
And what is Knipple at?
209.
Oh, my gosh.
Reggie Miller, rookie year, 87-88. He made 61 threes. 61. Again, Knipple's at 209 with
and Bird
23 games to go.
Bird and Miller together are still halfway there.
Still short. Steph's rookie year, he made a buck 66, 166 in 09-10. Did Steph Curry. Dame's rookie year, 185 in 12-13. Again, like Knipple he might hit 300 this year. As a rookie, it's just crazy kind of what the league has become, and but that's if you have Con Knipple and he shoots like that, that's what you want that kid to do. He's pretty good. Pretty damn good. By the way, Mahmoud's rookie year with the Nuggets, he made 24.
That's it?
24. Yeah.
Interesting.
Actually, Mahmoud only had one season where he made over 100 threes in a campaign. As a three-point shooter, he never even shot 40% from the field. So he wasn't all a terribly efficient three-point shooter in his NBA career. And yet, Andy, like, when you look at Steph Curry and his body type and his game, I largely think Mahmoud is like the closest comp stylistically in the kind of basketball player that he is.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I wish Mahmoud would have rained threes, but boy, he could score, and he could score all over. He was a fun player to watch.
Didn't have the same green light from Dan Issel.
No, well, and you had Mutombo in there, and they were trying to work a post game. It was a very different NBA, as you well know.
Yep.
There was not the thought that it's a more efficient shot to take a three, as you said. So I think you better have a darn open look before if you're going to do that, and you better wait until we're under 10 seconds probably in the possession before you decide that's an option.
Yeah,
don't
right? Just fire away, okay?
Right?
Yeah, they weren't allowing that. Kreckman and Lindahl live at Ball Arena today, Andy.
By the way,
yes, what do you
so
have
this
for
just
me?
came in.
Okay.
Speaking of safeties,
all right.
Lorenzo Styles Jr. 4.27. Fastest by a safety since 2003.
4.27.
Lorenzo Styles Jr.
So we
4.27.
So we got Sonny Styles, who's going in the top 10, linebacker out of Ohio State. Now we have a Lorenzo Styles Jr.
Yeah, I believe they're brothers, aren't they?
Multiple Styles in this draft. Wasn't that the name of Michael J. Fox's best friend in Teen Wolf?
Was it?
Styles?
Like Robert Stabone.
Somebody double-check that for me.
Whatever the guy's name was.
Was I correct about that?
I barely remember Teen Wolf.
A little bit of a long shot.
Been a long time. You know they're rebooting Knight Rider, don't you?
Saw
they?
That? I did not see this.
A new Knight Rider.
Okay.
Okay, I gotta know. This is let's talk sports cars.
Okay.
Keep it roughly in the same vein.
Okay.
If you've got younger kids or if you're in your 20s, and here's why I ask this, because I don't want anybody in that age group to think I'm being insulting. I have a number of friends, and my daughter's going to be 23 this year. She was not pining to drive. And a number of my friends, whether they're male or female children, they all had kind of the same thing where there's like this group of 20-somethings that it didn't feel like they were dying to drive. They weren't as maybe motivated as I know I was. My son certainly was motivated. Like, my daughter didn't get her driver's license until she was 18.
Did they have bikes?
Yeah.
Skateboards?
I don't know.
So they could get around if they needed to?
I don't know.
Okay.
And again,
Lime scooters?
Yeah. No. Well, they've got that now. But
Okay.
I'm just wondering, is that age group? Because Knight Rider and Airwolf and Blue Thunder and the A-Team van, like there's this whole you could just go Starsky and Hutch in their car. Like there's a whole genre of famous
Dukes of Hazzard,
Hollywood cars.
Problematic
the Dukes of
now.
Hazzard. Yeah, but at the time it was jumping everywhere. You thought, well, we didn't know. I didn't know any better. I just thought it was this orange car that was jumping over cop cars. Thought it was pretty cool. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, there was this whole Hollywood genre where you had to have the cool car that went along with the characters, right?
Sure.
is that a thing for the 20-somethings? Like, would a Knight Rider get you to stay home and watch it? Would you punch it up on Hulu or your phone? Because Knight Rider was the coolest in my mind of all the cars. Like, he was the car. I guess it was a he because they put the person into it. It's an AI car, which now is not far-fetched at all.
I was going to say, like,
but back in the day, it was pretty far-fetched.
Is Knight Rider now? Is it a hybrid? Is it?
That's a great question. That's a great question. I don't know.
You got a Prius Knight Rider?
I don't know. That would not be as cool. I'm sorry. Like, what car should it be?
Plug me in, please.
What car would it be?
It's a good question. I don't know.
The new Corvette? I mean, that's not – Knight Rider had a back seat.
That's the thing. Like, would a Colorado Knight Rider, would it be a Subaru Outback?
Well,
I got to be able to throw my skis in the back.
What kind of voice would it have?
Hey, bruh.
Bruh. Hey, bruh.
Got a compartment for your ski boots, bruh?
You said 6'7". That might be, I don't know. You know what else I always thought was cool about the original Knight Rider was his steering wheel was not like a full wheel. Do you remember that? It was like just the two handles.
Right. Which that's highly inefficient.
Well, he didn't need to drive it. Kit could handle it, but I got it. I like to drive myself.
That's true.
Just calm down, pal. I'll take it from here.
The original driverless car. Have you, by the way, speaking of Styles from Teen Wolf, have you seen these Sonny Styles
So it was Styles?
Numbers?
Did you confirm that?
I'm still just guessing. Sonny Styles, 4.46.40 with an elite 1.56 second 10-yard split. That's just it, Andy. 40's not enough. You have to have a 10-second split. Okay? Vertical leap, 43.5 inches. 43.5.
Wow. Yeah, I saw that. Now, they said the 43.5, who was breaking this down? I think it was Peter Schrager today.
Yeah.
Or maybe it was McAfee. They said in a way it was a bit of a cheat because I guess they do the first one and you knock however many out of the way that you can.
Sure.
And then the second one you get a chance at a clear shot to knock one or two more tiles over,
Yeah.
And I guess that 43 whatever was the second one is where he got that height, but still man,
got there, right?
Absolute freak.
Broad jump, 11 feet, 2 inches. Yeah, that's like the General Lee, 11 feet, 2 inches. My God. Vertical, by the way, ranks as the second best by a linebacker / edge since at least 1999. Former Penn State edge Cameron Wake, 45.5 inches. Okay, I mean, Sonny Styles is not an edge guy. He's an inside linebacker, which that position has been kind of devalued in the modern NFL.
Well, didn't Jeff say they have to trade up to 10 to get him? Which I thought was crazy. With all these crazy freak athletic numbers, and Jets are going defense with the number 2 pick, I guess. That's at least the word.
There is going to be, I think, 4 Ohio State Buckeyes that go in the top 10 of this draft.
Oh, easily.
I think that's what we're talking about right now. Caleb Downs, the safety, is unbelievable. They are loaded. But yeah, Sonny Styles and Arvell Reese are both going to go that high. Unbelievable. The freak athletes that we're churning out these days. It's Kreckman and Lindahl out here at Ball Arena, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hope you're having a delightful Friday afternoon. Kreckman and Lindahl with you here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, where tonight you will listen to the Denver Nuggets and the Oklahoma City Thunder from OKC. Tip-off at 7:30. We'll get the broadcast going around 7 o'clock tonight. I say around, right at 7 o'clock with Mark Bertinoli in the pregame right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You want to watch the game tonight? You should join Mike Sanford at the Viewhouse Ballpark, 20th and Market. Tip-off at, well, according to this, 7:42. It's all brought to you by Kendall Jackson, the official wine partner of the Denver Nuggets. Elevate your game with a glass of Kendall Jackson's award-winning lineup of sustainably grown California wines. While you're there, enter to win a signed Jamal Murray jersey. Have we seen an update on Jamal Murray and his, illness?
Yeah, hopefully he's doing better.
Listed as questionable to play tonight.
Let me go check.
Just how questionable is he with said illness?
Let's see.
I mean, I'm assuming if he got on the plane and went to OKC, he's playing, right? Otherwise, if he's so ill, like he's just going to stay home.
Yeah, I see nothing from Vic. I'll check the team. Although, again, when do we get that stuff? Aren't we still a little bit far out?
We're kind of waiting to hear from Adelman when he talks before the game. Nuggets and Thunder tonight.
Yeah, all we got is a preview of the game tonight on the top of their Twitter head. I'm sure if he was playing or at least an injury report, we would see it.
So he's going.
I would hope. Yeah, there's no rumblings. Well, with
or if he's
FGA
going too
back,
much, maybe he's not going.
Right.
I don't know.
I was told that he was more like Gustafson.
Okay.
Gustafson, a little more north than south is the issue.
You have a Jamal Murray GI issues insider?
Kinda.
Okay.
I do. Yeah. I do.
It's a hell of a source you got there.
I do, but you don't have to think too hard. But I was also curious. I'm like, man, is he dealing with what I'm dealing with? So.
You need that tight end to work, Andy. That's what you really need.
Well, and then Gustafson shoes up and, apparently it's a widespread deal. It's not just a couple of people.
You spread it wide, and then you're able to do it. Hey, we also have we got a quick giveaway.
We do.
We gotta do this. That's right. Right now, we have got for you a pair of tickets for the Dropkick Murphys show coming up on Sunday.
Well, we got more than a pair.
Yeah,
Are
we
have
doing
this more than once.
We have multiple pairs.
We have exactly.
We have two.
Yeah,
two pairs.
Yeah. So Dropkick Murphys are playing at Mission Ballroom coming up on Sunday. You want to win a pair of tickets to that game? You must text the following Murphy to 303-504-0925. This is Murphy Trivia. Andy, I got a fun one here for you. Okay? The first player to ever wear the number 3 in Colorado Rockies history. Name that Murphy. 303-504-0925. Text your answer in. If you get it correct, you are eligible to win a pair of tickets for the Dropkick Murphys Sunday at Mission Ballroom. You get your Irish punk rock on Sunday night. Again, the first Rocky to ever wear the number 3. Name that Murphy.
If I'm going to ask a question that's a bit of a hint.
Okay.
But I don't think totally gives it away.
Andy, 398 career home runs.
He was supposed to be a Hall of Famer, but isn't yet, correct?
He did not hit a single one in a Rockies uniform in
there's
26
good reason,
games.
and we'll explain that as to why. He's supposed to be a Hall of Famer, but isn't yet, right?
I don't think he'll ever be a Hall of Famer.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't believe he will ever be a Hall of Famer.
When he showed up on the scene, we were told future Hall of Famer.
Hall of very close.
Okay.
Hall of extremely good. I don't believe he will be in the Baseball Hall of Fame. Name that Murphy.
There you go.
First ever number 3 in Rockies history. Name that Murphy. By the way, the last number 3 in Rockies history was Drew Romo, who I don't believe is with the organization anymore.
No.
Highly touted catcher who is not around anymore.
Yeah, again, what I hope DiPodesto can do is take all the highly touted guys
get better players.
and actually get them inside Coors Field.
Yes.
Because all we
You'd
have
like
is a lot
that,
of.
wouldn't you?
I would, Dick.
I would.
A lot of the highly touted actually show up and play for my team at some point.
I'm looking at the history, by the way, of this number, Rocky's history. Michael Kadire, I think, would win
Love him.
the award as the greatest number 3.
You know what? You know what's crazy?
Mike Lansing was a number 3.
Oh, he was really good.
Mike
he was
Lansing,
part of some fun teams.
Michael
more than
Kadire
was.
I don't think we're going to go with Mike Tuckman, the Suckman.
No. Kadire, you know what? I've got a Rockies batting jersey that is a 3 in honor of Kadire.
Daniel Descalso was a number 3.
Willie, a minute. I barely remember him.
Willie Taveras was a fine number 3.
Yeah, he was. He's a lot of fun. Leadoff guy, right?
Yep.
With who was the Japanese player he paired
Kaz
with?
Matsui.
That's right. They were such a great 1-2 punch top of the lineup.
Yep.
07, right?
Quite good.
Part
Quite
of the
good.
07.
07 trip to the World Series. Yep.
Taveras could get on, and Matsui'd move him over, bare minimum.
Ron Gant was on the Rockies?
Yeah, barely.
They've
had a bunch of bareleys. You know what I'm saying?
Much like said Murphy.
Right.
Barely
Yeah.
a Rocky. Anyway, text in the answer to that question. First number 3 in Rockies history. Name that Murphy. 303-504-0925. Text your answer in right now. That gets you in to win a pair of tickets for the Dropkick Murphys on Sunday. Everybody that gets the name correct, Mark Springer will draw a winner coming up here in just a few moments. Let's get back to this Nuggets matchup here tonight. It's a pretty healthy Thunder team, obviously outside of J-Dub, but they do have Caruso is going to play. You didn't have him out there the last time you played the Thunder. Other than that, you're looking at Shea, Lou Dort, Chet, and Hartenstein with all that size. On the front line, Jokic obviously will start on Hartenstein. I think Spencer Jones will I would start Spencer Jones tonight and put him on Chet. That would be how I would start this basketball game. The Thunder are quite good, as we know, but I think Denver is an 8.5-point underdog tonight. Andy, this, again, to me, it screams this is a game you get up for tonight. I think this is a massive game, and I do think that this is the point of the season where the focus is turning a little bit for this team. I think it's time. You're getting a little bit healthier. Guys are coming back from injury. The conditioning is getting better. Cam's looked better. CB has looked better. Jokic has looked better, even with some rough shooting nights in there, even with some turnovers going on in there. I believe the Nuggets play a very competitive game tonight against the Thunder in OKC. I don't know if they win. If I was leaning in this direction, I would like Denver to cover as a 7.5 or 8.5 point dog.
Yeah, coming up here in the very near future, you're talking about get-up games. This is absolutely one of them because they ended up getting a pretty healthy victory over you that last meeting, right? You kept it close for a bit.
Eventually, this has to become like we're starting to make statements against this
not just
team,
in the playoffs.
including the team you see on Sunday in the Timberwolves.
Well, that's what I was going to say. So you're talking about get-up games. It's time to just get up, stay up. You know what I mean?
Right.
Because you got the Thunder tonight. The Wolves coming in here on Sunday, then you turn around and play the Jazz on Monday. But the Lakers are coming to town. The Knicks are showing up. Remember them? You had a pretty good game going with them. You probably should have got that win.
Double overtime.
The Rockets are on their way. The Thunder again. You got matchups again with the Lakers and the Spurs. I mean, it's nothing but big matchups for the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, you got to get that win over Houston because you're in a battle with them right now in the standings. This is their Nuggets are 2-1. They're 2-1 right now against Houston this year. So you need that win next Wednesday to ensure a tiebreak in the event of one.
And I'm looking at the full schedule, man. They got 3 more meetings with the Spurs before the end of the year. I mean, if the Spurs were to slip, and you and I said it yesterday, I don't really believe the Nuggets can go and overtake that number 2 spot, even though they'd have to get as hot as the Spurs are right now in order for that to happen. And I don't know. I don't know that Jokic is quite all the way back for that to happen. But let's just say they slip and you get hot.
Right.
3 matchups would give you a chance to claim that number 2 spot or make it interesting. But I'm not sure I'm buying it.
Outside of the Jazz on Monday, there is a dearth of cupcakes remaining on the schedule.
Well, you got a couple Jazz games, but
So the good news,
you actually got 3 Jazz matchups left too.
The very good news for this team is the schedule does start to spread out, and especially like when they get into April, they have a road game in Salt Lake, April 1st, And then after that, they are home. They're home for basically the next 11 days until they go to San Antonio on April 12th. So the travel really starts to chill out at the very end of the season. Now, what you would
Still
hope
gotta survive it to get there.
Exactly. What you would like is for this team to kind of put the hammer down a little bit and start to take some of these games, and then it'd be cool if there was a world where you didn't have to have all those games. I think this is a sprint to the finish to get the 3 seed.
No, I agree with you, but I also think you need to get established that you do win at home because that's also been a problem
part
here,
too.
By the way, Ryan is upset you didn't have any love for Quentin McCracken with your threes.
He was the next number 3 after Murphy.
Got cut off.
He did.
Got just barely missed the number 3 cut line there.
I also left out Jorge Piedra.
What? Who? That was a Rocky.
And Dom Nunez.
Good old Dom Nunez. Don't you remember that era?
I also left out Coco Montez.
I remember as much about Coco Montez. He was a guy. He's a guy on a list.
A couple of years ago, Coco Montez.
Really? I don't remember him.
He was a living, breathing Rocky for 18 games.
Had a uniform and everything.
He sure was.
They gave him bats.
Yeah,
He had some gloves. He was allowed seeds.
We've got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up here in just a moment. Andy, the Combine is just a fire hose of NFL information. This is the best place to get it. It's the High Five. 5 biggest stories of the day from around the league next. Hour number 3, Friday afternoon, Ska Friday afternoon. Shout out to Denver's own Sorry Sweetheart. Right now, it is time for football news. We call it the High Five. It's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. But first, Mark Springer feels like a pizza night.
Yeah, celebrate $5 Fridays. At Papa Murphy's on Fridays only, get a large thin crust, cheese, sausage, or pepperoni pizza for just $5. Order online now at papamurphys.com. Hey.
I did it yesterday.
You did,
Spring.
but it wasn't a Friday.
I don't care. They got great deals every day is what I found out during the app.
All right. Look at that.
How about that? It was tasty.
Doesn't have to be Tuesday.
Doesn't have to be
Friday.
Tuesday or Friday. Every day there's a good deal.
It's a fantastic day for Papa
They even have a bowl basically with no dough. You can get a crustless pizza, all the toppings, sauce and all the toppings. I'm gonna give that a go. Just a bowl of stuff?
Just a bowl of stuff.
Come on now. Or is your Chicago roots not allowing that?
Just a bowl
Just
of
a bowl
stuff.
of the toppings. The
Hey.
sauce, the cheese. It's very delicious.
That's all you need.
Go ahead, Spring.
All right, hey.
The Denver Broncos
have extended a second-round restricted free agent tender on Jaquan McMillan.
I love this move by the Broncos. I've been screaming about this since the end of the season. Bring back Jaquan McMillan. You need this guy in a Broncos uniform. Too valuable. I think he automatically slots into the nickel, the starting nickel spot. Broncos put a second-round tender on him, which means as of right now, he's a restricted free agent for the Broncos at a $5.8 million price point. But if a team wanted to acquire him, they would have to give Denver a second-round pick and give him a contract. Probably not happening. I think he's going to be a Bronco. I think they'll get a deal done. George Payton, basically already said as much this week. No-brainer to bring back Jaquan McMillan. Andy, I think this is a brilliant move, and again, it speaks to the importance of that position in the NFL. When you get an undrafted guy like that, a guy that's been impressive his entire NFL career, you don't let him walk out the door.
Yeah, Look, it's a premium position if people don't know.
It really is.
I'm trying to think, is he ever going to battle for a starting corner one day?
He is a starting corner.
Well, you're right. He's a starting nickel corner, slot corner for sure, but ever outside guy. How about I put it that way?
Well, here's what I would say is for Denver, they're pretty well good on outside corners, right? I don't think they need to worry too much about that. You're Jaquan McMillan. You have found your niche in this league. You were an undrafted player. I think he's about to get a 2-year deal. I think Jaquan McMillan's going to get a 2 or a 3-year deal and be earning north of $10 million a year. That's a good living.
No, I don't disagree with you. I'm just pointing out to you if you have it, you have an embarrassment of riches at that position.
You do.
If you wanted to shop a guy.
Yes.
Which maybe you don't need to do right now. I understand where you're coming from. Is just leave things the way they are.
Win now.
Yeah, I know, but this could help you win now too if you were to find a quality. This team needs some more offensive help. Here, well, I don't know. Listen, Leggy told us he doesn't even know if they'll draft a receiver at 30.
Andy, if they go back to the AFC Championship game this year, it's going to be on the strength of their defense.
No, I don't disagree with you.
It is. It's keep the strength the strength. This is what this era of Bronco football is just going to have to be. It's you win on the defensive side of the ball. I'm not tinkering with corners.
Have we ever left that era? I mean, seriously.
Well,
Bo has given us a more palatable version of this era.
You went. You went with.
But Drew never gave us the era. Teddy never gave us the era. Paxson never gave us the era.
You went with winning with defense.
Case never gave us the era
in 2015. Then you went to losing with defense for a long time. Now you're back to winning with defense.
Okay,
it's great.
Fair enough.
It's
the only
great.
part of the era that changed was you were losing.
Yes.
It ain't no Taylor Swift eras, I'll tell you that.
You actually got yourself a real coach and a real-life game-managing quarterback. You got it, man. Let's go do this thing. Great move by the Broncos. Jaquan McMillan, I think it's super smart. We talked before about do the Broncos. I would open up outside corner as a three-way competition on the other side. It's Barron and Moss and Abrams Drain, and whomever they draft can battle it out in training camp. I think it's going to be one of those three. If I had to guess right now, I would think Barron takes the role and then Moss becomes a depth guy.
I'd be a big fan of them trading up and getting Sadiq. So.
Although Riley Moss played every snap last year. By the way, speaking of tight ends, Jeff Legwell did point out the Broncos spoke to Max Clare of Ohio State. He is a potential target for them in the second round. I got more tight end thoughts to get to this hour. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
The Broncos will not tender running back Jaleel McLaughlin as a restricted free agent. He becomes a UFA.
Yeah.
Not shocking.
Yeah, he'll be in a camp. He'll be in a camp, and he'll be battling to make a roster somewhere, Andy. I think that's going to be the story of McLaughlin's career.
He's a fun player. If he doesn't make a roster
Great story.
right out of training camp, he'll be on one eventually when the injuries that inevitably happen to backs happen and they're deep.
Yeah.
Look, I think he's a better player than Bidet. I still can't understand Sean's fascination with Bidet over McLaughlin, but whatever. Maybe neither are on the team by next year.
Pass pro. It was just pass pro.
I really can't make. I have nothing against Tyler Bidet, the person. I don't understand the skill set. I feel like I'm always picking on the guy.
He wasn't giving you the hairy eyeball?
Yeah. No, I just don't get the fast. Other than he's bigger, and I just think Sean thinks his guys at certain positions need to be bigger.
Yeah, he's bigger, and again, he was third down guy. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I hope there's a better option.
Give
come
Jaleel
next year.
McLaughlin. I would have liked if they would have given McLaughlin more carries, but I'm pretty sure.
But let's be honest. Now that we're to the offseason, we can acquire actual new dudes. Yeah. Please have better options than both those two come next year.
Without a doubt. Tyler Algier, that'd make a lot of sense right here. Kenneth Gainwell, sure. You know, if you want to go pay Ken Walker like a drunken sailor, I'm okay with that too. Just get better at running back. If you want to bring back J.K. Dobbins, honestly, I wouldn't be that mad about it because I don't think he would break the bank.
No, I'd love the move if it's that team-friendly deal with plenty of incentives, but please have better options than everybody we just mentioned.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
Fernando Mendoza talking out at the scouting combine. He said that he would love the idea of Tom Brady as a mentor for him should the Raiders take him first overall. He also talked with CBS.
Is there anything Fernando Mendoza dislikes?
A team telling him to go get arrested so he can
Well,
slide.
yeah, let's play that audio. CBS Sports talking with Fernando Mendoza.
What was the one most bizarre question you got?
One about, hey, I don't know what I can say. It was, hey, maybe you should get arrested. And I was like, I was a little confused, but then I was like, the slide. So hopefully I don't get arrested.
I don't get that one.
So you can slide in the draft.
Can you tell us who said that?
It was not one of the teams I had a formal interview with, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to expose the team.
So somebody clowned around with him.
Yeah.
Little hallway jocularity with the choir boy Fernando Mendoza.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's gonna go number one. He's gonna be a Raider. He's excited about everything. He loves everything. He's a golden retriever of a human being.
He is. Can I ask, though, we get back to the story that we had with Tom Brady helping the offensive coordinator out last year.
Yeah.
How can he mentor if he's doing his Fox job? You know what I mean?
While also selling supplements.
Right. Well, maybe you could sell them to Fernando Mendoza when they talk on the phone weekly on Tuesdays or something. I suppose, but it's not like Tom can fly to Oakland and be his coach.
I do believe you have to have a TB12 subscription if you're going to play for the Raiders.
Is that what it is? Does it just come in house?
They just take it directly out of your check. That's just
really
that's automatic. I think as soon as you sign with the team.
I don't find that tasteful. I don't care about your alkaline water and your avocado supplement.
Avocado ice cream.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I'd like that money, please.
Andy,
Feels like a pyramid scheme. Are you trying to sell me vitamins there, Tom? Where somehow you're always at the top of the pyramid? Do I have to go sell these supplements now as part of my deal with you?
You are required, once you sign with the Raiders, you have to assemble your own sales team. You're gonna go to a great meeting in a corporate conference center. And you are going to find out the great, tremendous value in being your own boss, Andy. Again, answer to nobody but yourself when you're selling TB12.
Yeah, I got suckered once. Once.
What'd you go?
Well, Scotty got me into it.
Was it the coffee?
No. It literally was supplements and vitamins.
Okay.
Howard Griffith was there. He was part of it too.
Okay.
And again, the guy worked. The dude they had talk worked. I was ready to go sell everybody. I went and talked to Stink and Doc because they were doing the show, and Mark's like, drew a pyramid. He goes, "You're here, and I'm not buying any of this." And he goes, "And I recommend you get out of it quickly too."
No Amway for you?
No.
Okay.
I've only had it one other time where a friend that normally hung out with me was like, "Hey, yeah, let's get together, have dinner." I was like, "Cool," sounded normal, and then you see the easel, You're like, what? What's the deal? We playing Pictionary?
Hey, I'd like to introduce you to a few of my friends. They're really cool.
Let's talk about some healthcare products for you. Do you need shampoo? You need shampoo. What? What are we doing? I thought we were playing Pictionary. I'm leaving.
So anyway, that's what Fernando Mendoza will be doing now.
Let me tell you about Tom Brady's alkaline water. TB12's the brand.
He's got a game plan, but he is allowed to leave the facility once a week for a scheduled lunch with
he
potential
has to see that
sales
lunch.
team.
Who's your lunch with?
Yeah. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
How about another quarterback prospect out at the combine? Little 5'9" Diego Pavia out of Vanderbilt. He said he is not going to tone things down at the combine. He says he doesn't care what people thinks about him, and a lot of the stuff out there about him is clickbait. Here's a little more from Diego Pavia.
Isn't this the same guy that literally tweeted bleep the voters after he didn't win the Heisman? But it's everybody else that's making the clickbait?
Here's Diego Pavia talking about his maturity.
Yeah, Coach Lee always preached that, you're not, your frontal lobe isn't fully developed until you're 25. And I just turned 24, so I got like 360 more days to go.
So it's science. That's why I'm kind of a dummy.
Good for him. Good for him.
Self-realization. Andy, I have a massive problem with Diego Pavia. A massive problem with him. And it has nothing to do with what he tweeted. It has nothing to do with once being on the field at New Mexico or any of the other things that Diego Pavia has done, his frontal lobe or any of that. My issue with Diego Pavia is his senior year at Vanderbilt, he was listed at 6 foot, 207 pounds.
This is your thing.
When they measured him at the it was a couple of weeks ago when they measured him, 5'9" and 3/4. 5'9" and 3/4.
That's really cheating it.
He heightened by 2 1/4 inches so he could be 6'0". Okay? I have a massive issue with this. This is where 5'11" guys have to unite, okay? Don't heighten. Don't lie. You're not 6 feet tall. Don't take the stolen valor. Especially if you're 5'10", I'm sorry, as far as I'm concerned, you should be arrested like Fernando Mendoza. Yeah, I do not lie about this stuff. Years ago, I interviewed Rockies pitcher Tyler Chatwood.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, you got him big mad.
Yeah. Well, he got me big mad because he was listed at 6 foot. When you looked at that guy on the mound, he was like he was short. And so I asked him, I was like, hey, you're listed at 6. Are you really 6? He's like, I don't know, 5'10", 5'11", whatever. No, are you 5'10", 5'11", or are you 6? You don't get the stolen valor. I don't walk around telling people that I'm 6 feet tall. I have a huge issue with people that do. That's a problem for me. This is something that is a 5 foot 11 inch tall human being. Although, as we learned the other day, I apparently shrink during the day. But that's crap. Don't steal the valor of being a 6-footer. I wanted to be 6 feet tall all my life. Didn't happen for me. And you know what? I never lied about it. This is a huge issue. Diego Pavia, shame on you. Shame on you, sir.
Off the draft board for Nate.
I wouldn't even consider him.
It's probably off the draft board for real because of the 5'9".
Because he's 5'9" and 3/4.
That's part of it.
Yeah,
so,
and he's athletic. He ain't Kyler Murray. Okay.
Who's also looking for a team.
Who's also probably going to be on a new team.
Going to be cut here before the new year.
Yes. Anyway, Diego Pavia, best of luck with your frontal lobe. But you never get to say that you're 6 feet tall anymore. And that's the high five. The 5 big stories of the day from around the NFL. I'll get off my soap.
Tell him, Nate.
Yeah, the high 5'10".
I will get off my soapbox now. By the way, even when standing on a soapbox, I don't tell people I'm 6 feet tall. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, Andy, I got another tight end target for the Broncos.
Okay.
I've got. Let me sell you a tight end when we come back. I've got a free agent option at tight end when we come back. Plus, what do the Nuggets have to do tonight to be victorious in Oklahoma City? It's all coming up next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Nuggets Thunder tonight. Berto's got your pregame coverage at 7 o'clock. We'll tip it off a little after 7:30 right here on Altitude Sports Radio.
Just tell the people, 7:42. That's the time we're told. It's national TV, right? So that's when it's happening.
It's fungible, But you tune in.
It's a moving target.
You tune in at 7 o'clock and you listen to Mark Bertinoli do his pregame show. He says tonight and Collision a lot. It's a great pregame show. I wouldn't miss it.
He also gives Springer a couple of when he's trying to think things through.
Does he say that anybody needs to kick rocks? Does Shane need to
I don't
kick
know.
rocks
Has anybody
tonight?
had to kick rocks this week, Mark? I don't feel like I've heard that.
I feel like it's there's got to be at least a weekly rock kicker, right?
Maybe that needs to be a new segment. You know what? Maybe you just created something. He who kicks rocks.
He
with
who
Berto.
must kick a rock. Yeah. By the way, is kicking rocks, is the idea that it's a larger rock so you injure your foot when you kick it?
That's a good idea. I mean, you kicking rocks everywhere just is that's not good for anybody.
I mean, if it's a small rock, like it doesn't have any impact if it's, a mere piece of gravel, but if it's a large stone, a large boulder the size of a small boulder.
So we're going the old Fred Flintstone boulder kick?
Yeah, you could.
Or Barney?
Like that, you could potentially break a toe.
Oh, easily.
You can do some damage.
Fred Flintstone always had a throbbing big toe.
Throbbing big toes today on K&L. Mammoth tonight. They got the San Diego Seals. That's why we're out here at Ball Arena today, which is a lot of fun. Mammoth currently mid-warm-up, as are the Seals. Seals purple and gold.
Yep.
While the Mammoth in their customary, what would you call that, Andy?
The Burgundy.
Burgundy.
The Burgundy boys.
The Burgundy of
That's
the Mammoth.
right.
The Burgundy boys. Okay. Is that boys with a Z or just with an S?
Depends on your age group. For
Okay.
me, it's just an S, but I'm 50.
Okay.
So.
All right. So no. See, I like to think of it if people are like, hey, the boys on K&L, I like to think we're boys with a Z.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Are we in the hood?
We're cool. We're hip. We're happening. We're boys with a Z.
Okay.
You don't view it that way?
No, we're two old white guys. But yeah, go ahead. Whatever works. I mean, look, we're here for everybody.
Middle-aged.
However you want to spell it and address us, fine.
Middle-aged.
Sure.
Two old white guys.
We were in college. Well, I was in college when the movies came out.
Uh-huh.
That set of movies, Boys in the Hood.
Oh, see, I didn't even connect it
Menace
to
to
that.
Society.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I didn't even connect it to that. But,
New Jack City.
We would have fit in great with those guys. Hanging out with Chris Rock in New Jack City? Absolutely.
No, I'd prefer not to. By the way, the John Bender, Judd Nelson, he was in New Jack City with his flaring nostrils.
That's right, he was.
Yeah.
Good call. Mario Van Peebles?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. Ice-T?
Yeah.
New Jack City. Yeah. Yeah, remember some
Wesley Snipes?
Remember some 90s movies for you right there. Andy, can I interest you in a tight end? What do I have to do to put you in a tight end today?
Well, apparently a little Imodium, everything's all good. Listen, put
you in
why
a
don't you
tight
try
end.
talking to everybody else? Been begging for a tight end for 3 years. The hell are you talking about?
This man,
sell me anything. I want Kendrick City. Trade your dumb picks. Go get him.
Kenyon Sadiq too.
Whoever.
This man is never not begging for a tight end. Cade Otton. Aaron Schatz of ESPN today. One good signing for every NFL team. Cade Otton.
I like it, I guess.
Okay. Here's what this would be what the Cade Otton signing would be for, because you already have Evan Engram. Like you already have your basically receiving only tight end.
So we're told.
Yes.
Allegedly.
Yes.
You hear about it. Not a lot of stats to prove it, but we're told.
Yeah, he can't block anybody.
He ain't blocking.
So if you're looking for a number one tight end with receiving skills but also a strong run blocker, that's Cade Otton. And in an NFL in which, bigger personnel groupings and multiple tight ends are more in vogue than previously, you would think that Otton would theoretically supplant Adam Troutman on this team, but you get a younger player and a better receiving threat. I mean, he's over 1,100 yards the last 2 years, couple of, 5 touchdowns scored the last 2 seasons. Cade Otton in a Broncos uniform could potentially make a lot of sense. You give this guy, I don't know, 3 at 30, $22 million guaranteed.
Do you like that for Adam Troutman? For what is a better version of Adam Troutman, basically, so people know what we're talking about.
I do, because one of the biggest issues the Broncos had this year was it was just so damn evident, and granted, because they used a lot of 11 personnel and would go 3 wide, but it was Ingram, they're throwing. And what was the number Cosminer gave us the other day? Like, if Ingram was on the field, like, they threw on 85% of those downs.
Yeah.
It was just a dead tell.
You can't have that.
Yeah, and when Troutman was on the field, it was, they're going to run the ball now. Okay? Cade Otton gives you at least a little bit of deniability, so to speak. But if this were ever to become a team that were to use some bigger personnel groupings, maybe semi-consistently, some 12 and some 13, Cade Otton could fit in really, really well here.
Yeah, and I think it is more the tight end that that Sean Payton likes. I can't get a feel if Sean's really a true receiving. He says it's his joker, but I kind of feel like
guy had Jimmy Graham, who was his
receiving
right, tight end as there ever was.
Doesn't feel like he throws a lot to that tight end. So, where did we see the cap number? By the way, we saw that the
cap's going up.
Yeah, but they don't have as much money as I thought.
The Broncos?
It was like 27 million, I think, and I thought Kliss had tweeted it, but now I can't find the tweet.
Yeah.
So
they'll be fine.
Well, they
can get what they need.
I'll ask you this: at $27 million, are you creating some more cap space? And look, I bring this all up because is it possible Evan Ingram's one of those guys that you find a little room with? Dre Greenlaw is probably one of the guys you find a little room with.
If I had to guess,
Ben Powers may be a guy you find a little room with.
Greenlaw and Powers, to me, are the most obvious candidates.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, listen, Powers could be a guy where you go, hey, do you like it here? I mean, we like you. We just need you to redo this contract.
Right.
And does he listen or does he go hit the open market?
See, I know Evan Ingram didn't wow a bunch of people this year.
Okay, but do you think he enjoyed it here? Would Evan Ingram be upset if he left the Broncos? My gut would tell me probably not. He didn't get thrown to a lot. I don't think this is what he expected when he signed on the dotted line.
I don't know. Maybe if anything, he's like, "Hey, lower snap count, and you're paying full freight for me. This is great. I just got more longevity on my career." I mean, Evan Ingram right now, like he's 32 years of age. That guy's entire mission in life is to squeeze out more billable hours.
Let me ask you this then: there were apparently some low grades in the report card we read yesterday because Sean Payton got to a B. Was Evan Ingram one of the guys dropping the score?
No idea.
Dropping the grade.
Yeah, no idea.
Because it was not what he. What I think is funny, we got a rookie talking about it today. I don't know if you and Spring want to play the audio or not. But the rookie talking about how Sean Payton's a chill bro or whatever he was. What was the wording of the rookie running back from Kansas? It basically said Sean Payton, he's a laid-back guy, I think was the terminology. Because I feel like Evan Ingram gave us that same sort of assessment when he came in as a free agent last year. And I wonder if he still feels as if that is the thing. If he is still a laid-back guy. I feel like there's a Sean Payton offseason version that these guys come and talk to during the free agency period, and then Sean Payton, football coach, shows up in the spring.
Isn't that every football coach, though?
I do think there's probably a more dramatic swing between off-season Sean hanging out in Coeur d'Alene and, UC Health or whatever it is, Sean, demanding that you ain't getting a day off today. Pal.
Right. No, I know what you're saying right there. And I think that Sean generally, though, I don't know, Andy. I think this might sound wild. I think Sean Payton's got a lot of players coach to him.
Oh, no, I agree. But I think
I really do.
I think player coach goes away the bigger the moments get. I think he shows. The reviews seem to be that when you're just hanging out with normal Sean Payton, he's a good time.
Right.
He's a good hang.
Sure.
He's got great stories. They can relate to him. But I think when all of a sudden you got gum chewing, what's the question? Evan, I'm not talking about injuries, Sean, shows up in October. He's not such a good time anymore.
Sure. I don't know. Isn't that every football coach?
I don't know that John Harbaugh locks down like that, for example. I don't know that Sean McVay is becoming a 180 version of what you saw in Cabo on Matthew Stafford when they were hanging out in the old chateau together or whatever.
Right.
The casa, I should say, if it was in Cabo.
I think guys, especially like Evan Ingram's been paid. What's he got to complain about?
He didn't get thrown to. I think the guy likes receiving passes.
Yeah, I don't know.
You could be neither one of us really knows if there's a
we don't really know. I just
But somehow he got something to give him a B. The head coach got a B in their survey, while the offensive coordinator, that we don't even know what he did really every day, got an A.
It's true. Now you could do a hell of a lot worse. You could be Jim Harbaugh.
You could be.
Yeah.
With his C-. What, C-, right?
Yes. He did not do well in the survey. He did quite poorly.
It is as much as I hate the is what it is. I mean, that's what it is.
What it is.
It certainly is what it is. By the way, when you go to the ownership grades, Andy, we didn't we didn't dig into the ownership grades yesterday here on the show. Some interesting revelations that we got out of this. This was the NFLPA report card in which they survey the players, and this was supposed to be anonymous. Got leaked to ESPN. Everything got reported on this.
Well, I mean, we don't know what player said what, but yeah.
Bronco ownership got an A+.
As it should.
Vikings, Ravens, Broncos, Commanders all got A+. Lowest, here are the 5 lowest ownership grades. Cleveland, the Titans, the Bengals, the Bucs got a D. The Steelers got a D-. Arizona was the only franchise in which ownership got an F.
Wow.
Chiefs only got a C+. Dudes,
they don't love Kansas City.
People don't love playing for the Hunt family.
They don't.
They've always scored pretty poorly.
Well, and I'll say this. I've said it before. I think of all my travels, and I didn't get to go to every NFL stadium, which was a bummer. I was hoping to, but didn't work out that way. But I think the Arrowhead Stadium is extremely cool as far as
atmosphere.
The bowl, when you're on the field, all that stuff is cool.
Yeah.
The hallways are tiny. The locker rooms are tiny. Like, all the infrastructure the players deal with once they go into the tunnel and nobody sees them anymore, that thing's a pain in the behind.
And that's all they care about.
Right. I can understand why they don't like that. It's not big. Guys are on top of each other. Nothing's modern. I'm surprised they found a way to sneak Taylor Swift in and out of there, quite honestly.
How about Kraft got a B-, one of the 10 lowest grades. He was up for the Hall of Fame this year.
Yeah.
And New England is down there at a B-. Panthers ownership got a B-. That's Dave Tepper.
You know what? Hey, he's moving up in the world, though, isn't he? Wasn't he real low before?
Yeah, I think he is doing better.
He's doing something
now.
better.
Yeah, he's doing better. I think the players like Canales.
By the way, though, here's what I think is interesting, and I guess you spurred this thought over to New England. New England's still a fairly young team, right?
Yes.
Some of these kids coming from, you get some of these kids coming from, the Ohio States and the Texases. These owners better understand, if you want a good grade, if you do care about this.
NFL facilities are a downgrade.
Compared to the true powers of college football.
Yeah.
Texas A&M and Alabama and all that.
Yeah, no, these
kids are expected something better than your long-standing football building you've had your pro team based out of.
I mean, Andy, the Broncos facilities, they're upgrading now, but Broncos facilities.
They'd have been F for a long time.
Yeah, if you ever look at the photo tours of what it looks like in any SEC school or big-time Big Ten school, it's like, I've been in the Broncos locker room a lot of my life. It doesn't look like that.
No.
Yeah.
Well, it's why the Penners are like, we're tearing this whole thing down.
Exactly. Yeah.
You put enough lipstick on this pig.
Yeah, we'll build a palace here right now, and again, that's one of those things where maybe the Broncos will have an advantage in free agency here going forward. All right, Andy, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, what do the Nuggets have to do to get a victory over the Oklahoma City Thunder? Plus, it has been a magical week for sound on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. An embarrassment of riches this week alone. Every year we do Drop of the Year on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. for the first time ever, drop of the week. Coming up next. Oh, the audio vault is overflowing. Drop of the week coming up next, plus Nuggets Thunder preview on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, wrapping it up on a Ska Friday edition of the show. Live at Ball Arena, where tonight, the San Diego Seals and the Colorado Mammoth do battle out here at Ball Arena. Andy's going to be calling the game on Altitude Television tonight, as he always does, as the voice of the Colorado Mammoth. Andy, what are you expecting out of this matchup here tonight?
Tight game. San Diego. So San Diego's won, I believe, 5 of 6. Colorado 7 of 8. So they're both on a little bit of a tear.
Both on heaters.
And this is a traditional rivalry for the Mammoth. These two battled 2 straight years in the conference championship, I want to say. Can't remember if maybe it flipped Calgary. Anyway, look, these two teams have played each other a lot. This is the one everybody used to show up for. They would have fights. There'd always be good scoring games. It's always been a fun back and forth. And San Diego was started. They were an expansion team a while back, and the former Mammoth GM, Steve Govett, who hired me and got me into all this, he went off to San Diego. Guess I should have followed him maybe. But anyway, he went off to San Diego and started this team. And so he's drafted a lot of DU Pioneers. There's a lot of Denver crossover, a lot of Mammoth. So there's just a lot of familiarity, breeds contempt stuff kind of going on that makes this a lot of fun.
Okay. So
and they're both very good right now.
So it should be a heated matchup tonight.
And a former Mammoth, one of my kids' favorite players, Connor Robinson, was traded to San Diego in the offseason. He makes his return to the Loud House tonight. He was always a fan favorite.
You think he'll get a nice ovation tonight?
He should. I would hope. He
Tribute
should.
video?
He didn't ask. Maybe, yeah.
Okay.
He didn't ask to leave, I can tell you that.
Okay.
They did the same thing for Zed Williams, which they should have. So, yeah, should happen. But the Mammoth are doing just fine with Jack Hanna and Andrew Q.
Okay. Jungle Jack Hanna. Who
is also a former DU Pioneer.
All right. There you see. That's why we go right to the expert when it comes time to talk Mammoth and Seals, which you can, again, come down here to Ball Arena and watch the game tonight, although, of what we understand, limited tickets available.
Very limited, because it comes with the old jersey, and people wanted that Deadhead jersey.
Yeah, it's Grateful Dead night tonight out here.
Shakedown Street doing their
at
thing.
Ball Arena. Should be an awful lot of fun. Andy, here we go. I got now a 45.5-inch vertical jump.
Oh, with who?
Vanderbilt tight end Eli Stowers.
Draft him.
45.5 inches. He is getting mocked as a likely second-round target, day 2 target. Eli Stowers. Again, I would be thrilled if Denver drafted a tight end. I really would be.
Catch first guy. Give me a Colston Loveland. Give me a Ty Warren. Give me any of those, please. Who was the one for the Chargers? And they get him? Fifth round?
Orande Gadsden.
There we go.
Orande. Yeah. All right, so got 45.5. Watch this dude get up. My goodness, that guy can freaking jump. When they put it in slow motion, and I know it's slow mo, but still, man, that dude is just floating in the air.
Yeah, and then he even does a little basketball thing at the end.
Yeah, that's a red zone target right there. I'd like a player like that. Nuggets. Back at it tonight against Oklahoma City. Here we go. Yet another Denver Nuggets and Oklahoma City Thunder matchup. All-timer of a series last year between Denver and OKC. Now they match up tonight in Oklahoma City. So far this season, the Nuggets are 0-1 against the Thunder. Their only loss Sunday, February 1st. That was a home loss against OKC. Now, and that, by the way, that was Jokic was back. That was his second game back, and he really struggled in that one on a Sunday afternoon. Tonight, they go to OKC, nationally televised on ESPN, altitude as well tonight. All right, Andy, who's clicking tonight? Who's leading the Denver Nuggets to victory?
Joker.
Yeah.
Jokic. Look,
yeah.
He looked like himself. I think the last 2 games, despite them not being 2-0 in those games.
Sure.
Now, it took him a second to get going against Golden State, but I feel like old Joker's back. I feel like he's starting to feel himself. Like I said, I think it was Marlo that pointed out he didn't have the tape on. He didn't have the tape on his wrist. He's just decided, I'm just going to live with the pain because I'm tired of them numbing my wrist and screwing up my shot. And so he went without the tape. Now, again, you pointed it out. He didn't exactly shoot great from 3 the other night, but
right.
I just feel like he felt like himself, and I think we know it. There's no deep keys or genius to tell you that they go as Joker goes, but I feel like he's getting into Joker let's go mode. You talked about the text message from, 2 years ago where he said it's time, let's put it in gear.
It's go time.
I feel like he's kind of pushing everybody that direction.
Yeah, I think it's time that this is when it gets pretty serious right now with this team. Jokic has scored 30 or more in 3 consecutive games. By the way, it's the first time he's done that all year. And he's up to 21 triple-doubles now. He's having a fantastic season, as he always is. He should be the MVP. I don't think ultimately he'll play enough games to win an MVP award this year, but he has been absolutely terrific. But they go up against a team that is, quite frankly, their kryptonite. And Caruso is back, which sucks. Again, big physical guard who can give Jamal Murray all kinds of problems.
Oh, my daughter's going to be mad.
Yeah. Hey.
She hates him.
Yeah.
She sports hates him.
Guy's incredible. He really is one of the toughest defensive players in this league, along with Lou Dort. Well, we know the way that this Thunder team defends.
Come on, man. You can't get beat by Lou Dort.
That they have inside. They're really good at being able to funnel guys towards Chet Holmgren and get them into trouble. But I think the Nuggets get up for this game, Andy. I really do. I think this is one that they straight up get up for. I think they're going to play the Thunder tough. I think it's going to be a close game. I think it's going to be a fourth-quarter game. I don't see it looking like it did last time around when really – I know they lost by 10. They were never terribly competitive in that game.
Right. Yeah. Nate. All right.
Yep.
Biggest key to them being a problem for both OKC and the Spurs on the regular? Is it simply the health of Aaron Gordon, or is there something else they can do? What else can they do? And look, I bring up both those teams
in a world
because of the
without
size.
Aaron Gordon. Yeah.
And again, I've told you, my biggest concern is he may not be right. And you know what? Even if he is right, when he comes back, what'd you say, a week from when David Adelman's trying to get him back?
Yeah.
Here's what I want. I want a backup plan in case you can only get 10 of the 20 games out of him so he can be right for the playoffs.
Right.
So what is the biggest key in your mind for them to be more competitive with these bigger teams if he's not part of the mix?
So I think one of the real keys that this team is going to have to do is, and I saw this number earlier today. I wanted to bring it to you. They have to defend. Like, they have to defend. They have to defend guards, and they have to defend the three-point line. It's something that this team, when they buckle down and choose to do it like they did the other night against Boston, like they put the Celtics away. They really did. Like that 15-0 run to start the fourth quarter, this team has not had enough runs like that. And why were they able to do it? They were able to do it with their defense. As closest defender against Boston, Julian Strawther forced a 1 for 8. Tim Hardaway forced a 2 for 8. Spencer Jones forced a 3 for 10. Like, when we talk about where defensive efforts have to come from, they've got to come from the likes of those players. They got to come from Christian Brown. They have to come from Bruce Brown. That's what this team is going to have to do. Defend the three-point line better. Don't be chasing rotations the way you so often are. I know it's easier said than done. Again, funnel your guys to tough spots on the floor. Play quality team defense, which honestly I think Julian Strawther does that part of the job really, really well. If the Nuggets are able to do that, even in a world where Aaron Gordon is either not on the floor or less than 100%, they're competitive every single game that they play. That's it. Defend.
And hit threes. Yeah. It is amazing, as we've talked about. When this team hits threes, I know it sounds so simple, but, dude, when they can't hit a three, they can't seem to get a 2 going either. You know what I mean?
Yep.
That's what that Golden State game felt like.
Yep.
All right, are we going to do this drop thing?
Let's do this. Okay. Before we get out of here on a Friday afternoon, it's been a week, man.
It has, well.
On the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Oh, it's been a week.
It's been a week. What are some tight ends you hope will work? Okay. It is time for Drop of the Week on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Mark Springer has compiled the best bits of audio that we have stumbled just this week alone. This is just Monday through Friday. By the way, Spring, does Drop of the Week include Andy Lindahl on Tuesday afternoon?
I'm glad you asked.
Yes.
Because I thought I would add something from that. Let's go with this one, guys.
Okay.
You ready?
Fire it up.
All right, here we go.
All right, dude, I don't feel good. I gotta bounce for a minute. I'm sorry. So, I might as well just ask you, how else would you prefer that get handled?
What was even the topic? What was I asking?
I don't even remember.
I don't know.
Because I was regulating my body going.
It was Davis Webb Day.
Yeah,
Davis Webb.
We're not going to – you know what I was thinking? Ain't making it 20 minutes. That's all I was thinking.
Big Davis Webb Day.
That's all I knew.
Yeah. You had been really excited about this Davis Webb thing.
Oh,
I
know.
Man.
It was finally announced. We're going to talk about it. We did the crosstalk.
Andy's going to have strong opinions. He's going to be firing on all cylinders. Football Andy's going to be going.
And then all of a sudden, that little clench that your body lets you know, hey, Drop what you're doing.
Turns out football Andy was going.
Well. So, yeah.
Uh-huh. Okay, so.
And I didn't know, because, again, we were too far away for you to cover it up. And you know what I mean? And I had warned you. Like, I came in feeling okay. I was like, hey, it's a good day, and we got this presser. I can't believe we got this news. And just, like, literally out of nowhere. Like, the goalie last night, all of a sudden, I was like, I can't finish this game.
You know, the funny part is you're up for drop of the week. Right after that, that was one of your drops of the week. All right.
Too many to count.
Next.
Yeah.
All right, Spring. So Andy is contender number 1. What's next?
Let's go with this one.
Cale Makar!
Ah, yes, Cuthbert on the Makar goal. Yeah.
That was this week.
That was this week.
God, it's tough to remember that was this week. That was Sunday.
That was a bad game for Cale Makar.
That was Sunday.
I know he scored that goal.
Really
I know Cuthbert was fired
Sunday.
up. That was a bad game for
Yeah.
Cale Makar.
Yeah.
Yeah, Team USA wins the gold medal. Bad game for Cale. Bad game for Taves. Bad game for McKinnon. All right, so Cale Makar with Cuthbert. What's next, Spring?
Let's go back to Davis Webb Day.
Full context. That was right before Sean Payton said that Davis Webb will be a really good play caller.
Yeah. And, well, he was getting into why should he do it. And
Yeah.
Because I really want to.
Yep.
With regards to play calling, it's something that, you know, I think he'll be really good at it.
Cleared your throat in the middle, Sean. That's a tell, my friend. That drop, by the way, is not going away anytime soon. That one's staying all year long. What else we got, Spring?
All right, Craig Stammen, Padres manager, talking about Matt Waldron.
Had an infection in his rear end.
This poor guy, and again, the crack of the bat right at the end is just top shelf.
We should also add Stammen was not talking about Andy.
No, because this poor guy had to get hemorrhoids drained.
Had an infection,
which I guess
in his rear end.
I'm lucky to not know that's a thing, but man, that doesn't sound great. All this is making my week feel a little less.
It's
not much.
It's going around, Andy.
Apparently it is.
It's going around.
Which is why I went to my insider on Jamal Murray to see if that's what was